System. Congratulations, host. You have bound the otherworldly culinary system, which will assist you in conquering the otherworld with the delicacies of Blue Star. Shihan. So, which otherworld am I in? System. Dolua continent. Shihan. The 7 monsters ascended to godhood over 5,000 years ago. At this time, Shrek Academy no longer belongs to the 2 great empires. Guarding a city of its own, the Tang Sect has grown formidable, becoming the preeminent sect in the realm. Meanwhile, the Star Luo Empire still belongs to the Dai family, and the Heaven Do Empire has yet to split into the Sun and Moon continent is still on its way. Shihan unexpectedly crossed over, binding to the otherworldly culinary system. Yet he arrived in a world unrelated to culinary arts, at a time devoid of a central narrative. Thus, within the vast Shrek city, a modest eatery came into being. Here, the master of the Tang Sect and the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion sit together enjoying hot pot, while the 10 fearsome beasts, transformed into human forms, sneakily indulge. In skewers, the entire clan of the Body Sect sneaks away simply for a serving of fried rice. After tasting the cuisine here, other food seems unworthy of consumption. A sole master patron clutches a pork knuckle, taking a hearty bite. What? You say I'm not cultivating? Nonsense. Eating is the path to strength. Chapter 1. Starting with property I. Am I dead? Shihan tentatively reached out his hand, striving to feel his surroundings. His hands were still his own, yet they bore a hint of ethereal hue. A kaleidoscopic black? Where's this place? Is this what the world after death looks like? Surrounded by distorted hues, Shihan could not even grasp the size of his surroundings. The boundaries of this world seemed close at hand, yet they felt infinitely distant. Indeed, you have passed away. Who? The suddenly materializing voice was somewhat wavering, startling Shihan as he swiftly turned his head to survey his surroundings. This system is the otherworldly culinary system. Congratulations on becoming the first host. This system is dedicated to helping you promote the culinary delights of Blue Star in the otherworld. The information was overwhelming, but Shihan quickly regained his composure. Are you my system? Indeed. But I am dead. What use are you to me? Shihan felt somewhat despondent. You just said you're the otherworldly culinary system? Can you allow me to traverse to the otherworld after my death? That is indeed possible. In fact, this step has already been completed by this system. It has already been completed? Shihan's eyes widened in surprise. So not dead? Please be mindful of your wording. You have indeed passed away, but with the assistance of this system, you have traversed to the otherworld. Well then. Shihan felt a surge of joy within. As long as he wasn't dead, he was still young, with plenty of life yet to live. Moreover, several images flashed through Shihan's mind, inciting a tinge of nostalgia upon his face. It was rather tragic to have been killed by a falling flower pot without having done anything. But it mattered not, for he had crossed over. With this thought, Shihan's troubles vanished in an instant, and he eagerly turned to survey his surroundings, the previously distorted colors now appearing much more agreeable to his eyes. System, is this the world I have crossed into? It seems rather peculiar. Where are the other humans? No, the host is currently within the system's space. The host in the real world has yet to awaken. Ah, I see. Shihan nodded in understanding, quickly accepting this premise. A culinary system? How intriguing. On Blue Star, he was a renowned food critic, celebrated for his culinary reviews, while himself being quite the gourmand, albeit lacking in cooking skills. She could only eat, not prepare. Now that he had this culinary system, did it imply he could cook delicious dishes himself? The thought exhilarated him, and in another world, no less. He wondered what kind of world it was. System, when can I awaken? At any time. And let me now. As soon as he uttered this, Shihan felt the surrounding distorted colors begin to swirl, slowly shattering and reassembling, ultimately transforming into a transparent and luminous world. Shihan awakened. Phew! Inhaling deeply the air of the other world, Shihan finally felt the sensation of being alive. After a considerable time, Shihan finally gathered his wits to observe his surroundings. At that moment, he lay upon a simple wooden bed, covered by a tattered black cloth serving as a blanket, which was layered with dust. This made Shihan, who had a penchant for cleanliness, wrinkle his brow involuntarily. He tossed the black cloth aside and jumped off the wooden bed. A beam of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the rudimentary wooden cabin, illuminating Shihan's face, prompting him to squint slightly. I should venture outside for a look. He quickly located the door of the wooden cabin, pushing it open and stirring up a cloud of dust. The bright light shone on Shihan's face, revealing a glimpse of this otherworld. Surrounding him was a humble village, encircled by mountains, creating a sense of seclusion from the outside world. Figures flitted about the village upon seeing Chi-Han. The villagers exhibited little surprise, with only a few casting glances his way before turning their attention elsewhere. He could faintly hear the villagers conversing in a language unfamiliar to him. Yet Chi-Han was astonished to find he could comprehend their meanings effortlessly. Very well, this is quite reasonable. System? Chi-Han silently called out. What does the host require? What about my starter pack? Seemingly unprepared for his astute inquiry, the system fell silent for a moment. After a while, the mechanical voice of the system finally resonated softly. Congratulations on arriving in the other world. We now present your starter pack, a restaurant of your own. Receiving property right from the start, Chi-Han felt a surge of delight. He had expected to prepare a storefront for himself, yet to have it gifted as part of his starter pack was unexpected. However, then again, given his current state of having nothing in this world, it didn't seem likely he could prepare a store. Chi-Han surveyed his surroundings. System. Where's my restaurant? Beep. Task activated. A page appeared before Chi-Han out of thin air. Main task 1. Open a restaurant. Please reach the restaurant and complete the acceptance within 3 days. Task description. The path of a culinary master lies at your feet. Strive to conquer the beings of the other world with your cuisine. Task reward. Customizable restaurant decor. Random recipe drop. X1 task item. Otherworld map has been issued. Restaurant location has been marked. This task to hold some promise. Chi-Han scrutinized the task closely, then inquired, System, what kind of recipes can the random drop yield? The drop may range from 1-star recipes to 5-star recipes, with lower star ratings having a higher probability of dropping. Is 5-star the highest tier of recipes? Indeed. It seems it is once again a contest of luck. Gazing at the Otherworld map at the bottom of the task page, Chi-Han focused his thoughts and chose to accept it. A quaint scroll of parchment materialized in his hand, and with great enthusiasm, Chi-Han unfurled it, eager to discover the nature of this unfamiliar realm. However, his amusement was short-lived. A golden pentagram on the map stood out prominently, unmistakably indicating the location of the shop contained within the novice gift pack. The city where the shop was situated was named Shrek City. Upon further inspection, the largest expanse of green on the map was labeled the Stardow Forest. The two most expansive nations depicted on the map were the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. System? What is your inquiry, host? Why, as a person traversing to the Doa continent, do I possess a culinary system? Shouldn't I be bestowed with an invincible system instead? Perhaps one that allows proficiency to increase merely through breathing? Or a system that grants points to everything? Alternatively, a system based on negative emotional value would suffice. I excel at inciting annoyance, truly. The selection for the alternate world is random and unrelated to the nature of the system. Please be informed, host. Very well. Chi-Han relinquished his struggle and glanced at the distance to Shrek City. It was quite far to arrive within 3 days. He needed to set off immediately. Chapter 2. Future Neighbors. Since its establishment, Shrek Academy has a rich history spanning over 5,000 years. Under the leadership of the inaugural leaders, the Golden Iron Triangle, its scale has continuously expanded, spreading its influence to the surrounding areas and gradually cultivating a unique atmosphere. Once, Shrek Academy was affiliated with the Heaven Do Empire. However, as the reputation of Shrek Academy as the premier academy on the continent grew, a significant number of soul masters from the Star Luo Empire were drawn to it. This situation was tantamount to a brain drain for the Star Luo Empire, which could not tolerate such a loss. In response, the Star Luo Empire lodged a formal protest against the Heaven Do Empire, even threatening war. At that time, Shrek Academy had already established the Sea God Pavilion, with its elders being titled Delua powerhouses, transforming it from a mere academy into a formidable force that even the Heaven Do Empire had to regard with respect. After negotiations among the three parties, a consensus was reached under the suggestion of the then Sea God Pavilion Master. The Heaven Do and Star Luo Empires agreed to each gift a portion of land to Shrek Academy, naming it Shrek City. Shrek Academy relocated to Shrek City, thereby becoming independent and no longer belonging to any nation. From that moment on, Shrek City became a city autonomous from the empires, governed solely by Shrek Academy. Today, a new guest has arrived in Shrek City. Gasping for breath, Chi-Han approached the grand gates of Shrek City. 3 days. Do you know how I managed to get here in just 3 days? Chi-Han wished to yell at the magnificent gates. Just 3 days ago, he had hastily liquidated all his possessions, amounting to 4 silver soul coins and 3 copper soul coins. 1 silver soul coin equals 10 copper soul coins. And copper soul coins are the smallest currency in the Doluwa continent. For an ordinary person, 43 copper soul coins would suffice for several months of living. However, this sum was insufficient for entering a grand city like Shrek City. Consequently, Shihan had to take on odd jobs along the way to make up for his travel expenses, allowing him to arrive at Shrek City within the 3 days mandated by the system. During this 3-day journey, Shihan gained a clearer understanding of his situation. Undoubtedly, this world was indeed the Daw continent, as evidenced by the ordinary people he encountered along the way, who seemingly conjured axes and hoes from thin air. Moreover, Shihan was not without his own martial soul. His martial soul manifested as a kitchen knife. He sensed the system's malice and even suspected that this choice was deliberate. The system responded, "I did not, you are mistaken." As for soul power, Shihan had no expectations. He was an ordinary person, and cultivating it on his own was simply impossible. However, he did not feel overly disheartened, as the system had informed him that future task rewards might include enhancements to soul power, while others gained strength through cultivation. Shihan intended to grow stronger through culinary tasks. That sounds rather exciting. Shrek City is a grand metropolis. Strictly speaking, it is the largest city on the Doluwa continent, even more spectacular than the capitals of the 2 great empires. Yet, despite its vastness, this city imposes few barriers. Both soul masters and ordinary people can enter freely. This openness is a testament to Shrek Academy's 5,000-year reputation. No one dares to commit crimes here. There is little distinction between soul masters and ordinary people when faced with the imposing presence of Shrek Academy. Upon entering Shrek City smoothly, Shihan followed the map provided by the system to locate the shop gifted to him. The shop was modest in size, resembling an undecorated shell of a building, approximately 100 square meters, divided into 2 levels. However, these details were not particularly concerning. Shihan glanced at the future neighbors of his shop and involuntarily recoiled. System? What is the matter, host? Could the shop be relocated? The shop was meticulously selected by the system as the most suitable for the host. Please do not refuse the system's goodwill. No, I refuse. Shihan silently shouted within, gazing helplessly at the establishment directly across from him, the Tang Sect branch of Shrek City. He then looked to his left and right, the Shrek City Great Soul Arena and the Shrek City Grand Auction House. All right, system, you are quite ruthless, placing the shop right in the center of these 3 colossal entities. A friendly reminder, there are 4, as the side entrance of Shrek Academy is just 100 meters behind the shop. Be quiet. Shihan clutched his head in agony, feeling the profound malice emanating from the system. The location was indeed excellent. Opening a shop here would yield unparalleled foot traffic. However, he was merely an ordinary person without soul power. Although Shrek City boasted excellent public safety, apprehensions still lingered. Please accept the shop promptly to complete the task. Well, I suppose I must accept the circumstances. Taking a deep breath, Shihan stood in the center of the shop and softly declared, I accept the shop. Beep. Detected that the host has completed a task. Main task 1. Open shop. Completed. Task reward. Customizable shop decoration. Available for claim. Random recipe drop 1. Available for claim. Beep. Task triggered. Main task 2. First bucket of gold. Please use your culinary skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Task description. The journey of a culinary master may begin with this unassuming 100 gold soul coins. Task reward. Random recipe drop 1. Soul power level 1. Shihan's gaze swiftly bypassed the reward for task 1, locking onto the reward for main task 2. Soul power level 1. His heart raced. He had not anticipated encountering such a task reward so quickly. If his previous desire to become a soul master stemmed from a longing for extraordinary power, having truly witnessed such powers now intensified his yearning to become a soul master. Be brave, Shihan, do not fear difficulties. He silently encouraged himself, directing his attention to the reward for main task 1. Which reward should he claim first? His gaze flitted back and forth between the 2 rewards. System, any suggestions? It is advisable for the host to select the decoration style first, as it requires 24 hours. During the decoration period, the host can practice the obtained recipes in the system space. The time management master of Culinary Delight system is online. Shihan, yielding to the system suggestion, claimed the decoration option and perused the provided designs, ultimately opting for a fresh and clean aesthetic. Although he preferred a minimalist style, it would clash too much with the architectural style of the Doloa continent, so he had to abandon that idea. Notably, the second floor of the shop would be furnished as living quarters for Chi-Han, a true property indeed, with a home and a business established. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 3. The first recipe. After selecting the decoration style, Chi-Han entered the system space to claim the randomly dropped recipe. The system space remained unchanged, filled with a kaleidoscope of colors against a seemingly boundless black backdrop. Suddenly, a spinning wheel appeared before Chi-Han. The spinning wheel was adorned with white, yellow, purple, black, and red segments, with the quantity and proportion of the colors decreasing from white to red. Each segment bore inscriptions, but due to their diminutive size, Chi-Han could only catch a glimpse of a few dish names, such as Buddha Jumps Over the Wall and Kung Pao Chicken. Yet these alone were enough to ignite his excitement. Stop! With a mere thought, the rapidly spinning wheel came to an abrupt halt, the pointer landing on a white segment. A recipe of 1 star. Damn! Chi-Han's expression darkened, and he widened his eyes to discern what he had drawn. The white segment magnified before him, revealing 3 prominent characters along with an accompanying image: egg fried rice. Was this a warning? The steamed buns were prepared, while the flour and noodles were generally boiled. Stir-fried noodles were comparatively less frequent. These aspects offered little assistance in honing culinary skills, instead demanding significant time to practice kneading dough or crafting rice noodles. Only egg fried rice served as both a staple for the establishment and an opportunity for the novice protagonist to refine knife skills, heat control, tossing, and other foundational techniques, all with simple ingredients. As the outcome of the wheel manifested, the system's spatial form transformed instantaneously. The originally vibrant black twisted into a spacious, immaculate kitchen spanning over 100 square meters. Chi-Han surveyed his surroundings, questioning the system. What does this mean? Effort yields reward. The randomly selected dish is egg fried rice. The host must practice within the system space until capable of producing a perfect dish before exiting the system space. Are you confining me? Chi-Han's tone brimmed with incredulity. To pursue the pinnacle of flavor, seclusion is essential. Please understand, host. And how long will this take? Chi-Han's expression darkened further. The flow of time within the system space differs from the outside world. 30 days spent here equates to merely 1 day outside. Moreover, the host will not experience fatigue or hunger within the system space. Does that imply I must toil endlessly for a month without rest? Chi-Han felt ensnared by the system, yet the thought of the reward for main quest 2 prompted him to sigh resignedly. Let's begin. A spectral figure manifested in the kitchen, clad in a pristine white chef's coat, obscuring its visage. As the system narrated instructions, the ethereal figure commenced crafting a portion of egg fried rice at a speed of 0. 5 times. Chi-Han watched intently, striving to memorize each swift and precise movement. Soon, a plate of pale golden egg fried rice appeared before him, garnished with enticing green onions, the rich aroma wafting into Chi-Han's nostrils, prompting an involuntary swallow. How I longed to taste it. This sentiment encapsulated Chi-Han's innermost desires. Demonstration complete. The host is invited to savor the perfect egg fried rice before commencing formal practice. Upon hearing this, Chi-Han eagerly seized a spoon, scooping a mouthful of egg fried rice into his mouth. As he took his first bite, a wave of eggy fragrance enveloped him, devoid of any fishy scent, instead revealing an exquisite umami that awakened his palate. Each grain of rice was enveloped in egg, presenting a delicate golden hue. The rice, having softened during the stir-frying process, was neither dry nor hard, exuding freshness. Most remarkable was the green onion garnish, bestowing the dish with soul. The harmonious blend of the onion's fragrance and the egg's aroma created a layered bouquet that left Chi-Han ravenous. Is this truly the pinnacle of egg fried rice? Chi-Han suddenly felt that all the egg fried rice he had tasted in his past life paled in comparison to this one. If only he could replicate such a dish, earning 100 gold soul coins would be a mere trifle. As Chi-Han devoured the egg fried rice, the plate soon lay empty. Whether due to the nature of the system space or the dish's delectable taste, Chi-Han felt he could consume another plate. Tasting complete, the host may now begin free practice. This system will highlight any mistakes made during practice. Chi-Han set down the plate, wiping his mouth. As all the necessary ingredients for egg fried rice lay prepared on the table, eggs, green onions, and rice. These were the entirety of the ingredients required. Chi-Han appréciait. inspecting each component, and soon gasped in surprise. System, what kind of eggs are these? While the rice and green onions bore little difference from those of his past life, the eggs possessed peculiar multicolored stripes and appeared larger than ordinary eggs. The eggs are sourced from the 1,000-year-soul beast, the colorful golden rooster. This diminutive soul beast has a growth limit of a millennium, yet its meat is exceptionally delectable, and its eggs are nutritionally superior, offering nourishment for soul power. Gosh, must a 1-star recipe require the use of eggs from a 1,000-year-soul beast? One could only commend the system standards. As Chi-Han picked up the green onion, preparing to slice, he noticed the absence of a knife on the cutting board. System, where's the chef's knife? Please utilize your martial soul to participate in the cooking process. Ah, Chi-Han nearly forgot. His martial soul was indeed a chef's knife. With a thought, a simply designed knife materialized in his hand. This knife bore no discernible differences from an ordinary chef's knife, although one might argue it exhibited superior quality. Due to its connection to his martial soul, Chi-Han felt a sense of fluency while wielding it. Despite his limited experience with knives, he encountered no hindrances. Before he could slice more than a few times, the green onion segments suddenly vanished, replaced by a fresh stalk, as the system's voice chimed. Error detected. The green onions must be cut into pieces half a finger width in uniform length. Please restart. Chi-Han. Maintaining his composure, Chi-Han continued to slice. Yet after only a few cuts, the green onion disappeared once more, accompanied by the same prompt. Unable to contain his frustration, Chi-Han exclaimed, "It's just green onions. Can I cut them to a rough approximation? As the host of the system, please adhere to strict standards. Perfect egg fried rice requires perfection in all aspects. I've had enough." Chi-Han retrieved another green onion and resumed slicing. 5 times, 10 times, 100 times. Chi-Han lost count of how many stalks he had cut. In the system's space, all fatigue dissipated, leaving him invigorated. Initially, each attempt at cutting the green onions resulted in the system confiscating them for redoing. Gradually, Chi-Han's endurance increased, and he could successfully cut through nearly an entire stalk. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Han swung the chef's knife once more, swiftly slicing the green onions. With deft precision, each piece was cut to half a finger's width, devoid of any error. Clang! The sound of the knife meeting the cutting board resonated, and Chi-Han stared at the neatly chopped green onions in a moment of disbelief. Had he truly produced such perfect green onions as a self-proclaimed kitchen killer? Chapter 4. The aroma is irresistible with the successful completion of the green onion slicing. Chi-Han embarked on an even more rigorous practice. Error detected. The quantity of rice is excessive. Please restart. An error has occurred. The timing for placing the eggs into the pan was incorrect. Please restart, host. An error has occurred. The stir-frying was incomplete. Please restart, host. An error has occurred. The timing for removing the dish from the heat was wrong. Please restart, host. Each restart meant that Chi-Han had to begin anew from the step of chopping scallions, and his expression gradually became rigid, slowly turning pale. However, the improvement in his skills was undeniably evident. After an indeterminate period, when Chi-Han completed the stir-frying and transferred the fried rice into a plate, he could not help but collapse onto the ground. With the system in place, his body felt no fatigue, yet the mental exhaustion was something even the system could not alleviate. The absence of error notifications indicated that Chi-Han's fried rice had finally reached the so-called level of perfection. However, the perfect fried rice that should have made Chi-Han's mouth water failed to draw his gaze even once. He was simply too exhausted. All he desired was a restful sleep. As if sensing Chi-Han's thoughts, everything around him rapidly faded away, and he found himself back in the real world, landing directly on a bed. Without even considering where the bed had come from, Chi-Han immediately drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, it was already the next day. Fully refreshed, he finally had the energy to ponder his surroundings. Looking around, the familiar fresh style of the decor seemed to match the design he had chosen the previous day. System, is the store's decoration complete? Yes, it has been finished. Chi-Han paused, recalling the countless hours of frenzied practice he had undergone in the system space. How long have I been practicing in the system space? The host has practiced for 27 days, accumulating 643 errors, and has successfully mastered perfect fried rice. Over 10,000 mistakes. This is unacceptable. I need to get myself together. Chi-Han rolled off the bed and hurried downstairs to the ground floor of the shop. After a night of rest, he felt completely revitalized. The only thing on his mind was to assess the fried rice he had created after over 10,000 errors. The kitchen was not large, but it was spacious enough for Chi Han to exhibit his skills. The scientific layout made this modest 100-square-meter establishment appear significantly more expansive, featuring 8 tables, each adorned with 4 chairs that matched the fresh decor style. It was still morning, and Chi Han rushed into the kitchen. The cabinet contained eggs and scallions that the system had already prepared, while a state-of-the-art rice cooker held perfectly cooked rice, no matter when it was opened. The system's integration of advanced technology was quite reasonable. After failing countless times in the system space, Chi Han was now capable of producing fried rice with near supernatural finesse. Within minutes, he presented a steaming plate of fried rice. It was identical to the perfect version etched in his memory. Taking a deep breath, Chi Han lifted his own creation and took a hearty spoonful. It was delicious. As he savored the fried rice, he contemplated the appropriate price for such a dish. Host is currently an apprentice chef and does not have pricing authority. The system has set the price for fried rice at 5 gold soul coins per serving. Due to the original text's flawed currency system, all pricing from this chapter onward will be based on a conversion rate of 1 gold soul coin, equating to a purchasing power of 1,000 units. Apprentice chef? Chi Han was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized there were classifications within the culinary profession. Sensing Chi Han's confusion, the system promptly elaborated. Chef levels are divided into 6 stages: apprentice, junior, intermediate, advanced, special, and divine. As the host's culinary skills improve, the system will grant more privileges, and the chef level will be determined by the system based on a comprehensive evaluation of the host's abilities. Well, it is quite reasonable to be an apprentice chef if I can only make fried rice. Not wanting to dwell on this point further, Chi Han quietly inquired, "System, do I have to pay if I eat myself?" The host can eat for free, but if treating guests, payment is required, and no discounts may be applied to the dishes in any form. Free for personal consumption was sufficient, Chi Han thought to himself. He prepared another serving and devoured it ravenously. If not for his stomach protesting, he felt he could eat even more. In the world of Dolua continent, there was no commercial regulation, and the shop could open at any time. Chi Han strolled around the nearby district, and when lunchtime approached, he casually returned to his little shop to commence operations. The price tag for fried rice was already prepared and hung on the wall of the shop. Fried rice, 5 gold soul coins per serving. The solitary dish appeared somewhat incongruous, but Chi Han believed this issue would be resolved as he acquired more recipes in the future. Although the pricing was set by the system, Chi Han found it quite reasonable, considering the ingredients included eggs from 1,000-year-old beasts. 5 gold soul coins did not seem overly expensive. While this might represent several years' worth of income for an ordinary person, in a society where extraordinary powers existed, the wealth gap would only widen. For soul masters, such a price was quite acceptable. Reflecting on this, Chi Han realized that establishing the shop in Shrek City was indeed a wise decision. Opening such a store in a small village would likely result in no customers. The only regret was Chi Han's desire to place a sign outside the shop to inform others it was a restaurant, but the system mercilessly denied this request. According to the system, apprentice chefs are not entitled to signs. Please consider the sign issue after becoming at least a junior chef. Chi Han could only mutter, "System, is this how you show politeness?" Tang Zi was a member of the Tang Sect's power hall. Due to his exceptional aptitude, he was regarded as one of the promising young talents within the Tang Sect. However, the Tang Sect adhered to strict regulations, so Tang Zi did not develop any arrogant bad habits. Instead, he felt grateful for the sect's cultivation and diligently completed his tasks. On this day, he happened to visit the Shrek City branch of the sect to hand over tasks. After stepping out, he intended to treat himself to a meal in Shrek City's food street. The food street was renowned for gathering delicacies from across the continent. Any conceivable dish could be found there, making it Tang Zi's favorite spot during visits to the branch. Dining was one of the few indulgences he allowed himself amidst his arduous training. Just as he was about to head straight to the food street after exiting the branch, he suddenly halted. The keen senses of a soul master alerted Tang Zi to the presence of a new establishment at the Tang Sect's entrance. Chapter 5, Boss. Another 1,000,000 bowls, please. Tang Zi was certain that when he had come to the branch 2 days prior, no such establishment existed, indicating that it had opened recently. Observing the arrangement of tables and chairs inside, it resembled a restaurant. This piqued Tang Zi's curiosity, and he turned to approach the small shop. Upon seeing the first customer entering, Chi-Han quickly stood up, attempting to muster a smile, when he suddenly heard a warning from the system. The host is a man with a food system from another world. Please maintain the appropriate demeanor and refrain from displaying a sycophantic smile. Sycophantic? Very well. Chi-Han's smile faltered, gradually giving way to an expressionless demeanor. From this day forth, I shall be Yuan Han. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, Tangzi possessed an imposing stature, standing a towering 2 meters tall. As he entered the room and stood before Chi-Han, the pressure felt akin to confronting a mountain. Chi-Han felt a twinge of anxiety, but maintained his stoic expression, glancing up at Tangzi and inquiring about his order. What would you like to eat? Is this indeed a restaurant? Tangzi surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. The decor was unlike anything he had previously encountered, yet it exuded a refreshing ambience that instantly relaxed him. He spoke in a booming voice. Are you the proprietor? What delectable offerings do you have? His tone carried an eager anticipation. Chi-Han gestured toward a wall behind Tangzi, indicating, the menu is behind you. Upon hearing this, Tangzi turned around, surprised to find only a single dish listed. Did I misread? Why is there just one item? Wait, what did I ask when I entered? What would you like to eat? You asked me what I want with only one dish available? Confusion clouded his thoughts, and with a flicker of hope, he queried, surely, your establishment does not offer merely one dish, right? This must be due to the recent opening, and the menu is yet to be finalized, correct? Chi-Han's response shattered Tangzi's last semblance of optimism. Yes, our restaurant currently offers only one dish. To avoid any misunderstanding, Chi-Han emphasized the word currently, hoping not to dissuade his first customer. Tangzi, understanding this, visibly relaxed. Currently? Does that imply there will be additional dishes in the future? Very well. I shall sample this dish then. I would like a serving of fried rice, please. He chose a seat by the window, preparing for his meal. By the way, what is fried rice? Tangzi scratched his head, pondering the peculiar name, hoping it would be delicious. The price of 5 gold soul coins was trivial to him. In the Tang Sect, hidden weapons were highly sought after across the continent, and the sect's financial resources were considerable, ensuring generous provisions for its disciples. As a remarkable disciple, having achieved 5 rings at such a young age, he enjoyed even greater benefits, making a meal costing 5 gold soul coins hardly a concern, provided it was worth the price. Tangzi resolved that if this establishment's fare proved unsatisfactory, he would not easily overlook the owner. The wait was not as long as Tangzi anticipated. Within minutes, Chi-Han presented a steaming plate of fried rice before him. Tangzi's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the dish. He consumed rice daily, yet this appeared remarkably distinct, each grain enveloped in a delicate golden hue. Connecting this to its name, Tangzi surmised that the golden coating was likely egg, a dish prepared with egg and rice. This was an entirely new concept for him. Amidst the pale green onions, which shone like jade rather than the limp variety he had encountered previously, Tangzi inhaled deeply. The sweet aroma of the onions blended harmoniously with the rich fragrance of the fried rice, creating an unparalleled olfactory experience. It must be delicious. An inexplicable thought crossed Tangzi's mind. Grasping a small spoon, he opened his mouth wide and took a bite. The moment the food entered, the flavors intensified, enveloping him in a delightful aroma. It was challenging to articulate the exquisite taste, and for someone like Tangzi, whose education was modest, all language ultimately distilled into 2 words, delicious. Unable to contain his delight, he began to devour the dish eagerly. The portion of fried rice was substantial, yet Tangzi's towering frame allowed him to consume even more. Relishing the empty plate, he couldn't help but glance towards the kitchen. Owner, another bowl, please. Upon finishing the fried rice, Tangzi felt a noticeable increase in his soul power. Was this dish crafted from extraordinary ingredients? Though the enhancement was minuscule compared to rare treasures, it was astounding that this fried rice cost only 5 gold soul coins. Chi-Han nodded, suddenly realizing something. He quietly inquired, System, can the same customer order multiple times? As a chef, it is imperative that customers leave satisfied. They may order multiple dishes, but excessive waste will result in the customer being blacklisted and barred from future service. Fortunately, his culinary system differed from Yuan Zhou's. System, do you know of McGareth? No, who is that? Ah, never mind, just a casual query. With that, Chi-Han lowered his head, feeling a sense of joy as he chopped green onions. The possibility of multiple orders from a single customer suggested that he could complete the main quest much more swiftly. Delivering a second serving of fried rice to Tangzi, Shihan settled into a chair, contentedly observing. This location was reputedly among the busiest in Shrek City, yet at that moment, only one customer occupied it. Judging by Tongzi's attire, he was a disciple of the Tang Sect, likely having just exited the sect when he stumbled upon the small eatery. While Shihan might have been puzzled by the sparse clientele yesterday, after a morning stroll in the vicinity, he understood the reason well. Just across the street lay Shrek City's famed food street, bustling with culinary delights from across the Doloa continent, drawing crowds at mealtime. In contrast, this street was not a dining destination for most residents of Shrek City. Since the location of the small shop was chosen by the system, there must be a deeper significance behind it. Surely, it wasn't suggesting that he could outshine the entire food street with just one establishment. Congratulations, host, you guessed correctly. As the system appeared unexpectedly, Shihan fell into contemplation. Indeed, this system with its striking features was no ordinary entity. Chapter 6. The satisfaction of recognition. Tongzi devoured the second serving of fried rice with a fervor that epitomized his nature as a hearty eater. He set down the plate, smacking his lips. About 60% full. I could manage another bowl. Owner, I would like another. Another? Shihan couldn't help but regard Tongzi with renewed interest. He was astonished. 2 servings of fried rice were already quite substantial. Had he not been ravenous that morning, he would scarcely have been able to consume 2 portions himself. Yet here was this fellow requesting a 3rd serving. Observing Tongzi's physique, Shihan began to comprehend. Given his size, it was only natural for him to eat more. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he kindly reminded, if you waste food, you will be blacklisted from this establishment and unable to return. Do you still wish to proceed? Tongzi's eyes brightened, and he regarded Shihan with newfound admiration. This owner has an interesting perspective. Coming from humble beginnings, Tongzi understood the value of food and recognized that wasting it was the greatest folly for someone who relished a hearty meal. With a hearty laugh, he waved his hand dismissively, assuring the boss that he could manage. Shihan nodded and returned to the kitchen, preparing another serving of fried rice, which he placed before Tongzi. This 3rd portion was consumed at a much more leisurely pace than the previous ones. On one hand, he was already 6/10 full and needed to eat slowly. On the other hand, he discovered that savoring each bite allowed him to truly appreciate the exquisite flavors of the egg fried rice. Each mouthful was rich with the aroma of egg and scallions, leaving a lingering taste on his lips. What a delightful experience it was. Due to his professional obligations, Tongzi traveled between Tindo City and Shrek City every 3 days. And at this moment, he silently resolved to patronize the boss's establishment every time he visited Shrek City from now on. Unbeknownst to Shihan, the small eatery had already acquired its first loyal customer. However, every culinary delight must come to an end, and reluctantly, Tongzi set down his plate, his slightly distended stomach reminding him that he could not manage a 4th serving. Boss, the bill please. Thank you for your patronage. That will be 15 gold soul coins. Tongzi nodded, retrieving 15 gold soul coins from his pocket and handing them to the proprietor. I shall return again. With that, he turned and exited the establishment. As the customer departed, a subtle smile crept across Shihan's lips. For the first time in this life, his culinary creations were recognized and appreciated, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. He suddenly felt that the thousands of failures within the system's space had been worth it. Main task 2. First pot of gold. Please utilize your culinary skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Task description. The journey of a culinary master begins with these unassuming 100 gold soul coins. Task reward. Randomly drops 1 recipe. Soul power level 1. Task completion rate. 15100. Glancing at the task progress, Shihan smiled faintly. At this rate, it would not be long before he completed the task. However, despite his enthusiasm, his establishment was still relatively unknown, with only Tongzi visiting throughout the entire afternoon. As Shihan prepared to close up shop, a new notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Task triggered. Time-limited task. Taste local delicacies. Please visit the food street in Shrek City within 6 hours and sample at least 5 types of local cuisine from the Doloa continent, ensuring no food is wasted. Task description. As a culinary master, it is crucial to continually absorb new culinary techniques. Please do not relent in your efforts and strive for lifelong learning. Task reward. 1 2-star selectable recipe fragment. HM? Shihan mused, noticing himself reclining on a lounge chair, deep in thought. When had he triggered this task? Could it be that a mature system autonomously activated tasks? A time-limited task, indeed. Observing the 6-hour limit, Chi-Han pondered. It seemed that apart from main tasks, there were additional categories of tasks as well. The food street was just next door, a mere few minutes walk away, and, unlike his small eatery, it remained open from dawn till dusk, so he could certainly eat there now. The crux of the matter lay in sampling 5 different dishes without waste. This posed no significant challenge for Chi-Han. He simply needed to select 5 smaller portions of snacks. Moreover, having recently acquired 15 gold soul coins, he need not worry about affording the fare. Thus, this task presented no difficulty for him whatsoever. However, Chi-Han glanced at the task reward and felt a flicker of confusion. System, what is a 2-star selectable recipe fragment? Selectable recipe fragment. Upon gathering the specified number, it can be exchanged for any recipe from the 2-star category. Chi-Han's interest peaked instantly. The star rating was inconsequential. The ability to select was the key. This was far superior to a random selection. How many fragments were needed? For a 2-star selectable recipe fragment, 4 are required to exchange for 1 recipe. Chi-Han grasped the system's implication. Different star levels required varying quantities of fragments. 1-star selectable recipe fragment. 1 is sufficient for 1 recipe. 2-star requires 4, 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star require 9, 16, and 25 fragments respectively for exchange. Goodness! Chi-Han couldn't help but exclaim. To obtain a 5-star recipe, a staggering 25 fragments were required. That seemed nearly impossible. Yet, obtaining a 1-star recipe with just 1 fragment? A thought struck him. The current predicament of his small eatery was glaringly apparent. Its lack of renown and limited variety of dishes. Hence, the immediate priority must be to expand the menu. If a 2-star fragment could be exchanged for a 1-star fragment, he could swiftly increase the variety of offerings. At the very least, the egg fried rice would no longer stand alone. Oh, but it was never truly alone. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice chimed in once more. Different star-level, selectable recipe fragments cannot be exchanged with one another. Please do not harbor unrealistic expectations. Kiang, droth. Well, regardless, the 2-star selectable recipe fragments were still valuable items. Once he accumulated 3 more, he could exchange for a 2-star dish. He vaguely recalled that most meat dishes seemed to belong to the 2-star category. For someone like Chi-Han, who relished meat, this thought filled him with anticipation. Closing the door behind him, he ventured out with his coins. Reflecting on his previous frugality during his journey to Shrek City, Chi-Han realized that he had subsisted on meager rations, and he had yet to truly indulge in the culinary delights of the Doloa continent. Although it was past mealtime, the food street in Shrek City remained bustling with activity, the mingling aromas of various dishes causing Chi-Han to shed unbidden tears of hunger. Having fully digested the 2 portions of egg fried rice he had consumed earlier, after observing for a while, he quickly spotted a stall that had attracted a long line, clearly faring better than the others. As he drew closer, he sensed a robust aroma wafting from the stall. Judging by the portions customers were carrying, it seemed to be a snack rather than a main course. Perfect. This aligned splendidly with Chi-Han's requirements. He decided to sample the fare. Chapter 7. Local delicacies. Although the line was lengthy, it progressed swiftly, indicating that the preparation of these snacks did not take much time. As Chi-Han approached the stall, he finally glimpsed the sign, grilled trout balls. Grilled trout balls? This was a dish he had never encountered before. Just as Chi-Han felt puzzled, the system's timely introduction appeared. Grilled trout balls, a specialty from the Star Luo Empire's Lombois City on the Doloa continent. Lombois City, being a coastal city, is home to a unique marine product known as the green trout. These trout can grow to over 3 meters in length, and while their flesh is inedible, their roe is exceptionally delicious. Grilled trout balls are made primarily from the roe of the green trout, seasoned and grilled, making it a local delicacy. Lombois City, you say? Chi-Han's curiosity was piqued regarding the fish whose flesh was inedible, yet whose roe was delightful. As he moved forward in line, it was soon his turn. The stall owner was a kindly woman who greeted Chi-Han with a smile before beginning the preparation. Chi-Han meticulously observed the woman's actions. Her cooking utensils resembled a larger version of the iron plate used for making takoyaki in his previous life, at least the size of a small fist. He watched as she skillfully ladled a thick, white paste from a large barrel into each hemispherical cavity of the cookware. The paste appeared to be a mixture of flour and water, interspersed with green onions and other ingredients. rapidly solidifying within the cookware to form a bowl shape. The woman then delicately scooped out several bright red trout roe, placing them into the bowls before covering them with another layer of the white paste. The trout roe, semi-transparent and the size of longan fruit, fit perfectly within the specially designed cookware. As a new layer of paste began to show signs of solidifying, the woman deftly flipped the trout balls, which emitted a faint sound, releasing an enticing aroma. Jihan inhaled deeply, tears of longing escaping his eyes as he stood at the front of the line. With a crisp pop, the trout balls transformed, taking on a deeper red hue. Was it the roe bursting from a heat? As the first sound echoed, a symphony of pops ensued, and the trout balls turned a vivid crimson. The sound was remarkably soothing. With the roe bursting inside the trout balls, a unique seafood fragrance filled the air, imbuing the dish with an essence of its own. Meanwhile, the woman produced a paper box, skillfully placing a trout ball inside, garnishing it with some unfamiliar toppings before handing it to Jihan. The price was 2 silver soul coins for 1 trout ball. To save room for other delicacies, Jihan prudently purchased just one. As he held the small trout ball, a smile of a true food lover spread across his face. He took a gentle bite, and, as if breaking a seal, the rich flavor of the trout ball erupted from the opening, enveloping him in an exquisite aroma. Instinctively, he took another bite, delving deeper to uncover the hidden trout roe within. The roe had transformed into a jam-like consistency, reminiscent of a beloved snack from his previous life, its flavor surpassing even that of caviar. Would it be possible to use this trout roe in future dishes? With its crispy exterior and flavorful filling, Jihan understood why this snack was so beloved. Delightful. Let us move on to the next delicacy. For a food enthusiast, time always seems fleeting. After just a few hours, Jihan returned to his small shop, his belly full yet filled with regret. The reason for his disappointment was not the taste, but rather the overwhelming abundance of delicious options. Renowned for its eclectic offerings, the snack street of Shrek City had allowed Jihan to savor 7 or 8 delightful treats in just a fraction of his journey, leaving him unable to continue and vowing to return another day. The trout ball served merely as an appetizer. Every subsequent snack was equally delectable. Perhaps in this world of extraordinary powers, the variety of exquisite ingredients was abundant and devoid of the additives common in his previous life. Jihan felt that the culinary delights of Dolua continent far exceeded anything he had ever tasted before. After collecting his task rewards, Jihan opened the shop door, preparing to commence evening operations. With 85 soul coins remaining to complete his main quest, he sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on the passers-by, each one appearing as a potential source of soul coins. 2 girls approached the entrance of the shop, pausing to take in their surroundings, which ignited a flicker of excitement within Jihan. After a brief whispered conversation, they stepped inside. Both girls, appearing around 14 or 15 years old, had begun to exhibit a delicate form, likely due to their status as soul masters. What stood out most was their attire. The green uniforms unmistakably identified them as students of Shrek Academy. Given their age, they were likely in the lower grades of the academy. Jihan observed them as they discreetly assessed him in return. The girl with red hair, seemingly bolder, inquired, "Sir, is this a restaurant?" "Sir?" Jihan was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was addressing him. At 25 years old, despite his efforts to maintain a tidy appearance in his crisp chef-esque attire, the age difference made the title seem fitting. He gestured to the menu on the wall and asked, "What would you like to eat?" The 2 girls looked up at the menu, then turned their gaze back to Jihan, the air thick with an awkward silence. The red-haired girl finally broke the stillness, asking, "Do we have options?" Jihan cleared his throat awkwardly, about to respond when he noticed the quiet girl with black hair gently tugging at the red-haired girl's sleeve. "Shuang shuang, let us eat somewhere else. This place seems too expensive." The red-haired girl chuckled. "Come on, we've won 3 matches in a row today and earned plenty of soul coins. Don't worry, today's on me." She then turned to Jihan. 2 servings of egg fried rice, please." However, Shuang Shuang squinted, adding, "If it's too pricey and not tasty, don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, 3 soul rings emerged around her, yellow, purple. This petite girl, merely 14 or 15, was remarkably a soul master of the 3rd ring. Chapter 8. A fragrant warning system. What should I do if someone tries to vandalize the shop? Rest assured, host. With this system in place, even a limit Dolua cannot wreak havoc upon this establishment. Excellent, that puts my mind at ease. Thus, Confronted with the red-haired girl as challenge, Chi-Han nodded calmly and retreated to the kitchen. Shuang quickly retracted her soul rings, joining the black-haired girl at a table. And they began chatting. The shop was quiet. Though Chi-Han had no intention of eavesdropping, the boisterous nature of Shuang made their conversation quite audible. The two girls had recently triumphed in a series of matches at the Grand Soul Arena, earning substantial soul coins and achieving the rank of Silver Soul Masters, prompting them to celebrate. Initially intending to visit the food street, they were drawn in by the shop's decor. Indeed, the fresh and clean aesthetic was particularly appealing to young women. Before long, Chi-Han emerged from the kitchen with 2 servings of egg fried rice, presenting them to the girls. The advanced exhaust system in the kitchen ensured no odors permeated the dining area, but as Chi-Han placed the plates down, the rich aroma instantly filled the space, silencing their conversation as they gazed intently at the dishes before them. Even the previously hesitant black-haired girl could not suppress her gulp, while the red-haired girl, named Shuang, was even more affected, tears of anticipation brimming at the corners of her eyes. Chi-Han offered a faint smile, having anticipated the reactions of the 2 young women. With a casual remark to enjoy their meal, he gracefully departed. The notion of skipping a meal was out of the question. Gold soul coins? Hand them over, he mused. Before him lay a plate of enticing fried rice, its aroma irresistible. Shuang swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with the dark-haired girl before they both bowed their heads to savor the dish. With just one bite, the exquisite flavor blossomed on their palates, completely captivating the two. Shuang, while eating, mumbled something about returning for another visit. Across from her, the dark-haired girl remained silent, yet her hands moved with determination. With a soft clink, Shuang set down her plate, looking somewhat unsatisfied, then turned towards the kitchen. "Boss, another serving, please." Chi-Han glanced at the 2 girls. "Such small frames, can they finish it all? Our establishment does not tolerate waste. Those who do will be blacklisted and never served again. Are you sure you want another portion?" Shuang's brows furrowed in indignation as she slammed her hand down, 3 soul rings shimmering around her. "How can there be so many rules in a food street?" "Because I am not in a food street," Chi-Han replied with unwavering confidence. Frustration bubbled within Shuang. She suspected the owner was deliberately targeting her. Having been pampered since childhood, she had no concept of frugality and realized she could barely manage half of the second serving. Torn between anger and the desire to relish such delicious food again, she hesitated until the dark-haired girl gently tugged at her sleeve. Faya smiled slightly. "It's all right. Let us share a 3rd serving." 2 people shouldn't waste food. The plate in front of Faya was already empty. "Really?" Shuang's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Turning to Chi-Han, she asked, "So we can order another serving now?" Chi-Han nodded and turned towards the kitchen, returning moments later with another plate of fried rice set before the 2 girls. They exchanged glances, and in perfect harmony, used their small spoons to divide the fried rice into their plates before continuing to indulge. After a considerable time, Shuang called out, "Boss, time to settle the bill." Chi-Han approached leisurely, accepting the 15 gold soul coins from Shuang's hand. Under her fierce gaze, he returned to the kitchen. "Oomph." Shuang huffed in discontent at the owner's disregard, then took Faya's hand as they exited the small establishment. Once outside, she still appeared somewhat displeased. "I want to come here again." Faya smiled gently, unfazed by her friend's contradictory sentiments. "So, shall I come by myself next time?" Faya, who came from a less affluent background and worked part-time at the academy, initially wanted to persuade Shuang to switch restaurants. However, after enjoying the fried rice, that thought had dissipated. The dishes at this quaint eatery were indeed pricey, but worth every gold soul coin. Frequent visits were unaffordable, yet treating oneself occasionally was acceptable, albeit the menu was limited. "No way," Shuang exclaimed, jumping up like a startled cat. "Even if I don't come, you can bring me along." Faya couldn't help but chuckle at her friend's fervor. After the 2 departed, Chi-Han reclined comfortably in his chair, observing the words that appeared before him. Main quest 2. The first bucket of gold, please utilize your culinary skills to earn 100 gold soul coins. Quest description. The journey to becoming a culinary master may well commence with this seemingly insignificant 100 gold soul coins. Quest reward. Random recipe drop 1. Soul power level 1 quest completion. 3100 excellent. At this rate, I should be able to complete the task in just 2 or 3 days, he thought. Suddenly, A commotion erupted outside the small shop as 6 men in uniform emerged from the Tang Sect branch across the street. They strode directly towards Chi Han's establishment. What is going on? Chi Han pondered, sensing trouble as he spotted the disciplined attire of the Tang Sect. Unbeknownst to the 6 men, they were discussing the restaurant as they approached. Is this the delicious food that Brother Tang Zi mentioned? It does have an interesting decor, one remarked while another chimed in. But what matters is the taste. Enough talking, let us head in. Another urged. I'm tired of the food street. Having a good place nearby would be fantastic. As they entered Chi Han's little shop, the leader called out, "Boss, 6 servings of your fried rice, please." Well. Chi Han's eyes brightened, immediately rising to his feet. As he prepared the fried rice, he calculated swiftly in his mind. Given that they were all grown men, 2 servings each should be manageable. That would mean 60 gold soul coins, significantly advancing his main quest. What splendid luck. However, he pondered why they had ordered without even glancing at the menu. Considering they were all from the Tang Sect, Chi Han began to understand. Perhaps the guest named Tang Zi had said something during lunch? Chapter 9. Early completion of the main quest. As the 6 men chatted in the dining area, Chi Han gradually pieced together the situation. After finishing his meal, Tang Zi had returned to the Tang Sect, preparing to head back to the headquarters in Tiando City. He happened upon a fellow disciple with whom he shared a good rapport, named Zhou Long, who was a permanent resident in the Shrek City branch. While bidding farewell to Zhou Long, Tang Zi mentioned the new little restaurant at the Tang Sect's entrance, where the dishes were exquisite and unlike anything he had tasted before. Perhaps it was Chi Han's strict no-ways policy that garnered Tang Zi's goodwill, leading him to lend a helping hand. Zhou Long, a small team leader in the Tang Sect, oversaw 5 disciples. Intrigued by Tang Zi's mention, he decided to treat his team after their training session, eager to discover what made Tang Zi reminisce so fondly. Understanding the background, Chi Han felt a wave of gratitude for his first customer. Perhaps next time, he could treat Tang Zi to a meal? Although treating guests couldn't be free, he could always pay the system. The 6 servings of fried rice were quickly prepared and served at the table. This made Chi Han contemplate whether he should hire a server once business picked up. Yes, that sounded like a splendid idea. Zhou Long observed his 5 subordinates drooling, discreetly wiping the corners of his mouth as he gazed at the aromatic fried rice before him, unhesitatingly reaching for a spoon. Let us eat. The disciples from Yutang were all defense-type spirit masters, usually possessing large beast spirit forms, which made them taller than average. Zhou Long and his 5 comrades stood at least 185 meters tall, each one a formidable figure. In the span of merely half a joss stick's worth of time, all 6 individuals had devoured their meal with ravenous enthusiasm. They gazed at their empty plates, exchanging glances filled with silent communication. Are you satisfied? One inquired. Not quite, came a reply. And you? I'm still hungry too. Observing the unspoken camaraderie among his subordinates, Zhou Long felt a twinge at the corner of his eye, realizing that he would have to bear the brunt of the expense for this meal. Boss, bring us 6 more servings. Chi Han turned towards the kitchen, a hint of delight brightening his countenance. He relished the simplicity of such hearty diners. The pursuit of profit was secondary. The primary concern was that he was merely 10 gold soul coins away from completing his main task. Given the current state of affairs, it was likely that even 6 additional servings would not suffice for their appetites, and he would soon achieve his goal for the evening. The reality mirrored this expectation. After consuming 6 servings of egg fried rice, Zhou Long was poised to order another 6. Chi Han quickly intervened, cautioning him that wastefulness could lead to the small establishment being blacklisted. Zhou Long, a man of reason, took this warning to heart and, after conferring with the other 5, decided on 4 servings instead. Thus, the group departed with 16 empty plates, their demeanor suggesting they would likely become regular patrons of the small eatery in the future. This was promising news for Chi Han, as these Tang Sect disciples were permanent residents of the Shrek City branch, indicating they would be present daily. Once the Tang Sect disciples had left, Chi Han hurriedly closed the shop, his excitement bubbling to the surface. System, I have completed my task, right? Ding. Detected that the host has completed a task. Main task 2. First bucket of gold, completed. Task reward. Randomly dropped recipe 1, available for claim. Soul power level 1, available for claim. Ding. Task triggered. Main task 3. A modest reputation attract 100 returning customers to the small shop. Task description. A qualified small eatery should possess an unforgettable flavor. Task reward. Randomly dropped recipe 1, Soul Power Level 5. 2-star Selectable Recipe Fragment 1. As per his usual practice, Chi-Han refrained from claiming the rewards immediately, opting instead to examine the new main task. The rewards for this task appeared considerably more lucrative than before. System: how is a returning customer defined? A customer who makes a second purchase in the shop is considered a returning customer. Chi-Han nodded in understanding. It seemed that completing this third main task would not be as straightforward, explaining the enhanced rewards. It was time to claim his rewards. His hand trembled slightly, yet he resolutely selected the Soul Power Level 1. A warm current coursed through his limbs, ultimately converging at his lower abdomen. This subtle warmth brought immense joy to Chi-Han. Is this the essence of soul power? Though it was only at level 1, he could tangibly feel its presence. Now that I possess soul power, can I begin my own training? The system paused for a moment before responding. The host's current state allows for a maximum increase of 2 levels in soul power per year. Clearly, completing system tasks is the optimal method for enhancing soul power. Please refrain from wasting time on feudal training. Such a grandiose proclamation about feudal training. Chi-Han had genuinely contemplated putting in the effort. With a resigned sigh, he proceeded to claim the other task reward, the randomly dropped recipe. With a mere thought, he found himself in the system space once more, greeted by the familiar spinning wheel. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he mused, surely it can't be another 1-star recipe? I won't be too demanding. A 2-star would suffice. Stop. After reciting a prayer for divine favor, Chi-Han closed his eyes and shouted stop. When he cautiously opened them, he was greeted by a yellow segment on the wheel, prompting a smile. 2-star. I'm easily pleased. The segment expanded, revealing its contents before Chi-Han's eyes. Pig stomach chicken. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, as far as meat dishes go, this certainly qualifies. There's pork and chicken involved, but it's a soup dish. Nevertheless, it seemed appropriate to pair a soup with fried rice. Chi-Han was quite satisfied with this outcome. As the results of the draw were finalized, the system space transformed once more into a kitchen setting. Observing the same spectral chef as before, Chi-Han scratched his head. System, do I still need to create a perfect dish to exit? Indeed. What about my shop? The system fell silent for a moment before responding again. Ding. In light of the host's circumstances, the training space rules have been amended. The host can now enter at will, but cannot claim any recipes until a perfect dish has been created. Chi-Han nodded and, with a thought, exited the system space. Having finally completed a task, he certainly wanted to rest well. The new recipe could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 10. Pig stomach chicken in the world of Dolua continent. There are few entertainment options. For soul masters, perhaps training serves as the best form of entertainment. While for ordinary folk, night falls as a time for slumber. Despite his intention to postpone matters until tomorrow, Chi-Han found himself rising early, entering the system space before dawn. The pig stomach chicken is a renowned soup dish in Cantonese cuisine from his previous life, involving the intricate preparation of both pig stomach and chicken, undoubtedly more challenging than fried rice. From this perspective, its classification as a 2-star dish was well-deserved. The demonstration was once again conducted by the spectral chef within the training space. In the chef's capable hands, the tender pig stomach and whole chicken were swiftly prepared, chopped into small pieces, seasoned, and simmered in a seamless flow of operations. The lengthy process of simmering soup, which typically takes several hours, was condensed to a mere 5 minutes thanks to the system's advanced technology. What emerged before Chi-Han was a pot brimming with a milky white broth, accompanied by succulent chicken and gently curled pig stomach. Unlike stir-fried dishes that boast a robust aroma, the perfect pig stomach chicken emanated a subtle, yet captivating fragrance. Its delicate essence tantalizingly inviting. Unable to contain himself, Chi-Han scooped a spoonful of the broth. The rich flavors of the pig stomach and chicken melded together, complemented by the warmth of ginger, creating a transcendental experience. One sip captured the essence of the entire dish. After relishing the taste, Chi-Han took a deep breath and then grasped a piece of pig stomach with his chopsticks. The pig stomach exhibited remarkable elasticity, stretching as he lifted it, only to quickly revert to its curled form. This springiness was unlike that of typical soup dishes. Rather, it bore resemblance to stir-fried pig stomach. It was tender yet not tough, and under perfect preparation, the strips of pig stomach bore no trace of unpleasant taste. Instead, they radiated the inherent aroma of the pig's stomach, infused with the delightful flavors of the chicken. making for an exquisite and refreshing experience. Next, Chihan picked up a piece of chicken, specifically the notoriously tough chicken breast. However, it was devoid of any unpleasant texture, instead revealing a tender, juicy essence. The primal flavor of the chicken was unleashed, its rich aroma intoxicating and delightful. Is this what a 2-star dish entails? I must master it. An overwhelming sense of motivation surged within Chihan. A mere morning within the confines of the system space transformed into a full 8 days, during which Chihan endured the relentless and frigid voice of the system. Error. Insufficient strength in washing the pig's stomach. Please restart. Error. Chicken not cut along the grain. Please restart. Error. Excessive blanching time for the pig's stomach. Please restart. Error. Incorrect order of ingredient addition. Please restart. Despite the continuous setbacks, Chihan could distinctly sense that his progress was significantly swifter compared to his earlier attempts at mastering fried rice. Notably, in selecting the ingredients for the pig's stomach chicken, the system opted for a decade-old soul beast known as the Iron Thorn pig, alongside a 10-year-old rainbow chicken. The pig's stomach was supplied directly by the system, but the rainbow chicken required Chihan to take matters into his own hands, starting from the moment of its slaughter. In terms of strength, it was conceivable that Chihan might not even match the prowess of the decade-old rainbow chicken, especially considering his own soul power was only at level 1. Thus, the system thoughtfully bound each rainbow chicken tightly. Eventually, upon the system's prompt, Chihan exited the system space. It was noon, and time to open his establishment. Upon descending the stairs and preparing to push open the door, he suddenly noticed patrons awaiting him outside. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of 2 tall men, smiling as they entered. "Boss, we thought you weren't opening today." "Not at all. Unless there's a special reason. I open on time every day," Chihan replied, shaking his head, and then recalling who these 2 were. They were the second pair of the 5 disciples under Zhou Long from the previous night, a set of twin brothers named Zhang Ji and Zhang Mo. Their names certainly carried a sense of solitude. This was their second visit. They must be considered returning customers, then. Chihan glanced at his task, noticing that the task description had indeed changed. Main task 3, gain some fame. Have 100 returning customers at your little shop. Task description, a qualified establishment should offer a taste that lingers in one's memory. Task reward, randomly drop 1 recipe. Soul power level 5, and 1 2-star selectable recipe fragment. Task progress, 2,100. Let us start with 2 servings of fried rice, Zhang Ji cheerfully declared, pulling Zhang Mo to sit at a table on the first floor. Despite recently undergoing grueling training in the system space, Chihan's physical state remained unaffected. His movements in frying rice were as swift as ever. Soon, he presented 2 plates of fried rice before the Zhang brothers. Zhang Ji glanced at Chihan and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, your culinary skills are exceptional. Why does the menu only feature 1 dish?" Chihan hesitated momentarily, but decided to tease his returning customers with a hint of a new dish to come in a few days. "Oh, that sounds promising." Zhang Ji's eyes lit up. "I'll have Captain Zhou come back in a few days for another round." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Mo had already begun to eat quietly, listening intently to their conversation. Upon hearing Chihan mention new dishes, he couldn't help but perk up. New dishes? How exciting. The brothers, now well acquainted with the shop's rules, ordered a total of 5 servings of fried rice without waste, leaving happily once they finished their meal. Chihan watched them depart, tidied up the plates, and placed them into the advanced dishwasher provided by the system. Suddenly, he spoke up. "System, could you introduce both large and small portions of fried rice?" This idea struck Chihan as he considered that some soul masters in Doloa continent could consume unusually large quantities due to their martial spirits. Serving single plates could prove cumbersome. However, if everything were offered in large portions, smaller appetites might struggle to finish. Thus, he proposed a solution, a large serving equivalent to 2 small portions for the convenience of patrons. After Chihan made this suggestion, the system seemed to momentarily malfunction, remaining silent for an extended period. Eventually, a cold, mechanical voice emerged. The host, considering the customers, proposed to divide fried rice into small and large portions. After evaluation, the system deems this a reasonable enhancement. Large fried rice now available, with a quantity double that of regular fried rice, priced at 10 gold soul coins. The host's initiative in improving the dish has yielded a reward of 1-star selectable recipe fragment. Merely adding a large portion qualifies as an enhancement? Chi-Han pondered, somewhat perplexed, yet he felt compelled to claim the complimentary reward. The one-star selectable recipe fragment could be exchanged for any one-star recipe, and it was customizable. However, this item was currently unusable since Chi-Han had yet to master the pig stomach chicken. He needed to create a perfect version of it before he could redeem any new recipes. Chapter 11. Refusing to open a branch. The system acted swiftly, and in the next moment, Chi-Han watched as the menu on the wall transformed. Small fried rice, 5 gold soul coins. Large fried rice, 10 gold soul coins. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chi-Han spoke again. System, please add a rule against wastefulness. After all, having to remind patrons every time is quite exhausting. The system acquiesced to Chi-Han's reasonable request without hesitation. Shortly after the menu was amended, a figure hurriedly entered the small shop, moving with remarkable speed. Is this a restaurant? The stout figure, dressed in tight-fitting, elegant attire, casually selected a table and glanced around before fixing his gaze on the menu. A blacklist for wasting food? So many rules, the portly man murmured softly. Boss, how much is a large fried rice? Chi-Han retrieved a new plate from the kitchen, showcasing it to the stout man. This was a new plate just introduced by the system, perfectly holding double the quantity of the standard fried rice. Designed explicitly for the large serving. The stout man assessed it, gauging his own appetite, and then confidently stated, I'll have a small portion of fried rice, please. And make it quick. I'm in a hurry. Chi-Han nodded and retreated to the kitchen. Now, he could prepare a serving of fried rice in under 2 minutes. Before long, a steaming plate of fried rice was placed before the stout man. The stout man inhaled deeply, surprised, and then took a spoonful of fried rice into his mouth. After a few chews, his eyes brightened, and he devoured the fried rice with increasing speed until the plate was left spotless. With his earlier urgency transformed into a smile, he approached Chi-Han and handed over 5 gold soul coins. Boss, have you considered opening a branch? Huh? Chi-Han took the money, surprised by the stout man's inquiry. Nonetheless, he sincerely replied, not at the moment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Pan Kong, the owner of the Pan Clan Trading Company. Our trading company has a presence throughout the Dolua continent, boasting substantial financial resources. To further bolster my persuasion, Pan Kong puffed out his belly, adding, we even have a branch in Shrek City, a place where every inch is worth a fortune, which attests to our financial strength. What do you say to partnering with me? Your fried rice is incredibly delicious. Opening branches across the Dolua continent would undoubtedly yield great profits. Chi-Han glanced at the impassioned Pan Kong, his tone surprisingly calm. I remember you mentioned you were in a hurry? Pan Kong waved his hand dismissively. My urgency was to discuss a business deal with a client, but now that I've found a better opportunity, I am no longer pressed for time. Well then, Kian Frugid, I think you should indeed hurry to meet your client. With that, he turned and returned to the kitchen. I won't be opening a branch, Pan Kong said, slightly taken aback. He had not expected such a subdued reaction from Chi-Han. With his decades of business experience, he could tell that Chi-Han was not feigning modesty. He genuinely had no desire to expand. Is there truly someone in this world who would turn down money? Pan Kong found it hard to believe. With a faint sigh, he turned and hurriedly departed. Since business could not be conducted here, he would simply pursue the next opportunity. Always engaged in business or en route to conduct it was the guiding principle of the Pan family business and Pan Kong's personal motto. Watching Pan Kong leave, Chi-Han felt no ripple of emotion. Although he was somewhat pleased that someone had recognized his value after only 2 days of opening, he remained acutely aware of his own limitations. Presently, he was merely a chef skilled in a single dish, and, according to the system's assessment, he was merely an apprentice chef. Opening a branch? How could that ever be feasible, as the noon opening hours approached their end without a single customer? Chi-Han closed the door and stepped into the system space. Pig stomach chicken, here I come. Based on his estimations, he would master this recipe by tomorrow at the latest, allowing him to expand the menu with new dishes. When Chi-Han emerged from the system space again, it was already evening. He shook his head to dispel the grogginess from his training and opened the little shop's door. Groups of men clad in Tang men attire entered the establishment. Chi-Han was slightly taken aback, but soon recognized several familiar faces from the previous day among the crowd. Each of them donned Tang men, uniforms adorned with bright yellow stripes, the emblem of the Yutong. Having been in Shrek City for a couple of days, Chi-Han had begun to grasp the characteristics of Tang men attire. Depending on their rank within the sect, the uniforms varied in color, white, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold. The 4 halls of Tang Men each utilized different colors for their patterns, with black representing the Strength Hall, yellow for the Imperial Hall, purple for the Agility Hall, and green for the Medicine Hall. Most of the newcomers wore white uniforms, while 3 were in yellow. Among the trio in yellow was Zhou Long. Seeing Chi Han's astonished expression, Zhou Long laughed heartily. "Boss, I told them your fried rice is absolutely phenomenal. They didn't believe me, so here they are to try it for themselves." "Try? They all better become returning customers." Chi Han nodded and headed towards the kitchen. The men from Yutong were robust and had hearty appetites. As soon as they sat down, each ordered a large portion of fried rice. They gathered in groups, chatting animatedly. This was the first time since opening that the little shop buzzed with activity, and Chi Han nodded in satisfaction, his hands moving swiftly to serve plate after plate of fried rice. The entire dining area was filled with a delightful aroma, wafting even to the street outside, attracting passersby. Many intrigued pedestrians, lured by the enticing scent and the lively atmosphere inside, eagerly entered to sample the fare. Thanks to the patrons from the Tang Men, the little shop finally reached full capacity for the first time. This created a virtuous cycle. Newcomers who tasted the food might become repeat customers, and the increased crowd further attracted new visitors. By the time the shop closed, Chi Han collapsed onto a lounge chair, utterly exhausted. Over the course of a night, he had sold hundreds of portions of fried rice. Cooking in the shop did not afford him the system's ability to alleviate fatigue, and the mental exhaustion accumulated in the system space left him yearning for sleep. The soul energy within him flowed gently, easing his weariness, but unfortunately, its quantity was rather meager. Perhaps as his soul energy level increased in the future, this situation would improve. This thought intensified his eagerness to complete the third main quest. Chapter 12, New Dishes Boss. The fried rice is delicious, but it would be great to have more options, said the last customer of the noon shift. A girl named Zhao Ruo who had dined at the shop the previous night and returned for another meal. Meeting her gaze, Chi Han smiled slightly. "Tonight, we should be adding new dishes." "Really?" Zhao Ruo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Indeed," Chi Han nodded, watching her leave. Closing the door, he prepared to shut down for the day. As promised, earlier that morning in the training space, he had nearly completed the final step in perfecting the pig stomach chicken, confident that he would achieve it in the afternoon. With a thought, Chi Han entered the system space once more. He glanced at the fresh ingredients laid out on the training table and swiftly got to work, cleaning and marinating the pig's stomach, blanching it, killing the chicken, plucking the feathers, and chopping it into pieces. Each action flowed seamlessly, honed through countless trials. Chi Han let out a deep breath, as if expelling all his pent-up anxiety, then lifted the clay pot and placed it on the table. Opening the lid, a faint yet tantalizing aroma wafted from the milky broth, enticing him to take a greedy breath. "Let us eat." The system did not indicate any errors, confirming that this pot of pig stomach chicken was indeed Chi Han's goal, the perfect version. Scooping a spoonful, the rich, flavorful broth enveloped his senses, intoxicating him with its deliciousness, reminiscent of the dish he had tasted previously, crafted by the system as projection. After indulging in the fruits of his labor, Chi Han suddenly recalled something. "System, what is the price for the pig stomach chicken?" "The price for pig stomach chicken is 12 gold soul coins per serving." 12 gold soul coins. Chi Han stared at the empty clay pot on the table, deeming the price remarkably fair. He wondered who could not even gather a single gold soul coin back then. Well, it certainly wasn't me, Chi Han. Not rushing to exit the system space, Chi Han noted that with the successful preparation of the perfect pig stomach chicken, the surrounding scenery returned to its vibrant hues. "System, I still have a 1-star optional recipe fragment, correct?" "Yes." "Can I redeem it now?" "Certainly. This is the 1-star complete recipe." The host possesses one 1-star optional recipe fragment, allowing the redemption of any 1-star recipe. Please select your choice. This was Chi Han's first time seeing a complete 1-star recipe, which was as thick as a dictionary, and this was merely a 1-star collection, making him marvel in awe. Flipping through casually, Chi Han quickly discovered that the 1-star recipes primarily consisted of vegetables, pastries, and snacks, focusing on everyday fare. Selecting each one individually would surely take an exceedingly long time. Thus, he opted to choose dishes instead. Currently, the little shop offered fried rice and pig stomach chicken. Fried rice is considered a staple food, while pig stomach chicken serves as both a soup and a meat dish. Perhaps we should add a vegetable to the mix? With a sudden flash of inspiration, Chi Han spoke without hesitation. System, let us have some boiled cabbage. Chi Han, relish challenges. The system seemed taken aback by Chi Han's choice and paused for a moment before responding slowly. Boiled cabbage is a 3-star recipe and not available for selection. What? Isn't cabbage a vegetable? Chi Han scoffed, abandoning his fleeting hope. He was certainly aware that this dish hardly qualified as a vegetable. It was merely a gamble. If the system happened to overlook its worth, and it ended up classified as a 1-star recipe, wouldn't that be a steal? Please do not insult the professionalism of this system. Fine, then let us go with smashed cucumber. Chi Han rolled his eyes and made his final choice. In his previous life, Chi Han had quite the fondness for smashed cucumber. The dish was simple to prepare, tangy and spicy, appealing to all ages. Emphasizing simplicity, if all went smoothly, perhaps he could create a perfect version of smashed cucumber before the evening opening, serving 2 new dishes at once. Wouldn't that be delightful? Host is using a 1-star self-selected recipe fragment 1 to exchange for a 1-star recipe for smashed cucumber. Is this confirmed? Confirmed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the surrounding scenery transformed into a kitchen once more, and a virtual figure appeared, holding a peculiar long green vegetable. Wait a moment. Chi Han lost his composure and abruptly interrupted the virtual figure's action system. What is this? Don't try to deceive me. Is this a cucumber? This is a hybrid cultivated from blue star cucumbers and the soul beast ghost vine from Dolawa continent, boasting a flavor that is far more tender and juicy than ordinary cucumbers, refreshing and sweet. Ideal for smashed cucumber. Very well. Chi Han raised an eyebrow, continuing to observe the virtual figure's actions. The figure swiftly smashed the cucumber with the flat side of a knife, chopping it into thumb-sized pieces. Then quickly processed the garlic and scallions, adjusting the seasoning before mixing the ingredients, garnishing the dish with cilantro upon completion. Indeed, it was remarkably simple. Compared to the previous dishes of pig stomach chicken and fried rice, the procedure for smashed cucumber was refreshingly straightforward. As it was a cold dish, smashed cucumber had a subtle aroma. Yet as Chi Han leaned closer, he was captivated by its unique tangy and spicy flavor, causing involuntary tears to stream down his cheeks. It truly whets the appetite. He felt hungry even before tasting it. Eating, Chi Han picked up a pair of chopsticks from the side, lifted a piece of cucumber, and as it entered his mouth, the intense tangy and spicy flavor exploded within. The acidity was genuinely sharp, and the heat was undeniably strong, yet they blended perfectly, neither overpowering the other. Consuming it brought no discomfort. Instead, it stimulated his salivary glands to produce an abundance of saliva. The system was not mistaken. This specially cultivated cucumber was even more delectable than the native cucumbers of Blue Star, crisp and sweet, with an aroma that was distinctly unique. This must have been a new flavor born from the hybridization. This hint of novelty did not detract from Chi Han's enjoyment. Rather, it elevated the entire dish of smashed cucumber to a new level. System. After finishing the entire serving of smashed cucumber, Chi Han wiped his mouth, feeling as though he had grown hungry again. Thus, within the modest kitchen, another cook emerged. Error detected. The smashing of the cucumber lacked sufficient force. Please restart. Error detected. Incorrect ingredient proportions. Please restart. Error detected. Plating lacks refinement. Please restart. As Chi Han emerged from the system space and glanced at the menu on the wall, he couldn't help but chuckle. Small serving of fried rice, 5 gold soul coins. Large serving of fried rice, 10 gold soul coins. Pig stomach chicken, soup 12 gold soul coins. Smashed cucumber, 2 gold soul coins. It was time to open for business. Chapter 13. Side quest pushing the door open. A few patrons were already waiting outside the little shop. Upon seeing Chi Han, they merely greeted him before slipping inside. Although it had only been 3 days since the shop opened, Chi Han's establishment had already garnered a modest reputation within certain circles. For instance, the members of the Tang Sect were well aware of the delicious fried rice served at Chi Han's shop. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before word spread to other branches. Zhou Long now made it a point to arrive early every evening at Chi Han's little shop for a meal. He couldn't manage it during lunch, as the Tang Sect had its own tasks, and as a team leader, he remained quite busy. The meals at the Tang Sect were decent. While they couldn't compare to Chi Han's offerings, they were nutritious enough to suffice for a quick bite at midday. But by evening, Zhou Long found himself unable to resist the temptation of Chi as fried rice. Upon entering the shop, he initially intended to order a large serving of fried rice as per usual, but upon glancing at the menu, he was taken aback. "Boss, are there new dishes?" "Huh." Those who had arrived early were all return customers, fully aware that the shop only served fried rice, so they typically placed their orders without hesitation. Upon hearing Zhou Long's remark, everyone turned to look at the menu on the wall. Indeed, there were new additions, and two at that. Naturally, with new dishes on the menu, everyone was eager to try them. Most patrons ordered a serving of smashed cucumber, while the pig stomach chicken, being slightly more expensive, was ordered by only half the customers. Including Zhou Long's smashed cucumber was served first, a classic appetizer meant to be enjoyed before the main course. The preparation of smashed cucumber was remarkably swift, and before long, Chi-Han had placed servings of smashed cucumber on each table. At first glance, Zhou Long was captivated by the vibrant colors of this dish. Smashed cucumber itself wasn't particularly visually striking, but when beautifully presented, it transformed entirely. In the perfect rendition of smashed cucumber, a few sprigs of cilantro adorned the dish, effectively capturing Zhou Long's gaze as it centered on the smashed cucumber. The deep green cucumber skin, the light green translucent flesh, drizzled with a brown sauce and speckled with red chili and pale yellow garlic, along with bright green scallions. All the colors intertwined beautifully, embodying the essence of visual appeal. "I want to eat." The faint tangy and spicy aroma wafted into Zhou Long's nostrils, causing him to discreetly wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth as he reached for a nearby fork. "Wait a moment, what is this? Two small wooden sticks?" They resembled bamboo skewers, but the ends were rounded. How is one supposed to use them? Zhou Long scratched his head. "Boss, can I get a fork?" Yes. "I do like one too." Zhou Long's request resonated with many around him who were evidently facing the same dilemma. "Huh?" Chi-Han was momentarily taken aback. Were chopsticks not provided? Why would one need a fork to eat smashed cucumber? Ding. Quest 3 Gird. Side Quest 1. Cultural Ambassador, please help 100 otherworldly guests learn to use chopsticks. Quest description: Bridging cultural divides. It is our duty. Quest reward: Soul Power Level 5. System: You've done splendidly. Upon seeing the quest reward, Chi-Han promptly revised his words. At this moment, Chi-Han suddenly realized a crucial point. The mainstream utensils used in Doluwa continent were knives, forks, and spoons, with no precedent for chopsticks. As the act of using chopsticks had long become an instinctive motion for Chi-Han, he had inadvertently overlooked this fact. Observing the guests who requested forks, Chi-Han smiled slightly. "A fork for you? How then am I to complete my task? My soul power is at level 5, after all." Clearing his throat, Chi-Han addressed the crowd with a resonant voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. To your right, you'll find a new type of utensil known as chopsticks. As many dishes in this establishment will require their use, I shall now demonstrate how to wield them." Holding a pristine pair of chopsticks, Chi-Han meticulously illustrated their usage to the audience, a playful grin gracing his features. With the bewildered expressions of the foreign patrons for Blue Star, who once struggled to grasp the art of handling chopsticks, be mirrored once again in the Doluwa continent. "Oh, so this is how they're used. Quite convenient indeed," Zhou Long remarked, effortlessly grasping the two slender sticks with his large hands and deftly picking up a piece of smashed cucumber, savoring it with blissful delight. The others quickly followed suit, mastering the technique in no time. The dining area soon filled with exclamations of admiration for both the chopsticks and the cucumber. However, Chi-Han's expression faltered. Why had they learned so swiftly? Hadn't he anticipated their struggles and frustrations? It was no surprise that Chi-Han was astonished. Although he had acquired soul power, his cultivation was still rudimentary, and he lacked a comprehensive understanding of soul masters. The level of bodily control exhibited by these extraordinary individuals far surpassed that of the foreign patrons for Blue Star. Consequently, mastering a utensil proved no great challenge. Moreover, Shrek City was renowned as the foremost city on the continent, boasting a higher proportion of soul masters than any other locale. It could be said that most of Chi-Han's patrons were indeed soul masters, many of whom possessed formidable skills. Gazing at the task completion rate of 121, Chi-Han found himself unable to relish the triumph. Never mind, I shall continue preparing the fried rice. Fried rice, the simplest yet most challenging dish. The grains must remain separate while being infused with egg. The quantity of smashed cucumber was scant, merely a light appetizer for Zhou Long. In fact, it barely qualified as such, for after consuming the tangy and delectable cucumber, he felt even hungrier. Fortunately, Chihan soon presented the fried rice before Zhou. Taking in the fragrant aroma, which had become a habitual prelude to his enjoyment of fried rice, he eagerly seized a spoon and began to indulge. The generous portion of fried rice was ample, yet Zhou pace of consumption was even swifter. Before long, the bowl was nearly empty. With a satisfied burp, Zhou felt his stomach had finally attained a semblance of fullness. Perhaps about 60% full. Yet, likely due to the cucumber, his appetite remained insatiable. There was but one dish left, seemingly a soup, the flavor of which remained a mystery. Soups were not commonly found on the Dolua continent. Patrons usually prefer to accompany their meals with wine or juice. However, having completed his sect mission, Zhou had traversed many areas of the continent and was aware that some cities did offer soups. Regrettably, those soups often bore peculiar flavors that Zhou found unpalatable. His choice of pig stomach chicken was motivated by a desire to try something novel. He quietly resolved that if the chef's soup also turned out to be oddly flavored, he would henceforth stick to fried rice, perhaps with an added cucumber. As Zhou harbored a tinge of apprehension, Chihan approached him with a uniquely shaped vessel and placed it before him. It was lower than a pot, yet wider than a bowl, complete with a lid. Zhou eyes widened as Chihan lifted the lid, revealing a creamy, white broth within the clay pot, contrary to his expectations of a strange flavor. A delicate and savory aroma wafted forth. Gulp! Zhou could not resist swallowing as the enticing scent beckoned him. Grabbing a spoon, he took a sip of the broth. The robust flavor burst in his mouth, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Is this the soup crafted by the chef? So this is how soup should taste. His previous impressions of soup were entirely overturned by the pig stomach chicken. After savoring several spoonfuls of broth, Zhou discovered that the dish contained vegetables as well. He eagerly picked up a piece with his chopsticks and anticipated its taste. Tender and juicy. Was this chicken? But how could it be so succulent? Zhou found himself puzzled. The chicken he had previously consumed was typically roasted, aromatic yet of average texture. This, however, was so tender that it seemed to release its juices with each bite, the rich flavor unfurling in his mouth, leaving him longing for more. In sheer delight, Zhou could not help but devour piece after piece. Soon realizing that besides the chicken, there seemed to be other ingredients in the soup, he picked up a long strip of stomach lining, curiosity piquing his interest. On the Dolua continent, consuming pig stomach was virtually unheard of. Few would dare to indulge in offal. Thus, this long strip was an entirely new experience for Zhou. Could this be edible? In his mind, pig stomach was synonymous with a foul odor. Yet at this moment, the slender strip exuded a distinct fragrance, devoid of any unpleasant scent. Let us give it a try, Zhou thought, steeling himself as he placed the pig's stomach in his mouth. The texture was crisp and springy, presenting a stark contrast to the chicken, causing Zhou eyes to widen in surprise. He lowered his head, his chopsticks moving with increasing speed as the rich broth and meat rapidly diminished, until nothing remained. Looking at the pot, now as clean as new, Zhou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. So delicious. Hey boss, you're here too. Is this a new dish? A voice called from beside Zhou. He looked up to see Zhang Ji and Zhang Mo approaching. Zhou chuckled and gave him a thumbs up. You too must try this new dish. It's absolutely exceptional. Zhang Ji scratched his head and shouted towards Chihan, Boss, 2 servings of smashed cucumber, 2 large portions of fried rice, and 1 pig stomach chicken. Let us eat. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Chihan had been running the establishment for 5 days. The little shop had garnered quite a reputation in the surrounding area. It was bustling with patrons both at noon and in the evening, some even opting to queue outside for an early dining experience. One afternoon, after Chihan had closed the door behind the last group of customers, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a task. Main Task 3. Gaining some fame. Completed. Task Reward. Randomly dropped Recipe 1. Available for collection. Soul Power Level 5. Available for collection. 2-star Selectable Recipe Fragment 1. Available for collection. Side Task 1. Cultural Ambassador. Completed. Task Reward. Soul Power Level 5. Available for collection. Ding. Task triggered. Main Task 4. A small goal. The shop's cumulative revenue reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description. Even for a culinary master, earning money is equally vital. Come and achieve your small goal. Task rewards. 3-star random recipe 1. 2-star selectable recipe fragment 1. Soul power level 5 task progress. 1362-110-0000. Ding. Task triggered. Branch task 2. Hire a waiter. The host is requested to employ a waiter for the small shop. Task description. Do not be too moved by such a considerate system. Task reward. 1-star selectable recipe fragment 1. Shihan inhaled sharply, gazing at the sudden barrage of task notifications, utterly stunned. The surprise arrived too abruptly. His hands trembled as he swiftly claimed the soul power level rewards for both the main and branch tasks. The rich essence of the world enveloped him, surging rapidly through his acupoints into his body. The soul power within him began to operate autonomously, cycling through one round after another, and within a mere moment, the total amount of soul power had increased tenfold. Now, at level 11? No, he had not yet absorbed a soul ring. He should still be at level 10, right? Just as he pondered, the system's notification chimed again. The host has reached a bottleneck and must obtain a soul ring to continue increasing soul power. Remaining soul power level rewards will be retained and automatically used upon breakthrough. Ding. Task triggered. Time-limited task. Ingredient acquisition. The host must independently defeat a century-old soul beast, the iron-armored bull, within 5 days in the Star Dough Great Forest. Task description. Personally participating in ingredient acquisition is an essential step to becoming a culinary deity. Task reward. System Soul Ring 1. 2-star recipe. Tomato beef brisket. Task item. Distribution map of iron-armored bulls in the Star Dough Great Forest. Shihan blinked, a puzzled expression on his face. The task was quite understandable. He needed to venture into the Star Dough Great Forest to locate an iron-armored bull. To aid him, the system had even kindly provided a distribution map of the bulls. How considerate. System, I'm just a level 10 novice with a kitchen knife as my martial spirit, only capable of cooking. How can I defeat a century-old soul beast alone? The system has assessed that the difficulty of this task is not high. A task hint has been provided. Guest. Guest? What does that mean? Never mind, I'll ponder that later. Shihan set the time-limited task aside. He could depart tomorrow at the earliest. For now, he would examine the other tasks. A string of task information had just appeared, and he had yet to scrutinize it closely. First, he claimed a reward of 1-star selectable recipe fragment 1. With this fragment, Shihan had already obtained 2 2-star selectable recipe fragments. Acquiring 2 more would allow him to exchange for a 2-star selectable recipe. Next, he claimed random recipe 1 and entered the system space. Under Shihan's eager gaze, the pointer of the spinning wheel slowly but surely pointed to the yellow area. 2-star. Well, as long as it's not a 1-star, I'll take it. Shihan calmly reassured himself as he widened his eyes to observe the random outcome. Don't pork. Shihan gasped in astonishment. It was indeed that dish. With this recipe, his small shop could finally boast a noteworthy meat dish. The previous dish, pig stomach chicken, did not count. However, Shihan had no intention of delving into the preparation of don't pork just yet. He glanced at the 2 new tasks, 1 main and 1 branch. The main task was straightforward. He simply needed to exceed a total revenue of 100,000 gold soul coins. Currently, his shop earned around 3,000 gold soul coins daily, sometimes even more. Calculating, he would need to patiently operate for about a month to complete the task. It posed no significant difficulty, just a bit of a time commitment. As for the branch task of hiring a waiter, it perfectly aligned with Shihan's thoughts. As business continued to flourish, he indeed found himself somewhat overwhelmed. However, this matter could wait until after the completion of the time-limited task. Chapter 15. Purchasing hidden weapons. Subsequently, Shihan focused on the task rewards for the 2 tasks. Upon seeing the 3-star random recipe 1, his heart skipped a beat. System, does this 3-star random recipe only yield 3-star recipes? Indeed, as expected, the highest level recipe Shihan could currently prepare was merely a 2-star recipe. Once he completed the 4th main task, the shop would finally possess its first 3-star recipe. The thought alone filled him with excitement. Although it wasn't a selectable recipe, given the current scarcity of recipes, any recipe would suffice. Could a 3-star recipe possibly disappoint? Taking a deep breath, Shihan again turned his attention to the time-limited task. After all, neither the main nor branch task had a time constraint, so it was imperative to prioritize the completion of the time-limited task. This was of utmost importance regarding his potential strength enhancement. System, could you provide more information about the iron-armored bull? Ding. The Dolua Continent Ingredient Encyclopedia has been placed in the host's room. Please consult it at your leisure. As a chef equipped with a system, familiarizing oneself with ingredients is also a mandatory course. Fine. Chihan shrugged and ascended to the second-floor room. Indeed, a tome thicker than a dictionary awaited him on the bedside table. He quickly searched for relevant information about the iron-armored bull and began to read attentively. However, the more he read, the grimmer his expression became. The iron-armored bull was indeed a formidable opponent among soul beasts, possessing immense strength and a tough exterior, making it challenging to defeat. If it had a weakness, it would likely be the soft underbelly devoid of armor. Yet, how could it easily expose such a vulnerability to its foes? Even for a combat-proficient soul master at the first ring, such a soul beast posed a significant challenge, let alone Chi-Han, who had yet to acquire a soul ring and wielded a kitchen knife as his martial spirit. Stay calm, stay calm. Since the system claimed the task's difficulty was manageable, there must be a viable solution. All right, the system provided a hint. Guessed? Perhaps a patron could assist him? However, the task required him to defeat the beast independently. What assistance could Guest possibly offer? His patrons were merely passers-by, nearby, and members of the Tang Sect across the street. Wait a moment, Tang Sect? Hidden weapons? Chihan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he leapt from the bed in excitement. How could he have forgotten about hidden weapons? No soul abilities? So what? As long as he could channel soul power into the hidden weapons, they could still exert considerable combat prowess. Coincidentally, Zhou Long was expected to visit the shop for dinner that evening. He would inquire about which hidden weapons would be suitable for him. With a solution in mind, Chihan felt a wave of calm wash over him. Armed with hidden weapons, overcoming a century-old soul beast should not be insurmountable. Oh, Chihan then noticed that the task reward seemed somewhat peculiar and could not help but inquire. System, what is the system soul ring? Upon defeating soul beasts in the Dolua continent, a substance called a soul ring is produced. When soul power levels increase to multiples of 10, it is essential to absorb a soul ring to break through and continue progressing. Chihan initially thought the system prompted him to slay the iron-armored bull to absorb its soul ring for a breakthrough. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. The purpose of defeating the iron-armored bull is to obtain the primary ingredient for the 2-star recipe, tomato beef brisket. The system soul ring is generated according to the host's needs, with soul abilities tailored to the host. Furthermore, the longevity of the soul ring can increase in accordance with the host's mastery over the soul abilities, with an upper limit of 100,000-year soul rings. Chihan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The upper limit for the soul rings is 100,000 years? He began to envision the spectacular scene of 9 crimson soul rings manifesting when his soul power reached the level of a title de law. System. No, I must find Zhou Long tonight to purchase some hidden weapons. I shall embark on my journey tomorrow. Unable to suppress his excitement, Chihan resolved to enter the training space to practice Donpa Elbow and calm his racing heart. Within the confines of the training space, the system's emotionless voice echoed once more. Error detected. The pig elbow has not been thoroughly depilate. Please restart. Error detected. The pig elbow was blanched for too long. Please restart. Error detected. Insufficient time for caramelizing sugar. The result is unsatisfactory. Please restart. Days passed in the training space, and upon the system's reminder, Chihan exited, glancing at the dimming sky and shaking his head. I feel much more composed now. He pushed open the door and noticed a line of patrons outside, with Zhou Long predictably among them, alongside an unexpected guest, Tang Zi. As the first customer of the small eatery, Chihan held a vivid impression of Tang Zi. It was Tang Zi's recommendation that had brought Zhou Long and others to dine at his establishment, leading to its subsequent prosperity. To his surprise, Tang Zi had also arrived. Tang Zi appeared somewhat dejected. His task within the sect involved escorting hidden weapons from the headquarters in Tiando City to the branch in Shrek City. This mission occurred on average every 3 days, but due to an urgent order from a sect in Xinglua City that required immediate delivery of hidden weapons, he had been delayed for 5 days without tasting Chihan's fried rice. Before experiencing Chihan's culinary prowess, this would not have seemed significant to Tang Zi. In Tiando City, he could indulge in various delicacies. However, after savoring Chihan's fried rice, he found other dishes lacking in flavor, only intensifying his longing for it. Furthermore, Zhou Long had spent the entire afternoon raving about 2 new dishes at the small eatery, leaving Tang Zi to endure hunger. As soon as he entered Chi Han's establishment, Tang Zi exclaimed, "Boss, I'll have a cucumber salad, a large serving of fried rice, and a chicken and pig stomach dish." Zhou Long shot him a resentful glance, silently questioning, "What about my order?" "You order for yourself." Tang Zi rolled his eyes, irritated by Zhou Long's incessant chatter that afternoon. He certainly would not be treating him. Chi Han nodded and proceeded to the kitchen to begin cooking. There were many patrons placing orders, but since Tang Zi was first, he was quickly served. Upon receiving the vibrant, tangy cucumber salad, Tang Zi shot Zhou Long another glare before diving in. It was indeed delicious, tangy and spicy, truly appetizing. When their chicken and pig stomach dishes were finally served, Chi Han lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Zhou, after closing the shop later, will you have time? I wish to purchase some hidden weapons. Can you assist me with this?" Zhou Long and Tang Zi exchanged surprised glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Tang Zi's lips moved, relaying the message to Chi Han. "You should consult me for this. They at Yutong do not handle these matters." Coincidentally, a new batch of hidden weapons arrived today. I'll come by after closing to recommend some good options for you. Chapter 16. Drizzling needles and flying claws. This was a method of discreet communication, which Chi Han was not yet capable of mastering. He nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from saying more. As the small eatery approached closing time, Tang Zi returned, carrying a bulging backpack. After bidding farewell to the last group of customers, Chi Han welcomed Tang Zi inside and inquired, "Brother Tang, I am now at soul power level 10 and wish to hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest. Thus, I require some hidden weapons." Tang Zi scratched his head and replied, "To be honest, with your current cultivation, it's best to go with other soul masters or hire a higher-ranking soul master for protection." Chi Han shook his head. "Due to certain circumstances, I must go alone." "All right," Tang Zi conceded, recognizing that everyone has their secrets. He placed his backpack on the table, opened it, and retrieved a small hidden weapon, presenting it to Chi Han. "Take a look at this." It was a slender metallic tube resembling a flashlight, which Chi Han carefully accepted and examined. One end of the tube was riddled with tiny holes, through which a faint, chilling light flickered. "You are aware of the Rain Pear Blossom Needle, one of the 3 renowned hidden weapons of our Tang sect, right?" Tang Zi grinned, pride evident in his voice. Chi Han was taken aback. "Is this the Rain Pear Blossom Needle?" "Huh." Tang Zi waved his hand dismissively, "Not at all. However, this hidden weapon is indeed related. It's called the Drizzling Needle, crafted by a predecessor of our Tang sect hundreds of years ago, inspired by the Rain Pear Blossom Needle, tailored for low-ranking soul masters. The Rain Pear Blossom Needle requires at least an 8-ring soul power to purchase and possesses the might to slay a title de law. Naturally, the Drizzling Needle lacks such power, but it is more than sufficient for hunting 10 or 100-year soul beasts. Moreover, it is laced with poison, even against 1,000-year soul beasts. The toxin will provide ample time for you to escape. The hidden weapons we sell to outsiders are limited, given your cultivation. The strongest weapon you can purchase is the Drizzling Needle. As for powerful weapons like the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, they're not sold to soul masters below rank 3. Unfortunately, if a disciple of our Tang sect uses the Drizzling Needle, they can employ our secret technique, the Xianyu Hand, to retrieve and reuse it for outsiders. It is one-time use. After detailing the Drizzling Needle, Tang Zi rummaged through his bag once more and produced another hidden weapon. Chi Han set down the Drizzling Needle to examine this new item. It was a peculiar weapon resembling metallic claws, divided into 3 prongs, each lined with sharp barbs. This is our Tang sect's famed hidden weapon, the Flying Claw. This weapon is not primarily for attacking, but is designed for rapid movement across complex terrains. If you're heading to the Soul Beast Forest, this weapon is ideal for both travel and escape. Moreover, this weapon is not disposable, although it is somewhat pricier. We at the Tang sect offer a 1-year warranty. Goodness, does the Tang sect now provide after-sale service? Qian Silent le Musid. He was somewhat familiar with the Flying Claw, having encountered similar equipment in his previous life as rock climbing gear. However, this Flying Claw could be powered by soul power, allowing for significantly greater speed and distance. These 2 hidden weapons, one offensive and poisoned, the other enhancing Chi Han's mobility in the Stardow Forest, were undoubtedly well-suited for him. Without further hesitation, he nodded, "Brother Tang, I'll take both, 5 Drizzling Needles and 2 Fly Claws." "Such a large order?" Tang Zi's eyes widened, then he chuckled. "All right, no problem. The drizzling needle is 200 gold soul coins each, and a flying claw is 500 gold soul coins each. That totals 2,000 gold soul coins. But given our relationship, I can offer you a 10% discount. It'll be just 1,800. Shihan nodded and produced a banknote worth 1,800 gold soul coins. Handing it to Tang Zi. This banknote was issued by a bank jointly established by the Xinglua and Tiando empires, and it was widely accepted across the Dolua continent. The smallest denomination of a banknote was 100 gold soul coins, while the largest could be 10,000. Once Shihan's funds exceeded 1,000 gold soul coins, he exchanged them for banknotes. The small shop was protected by a system, alleviating any fears of theft, primarily for convenience. After all, Shihan had long been accustomed to using paper currency in his previous life. Naturally, paper currency did not hold the same value as banknotes. Typically, banknotes were only utilized for significant transactions. After counting the banknotes, Tang Zi cheerfully retrieved 5 brand new delicate rain needles and 2 flying claws, presenting them to Shihan while providing detailed instructions on their usage and how to store hidden weapons. Before departing, Tang Zi casually inquired, "Boss, which spirit beast forest do you plan to visit?" "The Star Do Great Forest." Tang Zi halted, his expression transforming into one of intrigue. "Boss, you're going there?" It was no wonder Tang Zi was astonished. The Star Do Great Forest was the largest spirit beast forest on the Dolua continent, teeming with various soul beasts. Yet equally perilous, with legendary 100,000-year soul beasts dwelling in its core region. To Tang Zi, it seemed unnecessary for Shihan to venture there merely for the absorption of a first spirit ring. A regular spirit beast forest would suffice for his needs. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Zi sighed softly and produced a fist-sized metal object from his pocket, presenting it to Shihan with an air of mystery. "Boss, this is called Thunderboom. Once the mechanism is triggered, it will explode after 3 breaths, with a lethal radius of 10 meters. Consider it a gift." Shihan accepted it silently, curiosity prompting him to ask, "Is this for sale as well?" "No." Tang Zi shook his head. "Our Li Tang specializes in forging and crafting various hidden weapons. This is something I created myself, unavailable for purchase outside. Let us be friends. If you ever need hidden weapons, you can find me." He gave Shihan a penetrating glance, urging him to stay safe. Warmth enveloped Shihan's heart as he nodded. Watching Tang Zi depart, carefully stowing the hidden weapons, Shihan felt a spark of inspiration. "System, do you have any sort of spatial storage?" "The host can store items in the system space. The system charges 100 gold soul coins per cubic meter per day." "Wait, you actually charge me?" Shihan exclaimed in disbelief. "And at such a high rate?" "This system has observed that the host is now affluent. What on earth does a system need money for?" "This system cultivates ingredients, which incur substantial costs." Shihan pondered, unable to find a counterargument. After all, the system had previously provided him with materials without charging a single coin. Fine, I'll pay you. Let us rent it for 2 days." He produced 2 100 gold soul coin banknotes, which vanished into thin air, while Shihan sensed the emergence of a cubic meter of space within the system, allowing him to freely store or retrieve items. He stored the hidden weapons in the system space and also collected some change of clothes from his room before collapsing onto his bed. Tomorrow, he would set out. Chapter 17. Chinon Fruit and Eagle Claw Weasel. Shrek City was in close proximity to the Star Do Great Forest. When Shrek City was established, considerations regarding the Spirit Beast Forest had been taken into account. Firstly, Shrek Academy encompassed nearly 80% of the continent's talented soul masters, creating a significant demand for top-tier spirit rings, a demand that only the Star Do Great Forest could satisfy. Secondly, the Star Do Great Forest was not as tranquil as it appeared. Historical records indicated that the forest had previously experienced several beast tides due to excessive hunting of soul beasts by soul masters. Within the core area of the Star Do Great Forest resided more than 100,000-year soul beasts, whose intelligence was akin to that of humans, and they were naturally unwilling to be slaughtered. The large-scale hunting of soul beasts by soul masters would inevitably lead to retaliation. After the establishment of Shrek City, it became a protective barrier against the Star Do Great Forest. For 5,000 years, Shrek City had intervened twice with full force to fend off the surging beast tides, safeguarding human existence. This was also the reason Shrek City was revered despite its aloofness. Here we are, time to disembark. A carriage came to a halt at the edge of the Star Do Great Forest, and a handsome young man descended without any luggage. In contrast to the hurried demeanor of others, he appeared as though he were embarking on a leisurely excursion. Handing a gold soul coin to the coachman, Chi-Han smiled slightly. The carriage ride was quite steady. No need to seek another. Waving goodbye, he turned and ventured into the depths of the Star-Do Great Forest. System, do you have any food? Glancing at the sun hanging high in the sky, Chi-Han rubbed his stomach and spoke helplessly. He had risen early that morning, posted a leave notice at the shop, and hired a coachman to take him to the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. Now it was already noon. Although the distance was not far, the carriage's pace had been rather slow. He found himself missing the high-speed trains and airplanes of Blue Star. Please, host. Resolve this on your own. Very well. Although the conditions here did not permit him to prepare his signature dishes, with his current ability to create 3 perfect-level dishes, he was confident in his control over heat. He had prepared the seasonings in advance, and roasting meat in the Star-Do Great Forest would be an excellent choice. Can a host defeat soul beasts if he wishes to eat roasted meat? Hey, don't underestimate me, system. I have hidden weapons. Hunting soul beasts for meat should be a piece of cake. Wait, something feels off. The delicate rain needles are poisoned and cannot be used. Chi-Han fell into deep thought. I wonder if a 10-year soul beast would be manageable. If not, I could always look for a small stream to catch some fish. Grilled fish sounds delightful. As Chi-Han progressed deeper into the Star-Do Great Forest, he surveyed his surroundings for any edible items. Oh, that appears to be a fruit tree. He retrieved a food encyclopedia from the system space and began his search. Before long, he found an entry on the fruit tree ahead. The Chi-Han fruit tree bore edible fruits that were sweet and juicy. That is sufficient for me. Drawing the flying claws from his waist, Chi-Han shot an arrow and pulled himself onto a sturdy branch. With a grin, he casually plucked a Chi-Han fruit, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a large bite. The fragrant and sweet juice burst into his mouth, prompting a delighted exclamation. The fruit was the size of a fist with a thin skin, and its flesh bore a resemblance to the watermelons of Blue Star, yet even sweeter. This would surely make for excellent juice. System, do you think Chi-Han fruit juice could be added to the menu? While savoring his fruit, Chi-Han engaged in light conversation with the system. Among 1-star dishes, beverages are included. While Chi-Han fruit juice is delightful, it does not meet the criteria for a 1-star rating. Really? Chi-Han scoffed. Such a sweet juice, doesn't he even qualify for a 1-star? He continued to relish the Chi-Han fruit when suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged nearby. Chi-Han abruptly halted, casting a wary glance around. The remnants of the Chi-Han fruit were discarded beneath the tree as he stealthily gripped the delicate rain needle in one hand and summoned his kitchen knife martial soul with the other. The strength of a martial soul is directly proportional to the level of soul power. Although Chi-Han's martial soul manifests as a kitchen knife, with his soul power reaching level 10, its potency far surpasses that of an ordinary iron kitchen knife, capable of severing hair with ease. No, I must not linger here. Chi-Han glanced around. Branches and leaves obstructed most of his view, and turning atop the trunk was cumbersome, leaving him vulnerable to ambush by soul beasts. It was careless of him. He had intended to quickly gather some fruits and descend from the tree. Remaining aloft posed a significant risk of being attacked, and he should descend without delay. Chi-Han sprang into action, leaping down from the tree, his foot momentarily faltering, yet he quickly regained his balance. The enhancement to his physical prowess from level 10 soul power was substantial. Had it been in the past, such a height might have resulted in a fracture, but now, it merely caused a stumble with no lasting effect. Just as Chi-Han steadied himself, a fierce wind surged from behind him. Alarmed, he instinctively swung the kitchen knife backward with force, propelling himself forward, twisting mid-air due to the momentum of his strike, and faced his assailant. The sensation of a knife piercing flesh was vividly conveyed to his hand, accompanied by a chilling cry from behind. Once he composed himself, Chi-Han realized that the creature that had ambushed him was a peculiar little beast. Standing at half his height, it bore a menacing visage, baring its teeth as it walked on 2 legs, its other limbs resembling eagle talons, and a bushy tail trailed behind it like that of a squirrel. Now, it lay helplessly on the ground, a deep gash across its chest, nearly cleaving it in 2. Did I inflict this? Chi-Han took a moment to process, finally recognizing the wound as his own handiwork. The creature's cries grew weaker, and in mere moments, its eyes lost their luster. A white luminescence began to emanate from its body, gradually coalescing into a ring above its corpse. Is this the soul ring? Chi-Han observed in fascination, witnessing the formation of a soul ring for the first time. The ring radiated a soft, white glow, reminiscent of the halo above an angel. Ah, Chi-Han's spirits lifted. This creature wasn't slain by a delicate rain needle. It was edible. I wonder if it's safe to consume. He pulled out a culinary guide, searching diligently. The eagle-clawed raccoon, a creature that feasted on agarwood fruit, possessed talons akin to an eagle's, while its internal organs were mildly toxic and inedible. Its meat was tender, akin to mutton, yet it harbored animosity towards humans, often attacking human soul masters. So it feeds on agarwood fruit? Chi-Han glanced at the agarwood trees nearby. No wonder it had attacked him. It practically delivered itself. The presence of a 10-year soul beast indicated that Chi-Han had officially entered the outskirts of the Stardow forest. The scent of blood would undoubtedly attract other soul beasts, so he did not linger. He swiftly processed the body of the eagle-clawed raccoon and stored it in his system space before hastily departing the scene. Chapter 18. I want to eat too. Before long, Chi-Han arrived at a nearby clearing, beside a crystal-clear stream. Clearly, this was an ideal spot for camping in the wild. The open grassland bore signs of previous human activity, indicating that soul masters had camped here before. Chi-Han knelt by the stream, cleansing the eagle-clawed raccoon's carcass with the fresh water. With a kitchen knife in hand, he swiftly skinned the raccoon and removed its innards, subsequently dismembering it into a torso and 2 legs. The remaining meat was scant, primarily concentrated in the ribs and thighs. He considered removing the talons to prepare a spicy chicken claw dish, but decided against it, discarding them instead. A raccoon of half a human height, even after discarding the inedible parts, provided enough meat for Chi-Han's sustenance for 2 meals. After a moment of contemplation, he divided the ribs in half, pairing one with a thigh for his lunch. He gathered sturdy twigs, slicing them into slender skewers to thread the meat, then collected some dry branches and fashioned a fire pit. Fortunately, having previously enjoyed outdoor camping, Chi-Han found the task of building a fire straightforward. The raccoon's meat was exceptional. After cutting it into small pieces, the white fat intermingled with the red meat resembled snowflakes, reminiscent of the snowflake beef from his past life. Such meat required no additional oil. Simply roasting it until cooked and sprinkling some cumin and chili powder would yield a delectable dish. As the flames licked the meat, the crimson surface gradually darkened to a light brown, the fat within sizzling and releasing its essence. A rich, meaty aroma wafted through the air, causing Chi-Han to salivate uncontrollably. Roasting meat does not demand much skill. As long as the heat is managed well, the flavor will seldom disappoint. Feeling the meat was sufficiently cooked, Chi-Han sprinkled chili powder and cumin, then waited a few breaths before removing it from the fire, taking a generous bite. The raccoon's meat was rich yet not greasy. With a single bite, the juices burst forth in his mouth, blending seamlessly with the flavors of cumin and chili. Perhaps due to its diet of agarwood fruit, the meat carried a subtle aroma of the fruit that harmonized beautifully with the overall flavor. Finishing one skewer rapidly, Chi-Han smacked his lips and reached for another. Suddenly, a sweet, innocent voice floated from a distance, causing him to pause. Turning toward the source, he soon spotted an elderly man and a young girl approaching him. The elderly figure was clad in a black robe, his face adorned with a warm smile, while the little girl, appearing 6 or 7 years old, wore an exquisite blue dress. The moment the girl noticed Chi-Han, or rather the skewer of meat in his hand, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Grandpa, I want to eat too." Chi-Han was taken aback for a moment. Before he could react, the little girl had bounced over to him, fixated on the meat skewer. Observing the child's innocent gaze, he instinctively extended the freshly roasted skewer toward her. The elder's smile faltered slightly as he noticed his granddaughter inching closer to Chi-Han, and instinctively, he began to channel his soul power beneath his robe. Should Chi-Han harbor any ill intentions toward his granddaughter, he would be prepared to act. However, he soon sensed Chi-Han's soul power level and, noticing no malice in his demeanor, resumed his amiable smile as he approached. "Leonor, do not be foolish." He turned to Chi-Han, offering a gentle smile. "Young friend, I am Yuhen, and this is my granddaughter, Yulian. It seems Leonor has been a bit reckless. Please do not take offense. We shall not take your roasted meat for free. Consider it a purchase." Chi-Han glanced at the little girl, who was savoring her skewer with glee, and replied with a smile, "Senior, there is no need for formality. It is merely a skewer of roasted meat, nothing of significance. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in the elder's eyes. A commendable young man, possessing a good temperament. It is a pity your talent seems lacking. At over 20, you have only attained level 10 soul power. Since Chi-Han declined to accept any payment, Yu-Hen refrained from bringing it up again. However, it was evident from Chi-Han's demeanor that he had ventured into the Stardow Forest with the intention of acquiring his first spirit ring. Subsequently, he casually extended his generosity, which could also be seen as a way to repay the favor of the roasted meat he had received. With an increase in the number of diners, the half of the hawkpaw raccoon seemed somewhat insufficient. Yet, Chi-Han was not stingy. He found the adorable little girl, Yu-Yen, quite endearing, and thus he produced the remaining half of the hawkpaw raccoon to share between the two of them. To avoid exposing his system space, Chi-Han rose and discreetly moved behind a tree, which was as thick as a person, retrieving the hawkpaw raccoon from his system space, and then returning, pretending to conceal the meat behind the tree, leaving no room for Yu-Hen to suspect anything. Big brother, do you also possess level 10 spirit power? Yu-Yen gazed at Chi-Han with wide eyes. Chi-Han smiled slightly, explaining that his talent was not exceptional, and his cultivation speed was rather slow. Naturally, he could not elaborate further and chose to gloss over the matter. In this world, the native inhabitants awaken their martial spirits at the age of 6, along with their own spirit power. However, among every 100 individuals, only 1 or 2 may awaken their martial spirits alongside their own spirit power. The innate level of spirit power signifies the talent for cultivation in spirit masters and indicates their potential future. The highest innate spirit power is level 10, often referred to as innate full spirit power, a rarity even among spirit masters. Yu-Yen's innate spirit power was at level 8, which already marked her as a prodigy. Possessing excellent aptitude, at this moment, she had yet to reach the age of 7 and was already a level 10 spirit master, on the verge of becoming a one-ring spirit master. This made Chi-Han unable to suppress a sigh, although he would soon become a one-ring spirit master. This level of cultivation still seemed rather low for his age. Even ordinary spirit masters by their 20s typically possess an average cultivation level of 2 or 3 rings. It was imperative to undertake more missions to elevate his spirit power level swiftly. The barbecue feast was relished by all 3. After a brief period of rest, Chi-Han resolved to continue toward the nearest herd of iron-armored cattle. Yu-Hen and his granddaughter were not particularly goal-oriented in their search for spirit beasts. And since Chi-Han's direction was already aimed deeper into the Stardow Forest, the 3 decided to journey together. For Chi-Han, this was an opportunity he greatly welcomed. Yu-Hen was an immensely powerful soul emperor of 6 rings, although the system mandated that he independently slay an iron-armored cattle. The fact that these creatures were social animals meant that having such a formidable ally to fend off the other iron-armored cattle would make things considerably easier for him. Chapter 19. Battle with the iron-armored cattle. The Stardow Forest was vast, and after traversing several dozen kilometers from the outer regions, the trio finally emerged from the outermost layer of the Stardow Forest into the secondary outer layer. The most peripheral area of the Stardow Forest primarily hosted 10-year spirit beasts, with the occasional appearance of a century-old spirit beast, albeit not very often. The secondary outer layer, however, was different. Here, the spirit beasts mainly consisted of century-old ones, with the rare presence of millennium spirit beasts. Had Chi-Han ventured alone, he would undoubtedly have faced peril, but with Yu-Hen accompanying him, he felt considerably safer. Soon, they arrived at the gathering area of the iron-armored cattle. According to the system's indication, this region was home to a dozen or so iron-armored cattle, and Chi-Han only needed to slay one of them to complete his task. He had already informed Yu-Hen of his objective and requested that he assist in blocking the other iron-armored cattle, leaving just one for him to deal with alone. Century-old spirit beasts posed no threat to a soul emperor, making it a trivial task for Yu-Hen. The iron-armored cattle exhibited significant hostility towards the spirit masters. Upon spotting the trio, all the iron-armored cattle rose, slightly lowering their heads and pointing their sharp, blade-like horns at Chi-Han and his companions, entering a state of alert. Humph! Yu-Hen snorted lightly, suddenly rising in stature. His previously somewhat hunched figure transformed into a towering giant of nearly 3 meters. His once short, gray hair cascaded into silvery long locks, and a crescent moon appeared on his forehead. Simultaneously, 6 rings of light manifested around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black. While not the optimal ring distribution, it was still quite formidable. Both Yu Hen and Yu Lian possessed a martial spirit known as the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Now, with Yu Hen's martial spirit activated, he appeared as if he had transformed into a werewolf. His first spirit ring suddenly illuminated in a claw-like projection, measuring 2 meters in length, shot towards the herd of iron-armored cattle, sending one of the sturdy creatures flying. Under Yu Hen's deliberate control, only a slightly smaller iron-armored cattle remained, clearly designated for Chi Han. Chi Han's eyes brightened as he dashed toward the designated iron-armored cattle, already wielding the rain needle. Please refrain from using poisonous weapons to slay the iron-armored cattle. Those that are inettable cannot be counted towards the task, the system cautioned. Such a requirement? Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Chi Han swiftly switched out the original rain needle for another variant, which bore a distinctive mark on its exterior. He had purchased 5 rain needles in total, 4 poisoned, and 1 was non-toxic. The non-toxic one was perfect for fulfilling the task at hand. The targeted iron-armored cattle stood dazed, still reeling from the shock of Yu Hen's claw strike. Suddenly realizing Chi Han was charging toward it, it snapped back to attention. With a low growl, the iron-armored cattle lowered its head, its 1-meter-long horns resembling horizontal daggers, directly rushing toward Chi Han's body. The creature's surface was covered in a scale-like armor that reflected a chilling gleam under the sunlight. It was significantly larger than the cattle on Blue Star, standing at a height of 3 meters with impressive speed. In mere moments, it closed the distance to Chi Han. Chi Han could clearly see the powerful musculature of the iron-armored cattle's massive body. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly drew the flying heavenly claw from his waist. Launching it forth, the flying heavenly claw flew horizontally toward the iron-armored cattle, remaining under 1 meter in height. The iron-armored cattle pushed off the ground with its 4 legs, leaping into the air to evade the attack. Its hunting instincts allowed it to accurately predict Chi Han's landing position. As it retracted its limbs, it traced a parabolic arc in midair, hurtling toward Chi Han like a cannonball, its glinting horns aimed like javelins directly at him. Should this strike connect, Chi Han would not only be impaled by the horns, but would also be crushed into pulp beneath the immense weight of the iron-armored cattle. A soft thud echoed from behind the iron-armored cattle, the sound of the flying heavenly claw gripping a tree trunk. In the next instant, Chi Han propelled himself forward, leaning low in the direction of the flying heavenly claw's trajectory. He tilted backward, one hand firmly grasping the end of the flying heavenly claw, using its retraction force to evade the iron-armored cattle's assault. In the same motion, he aimed the rain needle's launch point at the only weak spot of the iron-armored cattle, its abdomen, which was directly above him. The gentle rain of needles unleashed a multitude of flying darts, resembling a continuous drizzle, yet solid and unyielding. The assault was entirely focused on the abdomen of the armored bull. 2 figures swiftly crossed paths. Chi Han steadied himself, retracting his celestial claws before turning around. Behind him, the armored bull collapsed weakly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The creature emitted a faint, agonizing roar, its body spasming slightly before it lay completely still, its eyes dimmed of life. The rain of needles had pierced through nearly all its organs, delivering a lethal blow to the armored bull. Soon, a faint yellow aura enveloped the surface of the bull's body, coalescing into a yellow halo that hovered above its carcass. Please collect the beef from the armored bull as raw materials to submit to the system as proof of task completion. Chi Han nodded, taking a kitchen knife to carve into the soft abdomen of the armored bull. The beef, found near the ribs, was tender and rich in marbling, perfect for stewing. Since the needles had already penetrated the bull's innards, Chi Han discarded the entrails aside and carefully peeled away the armored shell. After completely severing the beef, he stowed it in the system's space, and in the next moment, he heard the system's notification chime. Ping. Detected task completion. Time-limited task. Ingredient acquisition. Completed. Task reward. System Soul Ring 1. Available for collection. 2-star recipe. Tomato beef. Currently unavailable as the Dompa pork training is incomplete. Success. Can smiled faintly. He knew he could not collect the System Soul Ring here. Moiwe, appearing behind him, gazed curiously at the soul ring floating in the air. Little Chi, aren't you going to absorb the soul ring? To her, it seemed remarkable that Chi Han could slay such a century-old soul beast, and he should seize the opportunity to absorb the soul ring promptly. Chi-Han shook his head. The soul ring of the armored bull is not suitable for me. My primary intention in slaying it was to prepare a dish. Noticing Mo Yu's puzzled expression, he smiled gently. After all, I am a chef, not a soul master. Chapter 20. System Soul Ring and First Soul Skill Delicious. Chi-Han took a hearty bite of the roasted armored bull meat, the succulent juices exploding in his mouth, filling the air with a rich aroma. Mo Yu sat cross-legged opposite him, her manner considerably more graceful compared to his. After tasting a skewer, she nodded in admiration, casting a fond glance at the little girl, Yulian, beside her. The girl held a piece of meat larger than her face, relishing every bite. Little Chi, your culinary skills are indeed impressive. Your establishment must be thriving, Mo Yu mused, savoring the taste of the roasted meat, while inwardly lamenting Chi-Han's soul power level of merely 10 at his age. Everyone has their aspirations, she thought. She had intended to assist Chi-Han in acquiring a suitable soul ring, but he had respectfully declined. Perhaps, as he mentioned, he was more akin to a chef than a soul master. However, given Chi-Han's talent, choosing to remain distant from the dangers of the soul master world, and simply being a chef was a commendable choice. Chi-Han smiled slightly, mentioning that his small shop was located within Shrek City, inviting Mo Yu to visit if the opportunity arose. Shrek City? Mo Yu looked at him in surprise. If I ever have the chance, I shall certainly visit. Big brother, when I get into Shrek Academy, I will also come to your little shop, Yulian exclaimed, her eyes wide. The roasted meat you make is super delicious. Chi-Han chuckled, recognizing that with Yulian's innate soul power level of 8, her chances of being accepted into Shrek Academy were quite high. Then do your best. I'll be waiting for you in Shrek City. All good things must come to an end. After their meal, Mo Yu and Yulian continued their search for a suitable soul ring for Yulian, while Chi-Han set off in the direction he had come from, leaving the Stardough Forest. After all, this was a forest teeming with soul beasts, and venturing in other directions could pose significant dangers, given his current strength. Once distanced from the duo, Chi-Han surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one else was present before his thoughts turned to the system's soul ring. His martial soul manifested uncontrollably in his hand, and the kitchen knife shimmered with a faint white light. This light bore a striking resemblance to that of a 10-year soul beast upon death and gradually coalesced into a white soul ring under Chi-Han's gaze. The white soul ring pulsed rhythmically, its color deepening until it transformed into a ring that was white with a hint of yellow. System, what does this mean? Chi-Han pondered, momentarily perplexed. Did this classify as a 10-year soul ring or a 100-year soul ring? Host's first soul skill, 1 cut, 2 halves. This soul skill is bound to the host knife technique level, which is divided into 5 tiers: novice, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence, corresponding to 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings respectively. As the host knife skill level increases, the age of this soul ring will likewise elevate. Current host level, novice. As you're on the verge of reaching the proficient level, the soul ring appears white with yellow. Please continue enhancing your knife skills. Now I understand. Chi-Han realized, noting that his knife skills were still a bit short of the proficient level. Once he attained that level, the soul ring would turn yellow. As he contemplated this, another notification from his system chimed in. Host absorbs system soul ring. Current soul power level, level 11. Soul power limit unlocked. Storage rewards soul power level 1 is available for use. Would you like to proceed? Use. Chi-Han responded without hesitation. A warm flow coursed through his meridians, and his soul power within the Dantian increased once more. He had reached soul power level 12. With a rise in his soul power level, he could gradually perceive the increase within him more clearly. With a thought, the first soul ring pulsating on the kitchen knife gleamed brightly, and a chilling silver blade glimmered along its edge. Chi-Han swung the knife in a decisive slash, and the blade's essence struck the ground, carving a gash approximately 2 meters long. The gash was not deep, measuring only half a meter, but it was merely a glimpse of what a 100-year soul skill could achieve. One could only imagine how formidable its power would become with further enhancement. However, this strike consumed a considerable amount of soul power. Chi-Han, having only recently restored his soul power, found himself depleted by half after this single blow. In other words, at his current state, He could utilize this soul skill a maximum of 2 times. Nevertheless, Chi-Han was quite satisfied. Being able to effortlessly carve a 2-meter-long trench with a mere swipe of his blade was more than sufficient. And this was merely the first layer of his potential. The return journey was remarkably smooth, as Chi-Han encountered no formidable soul beasts and exited the outer region of the Stardow Forest before nightfall, settling in a small village outside the forest. This village had very few native inhabitants, consisting mostly of rooms available for soul masters to rent. Such small villages were abundant in the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The following day, Chi-Han rose early, renting a horse cart to return to Shrek City. The round trip took just 1 day, leaving him somewhat at a loss, as he had initially planned to take 2 days off. Staring at the wooden sign hanging at the entrance of a shop that read closed for 2 days, Chi-Han fell into contemplation. Should I open for business or not? Regrettably, it seems best not to open today. Chi-Han recalled the yet-to-be-claimed 2-star recipe, tomato beef brisket, and silently resolved to remain within the training space for the entire day. Don't pork, prepare. Error encountered. Pig trotter not fully de-haired. Please restart. Error encountered. Pig trotter boiled for too long. Please restart. Error encountered. Insufficient caramelization time. Sugar color fails to meet standards. Please restart. When Chi-Han emerged from the system space, night had already fallen. Drowsily, he lay in bed, still savoring the aroma of dompa pork. The following day, Chi-Han granted himself the rare indulgence of a day off, sleeping until noon. With the shop's doors wide open, Zhou Long's mournful face appeared before Chi-Han. Boss, you took 2 days off. Do you know how I've managed these past 2 days? 2 whole days. Zhou Long felt utterly devoid of motivation to cultivate without his beloved fried rice. Knowing Chi-Han would open today, he had skipped his morning practice to queue early, eager to be the first to relish the fried rice he had longed for. Chi-Han smiled slightly, revealing that there was a new dish today. New dish? Zhou Long's eyes brightened, his gaze darting to the menu on the wall. After a brief search, his attention fixated on the fresh price list. Dompa pork, 100 gold soul coins per serving. 100 gold soul coins, Zhou Long exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Such a price was almost unbearable for him. Chi-Han nodded, offering no explanation. The ingredients for dompa pork provided by the system utilized the front trotter of the century-old soul beast, Osmanthus pig. This exquisite pork possessed a subtle fragrance of osmanthus, entirely devoid of any gamey taste, and boasted a thick skin, ample tendons, rich gelatin, and a perfect balance of lean and fatty meat, making it ideal for crafting dompa pork, considering that a pig has only 2 front trotters. Selling one for 100 gold soul coins was not unreasonable. Chapter 21. The commotion caused by dompa pork. Zhou Long strained to decipher any hint of jest in Chi-Han's expression. Surely, the boss was joking? What kind of dish could command such a price? One could easily purchase inferior heavenly materials for that amount. However, Zhou Long's disappointment grew as he discerned that Chi-Han's expression remained as unassuming as ever, clearly indicating that the price of 100 gold soul coins for dompa pork was entirely legitimate. With a grimace, Zhou Long felt his savings dwindling. Yet, the allure of the new dish was irresistible. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself. Boss, I'll have a cucumber salad, a small portion of fried rice, and 1 serving of dompa pork. I must see for myself why this dish is priced so extravagantly. Chi-Han nodded, jotting down the order before heading to the kitchen. It seemed that enlisting the help of a waiter was becoming increasingly urgent, as he was quite overwhelmed. After the lunch rush, he would put up a notice board outside. The cucumber salad soon arrived before Zhou Long, and as he savored its long-missed tangy flavor, his taste buds, which had languished in discontent for 2 days, sprang to life. Before long, Chi-Han returned with the dompa pork and fried rice. Given the lengthy preparation time for dompa pork, its swift arrival was undoubtedly due to the system's advanced technology. Zhou Long's gaze fixated on the dompa pork Chi-Han held. After all, he had just spent 100 gold soul coins on it. The dish was presented on a plate with a high lid, completely concealing the dompa pork within. Zhou Long inhaled deeply, but the lid seemed to seal in the aroma so effectively that all he could detect was the familiar scent of fried rice, with not a hint of the anticipated dompa pork fragrance escaping. Noticing Zhou Long's eager anticipation, Chi-Han couldn't help but smile. The enticing aroma that had bombarded him in the training space yesterday was now ready to be shared. He slowly lifted the lid, and, as it cracked open, A wave of mouth-watering meat fragrance surged forth, invading Zhou Long's nostrils. Before Zhou Long could gather his thoughts, Chi-Han fully removed the lid, unleashing a cascade of savory scent that lingered throughout the dining area. Gurgle. Someone's stomach audibly rumbled, triggering a chorus of similar sound from patrons across the room. Zhou Long, blushing, touched his stomach, eyes gleaming as he beheld the dompa pork before him. The flawless caramel coating enveloped the pork skin, rendering it luscious and giving it a crystalline sheen. Sprigs of cilantro adorned the edges of the pork, adding vibrancy to the dish. Zhou Long expertly used his chopsticks to peel back the pork's outer layer, discovering it to be remarkably tender, contrary to his expectations of toughness. As he revealed the soft, gelatinous skin, an intensified meat aroma wafted forth, seemingly activating the rich flavor nestled within the dompa pork. The tendons, tinged with a golden brown hue, retained a delightful chewiness. Zhou Long carefully lifted a piece, the pork skin slightly sticky, and brought a succulent morsel, complete with meat and skin, to his mouth. Soft, tender, and springy. As Zhou Long savored the pork, the flavors burst forth, prompting him to close his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Once the pork was swallowed, a warm wave radiated from his stomach, coursing through his limbs, accelerating the flow of soul power within his meridians. Zhou Long practiced the Tang Sect's Xiantian Kung Fu, which naturally facilitated a faster pace of soul power circulation compared to ordinary methods. At that moment, after consuming the dompa pork, his soul power surged even more rapidly, increasing his cultivation speed by a notable 50%. Awakening suddenly, Zhou Long's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been stuck at the 59th level for a year without any breakthroughs, but now, thanks to Chi-Han's dompa pork, he had successfully advanced. He had reached the 60th level of soul power and only required the absorption of a 6th soul ring to become a soul emperor. Laughing heartily, Zhou Long quickly finished the remaining fried rice, graciously thanking Chi-Han and his fellow disciples for their support, before departing with an elegant flourish. That 100 gold soul coins was indeed a worthwhile investment. Steadily refining his skills and absorbing soul rings, Zhou Long would likely be preoccupied for several days. Chi-Han maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of the effects of the dompa pork. The system-modified version of the dompa pork, crafted from rare ingredients, possessed extraordinary effects. Consuming this dish would enhance one's cultivation speed by 50% for half an hour. Typically, such effects were only found in 3-star recipes. But due to the dompa pork's lower preparation difficulty, it was classified as a 2-star recipe. This particular recipe was exceedingly rare among all 2-star culinary creations. Upon realizing this, Chi-Han couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. A 2-star dish with effects comparable to a 3-star recipe was indeed formidable. The only regret was that the special effects of all recipes were ineffective for Chi-Han. Following a minor upheaval, the news of Chi-Han's dompa pork, akin to a rare treasure that could enhance cultivation, spread rapidly among old customers, even reaching many passers-by who had never visited Chi-Han's shop. While passers-by approached with a sense of skepticism, nearly all returning customers chose to believe, as Chi-Han's other dishes had already exhibited slight improvements to cultivation, albeit minimally. Only recipes rated 3 stars or above could yield significant results, transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones. After Zhou Long's departure, perhaps due to word of mouth, patrons soon learned of a new dish capable of enhancing cultivation speed. Though the price of 100 gold soul coins per dish was exorbitant, if it could indeed accelerate cultivation, it transcended the realm of an ordinary meal, becoming akin to a rare treasure. In this light, 100 gold soul coins seemed quite reasonable. Consequently, the steep price did not deter the enthusiasm of diners. Upon hearing that Zhou Long had broken through to Soul Emperor status after consuming a portion of dompa pork, more than half the customers opted for the dish, eager to experience its effects. However, it became evident that Zhou Long's experience was not universally replicable. The dompa pork merely served as a catalyst, with the true foundation of his breakthrough stemming from his own accumulated strength. Other diners who savored the dompa pork subsequently offered praise. Yet none managed to achieve a breakthrough like Zhou Long's. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Chi-Han gently closed the door and allowed the system to create a notice board. After pondering for a moment, he began to write. The shop is hiring a server. Working hours, daily from 11 to 1300 hours and from 17 to 1900 hours. Salary negotiable. Once finished, Chi-Han stepped back, admiring his elegant handwriting, before huffing and puffing as he carried the notice board outside and placed it at the entrance of his shop. With a thought, Chi-Han entered the training space. The dompa pork had been successfully completed, but that did not mean Chi-Han could rest, for he had also claimed a new recipe that he had been unable to access before. 2-star recipe, tomato beef brisket. This was the first time the system had explicitly rewarded a specific recipe, although it lacked the thrilling excitement of a spinning wheel. The joy of acquiring a new recipe was still the same. Culinary skills are interconnected. As Chi-Han continued cooking, his control over fire and knife skills improved. He could now distinctly feel that his time spent in the training space was gradually decreasing, and the frequency of mistakes was also diminishing. He believed that as his culinary skills advanced further, the time required for practicing recipes would significantly reduce. An afternoon swiftly passed, and when Chi-Han was reminded by the system to exit the training space, he felt a surge of excitement. The preparation of tomato beef brisket went smoothly. This dish was somewhat simpler than the dompa pork, and being another meat dish, it shared commonalities that significantly shortened Chi-Han's practice time. He anticipated that after another morning of practice in the training space, he could unveil this dish by noon. How could Chi-Han not be thrilled? Pushing open the door, he found a considerable number of patrons waiting outside as expected. However, the atmosphere this time was peculiar. No customers rushed in as before, eager to place their orders. What was going on? Chi-Han scanned the crowd outside and quickly pinpointed the source of the unusual ambience. At the side of the shop stood 4 elderly men with white hair. 2 were robust, while 1 was tall and thin, and the other hunched slightly. All 4 were clad in the standard black robes of the Tang Sect, adorned with embroidered patterns in glossy black, bright yellow, deep purple, and dark green thread. In the Tang Sect, white robes represented ordinary disciples. Yellow robes indicated task team leaders. Purple robes denoted hall stewards, while black robes symbolized the 4 branch leaders. Red robes were worn by the 4 hall masters and elders, whereas the sect master donned a golden robe. Across various regions, the branch leaders of the Tang Sect were primarily 8-ring sold Doluos, with only the sect master being a 9-ring title de law. However, exceptions existed. Shrek City, as the premier city of the Doloa continent, maintained a close relationship with the Tang Sect. Thus, the Tang Sect's branch in Shrek City was only second in scale to the headquarters, and even the 4 branch leaders were formidable title de law. Although the regulations dictated that branch leaders wore black robes, these 4 titled Doluos commanded a presence that demanded respect. Now, the assembly of 4 branch leaders at Chi-Han's humble establishment was nothing short of astonishing. 4 titled Doluos. The expressions of the elderly men were not overly serious. Rather, they engaged in light-hearted banter amongst themselves. Nonetheless, the imposing aura of the titled Doluos rendered the surrounding atmosphere unnervingly tense. Titled Doluos. This was Chi-Han's first encounter with such formidable figures, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had not offended anyone from the Tang Sect. On the contrary, many diners were disciples of the Tang Sect, and they had purchased Tang Sect's concealed weapons, thus categorizing them as customers of the sect. Perhaps there was no need for alarm after all. Regaining his composure, Chi-Han addressed the 4 elders. May I inquire what brings you esteemed branch leaders here? The branch leader of the Strength Hall, adorned with glossy black embroidery, spoke with a voice like thunder, laughing heartily. We've come to dine, of course. We've heard that your establishment offers dishes that can accelerate cultivation speed. Young lad, bring each of us an order. As he spoke, he strode confidently into the shop. Next to him, the branch leader of the Healing Hall paused beside Chi-Han. His voice was less boisterous than the Strength Hall leaders, carrying a somewhat muted tone. Young lad, I've heard that nearly all disciples from our Healing Hall are regulars at your shop. Chi-Han smiled with confidence, recognizing that this indicated his dishes had earned the approval of the Healing Hall as disciples. The Healing Hall leader lowered his head, scrutinizing Chi-Han earnestly, and nodded. An intriguing young lad. Let me see what magic your little shop possesses. Following the Healing Hall leader, the tall and thin elder from the Sensory Hall remained silent, modestly stroking his goatee before stepping into the shop. Last to enter was the branch leader of the Medicine Hall, who leaned on a cane and had a slightly stooped posture. The master of the Apothecary Hall seemed particularly intrigued by Chi-Han. With keen interest, he glanced at Chi-Han and inquired, "Young man, do you incorporate rare ingredients into your dishes?" Rare ingredients? Chi-Han pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I do not add rare ingredients to my dishes. Is that so? The apothecary hall master was momentarily taken aback, his gaze on Chi-Han now brimming with curiosity. You can enhance the cultivation effects without rare ingredients? How intriguing. With that, he merely stepped inside. Naturally, the master was not short of funds. After merely glancing at the menu, the master of the strength hall turned to Chi-Han and said, "Young lad, let us have 4 portions of each dish on this menu." Upon hearing this, the master of the royal hall chuckled and replied, "Today, let the old monkey treat us." The masters of the sensory hall and the apothecary hall nodded in agreement, and soon the 4 gathered around table. The other patrons gradually entered the small establishment, and under the enveloping aroma of the food, the previously awkward atmosphere melted away like snow in the spring sun. Chapter 23. The excited master of the apothecary hall. Before long, the dishes meant for the 4 masters were brought forth by Chi-Han. All 4 masters, being title-level experts who had lived for decades and prided themselves on having tasted numerous delicacies from the Doloa continent, found themselves somewhat flustered in the presence of Chi-Han's culinary creations. Even the most reserved master of the sensory hall could not suppress the movement of his Adam's apple. The master of the royal hall surveyed the dishes before him, swallowed hard, and was ready to feast, only to discover that there were no knives or forks on the table, only spoons and a peculiar set of utensils. Is this what they call chopsticks? The master of the royal hall, whose disciples frequented this small shop across from the Tang Sect, had heard about the convenience of these chopsticks, leading many disciples in the sect to complain about the inconvenience of knives and forks in the dining hall. At the title level, one naturally possesses a sense of decorum. The master of the royal hall refrained from asking how to use them. With a thought, he observed the other diners preparing to eat. Using chopsticks was not difficult. For someone of his caliber, it took only a glance to grasp the basics. As the master of the royal hall quickly mastered the use of chopsticks, the other 3 masters also experienced a moment of enlightenment and followed suit. They were astonished that 2 small wooden sticks could serve as utensils, and so conveniently. The master of the sensory hall stroked his goatee, a look of surprise crossing his face. I believe this could be promoted in our sect's dining hall. Possessing a refined demeanor, the master of the sensory hall had a penchant for elegance, and he found chopsticks far more graceful than knives and forks, which endeared them to him immensely. However, his suggestion did not elicit a response from his 3 old friends. He paused in confusion, only to become suddenly incensed. "Old monkey, remove your chopsticks from my pork knuckle." "This is pork knuckle, not your elbow." The master of the strength hall scoffed. "It's nothing. Just order another portion later. Don't be stingy, old sparrow." The master of the sensory hall was exasperated, while the master of the apothecary hall leisurely sampled the dompa pork knuckle, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Interesting. This is a 100-year-old fragrant pig. It appears to have been cooked using some secret method, completely locking in the essence of the 100-year-old beast without any leakage." As the apothecary hall specialized in the study of rare ingredients and poisons, he had considerable knowledge of edible soul beasts and quickly identified the source of the dompa pork knuckle. However, after a few more bites, uncertainty flickered across his face. This fragrant pig seemed extraordinary. Why did it feel much richer than the typical fragrant pig? Could it be a millennium old? No, that's impossible. Before long, he dismissed his speculation, concluding it was likely still 100 years old, perhaps cultivated through a unique method. Was it specifically bred for consumption? The master of the apothecary hall murmured, but his musings were overheard by Chi-Han, who was passing by with more dishes. His heart raced. Truly, a title-level expert was capable of such accurate deductions. This fragrant pig was indeed systemically farmed, thus differing completely from the ones outside. "Young lad, are your ingredients farmed by yourself?" Noticing Chi-Han beside him, the master of the apothecary hall abruptly looked up, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Chi-Han nodded, about to speak when the voice of the system suddenly interrupted. When patrons inquire about the source of ingredients, the host is obliged to provide a detailed explanation. What kind of rule is this? Chi-Han's lips twitched, yet he patiently began to explain. The fragrant pig used for the dompa pork knuckle is one that has been artificially farmed since birth. This fragrant pig undergoes daily long-distance training, receives manual massages twice a day, and is fed laurel fruits sourced from millennium-old laurel trees, resulting in a highly meticulous rearing process. Thus, the essence contained within the ingredients far exceeds that of ordinary fragrant pigs. Upon hearing Chi Han's explanation, the entire dining area fell into a sudden silence. Even the questioning master of the apothecary hall found himself at a loss for words. All the patrons present were struck by a singular thought. The pig is treated better than humans. Everyone suddenly felt that this 100 gold soul coin portion of Dompa pork knuckle was indeed a tremendous value. Boss, I'll have a portion of Dompa pork knuckle, please. Yes, I'll have a portion too. Knowing the source of the Dompa pork knuckle's ingredients seemed to have made it even more desirable. The master of the apothecary hall sighed, realizing that such a rearing method would be difficult for the Tang Sect to replicate. He could hardly fathom how this seemingly ordinary proprietor achieved such excellence. However, everyone has their secrets, and he had no desire to pry into others' mysteries. The fifth rule of the Xiantian treasure record: all Tang Sect disciples must avoid provoking trouble, but if faced with aggressors, retaliate with thunderous force. A portion of pork knuckle was quickly devoured by the master of the apothecary hall, and he turned his gaze toward the smashed cucumber. Picking up a piece and tasting it, he exclaimed in surprise. Rare ingredients, primarily plants. He was confident in his knowledge of all spiritual plants and herbs in the world. Yet at this moment, he could not identify the source of this ingredient called cucumber. It did bear some resemblance to the ghost vine. But ghost vines do not bear fruit. Seemingly enamored by the sour and spicy flavor of the smashed cucumber, the master of the apothecary hall soon polished off an entire small plate. He was astonished to find that he, who initially had little appetite, had miraculously developed one. The master of the apothecary hall, named Yu Hua, had been deeply interested in spiritual plants and herbs since childhood. After joining the Tang Sect, he studied under the current head of the apothecary hall and became immersed in the research of rare ingredients. However, not all rare ingredients are beneficial. Improper use can be harmful to the body. In his youth, Yu Hua, due to a failed experiment, inexplicably lost his appetite, and since then, no delicacy could entice him. For him, eating became merely a means to nourish the body. Even during the earlier consumption of Dompa pork knuckle, Yu Hua was solely focused on analyzing the ingredients and the effects of consumption, pondering the underlying principles. As for whether the Dompa pork knuckle was delicious, he had not given it a moment's thought. Lacking appetite is a tormenting ordeal. Yu Hua was not devoid of taste. He could distinctly discern the deliciousness of food. Yet for him, no matter how exquisite the flavor, it could not ignite a desire to continue tasting. Even if he were to take another bite, he would feel no lingering affection. At this moment, spurred by the tantalizing aroma of smashed cucumbers, Yu Hua found himself experiencing an appetite he had not felt in decades. It is worth noting that after recognizing his issue, he had tried a myriad of exotic delicacies, yet none had yielded any results. Little boss, another serving of Dompa pork. Excitement sparkled in Yu Hua's eyes. Chapter 24. The Tang Sect is not an option before the Dompa pork arrived. Yu Hua casually reached for a nearby plate of fried rice and took a generous spoonful, stuffing it into his mouth. It was cured, truly cured. As he savored the fragrance of the fried rice wafting through his senses and felt his long-dormant digestive system spring back to life, Yu Hua sensed that the world had become brighter. Is this made with the eggs of the colorful golden pheasant? He noted that the rice seemed distinct from regular varieties. Years of professional habit allowed him to analyze the ingredients of the fried rice in an instant. Yet he quickly shook his head. Regardless of the ingredients, the pleasure of tasting the dish was paramount. Suddenly, Yu Hua sensed something amiss. He looked up to find 3 old companions staring at him with wide eyes. They were well aware of his lack of appetite, having spent decades together. But now, the fact that Yu Hua had proactively ordered Dompa pork and was relishing the fried rice so heartily, was this truly Yu Hua, the one who had proclaimed that eating was merely a means to sustain life? For a fleeting moment, the 3 leaders wondered if Yu Hua had been possessed by someone else. After so many years of camaraderie, Yu Hua understood their thoughts. He merely smiled and said, "This smashed cucumber is quite delightful. You should try it." Smashed cucumber? It was only then that the trio noticed the dish before them. The leaders of the Strength and Imperial Halls were carnivorous by nature, and after finishing the Dompa pork, they naturally directed their attention to the pig's stomach chicken, hardly glancing at the verdant vegetables. As for the leader of the Agility Hall, he preferred the subtly colored and fragrant fried rice over the vibrant smashed cucumbers. Gazing at the smashed cucumbers before him, and then at Yu Hua's empty plate, the 3 harbored an incredulous suspicion. Could it be that a mere plate of smashed cucumbers had rekindled this old fellow's appetite? That seemed rather exaggerated, didn't it? Though they found it hard to believe. Their hands did not slow down. 3 pairs of chopsticks swiftly reached for the plates of smashed cucumbers. Old monkey, retract your chopsticks. The leader of the Agility Hall shot a fierce glare at the leader of the Strength Hall, channeling his soul power through his chopsticks, instantly deflecting the other's attempt. The leader of the Strength Hall chuckled, unfazed, and finally took a piece from his plate and popped it into his mouth. Wow. After a couple of chews, he couldn't help but exclaim. Despite his love for meat, he found that constant consumption could become monotonous. The smashed cucumbers, however, bursting with a tangy and refreshing flavor, instantly revitalized his palate. His digestive system began to churn even faster. It felt as though the portions of pork and pig stomach chicken he had just consumed were for naught. Boss, another serving of pork? He grinned. And make it another round of smashed cucumbers as well. It turns out I don't dislike vegetables. It was just that the previous chef's cooking was subpar. Indeed, it must be so. Give me another serving of pork, came a deeper voice, this time from the leader of the Imperial Hall. The leaders of the Strength Hall, Tai Lei, and the Imperial Hall, Niu Yu, both possessed large beast-type martial souls, towering over 2 meters, resembling iron towers. Their impressive physiques naturally allowed for great appetites, and with the smashed cucumbers whetting their appetites, they found themselves ravenous once more, observing the 2 old companions devouring their food with abandon. The leader of the Agility Hall shook his head, elegantly picking up a piece of smashed cucumber to savor. Boss, give me a small serving of fried rice as well. The Tang Sect, originating from the single attribute 4 clans of 5,000 years ago, still maintained its lineage. The clans of Strength, Imperial, Agility, and the Breaking Clan, despite internal changes over millennia, continued their legacy. The Strength, Imperial, and Agility clans remained the core of the 3 halls, while the Breaking Clan, having devoted themselves to herbal research, had seen their numbers dwindle, now comprising half of the members, supplemented by plant-type soul masters recruited for their expertise. Among the 4 hall leaders of the Tang Sect Shrek Academy Division, Tai Lei and Niu Yu represented the purest lineages of their respective clans, while Zhao Yunsheng, leader of the Agility Hall, wielded a top-tier agility-oriented martial soul, the Thunderlark, bearing the title of Extreme Lightning. Yu Hua, the leader of the Apothecary Hall, possessed a rare healing-type martial soul, the Ancient Tree of Life, earning the title of Wood Spirit. These 4 titled Doluos were renowned throughout Shrek City. Yet here they gathered in a humble establishment, conversing like ordinary patrons, creating an almost surreal atmosphere. The disciples of the Tang Sect expressed their astonishment at witnessing their leaders in such a light, truly a sight to behold. For Ki-hon, who saw titled Doluos for the first time, it was quite amusing. These 4 titled Doluos were indeed entertaining, akin to playful old children. In the end, the 4 titled Doluos left content, and before departing, the hunched figure of the Apothecary Hall leader even inquired if Chi-Han wished to join the Tang Sect's Apothecary Hall, a gesture of goodwill from the Wood Spirit Daw. However, after a moment of contemplation, Chi-Han opted to decline. Could he really refuse the invitation of a titled Doluo from the Tang Sect? In the eyes of the diners, Chi-Han and this small establishment suddenly took on an air of mystery. Considering Chi-Han's earlier disclosure of the breeding process for the osmanthus pigs used in the Dompa pork, the young proprietor might not be as unassuming as he appeared. Such thoughts began to permeate the minds of many diners, leading them to reassess the significance of this establishment. Little did they know, as the day came to a close and Chi-Han shut the doors, gazing at the vacated dining area, he muttered in frustration, "System, come out here. What is the matter, host? Why can't I join the Tang Sect? Isn't it enticing to be recruited by a titled Doluo?" Indeed, everyone assumed Chi-Han was backed by a mysterious force, hence his reluctance to join the Tang Sect. Only Chi-Han understood the truth. There was no mysterious power behind him. The only system he possessed was a culinary one. Everything stemmed from the system's prohibition against Chi-Han entering any faction. The host's task is to promote Blue Star's culinary culture across the Doluo continent, conquering this other world with Blue Star's cuisine. As the system's host, no faction is qualified to recruit the host, not even the Tang Sect. Chi-Han felt close to tears. Having arrived in the Doluo continent, wouldn't it be wise to cling to Tang San's coattails? Correct. The Tang Sect is also not an option. The system had truly narrowed his path. Chapter 25, a long line forms ultimately. Chi-Han could not outmaneuver the system and had to accept, with disappointment, that he was unable to join any faction. Upon returning to his room on the second floor, he quickly forgot his grievances against the system after a long day and fell into a deep slumber. He suspected that the system had employed some unknown advanced technology on the bed, as he would fall asleep the moment he touched it. The next morning, when Chi-Han rose from his bed, all traces of fatigue from the previous day had vanished, leaving him feeling invigorated. Without hesitation, he chose to enter the training space. He had completed a significant portion of the training for the tomato beef dish, and if all went smoothly, he would likely finish it by midday and could introduce the new dish soon thereafter. When Chi-Han emerged from the training space, it was nearly noon. As expected, he had successfully completed the training for the tomato beef, and it was time to open the shop. Upon reaching the first floor, he instinctively glanced at the menu on the wall. Small portion of egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins large portion of egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coins pig stomach chicken, soup 12 gold soul coins smashed cucumber, 2 gold soul coins dompa pork, 100 gold soul coins tomato beef, 20 gold soul coins, although the ingredients for the tomato beef also came from a century-old soul beast. The armored cow was not as unique as the fragrant pig, and the dish did not possess the extraordinary effects of dompa pork. Thus its price was relatively modest. It seemed the diners today were in for a treat. In the small eatery, the only purely meat dishes available were dompa pork and tomato beef. Due to the special effects of dompa pork in enhancing cultivation, it was considerably more expensive, catering only to soul masters of higher rank, making it less appealing to ordinary diners who preferred meat. Fortunately, the more affordable and equally delicious tomato beef provided patrons with greater choices. Chi-Han glanced outside and was momentarily taken aback. When did the business of the small eatery become this prosperous? The glass window of the shop, a product of the system's advanced technology, allowed Chi-Han to see outside without being seen when the shop was closed. However, once the shop opened, visibility was mutual. At that moment, the shop had yet to open, and while the customers outside could not see Chi-Han within, he could clearly observe a long line formed outside. At the front of the queue stood the 4 leaders of the Tang Sect. As the reputation of the small eatery grew, many patrons had begun arriving early to wait for Chi-Han to open, but they had not yet formed a line. They would simply gather in small groups, waiting for the shop to commence operations. For reasons unknown, customers were now queuing up, and the number of diners had far exceeded that of the previous days. Unbeknownst to Chi-Han, the previous day, Zhou Long had broken through to the sole emperor rank in the small eatery, and the 4 leaders of the Tang Sect had gathered there for a meal, igniting a wave of excitement that swept through a significant part of Shrek City. The small eatery had transcended mere local fame. As word of its delectable food spread, many passers-by from distant areas had heard of the establishment opposite the Tang Sect. Moreover, diners who had savored the culinary delights within had enthusiastically recommended the eatery to their friends and family. The accumulation of favorable reviews had finally led to a breakthrough. Although Chi-Han was unaware of the sudden influx of customers, he took a deep breath and, as usual, calmly opened the door. "Little lad, bring me 5 portions of dompa pork and 1 serving of smashed cucumber." Tai Lei stepped into the small eatery, brimming with eagerness, clearly ready to indulge in a feast. "I'll have 1 portion of pig stomach chicken, 2 portions of dompa pork, 1 serving of smashed cucumber, and a large portion of egg fried rice." Unlike Tai Lei, Niuyu ordered a variety of dishes without any specific inclination. 1 small portion of egg fried rice, 1 pig stomach chicken, and 1 smashed cucumber, Jia Yinsheng ordered, demonstrating a more modest appetite compared to the 2 others. He preferred the more delicate dishes like egg fried rice and pig stomach chicken over the heavier meat options. 1 portion of dompa pork, 2 smashed cucumbers, and 1 small portion of egg fried rice, Yu Hua ordered, appearing quite pleased, his complexion seemingly improved after a night's rest. Yu Hua's professional instincts led him to observe his surroundings more keenly, and he soon noticed a change in the menu. New dishes? The other 3 men instinctively turned their gaze towards the menu. "Another serving of tomato beef," they exclaimed in unison. With this development, news of the new dish swiftly spread along the line of customers waiting outside the small eatery. Each new diner entering would glance at the menu, eager to discover what this new dish was and whether it was reasonably priced. In contrast to dompa pork, the tomato beef's affordable price quickly garnered the attention of patrons. Before long, the tomato beef was served to the 4 leaders of the Tang Sect. Many curious diners craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the new dish. Yet they hesitated to intrude upon the 4 titled Duos, retreating slightly while inhaling the distinctive aroma of the tomato beef, unable to resist swallowing in anticipation of their own orders. The four leaders, however, had no such reservations, their eyes fixed on the steaming tomato beef that had just been served. Yuhua was the first to pick up a piece of the bright red tomato and pop it into his mouth. Tomatoes also existed in Dolua continent, and upon tasting it, Yuhua recognized the fruit. Compared to local tomatoes, this variety seemed to be both more tart and sweeter, with a much richer flavor. The tomatoes had been peeled and cut into neat little pieces, fully cooked, and the moment they touched the tongue, they melted away, leaving a robust sweet and sour taste. This sweet and sour flavor was intertwined with the savory essence of the beef, creating a harmonious blend that enhanced the inherent flavor of the tomato, adding layers of complexity. A smile crept onto Yuhua's lips. Ever since the smashed cucumber had restored his appetite, he seemed to have developed a fondness for slightly sour foods. And the perfectly balanced acidity of the tomato beef delighted him immensely. After savoring the tomato, Yuhua picked up a piece of tender, braised beef. The beef brisket, which originates from the softer meat near the abdomen and ribs of the cow, had been stewed for a long time, rendering it almost melt-in-your-mouth tender while still retaining some elasticity. This tender meat had absorbed the rich broth of the tomato beef, with a savory flavor accented by subtle hints of sweetness. The sweet and sour taste completely accentuated the freshness of the beef, elevating the brisket's savory profile to a whole new level. Chapter 26. The shocked Tang Ziyuhua savored each bite meticulously, while Nyoyu, on the other hand, was less discerning. He dove into the tomato beef with gusto, eating faster and faster. Lacking a refined vocabulary, he could only muster 2 words to describe the dish: delicious. Though he shared Tai Lei's hearty appetite, Nyoyu was not as enamored with meat. He enjoyed flavorful food regardless of whether it was meat or vegetables. However, if he were to eat only meat like Tai Lei, he would soon find it overwhelming. Thus, the tomato beef was equally to Nyoyu's liking. The harmonious blend of savory beef and the sweet tangy essence of tomatoes achieves a sublime transformation, transcending the mere oiliness of unadulterated meat while imbuing the dish with a delightful complexity absent in solely vegetable fare. However, for Tai Lei, this presented an entirely different experience. A staunch carnivore, he believed that meat should stand alone, untainted by the presence of vegetables in its preparation, deeming such a mixture as impure. Thus, when the plate of tomato beef brisket was served, a twinge of regret washed over him. Had he acted impulsively? Could the combination of beef and tomatoes truly be palatable? He was well aware of the tomato's flavor, pleasantly sweet and tangy, while the beef was known for its chewiness and tenderness. Could these 2 elements coexist harmoniously? Yet, given the chef's reputation, perhaps it wouldn't be too disappointing. With this thought, Tai Lei hesitantly picked up a piece of brisket and brought it to his mouth. To his astonishment, as if jolted by an electric shock, his movements froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as an unprecedented flavor cascaded across his palate. The acidity and sweetness of the tomato intertwined with the succulent tenderness of the beef, creating a remarkable chemical reaction that rendered the meat more tender than any he had previously tasted, compelling him to almost swallow his tongue in delight. The notion that cooking tomatoes with beef could yield such exquisite flavor, at that moment, Tai Lei's lifelong philosophy regarding meat crumbled before him. The tomato beef brisket was indeed a culinary marvel. Another small portion of fried rice, please. Tai Lei, still grappling with this revelation, was interrupted by Zhao Yunxing's voice. In the brief span of time, his fried rice had mysteriously vanished, and half of the tomato beef brisket was already devoured. Zhao Yunxing, a fried rice aficionado, had fully embraced another characteristic of the tomato beef brisket, its exceptional capability to complement rice. He held no stringent views on the balance of meat and vegetables. To him, the sweet, sour, and savory profile of the dish paired exquisitely with fried rice. After savoring a few spoonfuls of pig's stomach chicken soup, Zhao Yunxing could not suppress a contented expression. This life is one I would not trade for anything. He chuckled. Boss, your little establishment is thriving. Now, there's even a queue. As the door swung open, a towering figure strode in, momentarily halting mid-sentence in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, incredulous at the sight of 4 cloaked elders gathered at a nearby table. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Aren't those the 4 hallmasters? What are they doing here? Tang Zi, having missed just 3 days at the restaurant, felt as if he no longer recognized the bustling establishment. It was no wonder. He had just completed a task, escorting a covert weapon, and rushed to Chi Han's eatery, eager for a delicious meal. Initially intending to bring his good friend Zhou Long along, he had not located him, leading him to come directly. "Stop staring and sit down to eat, you little rascal." Tai Lei chided the naive, younger generation. "All right, Uncle, sure," Tang Zi replied instinctively, prompting a moment of surprise from Chi Han, who overheard. Tang Zi was actually the disciple of Home Master Tai. After surveying the surroundings, he chose a seat close to Tai Lei and glanced at the menu, only to be taken aback. 100 gold soul coins for a dompa pork knuckle? His voice instinctively rose in pitch. Tai Lei, savoring the pork, turned and playfully slapped the back of his head with his greasy hand. "What are you shouting about, you ignorant brat? Just eat. It's a good dish." "Oh," Tang Zi muttered, rubbing the back of his head. "Why can't I speak loudly?" While 100 gold soul coins seemed somewhat pricey, Tang Zi could afford it. Trusting Chi Han and encouraged by his uncle's words, he wasted no time. "Boss, 1 dompa pork knuckle, 1 tomato beef brisket, 1 small portion of fried rice, and 1 smashed cucumber, please." Naturally, he wished to sample all the new dishes, but being cautious about portion sizes, he only ordered a small fried rice. As he waited for his food, Tang Zi scanned the room for his comrade. To his dismay, Zhou Long had come to the little shop alone. Whereas Zhou Long, after searching for some time without success, he approached the Zhang brothers, who were engrossed in their meals. "Where's your captain?" Zhang Ji looked up, finally recognizing Tang Zi. His friend's brother, Tang Shixiang, the captain ate a dompa pork knuckle here yesterday and leveled up to 60. He set off for the Stardow Forest early this morning. "What nonsense is this? He ate a dompa pork knuckle and leveled up?" Tang Zi's face reflected his disbelief as he regarded the brothers as if they were fools. Is it possible to get so intoxicated over a few dishes? Zhang Ji remained unfazed, his expression steadfast. Moments later, Tang Zi rubbed his temples. "Are you serious? I can't process this. It's too much information." Zhang Ji nodded. "Home Master, you personally verified it. The dompa pork knuckle can enhance cultivation speed by about 50% for half an hour. The captain successfully leveled up to 60 thanks to the essence of the pork knuckle." With Home Master US endorsement, Tang Zi found it impossible to disbelieve. No wonder it cost 100 gold soul coins. If it truly had such an effect, it was merely a bargain. Thus, it was understandable that the 4 Home Masters were drawn to dine here. Tang Zi cast a discerning glance at Chi Han, who was bustling in the kitchen. Recognizing his current soul power level, 12th level soul power, even with a successfully absorbed soul ring, he would only have reached 11th level soul power. Yet here he was, achieving 12th level in just a few days. Moreover, upon reflection, Tang Zi realized something unsettling. It seemed that when he first visited, Chi Han had no trace of soul power. Merely an ordinary person. How much time had passed? It couldn't have been more than half a month, could it? Chapter 27. Someone applied for the job. As Tang Zi watched Chi Han approach with the dishes, he scrutinized him closely, causing Chi Han to pause momentarily. "Brother Tang, what's the matter?" Convinced he had not discovered anything amiss about Chi Han, Tang Zi averted his gaze and shook his head. Nothing, haha. In that fleeting moment, he had briefly suspected Chi Han of being an evil soul master. Evil soul masters are those who possess malevolent martial souls and utilize them for nefarious ends, wreaking havoc upon the world. They can rapidly enhance their soul power and cultivation through the dark attributes, but the path they tread is far from righteous, often marked by the slaughter of innocents. Such soul masters are not tolerated in Dolua continent. Others would mercilessly eliminate them upon encounter. Given Chi Han's rapid ascension, Tang Zi had his doubts, but he found no evidence of the malevolent aura characteristic of evil soul masters. This realization dispelled his suspicions. As long as he wasn't an evil soul master, it was of little consequence. After all, who didn't harbor a few secrets? Chi Han, oblivious to Tang Zi's thoughts, sensed that the system was subtly aware of something amiss. Given the host's rapid increase in soul power, a soul power concealment card is being provided free of charge. Upon usage, the host's soul power level will remain undetectable by others. Will you use it? The slicing of scallions paused momentarily. Chi Han could not comprehend why the system had suddenly brought this up, yet it was evidently not an opportune moment to utilize it. He decided to wait until noon when the shop closed to make use of it. The exquisite new dish elicited exclamations of delight from Tang Zi. Much like Zhao Yinsheng, who also relished fried rice, Tang Zi quickly discerned the delightful accompaniment of the tomato beef brisket. The appetizing cucumber salad was a perfect starter, and the tomato beef brisket complemented it splendidly. The result of this delectable combination was a resounding, "Boss, another small portion of fried rice, please," Tang Zi exclaimed, expressing his desire for more. After indulging himself and savoring the dompa pork, Tang Zi felt the rapid circulation of soul power within his meridians. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he was still taken aback. Who would have thought that a single dish could possess effects rivaling those of rare treasures? The boss was truly remarkable. Regrettably, Tang Zi had not yet reached the bottleneck of his soul power level, thus unable to break through. Nonetheless, the effects of the dompa pork had significantly enhanced his soul power, saving him several days of training. Soon, Tang Zi set down the last empty plate, patting his round belly with a satisfied smile. Now he eagerly volunteered for every escort mission to Shrek City, leaving his brethren in Tiando City bewildered at his apparent madness in spending so much time in transit. How could these ordinary folk fathom the allure of the culinary delights of this small establishment? After exchanging pleasantries with Chi Han, Tang Zi respectfully bowed to the four hall masters and turned to leave the small shop. With the task completed, it was time to return to Tiando City. Lunchtime swiftly passed. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Chi Han rubbed his wrist. From the patrons' discussions, he had gleaned the reason for the sudden surge in the shop's popularity. A flourishing business was indeed a good thing. Yet it also meant more exhaustion than before, perhaps a sweet burden. By the way, the notice board hanging at the entrance had been up for a day. Why had no one come to apply for the server position? Chi Han felt overwhelmed, in desperate need of assistance. Main quest for a small gold cumulative income of the shop reaches 100,000 gold soul coins. Quest description: even for a culinary deity, earning money is equally important. Come and achieve your small goal. Quest rewards: 1 3-star random recipe, 1 2-star selected recipe fragment, soul power level 5. Quest progress: 3024-110-0000. Glancing at the quest progress, Chi Han fell silent. The main quest he initially estimated would take a month to complete now seemed close to fruition, thanks to the popularity of the dompa pork and the influx of customers. Given its already high price, Chi Han's shop was now making over 10,000 gold soul coins a day. At this rate, perhaps completion would only take a week? The system had indeed bestowed upon him a card. It is a soul power concealment card. Chi Han nodded and decided to use it. A grayish light enveloped him, quickly dissipating, leaving no outward sign of anomaly. Should anyone attempt to probe his cultivation with spiritual energy, they would be astonished to find themselves unable to accurately detect Chi Han's soul power level. If previously, discerning Chi Han's soul power level was as simple as looking through a glass window, the current situation was akin to peering through frosted glass. One could ascertain the presence of a person, but could not discern their exact attributes. After resting for a moment, Chi Han rose and moved to the door, preparing to close for a break, only to find a familiar silhouette standing at the entrance. He paused, recalling where this familiarity stemmed from. This girl had visited the shop before. Her name seemed to be Fuya. Chi Han's impression of her was not particularly strong, but he distinctly remembered another girl named Ing Shuang Shuang, who had left a more lasting mark on him by threatening to smash his shop. Chi Han recalled that Ing Shuang Shuang had visited several times, each time donning a large hat to avoid being recognized, which had amused him greatly. Just as he was about to inform Fuya that the shop was closed, he noticed her gaze fixed intently on the notice board. "Excuse me, are you hiring servers here?" Fuya inquired hesitantly as she noticed Chi Han's approach. Indeed, she had come to apply. To be frank, Fuya was remarkably attractive, perhaps even more so than the pampered Ing Shuang Shuang. Her long black hair aligned with Chi Han's aesthetic preferences, making her a suitable candidate for a server position. However, a concern arose as Chi Han glanced at Fuya's stature, hesitating slightly. At around 14 or 15 years of age, although child labor was not a concept in this world, Chi Han felt a twinge of reluctance. Sensing his hesitation, Fuya bit her lip and spoke with determination. "I can help you wash dishes and serve plates." Chi Han was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. "As a server, you only need to clear tables after customers finish dining, serve dishes, and assist in taking orders. As for washing dishes, I have a dishwasher. A dishwasher? Fuya blinked, unsure of what that entailed. However, she quickly responded, I could do all of that. Shihan scratched his head, but aren't you a bit young for this? Is it appropriate? Age? Fuya's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting Shihan's concern to revolve around this issue. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth. And suddenly, 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple materialized behind her. I am a 4-ringed soul master. My strength is comparable to that of an adult. And I will be an adult in just a year. Chapter 28. The Unyielding Shihan. The two worlds are indeed different. In the world of Dolua continent, one is considered an adult at 16. Fuya, being 15, was quite close to adulthood. Moreover, her strength as a 4-ringed soul master was formidable. In smaller sects, a 4-ringed soul master was already a pillar of support. Achieving such power at 15, Fuya's talent would not go unnoticed even at Shrek Academy. Shihan found no other reason to refuse and opted to accept her application with enthusiasm. That is settled then. When can you start? If possible. Shihan hoped she could start that very evening. Fuya blinked. Wait a moment, boss. Have you yet discussed the compensation? Wasn't it said that the terms of employment were negotiable? Why hadn't it even been mentioned? All right. Shihan slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the most crucial detail. However, how should the compensation be structured? He pondered. Serving plates and cleaning were not particularly arduous tasks. And given that the working hours only amounted to 4 hours a day, such a position in other establishments might yield a monthly wage of merely a few silver soul coins. Even in the renowned Tiendo City, 2 or 3 gold soul coins would be the utmost. Yet, Shihan glanced at his menu. The cheapest cucumber salad was priced at 2 gold soul coins per order. Would he be earning a server's monthly wage from a single order of cucumber salad? Exploiting this young girl in such a manner felt somewhat shameful to him. Alas, it was the high prices of the dishes that caused this predicament. Please refrain from shifting blame. Host, the dishes are expensive due to the costly ingredients. All right. Shihan lifted his head and gazed at Fuya. 300 gold soul coins a month. What do you think? This price was determined by Shihan after considering the foot traffic and revenue of the small shop, as well as Fuya's strength as a soul master at the 4-ring soul sect. After some contemplation, Shihan realized that his shop's staff needed to be soul masters, as the patrons were also soul masters, making it difficult for an ordinary girl to fulfill the role of a waitress. The disparity in status between soul masters and ordinary individuals was quite significant. A regular girl might struggle to speak in front of titled WOs like the 4 masters of the Tang Sect. In truth, Shihan felt that 300 gold soul coins was somewhat insufficient, considering he could earn nearly 10,000 gold soul coins in a single day. At that moment, Fuya was left in a state of bewilderment. Coming from a modest background, her family had sacrificed much to send her to the Shrek Academy due to her exceptional talent. Fuya had proven herself as a diligent student, not only gaining admission to Shrek, but also excelling within its ranks. To alleviate her family's financial burden, she had applied to be a work-study student, helping out at the academy to earn her tuition. Life was not affluent. She relied on the academy's free meals. Though the dining hall's offerings were delightful, the nutritional needs of a soul master could not be met by such meals. Despite this, Fuya had managed to break through to the soul master realm before turning 15, thanks to her innate talent, even while subsisting on free meals. However, her life took a turn when she received a letter from home, revealing her mother's illness and the need for funds. With her father unable to help, there was hope that she, as a soul master, could devise a solution. Though Fuya had saved some money over the years, it was not enough for her mother's treatment, and she found herself working part-time to gather the remaining funds. Fuya had considered borrowing money from her wealthy friend in Shuang or seeking help from a few affluent suitors, but she was reluctant to do so. If she truly could not accumulate the needed funds through work, she might contemplate asking Ing Shuang for a loan. But that was not her current intention. Regarding the suitors, she had never entertained the thought. However, working proved to be far more challenging than Fuya had anticipated. Regular jobs consumed too much time, hindering her studies and offering meager wages, prolonging her quest for the remaining funds. Just when despair began to set in, she learned of Shihan's search for a waitress. The shop's hours aligned perfectly with her schedule, allowing her to balance her studies and training. As she recalled the delicious fried rice that left a lasting impression on her, Fuya decided to take a chance. Surely, she could earn enough for a month's worth of fried rice, if only she could receive in advance. as she only needed 3 more gold soul coins for her mother's treatment. Even with such conditions, Fuya felt she was pushing her luck. Serving dishes seemed an unlikely endeavor for 5 gold soul coins a month, but to her astonishment, the handsome young owner offered 300 gold soul coins monthly. Fuya could hardly believe her ears. Meanwhile, Chihan's perspective was quite different. Observing Fuya's astonished expression, he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the offer was indeed too low for a soul master. So, he proposed an adjustment, 300 gold soul coins a month, plus 2 meals per day, with the freedom to enjoy any dish from the shop as long as it was not wasted. Upon further calculation, considering 60 meals a month and Fuya's appetite, this would equate to approximately 1,800 gold soul coins, bringing her total earnings close to 2,000 gold soul coins. Reflecting on the past, during the Spirit Hall era, soul emperors received monthly allowances of 100 gold soul coins without any obligation, making it reasonable for a 4-ring soul master to earn 10 times that. Fuya, however, was left even more dazed. Although she had not visited the shop recently, her close friend, Ing Shuang, often returned from her secretive visits boasting about the delicious but expensive food. Fuya had long been tempted by the shop's culinary delights. Now, the prospect of 2 meals a day as part of her job felt surreal, as if gold soul coins were falling from the sky. Yet, Chihan's thoughts were far from hers. Observing her increasingly vacant expression, he scratched his head, wondering if perhaps his offer was still too modest. Suddenly, Fuya snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I can start this afternoon, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the generous offer. The urgency of her mother's illness compelled her to ask, could I possibly receive an advance on my salary? Just 10 gold soul coins would suffice. After a brief hesitation, she quickly amended, 5 will be fine. If I save a little, I can manage this month. Advance? Chihan paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, just a moment. He stepped into the kitchen, emerging with 3 crisp gold notes, which he handed to Fuya. I'll advance you a month's pay. Remember to come by at 4:30 this afternoon for your meal before starting work. Chapter 29. Does the system really matter? Upon returning to her dormitory, Fuya was still in a daze. How'd it go? As soon as she opened the door, a fiery red figure lunged at her, embracing her with concern. The student dormitory at Shrek Academy was shared, and Fuya's roommate since her first year had been Ing Shuang. This had been the catalyst for their close friendship. Fuya had never concealed her family situation from Ing Shuang, yet she consistently refused any help from her. Ing Shuang, with her impatient nature, found herself helpless against the stubborn girl and could only assist Fuya in finding work. She even covertly directed her family's business to offer Fuya a high-paying job, only to be discovered and rejected by Fuya. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned Fuya. After hearing about a Tang Sect disciple who had broken through to the Soul Emperor rank after trying a new dish at Chihan's shop, which attracted the attention of the 4 titled WOs, Ing Shuang decided to check it out and taste the delicacies she had been craving for days. However, before she could enter, she spotted a notice board outside the shop. Concerned for her friend, Ing Shuang rushed back to the academy without even stopping for a meal, eager to share the news with Fuya. Naturally, Fuya was intrigued by the job that seemed tailored for her. She hurried to the shop before closing time to apply. After a brief embrace with Ing Shuang, Fuya recounted her conversation with Chihan in detail. 2 meals a day, all you can eat. Ing Shuang's focus remained fixated on that one sentence. Is he still hiring waitresses? I want to go too. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She longed to accompany her dear friend Fuya. Fuya tilted her head thoughtfully. Before I left, I saw the owner take down the notice board. So they might not be hiring anymore. Wah. Ing Shuang threw a fit in Fuya's soft embrace, completely abandoning her image as a noble young lady. Fuya playfully ruffled Ing Shuang's hair, saying, I have to go to work this afternoon. I want to go too. Ing Shuang exclaimed with a delicate huff. With such generous treatment from your boss, I suspect he has ulterior motives. Fuya paused, shaking her head in disbelief. No way, he can't outmatch me. Who knows? Ing Shuang murmured softly, her mind already pondering what delicacies to savor at the little shop that evening. She had yet to try the dompa pork, rumored to enhance one's cultivation. She had originally planned to indulge during lunch, but now it was a must for dinner. Oh, before leaving for lunch, I think I heard there's a new dish at the little shop. What was it called again? Tomato beef brisket? I must eat. I will have it tonight. Ing Shuang clutched her thinning wallet and let out a wail befitting a true foodie. Having successfully hired a waiter, Chi-Han felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. From now on, he would assign Faya the tasks of clearing tables, serving dishes, and recording customer orders, while he focused solely on cooking in the kitchen. Ah, splendid. Ding. Task completion detected. Side quest 2. Hire a waiter completed. Reward. 1-star customizable recipe fragment 1. Available for collection. The long-awaited task completion notification chimed. In truth, it hadn't been long. Only 8 chapters had passed. Chi-Han unhesitatingly chose to collect the reward, as he had no recipes left to train at that moment. Selecting a 1-star recipe would be seamless. This one's for you. Skondred Chi-Han. With no new side quest triggered, Chi-Han's only remaining task was the main quest 4. After claiming the 1-star customizable recipe fragment, he fell into contemplation. What new dish should I select? Ah, it seems the little shop lacks beverages. A 1-star drink it shall be. Opening the 1-star recipe list, Chi-Han bypassed a plethora of extravagant dish names, heading straight for the beverage category. After flipping through for a while, he spoke with some confusion. System. Where are the alcoholic beverages? Why are all the 1-star drinks merely soft drinks? The alcoholic beverages cataloged by this system are of too high a grade, beginning at 2-star recipes. 1-star recipes primarily consist of other drinks. Alcohol begins at 2-star recipes? Chi-Han couldn't help but click his tongue. He was curious to see what these drinks entailed. Fine, soft drinks it is. He continued to browse, his gaze settling on one particular drink. System. Didn't you say that Chenin juice was too lowly for you to include? There it was, boldly labeled as Chenin juice. The Chenin fruit used by this system is a special variety cultivated over hundreds of generations, employing unique grafting techniques. Speak plainly, after cultivation by this system, it is no longer considered lowly. All right, you're the system. I'll defer to your judgment. Chi-Han shrugged, selecting this option. He rather enjoyed the taste of Chenin fruit, which resembled watermelon. Of course, if watermelon juice were available, he would have chosen that instead. However, among the 1-star juices, there wasn't a single fruit he recognized. What is the matter? Are the fruits from Blue Star unworthy? Blue Star is an ordinary plane. It is entirely normal for its fruits to be inferior in taste compared to those from extraordinary plains. That made some sense to Chi-Han, who pondered thoughtfully. No wonder the ingredients he used in cooking needed to be cultivated by the system. Even the ingredients from Blue Star required interbreeding with those from this realm to enhance their flavor. Host uses 1-star customizable recipe fragment 1 to exchange for 1-star recipe. Chenin juice. Confirmed? Confirmed. As Chi-Han responded, the system space transformed back into the training environment. Something felt amiss to him. Upon seeing the chef's phantom reappear in the system space, he finally understood the source of his unease. Do I really need the training space just to make juice? The system did not respond to Chi-Han's query. Instead, the phantom in the training space took charge. The phantom swiftly sliced each Chenin fruit in half without letting a drop of juice escape. One could imagine the difficulty by considering the challenge of cutting a watermelon without letting its juice flow. The Chenin fruit provided by the system was indeed impressive, larger than a typical Chenin fruit, about the size of 2 fists. After being halved, the phantom quickly scooped out the central portion, no larger than a ping-pong ball, and placed it into the system's advanced juicer, discarding the rest. Chi-Han was left speechless as the phantom's performance continued. The phantom produced a high glass adorned with exquisite engravings, using ice tongs to retrieve a long, rectangular ice block, which it placed into the glass. The phantom then stirred the ice in the glass with a muddler for several rotations before removing the ice block and allowing the juice from the juicer to flow into the glass. Finally, it garnished the drink with a few mint leaves and inserted a curved glass straw into the glass. Done. Chi-Han widened his eyes, exclaiming, System, I may not be well-versed, but aren't these techniques typical of bartending? All this for a glass of juice. Upon receiving the juice, he took a hearty sip. The glass, chilled by the ice, made the juice feel refreshing as it flowed into his lungs. The juice was sweet. Indeed, the system had not lied. This version of Chenin juice was far sweeter than the original, with a rich fruity aroma that provided a rejuvenating sensation. Slowly savoring each sip, he quickly finished the glass of Chenin juice. System, what about the remaining Chenin fruits? The system will recycle them for feeding other livestock. Recycling, how resourceful. So, how much does a glass of Chenin juice cost? 1 gold soul coin per cup. The little shop's prices have been freshly updated. Finally, I'm no longer the cheapest. With renewed vigor, Chi-Han rose, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us begin training. The process of making Qinan juice was not particularly challenging. The only difficulty lay in the initial task of slicing the Qinan fruit in half without any juice escaping. Shihan had initially thought such a requirement was to prevent waste, but the system's explanation was rather unexpected. The juice escaping from the cut surface results from the Qinan fruit's flesh being compressed, since the flesh at the cut isn't entirely composed of the essence. It can lead to the contamination of the pure part, preventing the Qinan juice from reaching perfection. The essence referred to the central part, no larger than a ping-pong ball, while the remaining portions were mercilessly categorized as non-essence flesh, even deemed contaminated. Such fastidiousness was typical of the system. Fortunately, Shihan's knife skills had recently reached a proficient level. Though the Phantom's actions appeared dazzling, he quickly found the task easier than anticipated. It merely required a faster cutting speed, with the blade consistently aligned with the cutting direction, showing no deviation whatsoever. After spending about 5 days in the training space, Shihan had mastered the technique. This marked one of the fastest exits from the training space in his history, and even so, he had made 3,000 mistakes with a knife. Gazing at the newly added line on the menu, Shihan smiled. For him, perhaps the greatest joy came from stepping out of the training space and discovering an addition to the menu. Shihan returned upstairs for a brief respite, and soon it was 4:30. Upon opening the door to the quaint little shop, he found Fuya already standing there with an air of eagerness. Although the shop was not set to officially open for another half hour, a queue had already formed outside. As soon as the patrons saw Shihan opening the door, they assumed he was starting early and rushed to enter. However, Shihan only admitted a young girl before gently closing the door behind them. Inside the shop, Shihan observed Fuya clad in the Shrek Academy uniform and raised an eyebrow. It seemed rather inappropriate for her to serve while wearing the Academy's attire. If the Academy were to find out, it might cause him trouble. Wait a moment, I'll fetch you a work uniform. You can think about what you'd like to eat in the meantime. With that, Shihan ascended the stairs. System, you must be able to customize a server's uniform, right? Yes, please select a style. As the system responded, dozens of different made outfits appeared before Shihan. Wow, this low-cut one looks quite appealing. Oh, and this ultra-short skirt version as well. Wait, is that a bikini-made outfit? You certainly know how to cater to my tastes. After much deliberation, Shihan calmly chose the two most modest options, considering the need for changes as well. I'm truly a considerate boss. Thank you for your patronage. Each customized outfit costs 1,000 gold soul coins. What? Are you trying to rob me? Why is the clothing so expensive? I assumed you were aware of the pricing. How could I know? If I had known it would cost this much, I would never have requested a custom outfit. Shihan rolled his eyes in exasperation. So, do you still want them? Shihan produced 2 1,000 coin gold notes. Just take them. Watching the notes vanish in a thin air, 2 brand new made outfits materialized in front of him. Shihan then made his way back downstairs. Handing the made outfits to Fuya, Shihan explained, "These are your work uniforms. You have 2, so you can alternate. Remember to wear them while working." On Dolawa continent, made outfits were not commonplace, so Fuya didn't find anything amiss with the skirts. She opened one of the outfits, examining it closely. What a beautiful dress. Her eyes sparkled. The fabric appeared to be of exceptionally high quality, even surpassing the finest dress she had seen before. This must be quite expensive. Is it really a work uniform? Fyrstula glance of Kihon. It fits perfectly. How did the boss know my size? Feeling a warmth in her cheeks, she quickly looked down. Shihan misunderstood her shyness and pointed to the staircase. You can change in the guest room upstairs, to the left. All right, Fuya responded softly, her heart racing as she hurried upstairs. By the way, what would you like to eat? Shihan called after her as she rushed up. A small portion of egg fried rice will be fine. Just a small portion of egg fried rice? Such simplicity. I mentioned she could eat anything, and she only orders that. He decided to add a pig stomach chicken dish for her. You need to eat more while you're growing. Strolling into the kitchen, he lit the stove and began to cook. Not only Fuya, but he himself was also in need of a meal. When Fuya descended, wearing her new outfit and exuding youthful shyness, Shihan was momentarily taken aback. Soul Masters often matured faster than ordinary people. Although Fuya was only 15, she stood at 165 centimeters, her figure curvaceous and hinting at her blossoming femininity. Her stunning face, framed by long, straight hair, combined with the fitted maid outfit, left Shihan utterly captivated. 300 gold soul coins a month. What a bargain. How's it taste? Chi-Han gestured toward the small table where a serving of pig stomach chicken and a portion of egg fried rice awaited. Fuya blinked. But I only need one serving of egg fried rice. Feeling shy about indulging in such a lavish meal, she had ordered only the fried rice. Chi-Han shook his head. You're at a stage where you need to eat well. Just don't waste any. Fuya felt a flutter of gratitude and nodded obediently, picking up her spoon to savor the egg fried rice. She quickly finished her portion, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. It had been a long time since she last visited, but the memory of Chi-Han's egg fried rice lingered in her mind. The thought of enjoying such delicious fried rice every day made her feel like the happiest girl in the world. After finishing her meal, a warm sensation spread from her stomach throughout her body. She recognized this feeling from the last time she had eaten egg fried rice. Only high-quality nutrition could elicit such a reaction. She recalled having experienced a similar meal at the Shrek Academy cafeteria, which had left a lasting impression on her. The nutrients would gradually be absorbed during her training, significantly accelerating her progress. A tremendous advantage for a soul master. This is pig stomach chicken? As her gaze shifted to the other dish, she quickly identified it, having heard about it frequently from her friend Ing Shuang Shuang. However, upon noticing the chopsticks beside the dish, she felt a bit flustered. Although Ing Shuang Shuang had told her about the special utensils called chopsticks, she had never used them before. Noticing Fuya's discomfort, Chi-Han smiled gently. He retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen and demonstrated their use until Fuya mastered the technique. You may need to teach future customers how to use them if they are unfamiliar. Got it. Fuya nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling. The pig stomach is so crunchy, and the chicken is so tender, with a wonderfully rich broth. Experiencing pig stomach chicken for the first time, Fuya felt she had discovered yet another dish to cherish. Although it was delicious, she reminded herself she was not there merely to dine, but to work. After watching Fuya finish her meal, Chi-Han nodded and began to instruct her on using the shop's equipment. This is a dishwasher. Simply place the dishes inside, and it will wash them automatically. Fuya's eyes widened in amazement, having never seen such a device. How impressive. If only we had one at home, my mother wouldn't have to wash dishes anymore. Her imagination began to wander. Chi-Han pointed towards the dining area. Once we open, you'll need to take orders from each customer and relay them to me. After I prepare the dishes, serve them to the guests. Once they leave, promptly clear away their utensils and wipe down the tables. Suddenly, Chi-Han remembered something. Oh, let me get you a cleaning cloth. The cloth he used was a product of the system's advanced technology, capable of cleaning surfaces without any detergent. No, it's all right. Fuya smiled gently, then lightly touched the table where she had just eaten. Instantly, a layer of ice crystals enveloped the surface, shattering and disappearing to reveal a pristine, mirror-like finish, free of any stains. Chi-Han was taken aback by the sudden display of skill from Fuya. My martial soul is the mastery of ice elements, allowing me to use ice to clean the table, Fuya explained, leaving Chi-Han utterly astonished. With just a touch on the surface, she could effortlessly clear the table. Was this not more convenient than black technology? System, are you not embarrassed? Black technology does not require soul power, but she accomplishes it even faster. Black technology does not require soul power. Very well. Chi-Han chose to abandon the argument. It was nearly time to open the door. He stood up and walked toward the kitchen, gesturing towards the closed door. Fuya, please open the door. The challenge of remaining in the kitchen without stepping out had begun. Fuya nodded, pushed open the small shop's door, and her gaze suddenly froze. She had previously overlooked the situation outside, but upon seeing the long line of customers, she was instantly astounded. So many guests. Yu Hua, leaning on his cane, was the first to enter the small shop. He glanced at Fuya and remarked, Girl, where has the owner of this establishment gone? Why are you the one opening the door? It is His Excellency the Wood Spirit de Law from Tang Sect, Fuya replied, lowering her head. I'm a newly hired waitress at this shop. The owner is in the kitchen. If you wish to place an order, please let me know. A waitress? Yu Hua raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling having seen a notice for hiring waitstaff at the shop a few days ago. Considering the busy atmosphere of the establishment, he could not help but nod in agreement. This small shop indeed needed a waitress. I'll have a plate of smashed cucumber, a dompa pork, and a small serving of egg fried rice. Oh, there is something new? I'll also have a serving of chin and juice. Fuya quickly took out paper and pen from her maid outfit's pocket, jotting down the order before leading Yu Hua to an empty table. As a competent waitress, Memorizing the dishes and prices of the small shop was indeed essential training. Before the opening, Fuya had already committed all items on the menu to memory. This evening, none of the 4 hall masters from Tang Sect had come together, as they were all quite busy managing their respective affairs. Perhaps only Yuhua, who was devoted to researching medicinal herbs and spirit plants, had the leisure to dine at the small shop daily. A striking figure clad in crimson entered, immediately spotting Fuya in her maid outfit. Seeing her dear friend transformed, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Ying Shuang had decided against any disguise today, as she viewed the shop's waitress as her close friend and had come as part of her support group. If the owner dared to mistreat Fuya, just wait and see how Ying Shuang would reduce you to ashes. Dressed in a striking long red gown, Ying Shuang quickly caught Fuya's attention, prompting her to rush over, grasp her hand, and guide her to an empty seat. I'm a bit busy right now. I'll talk to you later. What would you like to eat? Observing her friend's sudden transformation into a diligent worker after just a few hours apart, Ying Shuang replied, a small serving of egg fried rice, a dompa pork, and a tomato beef stew. The shop has a new item today, Chinan juice. You love juice. Why not try a serving? Ah, alright. Ying Shuang nodded, feeling a sense of betrayal from her friend. It was only the first day of work, and Fuya was already actively bringing in business for the owner. It was all the owner's fault. Ying Shuang shot a resentful glance towards the busy figure in the kitchen. Woe is me. Where's my thoughtful best friend? Achoo. Chi-Han in the kitchen couldn't help but sneeze. System, is your range hood malfunctioning? How could I suddenly sneeze? Must be the smoke irritating me. Please do not defame this system. The range hood is functioning properly. Someone is cursing the host. Someone is cursing me? Chi-Han expressed disbelief. I am as handsome as the readers. Who wouldn't love me? He glanced regretfully at the beef stew before him, realizing he could not continue to use it after sneezing. System, retrieve it and bring me a new one. Chapter 32. The opportunity to advance to junior chef boss. I will take my leave now. All right, come back at 10:30 tomorrow. Chi-Han waved goodbye as he watched the girl turn to leave. Okay, boss. I will be there on time. Donning her Shrek Academy uniform once more, Fuya carefully tucked away her 2 maid outfits in her arms and made her way to the side entrance of Shrek Academy. Such a lovely dress deserves to be cherished. The side entrance of Shrek Academy is not far behind Chi-Han's small shop, and the dormitory area is conveniently located nearby. In fact, this side entrance was designed for the ease of students entering and exiting. The guard merely glanced at Fuya's Shrek uniform before immediately opening the door to let her through. No one dares to impersonate a Shrek student to sneak in here. Once back in her dormitory, Fuya finally felt a sense of relief as she lay down on her bed. Even though she was a soul master, the 2 hours of continuously serving dishes and recording orders was quite exhausting, especially with the shop's booming business. Oh dear, Fuya, are you abandoning your best friend? A beam of white light suddenly illuminated the room, casting Ying Shuang's face in a ghostly pallor. Ah! Fuya shrieked, startled, as she leaped up from her bed. She was terrified of ghosts. Soon, she realized that it was merely her plastic friend, and feeling irritated, she pounced on Ying Shuang, tickling her in retaliation. After a playful bout, the 2 girls lay side by side on the bed, utterly spent. Is being a waitress tiring? Ying Shuang glanced at her friend's delicate profile and spoke softly. Not really, and the food at the small shop is truly delicious. Fuya's eyes sparkled with excitement. For her, the bustling atmosphere of the shop was nothing compared to the rigorous training she had experienced as a student at Shrek Academy. Reflecting on the delicious chicken and egg fried rice, Fuya felt that such busyness hardly matched the culinary delights she had savored. What should I do if I feel inexplicably guilty? Oh, I can't waste all this nutrition. I must absorb it quickly. Suddenly inspired, Fuya sprang from her bed, adopting a meditative posture. Ying Shuang sighed in resignation as she observed her friend's unwavering dedication to training. Since they had met, Fuya had always been this diligent. Ying Shuang also practiced, and after enjoying so many delectable dishes at the small shop, she intended to make the most of the dompa pork's effects by training as soon as she returned to her dormitory. However, once the effects of the dompa pork faded, her motivation for training slipped away. The 2 girls had similar talents, yet Ying Shuang, who came from a more affluent background and indulged in richer meals, remained a level 38 soul master, while Fuya had already advanced to level 42. The stark contrast was entirely due to Ying Shuang's lethargy and Fuya's diligence. It was indeed peculiar how two girls with such different personalities and backgrounds had forged a close friendship. Oh well, I should focus on my training. Initially intending to enjoy a restful sleep, Ing Shuang, seeing Fuya's relentless efforts, sighed deeply, rose, and settled into a meditative position for her own practice. After watching Fuya leave the small shop, Chihan turned his gaze towards the system's task panel. Main task 4, a small goal, accumulate a total income of 100,000 gold soul coins for the shop. Task description, even for a culinary genius, earning money is equally significant. Come and achieve your small goal. Task rewards, 1 random 3-star recipe, 1 selected 2-star recipe fragment, and a soul power level increase of 5. Task progress, 38, 213, 100,000 in a single evening. The profit reached 8,000 gold soul coins. At noon, it was merely 5,000. Clearly, the additional 3,000 was attributable to hiring Fuya as a waitress. Previously, Chihan had spent considerable time clearing tables and serving dishes himself, resulting in inefficiency. Now, with those tasks delegated to Fuya, he could focus solely on cooking, thus significantly enhancing productivity. While Chihan understood this logic, he suddenly wondered whether Fuya's wages were somewhat inadequate. Alas, it seems that conscientious entrepreneurs like myself are quite rare. Please refrain from embellishing your self-image. You are not an entrepreneur, merely an apprentice chef. Silence. Speaking of which, Chihan glanced at the menu on the wall. He had now mastered several 2-star recipes. System, when will I attain the status of a junior chef? System, where are you? The host requested my silence. Then you may speak now. If the host permits me to speak, wouldn't it be quite embarrassing? Oomph. Oh, have you developed a hint of pride? A mischievous smile curved Chihan's lips. Yet, you have spoken now. Seeing the system at a loss for words, Chihan felt a surge of joy. This was the first time he had bested the system in a verbal spar. Engaging in such banter with the system was immensely enjoyable. Upon the completion of main task 4, a new promotion task will be issued, and its completion will allow for the advancement to junior chef. While he relished their exchanges, the system remained reliable and dutiful most of the time. System, is there a task for promotion as well? Indeed, the host must complete the promotion task to advance. Failure to do so will result in remaining an apprentice chef indefinitely. What benefits are there to becoming a junior chef? As a junior chef, the host will have the privilege of naming the shop, and random recipe drops will no longer include 1-star recipes. Naming it is a trivial matter. After all, the shop has already gained a reputation, albeit without a formal name. Patrons refer to it as the shop across from Tangmin. For Chihan, the second point was far more significant. The random recipe drops will now start at 2 stars? Indeed, that is correct. This is splendid news. It is well known that approximately 70 of the random drop will consist of 1-star recipes, 25 2-star recipes, and only 5 3-star or higher recipes. Previously, the probability of obtaining 3-star recipes was exceedingly low. Even acquiring a 2-star recipe was considered fortunate. However, with the absence of 1-star recipes, the chance of obtaining all other recipes has greatly increased. How could Chihan not be exhilarated? Naturally, he was determined to complete main task 4. With Fuya's assistance, the speed of earning money would further accelerate. He estimated that the task could be completed in about 4 days. Completing main task 4 would yield a 3-star random recipe, a 2-star selected recipe fragment, and an increase in soul power level, and Chihan was already quite eager. Now, with the system informing him that he could seize the opportunity to advance to junior chef after completing main task 4, the anticipation surged within him. What is our motto? Strive to earn through striving. Chapter 33. Promotion task. 4 days passed swiftly. Fuya had gradually adapted to the shop's ambience, becoming increasingly adept in her work, while the patrons had grown quite familiar with the beautiful young lady. Thanks to her diligent efforts, the shop's business was becoming more organized, and it appeared that the completion of main task 4, initially expected to take 4 days, could now occur even sooner. Ding! Detection indicates the host has completed a task. Main task 4, a small goal completed. The shop's cumulative income has reached 100,000 gold soul coins. Task description, even for a culinary deity, earning money is equally vital. Come and achieve your small goal. Task rewards, 1 random 3-star recipe, available for collection. 1 selected 2-star recipe fragment, available for collection, and a soul power level increase of 5, available for collection. Ding. Task triggered. Main task 5. Fame spreads. Ensure the original residents of Shrek City 95 are aware of the shop's existence. Task description. It is time to conquer a city with your exquisite culinary skills. Task rewards. 3 random recipe drops, 1 3-star random recipe, and a soul power level increase of 5. Task progress. 895. Ding. Based on system evaluation, the host qualifies for promotion to junior chef. A promotion task is now issued. Here it comes. Chihan abruptly halted his knife mid-slice. Promotion task. Beacon of innovation. As a competent chef, merely mastering existing recipes is insufficient. Innovation is the driving force behind culinary advancement. The host is to venture to the soul beast gathering area, the Forest of Karai. Freely search for ingredients and create a brand new recipe. The recipe will be evaluated by the system with a 1-star rating, thereby completing the task. Note, this promotion task has no time limit. The host holds pricing rights on the original recipe based on its star rating assessed by the system. The rewards for the promotion task will vary according to the evaluation results of the host's original recipe. Chihan did not scrutinize the task details. The shop had yet to close, and although excitement surged within him, he steadied himself to continue cooking. Once the lunch service concluded and he bid farewell to Fuya, he eagerly closed the shop's door and meticulously reviewed the task. As the foremost city on the continent, Shrek City boasts an extraordinarily large population. A century ago, Shrek Academy conducted a census, concluding that the city had a fixed population of 6 million. Including a transient population, Shrek City likely houses around 8 million residents today. According to the requirements of Main Task 5, Chihan must ensure that at least 6 million residents of Shrek City are aware of the shop's existence to complete the task. However, Chihan did not dwell on this detail. His attention was riveted on the task's progress, which displayed 895. This meant that approximately 600,000 of Shrek City's original inhabitants were already aware of the shop. Has my little shop gained such notoriety? In recent days, the number of customers had indeed increased. Fuya frequently reported that many patrons were unable to dine due to long queues. Based on Chihan's rough estimates, there were over 1,000 diners during both lunch and dinner hours. Yet, 1,000 is still a minuscule figure compared to 600,000. Unbeknownst to Chihan, the reasons for his shop's burgeoning fame were multifaceted. The residents of Dalua continent, unlike those of Blue Star, have fewer entertainment options, rendering them particularly enthusiastic about various gossip. Thus, the enigma surrounding Chihan's shop stoked their curiosity, becoming a favorite topic of conversation during their leisure moments. Initially, Chihan's modest establishment garnered attention solely due to its exorbitant prices, drawing a handful of curious diners, but it scarcely achieved any notoriety. The true acclaim of Chihan's little shop emerged when the 4 esteemed leaders of the Tang Sect graced his establishment with their presence. For these 4 dignitaries, their visit was merely a casual endeavor sparked by tales of their disciples who had experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation after dining at his establishment. A mere whim driven by curiosity. However, for the general populace, the significance was monumental. Whether for ordinary folk or soul masters, the existence of Title de Law is one that inspires awe. The legends of countless Title de Law who have passed away continue to resonate. Not to mention the living legends of these 4 Title de Law. Furthermore, these 4 are the esteemed leaders of the preeminent sect in the realm, the Tang Sect. Their every action is scrutinized by countless onlookers, and with their repeated visits to Chihan's shop, the focus of discussion naturally shifted from the 4 Title de Law to the little shop itself. The spread of its fame is exponential. Although the number of patrons to his shop remains modest, merely over 10,000, with most not being regulars, his establishment has undoubtedly gained recognition, with many determined to experience its offerings at the earliest opportunity. Without further dwelling on the shop's notoriety, Chihan quickly directed his eager gaze towards the promotion task. The system provided an exceedingly detailed description, with one surprising revelation. The task rewards were no longer fixed. This implied that if he were to create a recipe of a higher rating, the rewards would also be elevated. What if I directly concoct a 2-star recipe? Chihan harbored a realistic understanding of higher-rated recipes, yet a 2-star recipe might just be within his grasp. Should the host directly create a 2-star recipe, they will be promoted to intermediate chef immediately. However, given the host's current capabilities, This system does not believe the host possesses such ability. Feeling somewhat underestimated, Chi-Han replied, I have been practicing 2-star recipes in the training space, and my mistakes must have diminished to fewer than 10,000 by now. Why is it impossible to create a 2-star recipe? Creating and learning are vastly different in difficulty. The host requires thousands of errors to learn others' recipes. So what qualification do they have to create their own 2-star recipe? This argument seemed valid. Then what difference does it make if I can only create a 1-star recipe? Even within the same star rating, the evaluation results can vary significantly. Consider the differences between pig stomach chicken and dompa elbow. The system's explanation was straightforward, and Chi-Han quickly grasped its meaning. The task merely required him to devise a recipe that could be rated as 1 star by the system to be considered complete and thus be promoted to junior chef. Yet the specific rewards would differ. If he found the evaluation results unsatisfactory, he could continue to create new recipes as a basis for receiving task rewards. Naturally, this task couldn't be indefinitely postponed, for failing to submit a recipe to the system would prevent the completion of his promotion to junior chef, adversely impacting all subsequent tasks. Upon the conclusion of the task, all recipes Chi-Han created could be listed on the menu for sale, and he would possess the authority to set their prices. Considering that the rewards for main task 5 included 3 randomly dropped recipes, it was evident that completing the promotion task before undertaking main task 5 would maximize his benefits. Chapter 34. The Appearance of Iya, the lamb hidden in the fish's belly. The Cookery Forest is a small soul beast forest located in the southern region of the Heavendoe Empire. In comparison to the expansive Stardoe Forest, the Cookery Forest is significantly smaller. During the completion of main task 1, the system provided Chi-Han with a map of the entire Doloa continent, which was not reclaimed after the task's completion. Now, Chi-Han easily located the verdant area named Cookery Forest on the map. According to the map, this original forest, occupying less than 1% of the Stardoe Forest, is home to soul beasts with lifespans of up to 1,000 years, making it an excellent location for low-ranking soul masters to choose their spirit rings. The absence of 10,000-year soul beasts signifies a low degree of danger for Chi-Han. However, it is quite a distance. The location of Shrek City lies on the western border of the Heavendoe Empire. Thus, traveling south entails crossing at least half the distance of the Empire. System, could you suggest a closer soul beast gathering area? The map indicates that several gathering areas are indeed nearer. The location for the promotion task is not subject to change. The system's cold, unyielding response extinguished Chi-Han's hopes. Very well, Chi-Han shrugged, acknowledging that the system rarely entertained negotiations regarding tasks. With the map stowed away, he temporarily set aside the promotion task. At present, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Main task 4, a small objective, completed, task rewards. 1 3-star random recipe, available for collection. 1 2-star selectable recipe fragment, available for collection. Soul Power Level 5, available for collection. After persevering for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, it wasn't too long, the long-awaited main task 4 had finally reached completion. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. Let me see. Both the 3-star random recipe and the 2-star selectable recipe fragment are valuable, so I shall collect them first. Chi-Han's finger decisively pressed upon the Soul Power Level 5 option. Indeed, strength is paramount. Around Chi-Han's body, several invisible whirlpools appeared, akin to bottomless black holes, voraciously absorbing the surrounding elemental energy and channeling it into his meridians. A surge of warmth coursed through his veins, automatically circulating within his body, and his soul power level ascended at a visibly rapid pace. Soul Power, Level 17. Chi-Han clenched his fist, a smile spreading across his face. At this moment, his soul power had more than doubled compared to when he was at level 12. Now he could utilize his first soul skill 4 or 5 times in one breath. At this rate, with every task completed, gaining 5 levels of soul power, it wouldn't be long before he achieved title Doloa status. That's too small a vision. Chi-Han was title Doloa. With a few more levels, wouldn't ascension to godhood be effortless? Please refrain from daydreaming. Due to the host's currently low soul power level, the rewards for soul power are more substantial, and as the host's level increases, the rewards will diminish. Before Chi-Han could indulge in fantasies about what title he might choose, the system's cold reality came crashing down. So, it's because I'm too weak that the soul power rewards are so plentiful? Correct. All right then. Shihan rolled his eyes and subsequently collected the 2-star selectable recipe fragment and the 3-star random recipe. He had already accumulated 3 2-star selectable recipe fragments, and with just one more, he could exchange it for any 2-star recipe. Shihan quickly fixed his gaze upon the 3-star random recipe, randomly obtaining a 3-star recipe. This would be the first 3-star recipe for his little shop, and such recipes are bound to possess special effects, which filled Shihan with uncontainable excitement. As he received the 3-star random recipe, Shihan was instantly transported into the system space. Before him, a spinning wheel materialized. This wheel resembled those used for random recipe drops, yet each segment was a vivid purple, just as the system had described. The purple wheel whirled rapidly, and Shihan closed his eyes, filled with anticipation and excitement, and shouted aloud. As he opened his eyes, 4 prominent characters were clearly inscribed on the purple backdrop, accompanied by an illustration. Fish belly concealing lamb. Hiss. Shihan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, as the system space instantly transformed into a training ground. It must be said that he was exceptionally fortunate this time around. Among the 3 sacrificial animals, pig, cow, and sheep, the little shop's menu notably lacked lamb. It offered dishes from the skies, the earth, and the waters, but the aquatic delicacy was conspicuously absent. Now, with the dish fish belly concealing lamb, he found himself rectifying both of those shortcomings at once. Was fish belly concealing lamb difficult? Indeed, it was quite challenging. The task of deboning a whole fish with finesse had stumped countless chefs. Shihan had a premonition that his time spent in the training space would likely be extensive. However, regardless of the duration, mastering this dish would undoubtedly be worth it. After all, it was renowned as the freshest of dishes. It is known, fish and lamb are fresh. During his time on Blue Star, Shihan had indulged in fish belly concealing lamb a few times. Some were exaggeratedly poor. But one experience left an indelible impression on him. It was at an unassuming little eatery, where he tasted a freshness he had never encountered before. He anticipated that the system's rendition of fish belly concealing lamb would surpass that experience. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to learn. He simply wished to observe the ethereal figure prepare fish belly concealing lamb once. As a devoted patron, he wanted to savor the dish and discern the exquisite flavors of this 3-star recipe from a system. Yet, to his surprise, the figure that materialized in the training space was no longer the familiar specter. Instead, it was a somewhat frail shadow clad in a simple, ancient robe, slightly hunched over. Although it was an apparition, its bright eyes seemed almost tangible, gazing intently at Shihan. What was happening? The system? Shihan was taken aback by the sudden change. It seemed as though this figure could genuinely perceive him, its gaze imbued with profound meaning, something the previous specter had never exhibited. The former apparition had resembled a pre-programmed robot, merely demonstrating the cooking steps before presenting the dish to Shihan, after which it would vanish. This time, Shihan sensed that it was far more complex. The recipe has reached 3 stars, consolidating the full essence of its creator, an invaluable treasure. Thus, recipes above 3 stars will be taught personally by the lingering soul of the creator. 3-star recipe, fish belly concealing lamb. Originally created by the royal chef Isekai during the spring and autumn period, combines fish and lamb in exquisite harmony, passing down through the ages as the epitome of freshness. The character for fresh was originally composed of 3 fish characters, with fish being the freshest of all. Thus, 3 fish enhance the freshness. Iyaa's creation of fish belly concealing lamb surpasses even fish meat in flavor, leading to the evolution of the character for fresh, which endures to this day. Special effect of fish belly concealing lamb. Consuming it allows one to enter a state of deep meditation for 24 hours. As the system finished its explanation, Shihan's gaze towards the apparition shifted profoundly. So, the figure before him was none other than the royal chef Isekai from the spring and autumn period. Chapter 35. The 10-day deadline. Iyaa's form appeared quite aged, yet when Shihan observed the knife in his hand, effortlessly deboning an entire fish without a hint of adherence, his mind was consumed by a single thought: sheer mastery. This was indeed a divine skill. All of Shihan's previous notions of knife work were utterly shattered under the dazzling movements of Iyaa's blade. Iyaa's knife was extraordinarily swift, yet the live fish underwent scaling, gutting, and deboning without a single tear in its skin. The lingering soul possessed greater freedom than the previous apparition. allowing Iya's cooking process to unfold right beside Shihan, enabling him to perceive every detail with ease. This mode of learning was undoubtedly more efficient than before. The marination of the fish and lamb, the blanching of diced bamboo shoots and mushrooms, the stir-frying of lamb with the mushroom and bamboo shoot mixture, all of it was meticulously filled into the fish's belly, wrapped in pig netting, and encased in tin foil before being placed in the oven to roast. Step by step, the process unfolded before Chi-han's very eyes. At crucial moments, he would slow his movements, operating from the angle that Chi-han could see most clearly. Soon, a serving of fish belly concealing lamb was presented before Chi-han. A vibrant green lotus leaf lay beneath the dish, and at its center, a fish, perfectly roasted to a delicate golden hue, lay quietly on its side. The lotus leaf not only added a splash of color, but also infused the air with its fragrance, mingling beautifully with the aroma of the dish, creating a harmonious bouquet that elevated the scent of the fish and lamb along with the earthy notes of mushrooms. Cautiously, Chi-han used his chopsticks to pry open the fish's belly. As he lifted the lid, the aroma of the lamb nestled within burst forth, an intense fragrance that filled the kitchen and lingered in the air. Greedily inhaling, Chi-han picked up a bite of fish and lamb with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. Upon tasting, the sweet freshness of the fish intertwined with the rich savoriness of the lamb, each flavor distinct yet harmoniously blended. The pig netting contributed a delightful crispness, ensuring the fish was neither dry nor tough, but rather tender and resilient. The lamb carried its inherent gamey flavor, yet it was mild. The subtle notes, mingling with the lamb's natural freshness, imparting a unique flavor that differentiated it from beef or pork. Truly, the fish belly concealing lamb produced by the system was an experience Chi-han had never encountered before. In no time, the entire serving vanished into Chi-han's belly, leaving not a trace behind. Regrettably, the special effect of fish belly concealing lamb had no effect on him. Otherwise, he would have loved to explore the depths of meditation that it promised. For a soul master, such deep meditation seemed a rare fortune. System: what is the price of fish belly concealing lamb? 1,000 gold soul coins per serving. Good heavens! Previously, the most expensive dish in the little shop, Dompa pork, was a mere 100 gold soul coins, and now the price for fish belly concealing lamb had skyrocketed tenfold. Was this the price of a 3-star recipe? Chi-han was enamored. However, reflecting on the exquisite taste of the dish and its special effects for soul masters, he felt that the price was entirely justified. As the preparation of fish belly concealing lamb concluded, Iya's lingering soul began to fade away. Unlike the chef's apparition, this soul cast a deep glance at Chi-han before dissipating, its gaze filled with encouragement, warming Chi-han's heart. Instinctively, Chi-han bowed to the vanishing Iya's soul, and as he raised his head, he fancied he saw a hint of a smile at the corners of Iya's almost imperceptible visage. After a moment of silence, Chi-han spoke softly. System: what happens when the lingering soul dissipates? After imparting knowledge to the host, the lingering soul contained within the recipe will dissipate, returning to the heavens and earth. Returning to the heavens and earth? Chi-han exhaled softly, making his way to the now empty cooking area. The training for fish belly concealing lamb commenced. Error: the entire fish was damaged during deboning. Please restart, host. Error: the entire fish was damaged during deboning. Please restart. Host. Error: the entire fish was damaged during deboning. Please restart, host. By the time the evening service began, Chi-han emerged from the training space, still unable to meet the system's demand for a flawless deboning of the fish without damaging its skin or flesh. Truly, it was a 3-star recipe. Chi-han sighed gently and turned to the early arriving Fuya. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Fuya had already changed into her maid outfit, and upon hearing the question, her cheeks flushed slightly. Egg fried rice and tomato beef brisket. Fuya was no longer the reserved girl she once was, but she still felt a hint of shyness during each order. She truly longed for a simple plate of fried rice, yet each time she made such a request, Chi-han would unilaterally add a dish of his own accord. Eventually, Fuya realized that her boss was genuinely indifferent to such trivialities and finally relinquished her struggle. Over the course of several days, she indulged in the delectable meals prepared by her boss, feeling somewhat overnourished. Thus, she channeled her embarrassment into her nighttime training, striving to absorb and convert the excess nourishment into soul power. After a few days of diligent effort, Fuya felt that reaching level 40 was within her grasp. Perhaps it would not be long before she could achieve a breakthrough. Thanks to her, evening Shuang began to feel a sense of urgency, significantly increasing her training frequency. The competitive spirit of Fuya was now in full swing. Fuya emptied her dishes with adeptness, placing them into the dishwasher, and then used her ice attribute soul power to tidy the table, sitting nearby in anticipation of the shop opening. Noticing had auctions, Kihonsun this buke, Fuya? You need not come in for the next few days. Huh? Fuya momentarily froze, and then her eyes unexpectedly reddened. Boss, did I do something wrong? Huh? Chihan, taken aback by Fuya's sudden display of emotion, quickly grasped the situation and chuckled in disbelief. No, Fuya, you misunderstand. I'm not dismissing you. I simply have matters to attend to outside of Shrek City for the next few days, so you need not come. Huh? Only then did Fuya realize her overreaction. Her eyes were no longer red, but her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How embarrassing! Fuya, you almost cried. After a moment of hesitation, Fuya inquired, Boss, when will you be back? This question left Chi-Han momentarily stumped. He had intended to complete his promotion task in the Karai Forest before returning. However, specifying an exact return time proved difficult. Seeing his expression, Fuya felt uneasy, wondering how her boss would be able to contact her. Suddenly, a light flickered in her mind. Boss, how about I come by every noon to check if you're back? Chi-Han pondered with his chin in hand for a moment before conceding with a nod. Although it would be somewhat taxing for Fuya, he had no better alternatives. In Doluwa Dalu, there were no mobile phones, and communication relied on the most primitive letters. It would indeed be quite challenging for him to reach Fuya upon his return. I will be back within 10 days at most, Chi-Han stated firmly, glancing at Fuya. If 10 days are insufficient for me to develop a new first-tier recipe, it simply means I lack the capability, and I shall return to run the shop, waiting for future opportunities to thrive. There's no need to linger in the Karai Forest. I could earn money during this time, which is far more appealing. Chapter 36. Accompanying the escort early the next morning, Chi-Han hung a sign at the shop door indicating his absence before making his way to the Tang Sect Leader Hall, known for selling hidden weapons. The last time he bought only a small number of weapons from Tang Zi, but as he was heading to the Karai Forest for several days, it was prudent to acquire more for protection, given the potential dangers he faced at his current cultivation level. Although he wasn't purchasing from Tang Zi this time, he was well acquainted with the disciples of the Shrek City branch of the Tang Sect, having served them meals at his shop. Moreover, the leader of the hall had a fondness for his culinary delights, allowing Chi-Han to receive a discount on his purchases. Before leaving the Tang Sect, Chi-Han also took the opportunity to visit the pharmacy to procure some pills for recovering soul power or healing injuries. While the Tang Sect also sold medicines, the pharmacy primarily catered to its disciples, making the Tang Sect more renowned for its hidden weapons. Given Chi-Han's current soul power level, he did not require high-grade pills. The most basic ones sufficed, and since he was familiar to the pharmacy's disciples, his expenses were minimal. Upon exiting the Tang Sect, Chi-Han couldn't help but reflect on his fortunate circumstances, considering the vast distance from Shrek City to the southern part of the Do Empire. Continuing to rent a horse-drawn carriage as before was no longer feasible. In such situations, individuals of lesser strength often opted to join an escort. There was a prominent escort agency in Shrek City known as the Foam Family Escort, which boasted a sizable operation across the Doluwa Dalu. Even if it wasn't the largest on the continent, it was certainly among the top few. Chi-Han had learned the previous night that this agency dispatched numerous escorts daily throughout the continent, with at least 4 ring soul masters accompanying each convoy. By paying a fee, one could travel alongside, benefiting from both speed and convenience. Hearing that they had an escort departing that day for Luai City in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, which would pass through the Karai Forest, Chi-Han was keen not to miss the opportunity. The reception area of the Foam Family Escort was lavishly decorated. As Chi-Han stepped inside and glanced around, a maid in a flowing dress approached him, guiding him to a quiet room. After ascertaining his purpose, she poured him tea, informed him that he would need to wait a moment for the manager, and then respectfully withdrew. Before long, there was a knock at the quiet room door, and a graceful figure in a light green gown entered. Upon recognizing Chi-Han's face, she gasped in surprise. Taking a seat before him, she smiled gently. I did not expect it to be you, Boss Chi. Recognized? Chi-Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the woman seemed somewhat familiar. She must have been a patron at his shop. Anticipating his confusion, the woman introduced herself. I am Feng Lingyue, the manager of this Feng family escort. I visited your shop a few days ago, and your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The tomato beef stew left a lasting impression on me. After exchanging pleasantries, Feng Lingyue quickly got to the point. I was informed by the maid that you wished to join the escort heading to Luai's city, passing through the Cookery forest. Nodding in affirmation, Chi-Han listened as Feng Lingyue continued. What you may not know is that while there is indeed a convoy heading to Luai's city today, the cargo being transported is quite valuable. As such, the escort agency has assigned 2 Soul Kings and 1 Soul Emperor to ensure its safety, resulting in a higher fee for those wishing to accompany. Chi-Han couldn't help but frown. Although he had money now, he instinctively wanted to save. Are there other escort teams heading to Cookery City? Yes, Feng Lingyue pondered before responding. The escort agency has another convoy heading to Luolan City in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, which will also pass through the Cookery forest. If you're willing, you could join that team, as it is for ordinary cargo, and they only have 4 ringed personnel assigned, making the fee much more reasonable. When does the convoy to Luolan City depart? Chi-Han asked eagerly, feeling tempted. 7 days from now. 7 days? Qian Frulvnid. He could not afford to wait that long. Then I shall opt for the convoy to Luai City. Once resolved, Chi-Han looked up and said, I will accompany the escort to Luai City. Feng Lingyue nodded, explaining that the original fee was 100 gold soul coins per person. However, due to the presence of 1 Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings for the escort, the price would increase to 800 gold soul coins. Chi-Han, upon hearing this, hesitated only briefly before producing 8 100-coin notes to hand over. To him, this amount was mere trifles. Feng Lingyue accepted the notes gratefully, her smile widening. Boss Chi, you may wait here in this quiet room or explore around. The convoy will depart in half an hour, so do not be late. I shall await in this tranquil chamber. Chi-Han spoke, then lifted his teacup to take a sip. Feng Lingyue turned and departed, gently closing the door of the quiet room. After a brief perusal of the comprehensive ingredient compendium, the door swung open once more as a maid entered to remind Chi-Han that the time had come. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had elapsed. The escort team was preparing for their departure. Chi-Han casually tucked the ingredient encyclopedia into his pocket, having gained considerable knowledge about the resources of the Kale forest. And his mind brimmed with promising ideas, just awaiting the opportunity to validate them in person. The escort team had carriages, yet these were not meant for passengers but rather for transporting goods. It was evidently unrealistic to expect the comforts of a carriage ride while accompanying the escort. Instead, Chi-Han was assigned a chestnut-colored steed. This horse bore some resemblance to those on Blue Star, yet its physique was notably more robust, adorned with naturally occurring crimson markings, and a prominent bulge on its forehead that suggested the emergence of a unicorn horn. Such a creature was no ordinary horse, according to the maid's description. It was a hybrid of a common breed and the blood-red unicorn spirit beast, thus named the blood-red steed. This breed possessed stamina several times greater than that of an ordinary horse, and its speed was extraordinary. While the finest horses on Blue Star were said to travel 1,000 miles a day, for the blood-red steed, traversing 3,000 miles was a mere trifle. Such magnificent creatures were, of course, of considerable value, with a blood-red steed worth 200 to 300 gold soul coins, in stark contrast to an ordinary quality horse, which fetched merely 1 or 2 gold soul coins, a staggering 100-fold difference. Although Chi-Han had no prior experience in riding, his 17th level soul power endowed him with physical capabilities far exceeding those of the average person. With the maid's assistance, he swiftly became proficient in handling the blood-red steed in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. This was also facilitated by the fact that the blood-red steeds of the escort agency had been domestically trained and possessed gentle temperaments. With such a steed, the travel time would be significantly reduced. The journey from Shrek City to Kale Forest would take less than 2 days. If all went smoothly, he could arrive by tomorrow evening. Chapter 37. The Fortunate Badger Pig. The prestige of the Feng Escort Agency was formidable. It was said that within its ranks were more than one title level powerhouse. Anyone daring to provoke the Feng Escort Agency would face relentless pursuit. Thus, upon the escort's departure, displaying the agency's distinctive banner, they encountered no obstructions, as no bandit dared to approach. As the evening of the second day approached, the escort team arrived at Kale City, a settlement nestled against Kale Forest, hence the city's name. Upon reaching this destination, Chi-Han's journey had effectively culminated. The escort team took respite at an inn, preparing for the next day's continuation to their final destination, Lizi City. While Chi-Han chose to part ways with the escort and departed the inn alone. As night fell, Chi-Han sought a comfortable inn to stay in, awaiting the dawn to venture into Kale Forest. The nocturnal realm of the Soul Beast Forest was far more perilous than during the day. Although he yearned to enter Kale Forest sooner, Chi-Han wisely opted to bide his time. Wait, stop right there. Morning light filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the forest path, when a shadow darted through the trees, shattering the tranquility. To evade the man pursuing him, the shadow employed every means at its disposal, weaving through the woods with agility. Whoosh! A sharp gust heralded a dull thud as metal struck a tree trunk. The flying claw summoned Chi-Han's body into the air. A chilling gleam of blade emerged from the kitchen knife gripped tightly in his hand, slicing towards the shadow's path. From a divine perspective, it seemed the shadow collided directly with the blade's arc, letting out a wretched cry before falling silent. Before Chi-Han lay a small, four-legged creature, roughly half a human's height, reminiscent of a honey badger but cloaked in pure black fur. Its nostrils were considerably larger than those of a honey badger, lending it a swine-like appearance. This was a unique soul beast of Kale Forest, the badger pig. Given its species was not particularly strong and lacked formidable soul skills. The badger pig's potential was limited, typically reaching a maximum age of merely 100 years, with most being around 10 years. Thus, few regarded it as worthy of hunting for soul rings. For the badger pig, this was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, with Chi-Han's arrival, their days of blissful existence were likely numbered. According to the culinary compendium of Dolua continent, badger pigs fed on honey and various fruits. Their meat naturally infused with a hint of fruitiness. Due to their lifestyle of climbing and running in the forest, they boasted a low content of saturated fatty acids in their muscle, rendering their flesh tender and juicy. Hence, the badger pig had the honor of being one of the preliminary ingredients for Chi-Han's self-created recipe. Are you not polite? At last, he had captured it. Chi-Han released the grip of the flying claw and nimbly landed on the ground, surveying the severed carcass before him, from which a white soul ring gradually emerged. With a chuckle, he approached and grasped one of its legs. Ensuring there were no onlookers, Chi-Han vanished from spot. The next moment hurling the badger pig's body onto a chopping board, brandishing his kitchen knife with eager anticipation. At this moment, he was of course within the training space. As the 3-star recipe fish belly hidden sheep was still far from completion, the training space remained open, and Chi-Han unexpectedly discovered system. Even when not practicing the recipe within the training space, the flow of time remained unchanged, maintaining a 30-to-1 ratio of internal to external time. This meant Chi-Han could experiment with his self-created recipes in the training space, saving him a considerable amount of time. Moreover, there was an additional advantage. In the forest, conditions were rudimentary, and the kitchen utensils in the small shop could not be brought outside. To facilitate his culinary experiments, Chi-Han had prepared various utensils in advance. Yet, how could the tools of Dolua continent compare to those of the system's advanced technology? The kitchen utensils in the training environment were all designed according to the system's specifications, rendering Chi-Han's purchase pots and pans utterly superfluous. A daily trick to save money. How delightful. As Chi-Han wielded the knife, he commenced the dissection of the badger pig. Although the ingredient compendium contained diagrams of its anatomy, the illustrations were ultimately too simplistic. Only by personally dissecting the creature could he truly comprehend this ingredient. Perhaps due to its name containing pig. The anatomical structure of the badger pig bore some resemblance to that of a pig, and soon Chi-Han had removed the entire pelt, adorned with short black fur. The badger pig's skin resembled that of a pig, but was thicker and more elastic. It would likely provide a satisfying chew if stir-fried over high heat. However, upon observing the dense short black hairs on the surface of the badger pig's skin, a mask of anguish crossed Chi-Han's face. Removing the hair would undoubtedly be a troublesome task, best left for later. Once the outer skin was discarded, a thin layer of subcutaneous fat lay exposed before Chi-Han. Given that Kale Forest enjoyed a temperate climate year-round, the badger pig did not require a thick layer of fat for warmth, so the thinness of the subcutaneous fat met Chi-Han's expectations. He carefully excised this layer with his knife, collecting it in a small bowl. This was a valuable resource, not only suitable for oil extraction, but also for frying crispy bits. The fragrant cracklings, sprinkled with a hint of chili powder, made Chi-Han involuntarily swallow. He pondered the flavor of the cracklings from the badger pig, wondering how they would taste. After removing the subcutaneous fat, he extracted the organs of the badger pig. According to the encyclopedia, the organs were non-toxic, but as for their flavor, it seemed Chi-Han would have to try them himself. Given that the badger pig feasted on various fruits and honey, surely its organs could rival those of a regular pig. This was certainly something to look forward to. Having preliminarily processed the badger pig, only the skeletal remains were left, as Chi-Han had meticulously separated the other parts. The dissection of muscle was an art. Chi-Han moved his knife across the muscle with great care. Lacking much experience, he could only proceed cautiously to avoid damaging the meat. After all, even within the training space, if he ruined this badger pig, the system would not conjure another for him. Ultimately, he would have to venture out to capture another. Fortunately, having handled numerous meat dishes in the training space, Chi-Han had gained some experience. His knife followed the grain of the meat, deftly separating the various cuts: rib meat, belly meat, thigh meat, back meat, and shoulder meat, each categorized and placed aside. Soon, all that remained on the cutting board was a mere skeleton and a relatively intact head. With the torso's skeleton set aside, Chi-Han carefully removed the flesh from the head of the badger pig and opened the skull to extract the brain. The size of the brain was comparable to that of a pig's, appearing quite appealing. He contemplated wrapping it in foil and roasting it. While it could also be added to a hot pot, he believed roasting it separately would yield a more delectable result. By the way, what category does hot pot belong to in the recipe system? Is hot pot included in the recipes? This system includes 18 classic hot pot bases, which together constitute a 2-star recipe, the complete hot pot base collection. If the host acquires this recipe, they can obtain the corresponding basic ingredients. Does this mean that obtaining this 2-star recipe would effectively grant me everything related to hot pot? Well, lucrative deal. System, you shouldn't have revealed that to me. Chi-Han sighed lightly, a smirk gracing his face. Can you guess what I'm thinking right now? In accordance with the rules, this system must provide truthful answers to all of the host's inquiries. After a brief pause, the system continued. Based on my understanding of the host, you are currently contemplating how to obtain the final piece of the 2-star optional recipe fragment. Oh, you truly know me well, system. Indeed, Chi-Han was just one piece away from redeeming any 2-star recipe. Previously, he hadn't had the chance to ponder which 2-star recipe to choose, as he hadn't reviewed the compilation of the 2-star recipes. However now, regardless of the contents of the 2-star recipes, nothing could deter him from redeeming the hot pot. This system does not believe the host can complete the fish belly hidden lamb task in the short term. Without completing it, the host will be unable to acquire new recipes. Please prioritize accordingly. Oh, that does seem to be the case. Forget it, the fish belly hidden lamb task will take a long time. I should focus on the current advancement task instead. Chi-Han shook his head, discarding the thoroughly clean bones of the badger pig, leaving only the spine beside the meat. The lamb spine in Shandong cuisine is essentially the complete vertebral column of a lamb. Since lamb spine can be used for cooking, Chi-Han thought it might be worth trying the badger pig's spine as well. Unfortunately, the badger pig lacked a tail. Had it possessed a small tail like a pig's, cut into sections and braised, it would have made for an excellent accompaniment to drinks. The badger pig, please have mercy. The badger pig skin, its fat, various cuts of meat, organs, spine, and brain. These were all the ingredients Chi-Han could conceive for culinary creation. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze first landed on the fat of the badger pig. Perhaps rendering oil from it could be useful for cooking other parts. He diced the fat into small pieces, rinsed off the blood with warm water, and tossed it into a pot with a small half bowl of water. Chi-Han activated the cooking pot, adjusting the heat to low, and began to gently stir the fat with a spatula. Soon, the water evaporated, and the fat took on a faint yellow hue, its surface glistening with oil. Bright oil spots began to coalesce in the pot, bubbling gently. The pot emitted a crisp, gurgling sound, the moisture within the fat boiling in the hot oil, causing small droplets to splatter. With the emergence of this sound, the fat began to visibly transform, shrinking before his eyes, and the pale yellow color deepening gradually. The oil increased in quantity, from a thin layer at the bottom of the pot to filling nearly half of it. The fat floated atop the oil, emitting a crisp and delightful sound, continuously releasing bubbles of varying sizes, shrinking at an accelerated pace as its surface turned golden. The oil vapors were entirely absorbed by the system's advanced ventilation system. Yet the rich aroma of badger pig fat was preserved in its entirety. Shihan greedily inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with anticipation at the sight of the cracklings floating in the oil. As the cooking reached the ideal point, Shihan carefully scooped the cracklings out with a sieve, letting the excess oil drain before placing them on a plate. The golden cracklings glimmered enticingly under the light, and drawing closer, one could detect a rich fragrance, subtly tinged with a hint of honey, adding a refreshing note that made them feel anything but greasy. Unable to resist, Shihan pinched a small piece and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch! It seemed he had mastered the timing, as the freshly fried cracklings were delightfully crisp, producing a satisfying crunch without being overly tough. As the cracklings shattered in his mouth, the intense flavor erupted, filling his senses. Truly delectable. Unable to resist, he prepared a small plate, sprinkling on the chili powder he had ready, giving it a gentle shake to ensure the cracklings were well coated in the golden spice. He then grabbed another piece to taste. The cracklings without chili powder and salt held little flavor, merely a pure aroma, but once the chili powder was added, the fragrance melded with the spice, transforming into a rich and spicy experience. System, can this be rated as a 1-star recipe? I believe it would make a splendid snack. Shihan mused between bites. I even have a name in mind. Chi-style cracklings. This system feels the host is contemplating frivolous matters. All right then, Kian Frugit. Not holding out too much hope. If 1-star recipes were so easy, they wouldn't be labeled as such. After finishing a small portion of the spicy cracklings, he rubbed his belly, staring at the abundance of raw ingredients on the table, feeling a twinge of concern. System, I need to constantly taste test these dishes. But with so much, I can't possibly eat it all. To create a 1-star recipe from the badger pig, he estimated he would need at least 100 of them. There was no way he could consume all this badger pig meat in one sitting. In a training space, the host will not become full. The system will assist in digesting the consumed food. In this instance, the system unexpectedly proved reliable, swiftly providing a solution. Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. With this, he can finally indulge in some oil residue without concern. Compared to the fatty portions of the badger pig, the volume of oil residue has significantly diminished. The entirety of the badger pig's fat ultimately yields merely a plate of oil residue. Carefully, Shihan set aside the rendered badger pig fat before he began to feast. Burp. Unable to resist, he polished off an entire plate of oil residue. Strangely enough, while consuming the oil residue directly, he might feel a bit greasy. The addition of chili powder completely eliminated that sensation. So, chili powder? System, will you assist me in digesting this? It shouldn't cause me to gain weight, right? Touching his handsome face, Shihan began to experience a bout of appearance anxiety. No, it won't. Well, that is reassuring. Shihan felt satisfied and turned his gaze towards the remaining ingredients. What should he eat next? Chapter 39. The first self-created recipe, the badger pig, is indeed a treasure trove. Shihan sampled various parts of the badger pig, aside from the pigskin, which differed somewhat from his expectations, becoming tough and emitting a peculiar odor upon heating. Every other part exceeded his culinary imagination and flavor. After some experimentation, Shihan ultimately focused on the badger pig's large intestine, rib racks, and brain. The badger pig's large intestine differs from that of ordinary pigs. Having fed primarily on fruits and honey, it possesses a unique flavor akin to that of pig intestines, but is complemented by a subtle fruity and honeyed aroma, rendering it more palatable for the average diner. After all, not every patron appreciates the distinctive taste of fatty intestines. The meat of the badger pig is exceptionally tender, and the rib racks are arguably the most tender of all. Adorned with intricate marbling, they achieve a juicy and succulent texture with merely a simple sear. The delicate fruit fragrance mingling with rich meat juices creates a flavor that, once experienced, is unforgettable for a lifetime. As for the badger pig's brain, it brought Shihan the greatest surprise. Its aroma was rich, the texture soft upon entering, flavorful yet not greasy, oily but not heavy. The essence of the badger pig's brain was perfectly encapsulated in these 16 characters. Shihan merely added a few seasonings to create a foil-wrapped baked brain dish, which offered a completely new culinary experience. However, should he choose this part as the raw material for a 1-star recipe, Shihan needed to consider another issue. The indigenous people of Doluo continent had never consumed brain. To them, such an act was exceedingly sinister. Failing to dispel this prejudice could lead to considerable protests should this dish be placed in a small eatery. Nevertheless, Chi-Han soon dismissed such concerns, believing that such an exquisite delicacy could persuade the obstinate populace of Doluo continent to relinquish their biases. As for which specific part to use for his recipe, Chi-Han declared that making choices was for children. Chi-Han desired them all. After all, during the task period, he could create multiple recipes, selecting the most highly rated one as a reward for the system. Thus, what did it matter to create several? Once determined, Chi-Han focused his thoughts and exited the system space. Having spent nearly a day within, his trials in the external world had lasted less than an hour. At this pace, Chi-Han was confident in creating a 1-star recipe within 6 days, considering the 4 days for back and forth that amounted to precisely 10 days. However, the pressing matter at hand was to capture another badger pig. Badger pig, danger. Though the badger pig posed little threat, Chi-Han faced some risk in dealing with them. Their agility in the woods was remarkable, and they would climb trees at the slightest provocation, complicating the hunt. For the first badger pig, Chi-Han pursued it for over 10 minutes before seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Upon returning to the system space and placing the badger pig on the cutting board, he also bore a substantial bundle. Unwrapping the package revealed an assortment of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits. With a comprehensive ingredient catalog at hand, he naturally avoided the dilemma of having nothing to cook. The items he gathered were all marked as non-toxic and rated favorably in flavor. On one hand, he was eager to sample these unfamiliar mountain delicacies. On the other, he sought to discover ingredients that could be paired with the badger pig for culinary experimentation, dividing the ingredients into small portions for gradual culinary trials. This process was far slower and more meticulous than his previous hasty attempts. Fortunately, Chi-Han possessed a heightened sense of taste, possibly an innate gift retained even in the Doluo continent. He could easily discern the subtle flavor distinctions and combinations, allowing him to judge how to create more delicious pairings. Unlike the casual diners who might think, this is tasty, that is tasty, all is tasty, Chi-Han was more discerning. Ultimately, he completely processed the badger pig, this time with a confident smile upon his face. He had found it. He had discovered the perfect pairing. All that remained was to practice continually to uncover the most exquisite preparation method. This process was destined to be arduous. After all, even to learn a 1-star recipe, he still needed over 100 trials, let alone creating his own, which would undoubtedly take longer. Mastery over timing, the application of ingredients, and the handling of produce required extensive training. Exiting the system space, Chi-Han was no longer in blind pursuit of ingredients. After hunting one badger pig, he sought out several necessary ingredients before re-entering the system space. While he had chosen the badger pig's large intestine, rib racks, and brain as the raw material for his 1-star recipe, it was impossible to create a dish that encompassed all three simultaneously. Chi-Han first opted for the rib racks, as they were the most reliable of the 3 ingredients. The cycle of exiting the system space to hunt badger pigs and entering it to create recipes continued to repeat. Each time he processed a badger pig, Chi-Han preserved the large intestine and brain, allowing the system to store them. Thanks to the system's advanced technology, they would not spoil or deteriorate, maintaining their freshest state indefinitely. This also meant that when he later attempted to prepare the brain and large intestine, Chi-Han would not need to procure raw materials so frequently, saving considerable time. As night fell, the Soul Beast Forest became perilous, prompting Chi-Han to practice his culinary skills within the system space while awaiting the dawn. Time passed, moment by moment. System, what about this time? This was already Chi-Han's countless inquiry to the system. Since 2 days prior, he had sensed that his dishes had reached the level of a 1-star recipe, eagerly seeking the system's evaluation, only to be met with rejection. The system's reasoning was straightforward. The recipe possessed room for further improvement and could not be recorded. Thus, no rating would be granted. Yet, while the system mentioned the potential for advancement, it offered no guidance on how to improve. This left Chi-Han with no choice but to persist in his attempts. This time, when he posed a question, he held little hope. Yet the system did not decline as it had before, instead falling into silence. After a lengthy pause, a cold, unyielding voice echoed through the training space. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a recipe which has been rated as a 1-star recipe by the system, scoring 63 points. Please name the recipe. After regaining his composure from the surprise, Chihan smiled and named it pan-seared honey ribs. Chapter 40. Pan-seared honey ribs. After dedicating considerable effort and spending 4 whole days, Chihan finally crafted a 1-star recipe that met the system's requirements, filling him with immense pride. Thus, he resolved to make it once more. He took a small piece of solid badger lard and scooped out the flesh of an entire honey wax fruit from the forest of kale, placing it into a heated frying pan. The honey wax fruit, resembling an avocado from Blue Star in shape, possesses a waxy flesh, yet its flavor is distinctly different, offering a unique blend of fruity aroma and honeyed sweetness. As the hot oil enveloped it, the solidified badger lard quickly melted into a thin film, coating the bottom of the pan. With the lard serving as a medium, the flesh of the honey wax fruit gradually melted, transforming into a light yellow, slightly viscous liquid. A rich fragrance of fruit and honey mingled with the aroma of the badger lard, escaping from the pan in a delightful wave. Carefully, Chihan sliced a palm-sized piece of rib, patting it dry with kitchen paper to remove any excess blood. He then gently placed the rib into the frying pan, eliciting a crisp sizzle as it hit the hot surface. He took several sprigs of rosemary and substituted garlic cloves with a type of fern from the forest of kale that neutralizes fishy odors, placing them alongside the rib. Occasionally, he would spoon the aromatic oil mixed with rosemary and fern over the rib, waiting for the underside to undergo the Maillard reaction, turning a light brown and emitting a robust fragrance. Upon achieving this, he swiftly flipped the rib, and the delightful sizzle resumed. After several flips, both sides of the rib presented an enticing deep brown hue, a clear sign that the Maillard reaction had been thoroughly realized. The meat's aroma peaked, a complex and layered scent intermingling with the sweet fruitiness, tantalizing Chihan's senses and enveloping him in bliss. At this juncture, he stood the rib upright in the pan, occasionally adjusting its position to ensure even cooking on the sides, aiming for the same deep brown color as the top and bottom. This step was crucial for sealing the edges. The rib Chihan had cut was a finger's thickness, and sealing the edges was essential to create a tightly wrapped exterior, enhancing the texture while locking in heat and juices. After completing this step, he placed the rib on a metal rack, a hint of contemplation gracing his face. Resting the meat was a critical step he had previously overlooked. His method of grilling the rib mirrored the process of cooking steak from his past life. However, lacking professional experience, he had forgotten this vital aspect. A steak must be seared over high heat, yet it is often frozen beforehand, resulting in a hardened exterior while the center remains cold. Continuing to cook it can lead to overcooking the outer parts, making it unpalatable. Thus, resting the meat became necessary. By allowing the fully seared steak to sit for a few minutes, the hardened exterior would retain heat, gradually dispersing it towards the center, achieving a uniform temperature throughout. The blood within would seep through the muscle fibers and gaps, ensuring the rested steak maintained a tender pink interior, juicy yet devoid of the raw meat's unpleasant scent. While ribs are not steak, their preparation follows a similar principle, necessitating resting to ensure a consistent texture. After approximately 5 minutes, the rib had yielded a considerable amount of blood, which dripped through the rack into a small plate below. The surface of the rib took on a deeper crimson hue, a blend of blood and the rich brown meat. Chihan assessed the resting process and, using tongs, returned the rib to the pan for a quick sear on both sides to eliminate any residual bloodiness. He then plated it, drizzling the hot oil from the pan over the rib, removing the rosemary and fern, and carefully placing them atop as a garnish, finishing with a sprinkle of black pepper. Thus, the pan-seared honey ribs were complete. This dish, rooted in pure Western culinary tradition, naturally required the use of knife and fork. With fork in the left hand and knife in the right, Chihan cut a small piece from the rib and brought it to his mouth. The exterior was perfectly seared, the deep brown mingling with the pale yellow oil, the flavors of fruit and meat intertwining, while the center remained tender and juicy, releasing succulent juices with every bite, offering a complex and layered tasting experience. It was truly exquisite, utterly captivating. Soon, the rib on the plate diminished, vanishing completely. Satisfied, Chihan patted his stomach, only then realizing something. System, what was the score for this recipe? 63 points. Is that a bit low? Chihan frowned slightly. The maximum is 100? Indeed, but it feels like it rivals a 2-star recipe in quality. Your personal enjoyment may skew your objectivity regarding the recipe's evaluation. The scoring details for the pan-seared honey ribs are as follows. Flavor, 40 points max, 37 points. Ingredient originality, 20 points max, 15 points. Method originality, 20 points max, 4 points. Cooking difficulty, 20 points max, 7 points. Total, 63 points upon reviewing the system's precise breakdown. Shihan was momentarily speechless. The flavor of the dish was undeniably excellent, justifying the near-perfect score, yet the deductions were numerous. The method for preparing pan-seared honey ribs bore significant resemblance to that of grilled steak from Blue Star, and receiving 4 points for originality in preparation was commendable. As for cooking difficulty, the preparation of pan-seared honey ribs was less challenging than fried rice, which requires constant stirring, whereas this dish merely required attentiveness to heat. Scoring 7 points was indeed generous on the system's part. Regarding ingredient originality, with the exception of rosemary, all components were sourced from the forest of kale, earning a fair score of 15 points. Very well, Shihan mused, scratching his head. This score evidently left him unsatisfied, prompting him to invest even greater effort into the next 2 recipes he planned to create using brain matter and fatty intestines. Though crafting the pan-seared honey ribs took 4 days, most of that time had been spent hunting badger pigs outside the system's space. The ingredients for the upcoming 2 recipes were already prepared, eliminating the need to leave the system space again, with time flowing at 30 times the normal rate. Shihan was confident that he could complete the next 2 recipes within the remaining 2 days without issue. Chapter 41. Amusingly explosive fatty intestines. Shihan skillfully picked up a piece of fatty intestine, cutting it to half the length of his forearm. After rinsing it thoroughly, he coated it in flour and kneaded it, washing it clean again, repeating this process 3 times. The fatty intestine, now exhibiting a delicate pink hue, appeared visually appealing. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint, lingering odor could still be detected. Placing the pig intestines into a pot, he submerged them in water. Ian, guiding a kitchen knife, swiftly chopped the prepared scallions and ginger into sections, tossing them into the pot to simmer gently over low heat. Though he had lost count of the times he had cooked pig intestines, surely it had reached 100. Shihan had become thoroughly adept at this culinary endeavor, growing increasingly proficient in the art of preparing pig intestines. If all went well, he anticipated a successful evaluation from the system this time around. Reaching for a peculiar fruit nearby, he deftly sliced it in half with a flick of his knife. This extraordinary fruit, known as sano fruit, was not merely a fruit. Shihan preferred to categorize it as a vegetable. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that once cooked, it presented a flavor profile entirely different from when eaten raw. The flesh of the sano fruit, revealed before Shihan, was semi-transparent and white, reminiscent of coconut flesh, yet devoid of sweetness, offering only a subtle, refreshing aroma and a jelly-like texture. Upon heating, the flesh of the sano fruit transformed into a milky liquid, its mouthfeel becoming richer, akin to the texture of aged tofu. What Shihan sought was precisely that cooked flesh resembling aged tofu. Carefully scooping out the flesh and mashing it into a paste, he set it aside. Lifting the pot lid, he found the pig intestines had become tender and soft, a feat attributable to the system's advanced technology. Otherwise, achieving such tenderness would have been challenging. After draining the intestines, he plunged them into a basin filled with ice water. The sudden exposure to the cold caused the intestines to contract significantly, their surfaces tightening while remaining soft within. Once the contraction had stabilized, Shihan removed them and sliced them into segments 4 fingers wide, placing them aside to prepare the sano fruit flesh. While typical preparations might yield 2 or 3 finger-wide slices, Shihan's decision to cut them 4 fingers wide was deliberate. Donning gloves, he filled each segment with a spoonful of sano fruit flesh, swiftly rolling the intestines into a shape reminiscent of a donut, plump and brimming with the fruit's flesh. The previously wrinkled surface of the intestines now appeared smooth and swollen under Shihan's skilled hands, elevating their visual appeal dramatically. One whole portion of sano fruit flesh was perfectly encapsulated within the intestines. Once he had finished preparing the intestines, Shihan arranged them neatly on a plate. He turned to the stove, adding a spoonful of sesame oil and several spoonfuls of sugar, swiftly sauteed until golden brown. He then introduced the stuffed intestines into the pan, tossing them briefly to achieve a beautiful color, before adding a medley of seasonings and covering the pot to simmer for 10 minutes. Upon lifting the lid, He stirred again before covering it once more until the sauce thickened. Finally, Chi-Han leisurely sprinkled chopped scallions, gave it a final toss, and plated the dish. A creation that was visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful had come to fruition. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, Chi-Han lifted one of the pig intestine rings to his mouth. The rich flavor enveloped his palate, and with a slight bite, the ring burst open, releasing the cooked sano fruit flesh within. The flavors harmonized beautifully, with the sano fruit absorbing the essence of the pig intestines, mingling with its own refreshing notes, perfectly alleviating any heaviness of the dish. The taste was indeed extraordinary. System, what do you have to say? Congratulations, host. Your original recipe has been successfully created and evaluated as a 1-star recipe, scoring 82 points. Please provide a name for the recipe. 82 points? Chi-Han's eyes brightened. This score exceeded his expectations. Without prompting, the system automatically presented the scoring criteria. Evaluation criteria are as follows. Taste, out of 40 points, 38 points. 5 points deducted due to the controversial nature of pig intestines. Ingredient originality, out of 20 points, 18 points. Method originality, out of 20 points, 20 points. Cooking difficulty, out of 20 points, 11 points. Total, 82 points. Chi-Han gazed at the scoring details, somewhat perplexed. The system had awarded a high score of 38 points for taste, which was unexpected. The combination of pig intestines and sano fruit was indeed a perfect match, elevating the flavor to a new level, so receiving 38 points was not surprising. However, he was curious about the 5-point deduction. System, what does it mean that the taste is controversial? Due to the fact that pig intestines are not universally accepted as an ingredient, cooking with such ingredients will result in automatic deductions based on specific circumstances. Understood. In his previous life on Blue Star, not everyone appreciated pig intestines, as they could be considered rather heavy in flavor. Chi-Han shook his head. Although losing 5 points was unfortunate, he could hardly blame anyone for that. Regarding ingredient originality, the high score of 18 points was justified as all primary ingredients were sourced from the forest of Calais, making it nearly impossible to achieve a perfect score unless he used no ingredients from Blue Star at all. As for the originality of the method, Chi-Han's technique for preparing the pig intestine rings was entirely new. A 1-star recipe did not require the invention of a completely new cooking method, and any innovative aspect was commendable. The unique highlight of the aged pig intestine rings earned him full points in this category. Lastly, concerning cooking difficulty, this dish was moderately challenging, slightly more so than the pan-seared honey ribs, thus earning 11 points, the standard score. Overall, Chi-Han achieved a commendable score of 82 points. Regardless, he had secured a baseline score. Should the subsequent evaluation of the brain flour prove unsatisfactory, he could at least rely on this recipe as a basis for a reward. Please provide a name for the recipe. The system's voice echoed once more, reminding Chi-Han that he had yet to name his new dish. After a moment's contemplation, a mischievous grin spread across his face. He decided to call it Bursting Pig Intestines. 1-star recipe, Bursting Pig Intestines, successfully recorded. The reason for his playful choice was simple. Many dishes on Blue Star featured an aged texture, such as aged tofu and aged fried dough. Yet, who had ever considered applying this technique to pig intestines? After all, it was indeed pig intestines. As the terminus of the digestive system, one might ponder the nature of what pig intestines had encountered. A dish that bursts with flavor from pig intestines might inadvertently evoke some less savory associations. Reflect on that for a moment. Chapter 42. This is the system. How long have I been in the training space? 10 days have elapsed since the successful recording of the pan-seared honey ribs. 10 days? Qui ponderied? In terms of external time, that amounted to merely 8 hours, during which he had managed to complete the recipe for bursting pig intestines. It seemed his earlier estimates were flawed. Completing these 2 recipes did not require 2 days, but rather just 1 day. Even if the brain flour required double the time for the bursting pig intestines, it would still be a mere 16 hours. Having procured a fresh badger's brain, Chi-Han embarked on a new culinary endeavor. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a recipe, now rated as a 1-star recipe with a score of 60 points. The host is invited to name the recipe. 60 points? Glancing at the brain he had thoroughly consumed, Chi-Han wore an expression of lingering satisfaction. He decided to name it Foil Grilled Brain. 1-star recipe, Foil Grilled Brain, successfully recorded. This recipe had indeed consumed a considerable amount of Chi-Han's time. primarily because he had become fixated on the idea of utilizing novel ingredients and innovative cooking methods to elevate his score. However, the new does not always equate to the appropriate. An excessive obsession with innovation is not always beneficial. Despite experimenting with various ingredients and concocting imaginative techniques, none surpass the simplicity of the foil grill brain. What are the criteria for scoring? Scoring criteria are as follows. Taste, maximum 40 points, 40 points ingredient originality, maximum 20 points, 10 points method originality, maximum 20 points, 5 points cooking difficulty, maximum 20 points, 5 points total. 60 points, the taste received full marks. The foil grill brain was indeed remarkable. The ingredients were all familiar to him from Blue Star, resulting in only 10 points for originality. The 5 points for method originality were merely due to slight modifications he made to the traditional preparation of brain dishes. A recipe that merely requires proper seasoning and attention to cooking time with minimal difficulty cannot possibly score high in terms of cooking complexity. These factors contributed to the low overall score. Nevertheless, it does not overshadow the fact that the dish is truly delectable. This was destined to be an unforgettable lesson for Chi Han. There is no such thing as complete innovation in this world. All recipes ultimately aim to enhance the flavor of food. Does the host wish to continue creating new recipes? Current recipes available for submission. 1-star recipe, pan-seared honey ribs. 1-star recipe, exploding fat intestines. 1-star recipe, foil grill brain. The host may choose one as the basis for rewards. Chi Han remained silent for a moment. With only 1 day remaining, the time was insufficient to create another 1-star recipe. If he did not submit the exploding fat intestines, he would likely have to wait for another opportunity to visit the kale forest. System. What rewards could be obtained for a score of 82? A 1-star recipe with a score of 82 points yields the following rewards. Soul Power Level 4. 1 2-star recipe fragment. Promotion title. Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. Are there higher rewards available? A 1-star recipe with a score of 90 points yields the following rewards. Soul Power Level 5. 2 2-star recipe fragments. Promotion title. Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. A 1-star recipe with a perfect score of 100 points yields the following rewards. Soul Power Level 8, 3 2-star recipe fragments. 2 3-star recipe fragments. Promotion title. Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. Chi Han smiled bitterly, understanding the system's scoring principles. He was acutely aware that achieving a score of 100 is a daunting task, and even attaining above 90 is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps with more time, he could gradually refine his skills to surpass 90 points, but a perfect score seemed virtually unattainable. However, comparing the rewards for scores above 90 to his current prospects, the difference was merely an additional level of soul power and 1 extra 2-star recipe fragment. He decided to submit the 1-star recipe, exploding fat intestines. Ultimately, Chi Han chose this path. Rather than lingering in the kale forest for a meager reward, he preferred to submit directly. Though the rewards were slightly less, the prospect of adding 3 of his self-created 1-star recipes to his shop was sufficiently gratifying. Submission successful. Promotion task. Light of innovation. Completed. Task rewards. Soul Power Level 4. Claimable. 1 2-star recipe fragment. Claimable. Promotion title. Junior Chef and corresponding privileges. Claimable. Without hesitation, Chi Han opted to claim the soul power first. With his current soul power at level 17, adding 4 levels would allow him to directly break through to level 20, which was his primary concern. Upon exiting the system's space, a surge of celestial energy converged towards Chi Han, his body behaving like a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. His soul power autonomously circulated, transforming the absorbed energy into soul power, visibly enhancing his soul power level. Level 20 achieved. The host has reached a bottleneck and needs to acquire a soul ring to continue enhancing soul power. Remaining soul power level rewards are retained and will be automatically used upon breakthrough. Ding. Task triggered. Time-limited task. Ingredient acquisition 2. The host must independently defeat the century-old soul beast, Mo Yunk, in the Sunset Forest within 5 days. Task description. It is time to liberate the colorful golden pheasant from its plight. Mo Yunk, meet your demise. Task rewards. System Soul Ring 1, 2-star recipe. Kung Pao Chicken. Task item. Distribution map of Mo Yunk's soul beast in the Sunset Forest. Chi Han fell into a momentary silence. System. Have you become increasingly unrestrained recently? No. Then what is this absurd task description? This system was unsure of what to write and felt awkward about directly copying the previous text. Please do not mind. Chihan. The system's sole ring was within his expectations, but his focus was mainly on another task reward. 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. This is a prized dish, renowned for its ability to grace both the dining tables of common folk and royal banquets alike. It was unexpected that this task reward would be such a culinary gem. Having already spent 5 days in the kale forest, and accounting for travel time, it had been a total of 7 days. The Sunset Forest lies just outside of Tiendo City, relatively close, and taking a detour from Kale City to Tiendo City, and then back to Shrek Academy, should suffice within 3 days. With this thought in mind, Chihan hastened towards Kale City beyond the Kale Forest, simultaneously claiming the remaining 2 rewards from his promotion task. He had already gathered 4 2-star recipe fragments, allowing him to exchange for 1 2-star recipe. According to his previous plan, he intended to exchange for a comprehensive hot pot base, though that matter was not urgent at present. He had yet to master the fish belly lamb dish, and all other recipes were temporarily unavailable for claiming or exchange. Congratulations, host, for successfully being promoted to junior chef, gaining the following privileges. 1. The host possesses the right to name the shop. 2. Randomly dropped recipes will no longer include 1-star recipes. 3. The time flow rate in the training space has changed to 601. With a pause in his steps, Chihan appeared somewhat taken aback. System. Why did you not mention this third point before? This system forgot. With great confidence. Very well, that is quite typical of a system. Chapter 43. Mo Yunk. Although the system did not specify, Chihan felt quite pleased to know that the time flow rate in the training space had further increased. This means that his practice of recipes within the training space would accelerate, allowing him to master the fish belly lamb dish more swiftly. As the completion of system tasks continued, the rewards and recipes he obtained increased, and with his current training speed of 301, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed. The 2-star recipes that can already be exchanged include a comprehensive guide to hot pot base ingredients, along with the 2-star recipe for Kung Pao chicken, which is a reward for completing the limited time task of obtaining ingredients. Several more recipes are lined up ahead. Such an abundance of rewards can indeed be a source of vexation. Chihan has arrived. Finding a caravan moving from a large city to a smaller one is not an easy task, but there are almost daily caravans traveling from smaller cities to larger ones. Chihan opted for the Feng family caravan. In an imperial capital like Tiendo City, caravans from various regions arrive every day, allowing him to easily find a caravan escorted by 4-ringed powerhouses heading to Tiendo City. Given the distance between Tiendo City and Kale City, the entire journey would take a day. Fortunately, the trip was relatively peaceful, and by noon the following day, Chihan arrived at the outskirts of Tiendo City. Though he wished to fully appreciate the cultural characteristics of Tiendo City, time was not on his side, and ultimately, he chose to head directly to the nearby Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is not merely a small gathering place for soul beasts. Due to the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts, it has been classified as a medium-sized gathering area. Compared to small gathering areas, the variety and longevity of soul beasts here are significantly higher, which naturally leads to heavy military presence around the forest. Any anomalies in the Sunset Forest would prompt immediate countermeasures. After verifying his identity with the guards of the Tiendo Empire, Chihan was granted entry. Before him appeared an ethereal map of the Mo Yunk gathering area provided by the system. Mo Yunk is a powerful soul beast. Unlike the iron-armored bull and badger boar he encountered earlier, the theoretical limit for the Mo Yunk species can reach 10,000 years, making it an unparalleled predator among soul beasts of the same rank. Fortunately, according to the map, no 10,000-year Mo Yunk were present in the Sunset Forest. Only a few large groups containing 1,000-year Mo Yunk and several smaller groups of 100-year beasts were noted. Chihan's target was the nearest small group. Ordinary 1,000-year soul beasts are already beyond Chihan's capabilities, let alone the 1,000-year Mo Yunk, so he certainly would not seek his own humiliation. Stealthily, he approached the direction where the Mo Yunk group resided, and soon enough, he spotted their presence. For Chihan, the greatest challenge in defeating a Mo Yunk was not its strength, but rather its ability to fly. Typically, soul masters cannot fly. Only those possessing flight-type martial souls can do so, while others can only hover briefly if they reach the 7th ring of Soul Sage, which consumes substantial soul power. To gracefully traverse the skies, one would likely need to attain the rank of Title Daw. Thus, it is no surprise that ordinary individuals find themselves at a loss when confronted with flying soul beasts. Yet, is Chi Han an ordinary person? He has long abandoned the notion of being merely human. Observing a Mo Yunk flying out to hunt, Chi Han carefully climbed up to its nest and extended his hand of sin to steal an egg. His reasoning was simple. If the Mo Yunk realized it could not defeat him, it would surely ascend high into the sky, rendering him powerless against it. Although the rain needle is formidable, its range is limited, and at great heights, it would be ineffective. Thus, the only solution was to provoke the Mo Yunk, leading it on a chase while seeking an opportunity to use his hidden weapons to strike. During his 10 days in Kale Forest, Chi Han had not utilized his concealed weapons even once, as the badger boar was too weak for him to require them. However, this was not a significant issue. This is what we call caution. You see, while he had not used them previously, they were now essential for dealing with the Mo Yunk. Is there a problem? No, there is no problem. This is what we refer to as prudence. Although Mo Yunk are social creatures, their grouping differs from that of other soul beasts. They do not nest in close proximity, but rather maintain several treetops apart from one another. Chi Han stealthily climbed a tree, located the Mo Yunk nest, and skillfully descended to the ground with the egg cradled in his arms. The Mo Yunk eggs were sizable, comparable to human heads, and even larger than those of ostriches on Blue Star, prompting Chi Han to smirk. If only it were edible. Alas, while the Mo Yunk itself is non-toxic, the egg is highly poisonous. This is perhaps a result of natural evolution, aimed at preventing threats to its offspring. Regrettably, despite this, a certain unscrupulous chef has still targeted the progeny of the Mo Yunk. With the nest invaded, the Mo Yunk, having just departed, quickly detected the anomaly, emitting a furious cry as it rushed back. Upon hearing the enraged screech of the Mo Yunk, Chi Han's body tensed with anxiety. Only when the Mo Yunk spotted him did he begin to sprint wildly, concentrating his sole power in his legs. Chi Han's speed surpassed that of any sprinter on Blue Star, yet such rapidity still seemed nearly futile before the Mo Yunk. In the sky, a shadow descended rapidly, its wings unfurling like the clouds, spanning 5 to 6 meters in length, with sharp claws glinting ominously. Undoubtedly, under such terrifying claws, no creature could hope to survive. With a swift motion, Chi Han had anticipated the Mo Yunk's reaction. He launched the flying heavenly claw to seize the trunk of a nearby tree, retracting his claws and propelling himself skyward, narrowly evading the Mo Yunk's lethal strike. Mid-air, he abruptly twisted his body and unleashed a rain needle upon the Mo Yunk, aiming directly at its head. However, the first strike missed, leaving the Mo Yunk momentarily stunned. Yet, it quickly regained composure in the face of the rain needle. With a sudden dip of its head, the feathers on its back shifted from brown to gold. This was the Mo Yunk's innate skill, the Mo Yunk Golden Feather. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the rain needle lodged itself within the feathers, unable to advance further. With a surge of soul power, the Mo Yunk expelled the rain needle from its plumage. As it lifted its head once more, its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, revealing that Chi Han's actions had provoked its rage. This was the first time the rain needle had failed to succeed, underscoring the Mo Yunk's formidable nature. Fortunately, the Mo Yunk is not an exceptionally united species. They rarely band together unless faced with existential threats. Though they inhabit close quarters, they tend to act independently. Moreover, Chi Han had specifically targeted a Mo Yunk residing at the outer edge, fleeing deliberately in the opposite direction from the Mo Yunk gathering area. Thus, the commotion caused by one man and one bird had attracted no other Mo Yunk reinforcements. Chapter 44. Slay the beast confronted with the furious yet unscathed Mo Yunk. Chi Han, who had just stowed his flying heavenly claw, felt a jolt of alarm. Damn, this Mo Yunk is proving to be incredibly difficult to handle. The comprehensive ingredient guide had indeed mentioned that Mo Yunk possess a skill that hardens their feathers to an extraordinary degree. Yet Chi Han never anticipated that this innate ability would render the rain needle unable to penetrate. Before he could react, the Mo Yunk flapped its wings, summoning a fierce wind as it charged towards Chi Han like a cannonball. In the skies lies the primary battlefield of the Mo Yunk. No escape is possible. In an instant, Chi-Han reached this conclusion. With a mere thought, he vanished from his original location and entered the training space. However, Chi-Han did not linger within the training space. After evading the fierce onslaught of the Mo Yunk, he reappeared on the branch before it could regain its composure. As soon as he steadied himself, Chi-Han leapt down without hesitation. Standing on the branch made him a living target. The enraged Mo Yunk, having missed its strike, swiftly turned in midair and dove toward Chi-Han, who was in free fall and about to land. Judging by its speed, the Mo Yunk's sharp claws would rend Chi-Han to shreds before he could touch the ground. A glint of cold light flickered in Chi-Han's eyes as countless icy beams manifested in his hands. The Rain Needle was launched once more, aimed directly at the descending Mo Yunk. The creature clearly did not anticipate that the human before it possessed the strength to counterattack, emitting a terrified cry. Previously, Chi-Han had fired the Rain Needle from above, striking the Mo Yunk's back. This time, however, as Chi-Han descended, the Mo Yunk was in pursuit, exposing its vulnerable abdomen to the relentless barrage of rain needles. In a panic, the Mo Yunk quickly folded its wings to shield its abdomen, burying its head within its chest. Thanks to its innate skills, the bird curled into a ball. Truly, the Mo Yunk demonstrated exceptional combat prowess, making the most prudent choice even in such a perilous moment. Yet, despite its hasty maneuver, the rain needles struck with incredible speed, and several still pierced its body with force. A cry of pain escaped its beak, tinged with agony. While not fatal, it was severely injured. Though its wings had been retracted, inertia carried the curled Mo Yunk straight into Chi-Han's chest. With a thud, both Chi-Han and the Mo Yunk crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Although a sharp pain coursed through Chi-Han's chest, causing him to feel momentarily dizzy and breathless, he understood that this was the prime opportunity to eliminate the Mo Yunk. Summoning all his strength, he conjured a kitchen knife, the first soul ring illuminating, and struck down upon the Mo Yunk, which had just released its innate skill and was now stretching its body. Before the Mo Yunk could recover from the pain inflicted by the rain needles, it was beheaded by Chi-Han. Only after witnessing the Mo Yunk's demise did Chi-Han collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, his chest throbbing with pain. As the soul energy circulated in his chest, Chi-Han felt somewhat better and managed to sit up, cross-legged, to inspect his injuries. There were no fractures, but slight cracks had formed in his sternum and ribs. Drawing out healing pills purchased from the pharmacy, Chi-Han swallowed several to expedite his recovery. With dangers lurking in the soul beast forest, Chi-Han knew he could not linger to heal. With a thought, he entered the training space. In this safe haven, he began to absorb the medicinal properties of the pills to mend his chest wound. As the saying goes, healing from a bone injury takes 100 days. But in the wondrous Dilawa continent, a mere bone crack is considered a minor injury, not requiring such an extended recovery period. After about an hour, Chi-Han slowly opened his eyes, finding that the cracks in his chest had healed significantly due to the pills. The low-grade healing pills had proven remarkably effective. Chi-Han now felt minimal pain, and the remaining wounds would not impede his movements. With a few days of rest, they would heal on their own. An hour spent in the training space equated to only a minute in the outside world. Upon exiting the system space, Chi-Han discovered that the deceased Mo Yunk had produced a century-old soul ring, which hovered above its corpse. If Chi-Han did not absorb it, the ring would dissipate in an hour. Naturally, Chi-Han had no intention of absorbing the Mo Yunk's soul ring. Carefully, he used his kitchen knife to harvest the bird's breast meat and submitted it to the system. The system's voice promptly echoed. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a task. Time task. Ingredient acquisition 2. Completed. Reward. System soul ring eye. Available for claim. 2-star recipe. Kung Pao chicken. Cannot be claimed yet as the fishbelly lamb training is incomplete. With no one around, Chi-Han unhesitatingly opted to claim the system's soul ring. A white light slowly emanated from the kitchen knife martial soul, swiftly coalescing into a second soul ring, which appeared beside the first, now transformed into a yellow ring with a hint of purple. This soul ring remained white and did not enhance in age further upon formation. The system? Chi-Han patiently awaited an explanation. Host's second soul skill, Shadow of the Blade. This skill is bound to the host carving proficiency, which is classified into 5 levels: Novice, Skilled, Proficient, Perfect, and Masterpiece, corresponding to 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul rings, respectively. As the host's carving proficiency increases, the soul ring's age will also enhance. The host is not engaged in carving, thus currently at a rudimentary level. Please continue to improve carving skills. Carving? Chi-Han furrowed his brow. This was an area he had never ventured into. System. How can I learn carving? Considering the host has no foundational skills in carving, a free carving tutorial book titled Ghost Carving is now provided. Mastering this book will elevate your carving to the perfect level. That doesn't seem right. System. How can I achieve the masterpiece level? Whether it be the mastery of techniques or the pinnacle of carving skills, these are levels that cannot be attained merely through study. The highest techniques achievable through learning and practice are only at the perfect level. Surpassing perfection requires the host to comprehend how to break through. Chi-Han had not anticipated that not only would he be unable to reach the masterpiece level in carving, but even the knife techniques he had practiced for so long were also beyond reach without understanding. Oh, it wasn't that it couldn't be achieved, it merely required enlightenment. Yet, given the system's nature, he felt this enlightenment would be exceptionally challenging. With a sigh, he realized that a 100,000-year soul ring was exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. Glancing at the sky, he noted that after so much time, the sun was beginning to set. He needed to return to Heaven-Do City quickly, rest for the night, and head back to Shrek City the following day. Finally, he was going home. Chapter 45. The Boss Returns. Shuang, I'm leaving. After checking her reflection in the mirror and taming her somewhat disheveled hair, Fuya turned to glance at her friend, who lay on the bed like a lazy fish, and smiled softly. Hey Fuya, it's been days. Why hasn't that awful boss returned yet? Shuang puffed her cheeks, her face displaying a hint of grievance. It had been so long since they last enjoyed the dishes from their little eatery. She missed her dompa pork, tomato beef brisket, fried rice, cucumber salad, pig stomach chicken, and chinon juice. That rotten boss. Why hasn't he opened the door yet? It had already been 10 days. I think the boss should be back soon. Fuya murmured, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Before leaving, the boss mentioned he would return within 10 days. Shuang's eyes twinkled mischievously as she appraised Fuya's curvaceous figure, teasing. And you? Why do you go to the little shop every noon and afternoon? Isn't it a hassle? What is wrong with that? Fuya shot a glance, adding Shuang, a mix of irritation and amusement in her eyes, then turned her body away to deny her a view. The small shop was not far, merely a couple of visits each day, nothing significant. All right, I concede to you. With neither Legsy nor Nizy around, Shuang rolled her eyes in exasperation, reverting to her lethargic state. Go on. I hope that insufferable boss opens the door soon. Fuya stepped out of the dormitory with a light, cheerful stride. Shuang remained alone, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, her expression gradually fading into despondency. I crave egg fried rice. Zhou Long smacked his lips together, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of roasted meat to pop into his mouth. Once his favorite dish, the roasted meat paired with rice was now far from appetizing. Thanks to Master Zhao Yunsheng's vigorous promotion, chopsticks had unsurprisingly replaced forks, becoming the new utensil of the Tang Men cafeteria. Though the utensils were the same as those in the small shop, the chef's skills were better left unmentioned. Indeed, I too yearned for a meal. Sitting opposite Zhou Long was the boisterous Tail, his table piled high with empty plates, relishing his meal. Tail, despite his hearty consumption, was not genuinely happy, his laughter merely a fade for his inner turmoil. Who in their right mind would choose the cafeteria's swill over the exquisite offerings of Chi-Han's small shop? Rumor had it that old Mudo's appetite had waned again, not due to a relapse, but because he was spoiled by the delectable dishes from Chi-Han's establishment, making the cafeteria's fare hard to swallow. That old Mudo cannot compare to me. I refuse to eat slop. This is merely a temporary measure. He had long sensed something amiss with that Chi-Han kid, believing he was an enemy of the Tang Men, intentionally closing his shop for 10 days to starve them, plotting to seize the Tang Men's legacy. Old Tail, have seen through it all. Humph. Mumbling incoherently while chewing, Tail's hands moved swiftly, shoveling rice into his mouth. Zhou Long glanced at the master of strength, his expression flickering, unsure of why he was seated across from this old fellow. No, it was he who had arrived first, and then Tail had taken the seat opposite him. What a misfortune. After breaking through to the Soul Emperor realm, he had been in seclusion for some time, only to emerge eager to express his gratitude to Chi-Han and indulge in the long-desired egg fried rice. Yet, upon his visit, he discovered that Chi-Han had departed for the kale forest. It had been half a month since Zhou Long had tasted Chi-Han's culinary creations. Half a month. Do you know how I've endured these past 2 weeks? What torment. Master Tail, what brings you here? Why is your chopstick in my plate? Oh, I didn't notice. What is wrong with me taking a couple of pieces of meat? Never mind, please continue. Standing before the familiar small shop, Faya felt a tinge of confusion. The door still bore Chi-Han's notice from 10 days prior. Out for 10 days to gather ingredients and create new recipes. New dishes will be available upon return. Thankfully, Chi-Han had the foresight to add that final line, without the allure of new dishes to dangle before the eager diners. His patrons might have gone mad. It was now the 10th day. Surely, the boss would return. Taking a deep breath, Faya stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. This action had become a ritual over the past few days, each time her anticipation shifting from anxious hope to quiet disappointment. After a few breaths, the door remained firmly shut. Is he really not back today? Faya's bright eyes dimmed momentarily, but then a thought sparked within her, and she perked up again. No way. Today marks the 10th day. The boss promised he would return within this time frame. Perhaps he simply didn't hear me. Shall I knock again? Yes, I will. Taking another deep breath, Faya extended her hand, knocking once more, this time with greater force, even channeling her soul power to amplify the sound. Surely, if the boss was in the shop, he would hear it. Another few breaths passed, and silence lingered within. As expected, he hasn't come back. Faya's expression darkened to shade. It was now midday on the 10th day. Did that mean he would return in the afternoon? I'll check back then. Yes, this afternoon, the boss will definitely be back. Hey, Faya, what are you doing here? A familiar voice called from behind. Am I imagining things? Faya? No, it's not my imagination. It's the boss. Faya's eyes lit up instantly, and she spun around, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Boss, you're back. Though Chi-Han did not fully comprehend why Faya was so elated, encountering such a beautiful smile right after arriving home was undeniably refreshing. He smiled back, yes. I just returned. The shop will reopen tomorrow. Unlocking the door, Chi-Han turned to the still-standing Faya. Come in. It's time for a work meal. But boss, the shop isn't open today. Since you're here, you might as well sample my new dishes. New dishes? Faya hadn't meant for the boss to go to such lengths, but her mouth had already betrayed her. Then I'll help you taste them. Keanu did. Heading into the kitchen, a peculiar smile crossing his lips in the corner where Faya couldn't see. Let us use Faya as a little guinea pig to let the people of the Dolawa continent try out my new spicy intestines and foil-wrapped brain. Since Chi-Han had yet to determine the pricing for the 3 new dishes, the system had not updated the menu. Gazing at the unchanged menu on the wall, Faya began to speculate excitedly about what the new offerings might be. Whatever they were bound to be delicious. With this thought, Faya couldn't help but smile blissfully. Chapter 46. As red as a monkey's bottom, once the recipes were cataloged by the system, it would handle the provision of ingredients. And Chi-Han didn't care how the system managed to procure badger pigs. After all, the system was all-powerful. Oh wait, it can't give birth. This system, you're lacking in that regard. The host also cannot give birth. It seemed that way. Chi-Han fell into deep contemplation. System, you can't just stand there to urinate. Soon, Chi-Han devised a plan, his expression turning smug. Host, are you being polite? Politeness aside, once again, he had outwitted the system, leaving Chi-Han in high spirits, even making the pan-seared honey ribs taste even better. No, it's because this system specially cultivated badger pigs that are superior to the native badger pigs from Kale Forest. Believe what you say. As the victor, Chi-Han felt he should indulge in some leniency towards the system's stubbornness. To facilitate Faya's acceptance of the new dishes, Chi-Han thoughtfully prepared 2 servings of pan-seared honey ribs, allowing them to share the meal, fostering a sense of involvement for Faya during her tasting. Well, I can't continue this fiction. Mainly, it's because I was in a hurry to return home, and I was hungry myself. Soon, 2 plates of pan-seared honey ribs were presented before Faya, delicately placed on the table by Chi-Han. With a considerate gesture, he set the knife and fork in front of her, inviting her to indulge in the dish. He then took his own serving and began to relish it with great enthusiasm. Faya greedily inhaled the enticing aroma of the meat intermingled with fruity notes, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Indeed, the chef's new dish was as delectable as ever, tempting one to savor it upon merely catching a whiff. Curiously, she noticed a knife and fork resting at the edge of her plate. In the Dolua continent, the customary utensils are typically a fork and spoon. However, the use of both knife and fork is often associated with nobility, resembling the dining etiquette of Western cuisine on Blue Star, where the fork is held in the left hand and the knife in the right. Though not of noble birth, Fuya was well aware of how to wield these utensils. She gently sliced a small piece from the rib, its surface adorned with a slight char that made her assume cutting it would be a challenge. To her surprise, the knife glided effortlessly through the tender meat, a testament to its remarkable sharpness, as well as Chi Han's exceptional cooking skills. Beneath its dark brown exterior lay succulent, juicy flesh. As she speared a morsel with her fork and brought it closer to her mouth, the rich aroma fully enveloped her senses, intoxicating her. Fuya could even see the glistening, juicy center of the rib, the meat so tender that it appeared to weep. The mere thought of taking a bite sent her heart racing. She could hardly bear the anticipation. Unable to resist, she swiftly popped the piece into her mouth. After a few chews, she instinctively covered her mouth, only to realize her gesture was unnecessary as the juices did not escape. This realization deepened the crimson flush on her face. It was truly divine. Fuya felt at a loss for words to articulate her current state of bliss. If she had to choose a single word to describe it, it would undoubtedly be happiness. The harmonious blend of savory meat juices and the tender rib meat provided an exquisite stimulation to her taste buds, the robust flavors mingling without an ounce of greasiness, leaving a delightful hint of sweetness in the aftertaste. Was this truly meat? What kind of meat could be this exquisite? No, it wasn't merely the meat's flavor. It had to be the chef's extraordinary talent that imbued the dish with such miraculous taste. Unconsciously glancing at Chi Han's hands, Fuya was oblivious to the fact that her face was now a vivid shade of red. Chi Han continued to slice the ribs, savoring each piece. Indeed, the texture of the meat had improved significantly compared to before, a feat surely attributed to the superior quality of the system-bred badger pig. However, he knew better than to disclose this to the system, lest it become overly proud. It seems the host has forgotten that I can hear your innermost thoughts. Dolua, is the system eavesdropping on my thoughts? Chi Han, apologies, I was hasty. No worries, system. I shall deny everything, and you have no proof. Recording in progress. You can record thoughts too? This system is omnipotent. You can't have children. You can't urinate standing up. The system's silence brought Chi Han a sense of relief. Ah, how pleasant. After a playful exchange with the system, he lifted his gaze to observe Fuya's reaction. After all, she was a guest, and her honest feedback would be invaluable. Wait, just a glance. And Chi Han suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Fuya, why is your face so flushed? Huh? Fuya blinked, lost in the deliciousness of the pan-seared honey ribs, oblivious to her own appearance. Touching her face, she asked Boss, is my face very red? Yes, Chi Han nodded, seemingly unsatisfied with his brevity, adding, like a monkey's backside. What? Fuya's eyes widened in shock, the heat spreading from her cheeks to the nape of her neck as she abruptly lowered her head. What was the boss saying? Like a monkey's backside? Unable to contain herself, her mind conjured the image of a bright red monkey's rear. To her horror, she realized that this vivid image was beginning to overlap with her own face. No. Fuya exclaimed internally, clutching her head in a frenzy. This was all the boss's fault. Such a thoughtless remark. Chi Han blinked, watching Fuya spiral into chaos over his words, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. System, are you sure the badger pig is safe? I can't shake the feeling that Fuya is acting oddly. Could there be some hidden toxin? Perhaps something hallucinogenic? She is likely afflicted by your straight man toxicity. Straight man toxicity? What on earth is that? Chi Han glanced around the small establishment. Where's the straight man? I am referring to you, host. Me? Straight man? Huh. Chi Han wore a smug expression. I am Chi Han, the master of seamless recipe integration. How could I be a straight man? If you say so. At that moment, the system felt a surge of affection and tolerance for its host. Despite the minor hiccups, Fuya ultimately provided her feedback after finishing the pan-seared honey ribs. Fuya declared, as long as I give feedback, I am not just indulging. I am seriously testing the new dishes for the boss. Well, not quite feedback, as she merely exclaimed, it's exceptionally delicious, after a prolonged moment of enjoyment. This response was anticipated by Chi Han, as this dish, being the most conventional of the three new offerings, was expected to win Fuya's favor. Who could resist the allure of meat? However, he then asked, Fuya, are you ready? Chapter 47. You finish eating first. Then I will tell you, it was only after she finished the pan-seared honey ribs that Fuya realized Chi-Han had prepared more than one new dish this time. In fact, there were three. A delightful surprise awaited her, courtesy of Chi-Han's culinary ingenuity. Now, as for whether this would lead to further surprises, let's set that aside for now. At least she was still thrilled. Fuya had already learned the name of the first dish, pan-seared honey ribs. If this single dish was so exquisite, how could the remaining two be anything less? Fuya was filled with anticipation. Before long, Chi-Han brought forth 2 plates of bursting intestines. This dish was also prepared in 2 servings, but this time, he genuinely considered Fuya's perspective. If he didn't taste it in front of her, she might hesitate to try it. Fuya eagerly leaned in, akin to a cute little hamster, to sniff the bursting intestines. The presentation of this new dish was appealing, and it surely smelled delightful. What on earth is that smell? Her expression of eager anticipation suddenly stiffened, and Fuya instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at the bursting intestines before her. As expected, Chi-Han sighed internally, striving to maintain a neutral expression, appearing utterly nonchalant as he picked up a piece of intestine from his plate and brought it to his mouth. Try it. It's truly delectable. That said, the moment the fatty intestines burst in Chi-Han's mouth, his expression involuntarily twitched. Although he had a penchant for eating fatty intestines, the flavor was not the cause of his discomfort. It was primarily due to an unpleasant association that had surfaced. The highest realm of being ungrateful is to deceive oneself. This fleeting change in Chi-Han's demeanor did not escape the keen eyes of Fuya, a powerful soul master, who was struck with a sense of dread. Did the boss just have a slight twitch? Was he deceiving me? Was he attempting to trick me into tasting this oddly flavored new dish by feigning delight? Could the boss truly be so duplicitous? In that moment, countless questions swirled in Fuya's mind. However, Chi-Han had merely experienced a brief moment of unease, which he soon cast aside as he savored the dish. Not only was the honey-glazed ribs delightful, but even the flavor of the fatty intestines had significantly improved. Eagerly consuming more, Fuya fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that I was merely imagining things earlier? Did the boss not twitch at all? Is this dish truly as delicious as it seems? I have indeed heard of dishes that may not smell appealing, but taste exquisite. Could this be one of those? Perhaps I should give it a try after all. As a waitress in a small establishment, it is my duty to assist the boss in taste testing. Reflecting on the generous treatment Chi-Han had afforded her, Fuya suddenly felt a heavy weight of responsibility upon her shoulders. A surge of courage filled her heart, prompting her decision. I will eat. If the boss enjoys it so much, it must be delicious. Resolutely, Fuya picked up a piece of fatty intestine and placed it in her mouth. The surface of the intestine was coated in rich, flavorful broth, and upon contact with her taste buds, it made her eyes widen in surprise. It was indeed delicious. The boss had not deceived her. She gently bit into the piece, and the tender intestine burst open in her mouth. Oh! Caught off guard, Fuya was startled, instinctively pressing her lips tightly together. For someone who had never tasted a dish with such a burst of flavor, this was an entirely new experience, but after the initial shock, she quickly began to appreciate the exquisite combination of the broth and the fatty intestine. The greasiness dissipated quietly, and the rich aroma enveloped her senses. The liquid broth melding with every bite of the intestine, creating a perfect harmony that was utterly refreshing. Unable to resist, she picked up another piece. And despite the peculiar smell, Fuya was astonished to find that she no longer felt repulsed by it. Perhaps the scent had now conjured delightful associations in her mind, leading to a sense of anticipation rather than aversion. It was truly delightful. This peculiar dish had captured Fuya's heart in an instant. Boss, what ingredients are used to make this? As she savored the flavors, she couldn't help but ask. While she could identify the previous honey-glazed ribs as a type of meat, this dish was more ambiguous, resembling meat yet difficult to pinpoint. Chi-Han glanced at the remaining fatty intestines on Fuya's plate, deep in thought. If he revealed the truth now, would she still eat? If she refused, it would be a waste of food. So perhaps it was better to wait until she finished before telling her? Yes, that seemed like a prudent choice. After making his decision, Chi-Han wore a warm smile, saying, "Finish your meal first, and then I'll tell you." Huh? Why must I finish before you tell me? Fuya blinked her big eyes in confusion, but soon redirected her attention back to the bursting fatty intestine. This little ring is absolutely delicious. Although Fuya struggled to articulate her delight, she felt that this dish was even more scrumptious than the last. Indeed, the boss possessed a magical touch. Any dish prepared by him would be imbued with extraordinary flavor. Before long, Fuya had devoured all the bursting fatty intestines, and her curiosity intensified. Boss, can you tell me now what ingredient was used in this dish? Well, Fuya, do you know the badger pig from the kale forest? Fuya nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I know. We learned about it in our soul beast knowledge class. They say the soul beast is quite weak, but has a strong reproductive capacity, and its meat is quite flavorful. Locals enjoy using it as an ingredient. Academic Fuya is on the scene. The honey-glazed ribs were made from the ribs of the badger pig. Shihan paused for effect, deciding to build up to the revelation. I see. No wonder it is so much tastier than ordinary meat. Fuya's eyes lit up, but she quickly realized, then what about this dish? This dish also comes from the badger pig. Shihan continued. It is prepared using the large intestine of the badger pig. Fuya clapped her hands together. Enlightenment dawning upon her. No wonder this dish is so delicious. It is made from the badger pig's weight? What? Fuya's words and actions froze in place. As if petrified, after a prolonged silence, Shihan couldn't help but glance at Fuya, who remained motionless and expressionless. Fuya, are you all right? Is everything okay? Suddenly, an oppressive aura erupted around her as 4 soul rings materialized behind Fuya. The second ring lit up, and dozens of eye spikes coalesced behind her. Lea Shop Tseeps glinting ominously a key in. With a sudden lift of her head, hidden beneath her flowing black hair were hollow eyes. And Fuya's stunning face wore an eerie smile. Boss, you have deceived me most cruelly. Oh no, this is a disaster. The little white mouse has turned dark. She has transformed into a little black mouse. Fuya, calm down. It's cold, help. Chapter 48. The next dish is healing in the end. Fuya did not take any drastic action. Once she regained her composure, she effortlessly dispersed the ice spikes surrounding her and sat back down, pouting and looking at Shihan with a hurt expression. Shihan had done one thing right. He had prepared 2 servings of the bursting fatty intestines and had tasted them in front of Fuya. The fact that the now dark Fuya had calmed down was largely due to this. Had she been the only one eating, Fuya would have had to question whether Shihan had intentionally tried to harm her with such ingredients. However, since he had also enjoyed the dish, and did so heartily, this had significantly balanced her feelings. Balance aside, the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable Fuya felt. She recalled the delightful, bursting fatty intestine rings. Since they were made from the large intestine of the badger pig, what about the broth within? This matter was too disturbing to contemplate. Do people who do not eat fatty intestines truly abstain due to disliking the taste? No. Most individuals who refrain from eating fatty intestines do so out of excessive associations that prevent them from ever trying it. Fuya, however, was different from those people, as she had unknowingly tasted it. Let's all say, Shihan is truly a rascal. This left her heart in a tumultuous state, her mind incessantly repeating that this dish was forbidden, far too indulgent, while her taste buds fervently insisted that it was utterly delectable, even yearning for another taste. The notion of wanting another bite was almost overwhelming. A fierce battle raged within Fuya's mind, yet ultimately, the little voice urging her not to indulge managed to prevail, albeit with great reluctance. As she watched the defeated voice cry out in despair, I shall return. The victor let out a condescending chuckle. I, Fuya, shall never again partake of this dish. To fortify her resolve, Fuya boldly lifted her gaze to Shihan and declared, Boss, please refrain from preparing this dish for my work meals in the future. Of course, Shihan replied, nearly pricked by Fuya's sharp demeanor, now wary of provoking her further, and nodded vigorously in agreement. As for her future cravings, that would no longer concern him. Shall I proceed to prepare a third, new dish then? Shihan tilted his head toward the kitchen. Fuya bit her lip. Truth be told, after her recent experience, she felt an inexplicable trepidation toward Shihan's new creations. What is it like to feel both anticipation and fear? In 2 words, it can be summarized as complex. What do you call this? To hear you speak is akin to listening to a profound truth. The last time she heard such words was during a prior encounter. Boss, about the ingredients for this dish, Fuya hesitated for a moment before asking. Shihan, already prepared, answered without hesitation, I assure you, This dish will possess no strange flavors, nor will it entail any offal. Does the brain count as offal? She pondered, concluding it likely did not, as it resided outside the stomach. Chihan's assurances were ambiguous, yet Fuya chose to believe him, her eyes rekindling with hope. Then I shall continue to sample the dish, to further alleviate Fuya's concerns. Chihan smiled gently. Rest assured, the next dish will be quite healing. Healing? Is it meant to mend her recently wounded heart? Is there truly such miraculous food? A warmth spread through Fuya's heart, prompting her to reconsider her earlier assessment of Chihan as a mere straightforward man. He was truly a warm-hearted soul. Turning toward the kitchen, a few minutes later, Chihan emerged again, presenting 2 small porcelain plates, each no larger than a palm. Within the plates lay a piece of crumpled aluminum foil, sealed at the top, rendering the contents invisible and devoid of any aroma. What is this? Fuya's eyes widened as she gazed at the peculiar food. This is a special cooking method. Watch how I partake. Chihan anticipated her unfamiliarity and demonstrated. He twisted the sealed top of the foil, pulling it apart like petals, revealing the brain matter within. A rich aroma burst forth, enveloping the dining area. Mimicking his actions, Fuya cautiously opened her foil, revealing the food inside. A sizable piece of brain matter lay serenely, immersed in a thin layer of broth, adorned with finely chopped garlic, green onions, cilantro, and chili, the faint garlicky fragrance wafting through the small opening, tantalizing Fuya's senses. Fuya could not suppress a swallow. The aroma of the foil-baked brain matter was irresistibly enticing. It seemed the boss had not deceived her. This time, the dish indeed bore no strange flavor. Surely, the ingredients were perfectly normal. Cautiously, she began to remove the seasonings atop the brain matter, poised to indulge, when her actions suddenly froze. As she pushed aside the garlic, the shallow grooves of the brain were laid bare before her eyes. This looked somewhat familiar. Where had she seen it before? During the dissection class in her academy's Soul Beast Knowledge course. So this was indeed a brain. Wait, a brain. Fuya abruptly raised her head to Chihan, feeling as though she had stumbled into some sinister organization. Chihan elegantly picked up a small spoon, scooping a piece of brain matter and savoring it. Delicious. Though the flavor of the brain remains unenhanced, much like before. Muscle and offal can have their taste improved through proper rearing, but not the brain. Chihan, unusually, did not argue with the system and merely nodded in agreement. No wonder this dish was the only one among the 3 that received a perfect score for flavor. It simply had no room for improvement. Yet at that moment, in Fuya's eyes, Chihan's image transformed from that of majestic boss into a devil-devouring brain matter. As a child, her mother had frightened her to sleep with tales of such demons. Wow, I won't go home. The boss is terrifying. Is this what he meant by healing? It felt more like an emotional torment. What's wrong? Chihan glanced at her, noticing Fuya shrinking back in fear, wide-eyed. Fuya, you needn't react so intensely. This is the brain matter of a badger pig. It tastes delightful. Why not give it a try? Indeed, the evidence was irrefutable. This was genuinely a brain. Fuya shook her head vehemently. Boss, I refuse. Chihan blinked, revealing a mischievous grin. It's too late to say no now. Rising, he approached Fuya, lifting her portion of baked brain matter, scooping a spoonful, and bringing it close to her face. Fuya shook her head violently, her eyes glistening with tears of humiliation. No. Just as Fuya opened her mouth to protest, Chihan swiftly popped the spoon into her mouth, then leisurely set her dish aside. A brain in my mouth. Fuya's eyes widened in horror as she shook her head furiously. After a few moments of chewing, Fuya suddenly froze. Why is this so delicious? Chapter 49. Fuya's Accidental Endorsement. Burp. Fuya stifled a satisfied belch, covering her mouth. Her cheeks flushed, stealing a glance at Chihan, who was busy tidying up in the kitchen and seemingly oblivious to her unusual behavior. She finally sighed in relief. Looking at the now empty aluminum foil, a fresh wave of despair washed over her. Oh no, I've eaten the brain of a badger pig. Am I destined to become an evil soul master? Wah. Chihan, having cleaned the kitchen, caught sight of Fuya's despondent demeanor and smiled faintly. Well, from Fuya's reaction, it seems the people of Doloa continent have a rather high acceptance of brain matter and fatty intestines. Host, are you sure that's what you call a high acceptance? Chihan shrugged. It's already quite satisfactory, much better than I expected. Ding. Task triggered. Time-limited task. New dish promotion. Please sell 1,000 portions of each of the 3 new dishes within 5 days. Task description. Since the host believes there is no issue, let the performance commence. This system eagerly anticipates it. Task reward. 1-star selectable recipe fragment. 5 days, 1,000 portions. System. May I retract my previous statement? It's too late now. Drat. Shihan rubbed his head in anguish. Selling 1,000 portions of pan-fried honey ribs was not a monumental task. However, persuading the people of Doluwa continent to accept dishes like bursting fatty intestines and tin-foil grill brain within a mere 5 days was an endeavor of hellish proportions. It was time to employ the art of seduction. Fuya, boss. Fuya, who had been devoid of motivation, instantly sprang into action at Shihan's call. What is it? Over the next 5 days, you should actively recommend the new dishes to the customers. Faced with this request from her boss, Fuya hesitated unusually. Noticing her indecision, Shihan decided to sweeten the deal. For every portion of bursting fatty intestines or tin-foil grilled brain sold, you will earn a gold soul coin as commission. Ding ding ding. Fuya's eyes gleamed with the prospect of gold soul coins. All right, boss. After tidying up the dishes and placing them in the dishwasher, Fuya exchanged a brief greeting with Shihan before returning to Shrek Academy. As Fuya departed, Shihan slowly closed the door and entered the system space. The dish fish belly concealing sheep had yet to overcome the challenge of deboning a whole fish, a task he had failed over 10,000 times. Thanks to this relentless practice, Shihan's knife skills had reached an intermediate level, and his first soul ring had transformed into a yellow with a hint of purple. He pondered whether he would succeed in deboning the fish before his 1,000-year soul ring arrived. As for Shihan's second soul ring, it remained a 10-year one, prompting him to resolve to devote more effort to his carving skills. The ghost carving had already been placed at his bedside by the system, but he had yet to find the time to examine it. Once he finished this hectic period, practicing carving would take precedence. The difficulty of cooking fish belly concealing sheep was not solely in the deboning. The subsequent steps were equally challenging. Attaining perfection would require extensive practice. Fortunately, after advancing to a junior chef, the flow of time in the training space had accelerated, with 2 months inside equating to merely a day outside. At this rate, mastering the dish could be significantly expedited. If he pushed himself, he believed he could achieve it within a week. The system had previously mentioned that a 3-star recipe not only possessed special effects, but also manifested peculiar phenomena when appearing in extraordinary realms like Doluwa continent. Phenomena that could not be observed within the training space. Shihan was quite curious about these so-called phenomena. Could they be akin to glowing fried rice? Grabbing a live fish from a sink, Shihan expertly maneuvered his knife across the fish's body. Fish belly concealing sheep. Here I come. Error. The fish has been damaged during deboning. Please restart. Error. The fish has been damaged during deboning. Please restart. Error. The fish has been damaged during deboning. Please restart. I'm back. Carefully pushing open the dormitory door, Fuya was relieved to see Ying Shuang still awake, raising her voice slightly. You seem to have been gone for quite a while. Did the boss return? Ying Shuang turned her head, looking at Fuya with a hint of expectation. Yes. Fuya nodded, and then saw Ying Shuang bounce off the bed. Yay, I can finally eat the boss's fried rice. Ying Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, Ying Shuang recalled the content of the leave request from Shihan, and it seemed that new dishes would be available upon his return. Do you know what the new dishes are? New dishes? Fuya's smile suddenly faltered before quickly returning to normal. Ying Shuang, oblivious to the anomaly, curiously gazed at Fuya, hoping to glean first-hand information about the new dishes. Well, Fuya contemplated briefly before speaking. The boss should have 3 new dishes this time. 3. Ying Shuang's eyes lit up. Do you know what they are? Not only do I know, but I've also tasted them, Fuya thought to herself, silently critiquing her own response, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. By the way, the boss mentioned that starting tomorrow, for every portion of tin-foil grilled brain or bursting fatty intestines recommended, I would receive a gold soul coin as a bonus. Ying Shuang is so adorable. She should be easy to persuade. Reflecting on Ying Shuang's past actions, Fuya felt confident in her assessment. Let's start with Shuang. With this thought, Fuya quickly donned a bright smile. The reason I returned late is that I was helping the boss test the new dishes. So you've tasted all 3 new dishes? Ying Shuang's eyes widened with envy. Yes. Fuya nodded, glancing around before leaning closer to Ying Shuang's ear and whispering, One of the new dishes is called bursting fatty intestines. The smell is peculiar, but the taste is exquisite. Trust me, you'll see tomorrow. A peculiar smell, but a delightful taste? Ing Shuang's eyes lit up. I understand. We have something called stinky sea fish back home that fits that description. I can't believe Boss Jihan can cook such a dish. I must try it tomorrow. Seeing Ing Shuang so enthusiastic, Fuya nodded in satisfaction. She can be taught. And there's another dish called tin foil grill brain, which looks strange but tastes absolutely divine. Oh, I know this one. Before Fuya could elaborate, Ing Shuang interrupted her. That fruit called ugly orange in our cafeteria is just like that. It looks unappealing, but is incredibly sweet. Fuya fell silent, realizing that her friend could no longer be described as easily persuaded. This is a case of her walking into her own trap. However, it was a good thing, as it meant 2 gold soul coins for her. She was curious what Ing Shuang would think upon discovering that she had been sold out by her friend for 2 gold soul coins. Chapter 50. Naming the little shop in an effort to master fish belly concealing sheep as swiftly as possible, Jihan fully transformed into a dedicated workhorse. He spent a solid 30 days in the training space, nearly moved to tears by his own diligence. Though he still could not successfully deb-one the whole fish. His knife skills had advanced to a proficient level, and the duration of his first soul ring had increased to 1,000 years. Stepping out of the training space, Jihan found that 12 hours had passed in the outside world. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his soft bed and soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, the sun was already high in the sky. System, what time is it? Looking around dazedly, Jihan was still not fully awake. In half an hour, your little white mouse will arrive at the shop. Little white mouse. Oh, that must be Fuya. So it was 10 o'clock in the morning. It seemed like ages since he had slept in so late. Occasionally indulging in a lazy morning was quite delightful. If only I could complete fish belly concealing sheep sooner. However, before Jihan could continue his musings, the system's notification interrupted him. The host has yet to name the little shop. Would you like to name it now? Name it. Jihan suddenly remembered that he had acquired this new privilege after advancing to a junior chef. He had been so busy lately that he had completely forgotten about it. But if he were to name the little shop, what should it be? After a brief moment of contemplation, he calmly analyzed the situation and quickly arrived at a decision. System, how about the chef's little shop? Not quite. After much contemplation, I finally settled on a name for my establishment, only to be met with disparaging remarks. Jihan felt deeply insulted. What about Gourmet Bistro? Pray tell. What distinguishes it from Culinary Haven? How can there be no distinction? It is merely a single character that differs. Kianskofet. This generation's system is subpar. How about Delicious Delights? The system could no longer contain its frustration. Host, please retrieve the cultural essence of 9 years of compulsory education for this system. Oh dear. A lengthy debate ensued between the individual and the system, ultimately settling on the name for the bistro, cold food. This aligns perfectly with Jihan's name and evokes a sense of nostalgia for a traditional festival from the Blue Star, imparting a unique essence that this world lacks. The name change is complete. The bistro shall be called Cold Food. The sign style will harmonize with the interior decor. Please select a calligraphic style for the sign. As the options flooded Jihan's vision, he noted that the language and grammar of Diluo continent mirrored that of Huaxia, yet the characters and phonetics were entirely distinct. Gazing at the now familiar Diluo script, the characters for cold food displayed various styles under the system's design, prompting Jihan to meticulously select one. While he had initially thought that a name was inconsequential, he recognized the sign as the face of his bistro and thus took his time in making a choice. Ultimately, he favored a calligraphic style reminiscent of wild cursive, adorned with silver hooks and iron strokes, nodding in satisfaction. This is splendid. It appears very pleasing to the eye. System. Let us proceed with this. The sign has been crafted and installed. The host may descend to observe the results. The system's efficiency was astonishing. After grooming himself, Jihan eagerly descended the stairs and opened the door to behold his sign. The character's cold food, executed in silver hooks and iron strokes, hung elegantly above the entrance, framed in a refreshing style that seamlessly matched the bistro's decor, creating an exceptionally harmonious aesthetic. Perfectly executed. Upon entering the bistro, Jihan raised his gaze to the menu. Small egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins. Large egg fried rice, 10 gold soul coins. Pig stomach chicken soup, 12 gold soul coins. Smashed cucumbers, 2 gold soul coins. Dompa pork, 100 gold soul coins. Tomato beef brisket, 20 gold soul coins. Chinan juice, 1 gold soul coin. Chi Han raised an eyebrow, realizing a significant oversight. System, where are my 3 dishes? Why are they absent from the menu? The system fell silent for a moment before responding softly. Has the host forgotten that you have yet to price the new dishes? Ah, indeed. Chi Han slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the matter he had overlooked. However, how should I determine the pricing for the new dishes? How about pricing the pan-seared honey ribs at 20 gold soul coins each? Chi Han believed this dish to be on par with the tomato beef brisket, and matching its price seemed prudent. Not permissible. Huh? System, am I not granted pricing authority? Why can I not set the price freely? Host, please note that different star-rated recipes have price limits. You possess pricing authority, but it must not exceed the recipe's price constraints. 1-star recipe. Price must be below or equal to 10 gold soul coins. 2-star recipe. Price must range between 11 to 100 gold soul coins. 3-star recipe. Price must range between 101 to 2,000 gold soul coins. So, I am limited to a price within 10 gold soul coins? Affirmative. Then I shall set it at 10 gold soul coins. Even at the highest price for a 1-star recipe, this would still be the most affordable meat dish, especially given the generous portion of the pan-seared honey ribs. Overall, it is quite fair. Host's original 1-star recipe. Pan-seared honey ribs priced successfully. Standard price, 10 gold soul coins. For the exploding fat intestines, let us price it at 10 or perhaps 8 gold soul coins. Considering the unique nature of the intestines, Chi Han felt a pang of uncertainty. Let us apply a 20 discount. Host's original 1-star recipe. Exploding fat intestines priced successfully. Standard price, 8 gold soul coins. As for the foil-wrapped brain, I'll set it at 5 gold soul coins. Soon, Chi Han had settled on the pricing for the final dish. The foil-wrapped brain could only be considered a snack, not a substantial meat dish, so a slightly lower price would be appropriate. Host's original 1-star recipe. Foil-wrapped brain priced successfully. Standard price, 5 gold soul coins. As Chi Han finalized the pricing, the menu on the wall subtly transformed. Small egg fried rice, 5 gold soul coins, omitted for brevity. Pan-seared honey ribs, 10 gold soul coins. Exploding fat intestines, 8 gold soul coins. Foil-wrapped brain, 5 gold soul coins. 10 price tags adorned half the wall, filling Chi Han with a sense of accomplishment. In contrast to the initial menu dominated by a single egg fried rice dish, the bistro's offerings had finally diversified. System, there remains half a wall. When that is filled, where will I hang the price tags for the new dishes? The pricing wall has a total of 20 hanging slots. Upon mastering over 20 recipes, the host will unlock a menu book with one for each table, allowing the selection of 20 dishes to display on the wall, updated weekly. I understand now. This is what is referred to as a recommendation slot. Chi Han's eyes sparkled, envisioning countless struggling authors beseeching editors for a recommendation slot. Oh, the recipes 1T speak, so that essay relief. Chapter 51. Zhoulong's Trials Before Long. Fuya arrived punctually at the bistro. Upon hearing the knock, Chi Han opened the door, only to find Fuya not alone. Several individuals stood beside her. Ying Shuang, Zhoulong, and Yu Hua, all regular patrons of the bistro. Numerous diners had gathered outside, eagerly anticipating the opening of the establishment. Upon seeing their beloved proprietor, excitement flickered in their eyes. Despite having learned of Chi Han's return the previous day, lunchtime promised to be a delightful experience, were it not for their cultivated demeanor. They might have rushed into the bistro. After exchanging pleasantries with his loyal customers, Chi Han closed the door behind Fuya as she entered. Outside, the waiting diners exchanged glances, suddenly descending into a minor commotion. Zhoulong pushed Ying Shuang aside and grinned. Hey, little girl, let me stand in front of you. Ying Shuang widened her eyes, glaring at Zhoulong. I was here first. Zhoulong scratched his head. I haven't been here in over half a month. Cut me some slack. I'll treat you to an egg fried rice later. Oh, an egg fried rice? That sounds pretty good. Ying Shuang hesitated, her desire to argue fading as she stepped behind Zhoulong. A light cough broke the tension, causing Zhoulong to freeze mid-action, turning to smile sheepishly. Elder you, next time I encounter that old rhino, I must tell him his disciple exhibited such a lack of decorum by cutting in line for a meal. Yu Hua raised an eyebrow with a half-smile, leisurely walking ahead of Zhoulong with his wooden cane. Aren't you cutting in line too? Hypocrisy. Certainly. Zhoulong could only silently lament within his heart, daring not to reveal a hint of his discontent outwardly. "Ah, little Zhou, seeing that you still have the means to treat, why not invite me along as well?" Zhou Long's expression stiffened. "Master you? That wouldn't be quite appropriate, would it? Well then, it's settled." Yu Hua disregarded Zhou Long's protest, nodding to himself. "Ah, today I shall finally indulge without restraint." Zhou Long's face darkened. At that moment, he could only think of one thing. The hall masters truly were incorrigible rogues. "Oh, my wallet. It seems my savings have vanished." Meanwhile, the minor commotion outside was of no concern to the two within the small eatery. Faya quickly decided on her meal for the day, a small portion of egg fried rice and a serving of grilled brain matter wrapped in foil. After a night of internal struggle, Faya ultimately resolved to walk the treacherous path of the wicked soul master. "Oh, the grilled brain matter is simply too delectable." Signaling her acknowledgement, Chi-Han entered the kitchen, casually gesturing towards the menu on the wall. "Note the prices of the new dishes." "All right." Faya nodded, curiously glancing at the menu. What prices would the owner set for these 3 new dishes? Scanning the menu from the bottom up, she quickly spotted the prices of the 3 new items. Oh, all 3 dishes are priced under 10 gold soul coins. They seem rather affordable. Clearly, the little white mouse had forgotten that her first visit to this establishment nearly saw her deterred by the 5 gold soul coin egg fried rice. Soon, Chi-Han brought out Faya's egg fried rice and the grilled brain matter. As she gazed at the steaming dish, her heart fluttered. Taking a small spoonful, she placed it in her mouth, and the rich aroma and tender texture filled her palate. Truly exquisite. The brain matter is not evil at all. And the egg fried rice. Faya had already feasted on the fried rice during her tasting yesterday, so she had not tried it then, and it had been 10 days since her last encounter with it. Oh, why is the boss's egg fried rice so utterly irresistible? Faya's happiness level soared to unprecedented heights. After finishing her meal, she adeptly cleaned her dishes and placed them in the dishwasher. Glancing at the time before heading to the entrance of the small shop to open the door, news had already spread, and patrons were queuing outside, longer than usual. As Faya opened the door, they streamed in one after another. Knowing that Chi-Han's shop had introduced new dishes, the diners entered in unison, eager to peruse the menu. Upon viewing the offerings, the atmosphere in the shop grew lively. 3 new dishes at once. Yu Hua glanced at Zhou Long, who was anxiously observing him, pinching his beard. 1 serving of smashed cucumber, 1 serving of dompa pork, and 1 of each new dish. Goodness, Yu Hua had no intention of sparing Zhou Long even a little. Zhou Long's expression soured. He dared not express his frustration. This old lecherous would spirit. He had hoped to at least order a serving of dompa pork to compensate for his long-suffering stomach, but feeling the emptiness of his wallet. All he wanted was to save a few coins. 1 of each new dish, and a small portion of egg fried rice. I'm broke. Oh, and I must also treat that young lady to a portion of egg fried rice. Let us get her a small one. A man of honor must keep his word. Faya looked at her dear friend in surprise, unable to comprehend why Zhou Long was treating her to a meal. Shuang chuckled. Big guy, you're quite trustworthy. She then cast Zhou Long a sympathetic glance. The wood spirit under Tang Sect's command truly was merciless. Zhou Long had it tough. Indeed, it's all that gluttonous boss's fault. His dishes are just too expensive. Chi-Han, I want to take the blame. The system will. System? You're talking nonsense. Fortunately, the prices of the 3 new dishes mentioned by Faya were not exorbitant. With bright, eager eyes, Shuang decisively placed her order, 1 serving of explosive intestines, and 1 serving of grilled brain matter, along with the small egg fried rice Zhou Long ordered. This should suffice for her meal. She would have to forego the pan-seared honey ribs this time, but the 2 marvelous dishes Faya had mentioned were ones she absolutely must try today. Though she had yet to taste the dishes, simply hearing their names filled Shuang with excitement, as she felt certain they would be delightful. The explosive intestines must refer to some kind of sausage, right? Indeed, some sausages carry unusual flavors and could burst with flavor. That sounds fantastic. And the grilled brain matter, what an odd name. What kind of flour is brain matter? I've never heard of it. But with the word grilled, it must be barbecued, right? Shuang adore barbecued food. In truth, this was the sentiment shared by many diners upon seeing the new dishes. Since Chi-Han's menu feature preparations entirely distinct from those of Dolua continent, the names of these dishes struck them as peculiar. Thus, they found nothing amiss with the names of the new offerings. They were accustomed to such things. After all, It was the boss's little eatery. The stranger the dish name, the more they loved the flavor. Furthermore, since intestines and brain matter are already somewhat elegant and misleading terms, would you dare to substitute them with large intestines and brain? Explosive large intestines? Grilled brain? Such appetizing thoughts. Chapter 52. The competent food streamer, Ing Shuang Shuang Yuhua's smashed cucumber was quickly brought to fire, followed closely by a series of pan-seared honey ribs. The aroma of the honey ribs was utterly astonishing. Simply inhaling it had the patrons in the small eatery salivating uncontrollably. Zhou Long leaned in greedily towards the pan-seared honey ribs, savoring the rich meat fragrance intermingled with hints of rosemary and a subtle undertone of fruit. How delightful! Unable to resist, Zhou Long instinctively reached for his chopsticks to sample this palm-sized rib. Isn't it more fitting to use a knife and fork for such a sizable piece? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Long noticed the silver knife and fork placed on either side of the honey rib. Indeed, this dish was meant to be enjoyed with cutlery, although knives and forks were common utensils in Dolua continent. Using them for the first time in Chi Han's establishment after being accustomed to chopsticks felt rather peculiar. Zhou Long's movements were not particularly graceful. After all, he wasn't one to fuss over etiquette. He used the dining knife to score a grid on the rib, cutting it into approximately 9 pieces, and then lifted a piece with his fork to taste. As he sliced through the meat, he sensed something unusual in the texture. Bringing a piece of the honey rib closer to his mouth, Zhou Long couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He had eaten plenty of grilled meat before, but this rib was unlike any he had ever encountered. The deep brown surface bore a hint of crispiness, exuding the purest aroma of barbecued meat, while the interior was far more tender than he had anticipated. The rosy hue of the meat glistened, almost oozing with succulent juice. A sight so delectable it could tantalize the eyes. Gulp. Zhou Long felt his face flush. Merely gazing at this piece of meat made his stomach audibly protest. A piece of meat with such intricate layers. Truly, the chef's skills were remarkable. As he took a bite, breaking through the slightly firm outer layer, the tender, juicy texture burst forth, flooding his mouth with flavor. The exquisite taste of badger pig meat left Zhou Long wide-eyed in astonishment. The small eatery boasts a variety of meat dishes. Yet if one seeks purity, the pan-seared honey ribs present an unparalleled experience that Zhou Long has never encountered. A truly unadulterated meat dish. The aroma of the meat is wholly awakened by natural plant spices, revealing the essence of meat in its most authentic form, a veritable feast for carnivores. Such deliciousness is irresistible to any meat lover. Although the piece of meat is substantial, Zhou Long devours it swiftly. For someone of his stature, the portion of honey ribs is woefully insufficient. At this moment, he has entirely forgotten about frugality and even contemplates ordering another serving of the honey ribs. However, there is no rush. He can first finish the remaining 2 new dishes. What if those dishes are more generously portioned? Setting down his fork, Zhou Long gazes eagerly at the light brown sauce on the white plate. Were it not for the lack of decorum, he would almost wish to lick the plate clean. Yet, he soon forgets this notion as the second new dish arrives. Fuya presents a platter of bursting fat intestines, gently placing it before the diners. Zhou Long's eyes widen as he observes the peculiar sausages, shaped in circles. Before he can ponder further, an unusual aroma quietly invades his senses. Zhou Long instinctively sniffs, and his expression rapidly shifts. What is this scent? Why does it smell so bizarre? To avoid disrupting the dining experience of other patrons who did not order the bursting fat intestines, Chi Han and the system had previously conspired to infuse the dish with some high-tech element, ensuring that its odor remained confined to the table of those who ordered it, leaving others blissfully unaware. Watching the diners who ordered this dish react with distaste, the bystanders are left in a state of confusion, wondering what is amiss. What is going on? Yu Hua, who had just savored the cucumber salad and was ready to relish the honey ribs, suddenly recoils at the scent of the bursting fat intestines. Having dealt with various exotic ingredients for years, Yu Hua possesses a high resistance to toxins. After all, many rare ingredients emit foul odors. In contrast, the smell of the bursting fat intestines is hardly formidable. His curiosity piqued, Yu Hua sets aside the honey ribs and decides to sample the bursting fat intestines first. As the small eatery is enveloped in an odd atmosphere, a voice suddenly exclaims, "Wow, this is delicious." All eyes turn to the source of the sound, where a girl with red hair enthusiastically devours the fat intestine rings, her face alight with delight. Ing Shuang Shuang, who had been eagerly anticipating this dish that smells foul yet tastes divine, winces in discomfort, clutching her stomach, hoping her dish arrives soon. Fortunately, her patience is rewarded, as her order does not take long to arrive. Eager to experience the unique scent Fuya mentioned, Ing Shuang Shuang is astonished to find that the strange aroma is not as exaggerated as she had imagined. Uninformed, the other diners hold onto the belief that Chi Han's dish must be incredibly fragrant. Upon catching a whiff of the fat intestines, they are met with a stark psychological contrast, feeling unable to accept it. However, Ing Shuang Shuang, having anticipated this, finds the scent far more palatable than she expected. Although this intestine is unlike any sausage she has ever tasted, she believes it to be a special kind of sausage, and without hesitation, she pops a fat intestine ring into her mouth. With a gentle bite, the liquid filling within the intestine bursts forth, merging with the unique flavor of the fat intestine as she chews, creating a divine taste that captivates her senses. Ing Shuang Shuang cannot help but close her eyes in bliss, relishing this unprecedented delicacy. Were she on Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be a competent food vlogger. The onlookers, merely observing her delight, are convinced that the bursting fat intestines must be an extraordinary culinary delight. The other diners who ordered the dish, witnessing Ing Shuang Shuang's ecstatic expression, glance down at their own plates of strangely scented fat intestines, falling into deep contemplation. Could it be that their dishes are not the same? Fuya senses the moment has come and hurriedly explains, "This dish is quite special. Its aroma may be peculiar, but it is truly delightful to eat. I encourage everyone to give it a try." Indeed, Fuya is quite committed to earning her gold coins. Upon hearing her explanation, those who had not ordered the dish suddenly comprehend the reactions of those who had, while the diners who chose the dish understand why Ing Shuang Shuang is enjoying it so much. So this is a dish that smells foul yet tastes exquisite? Chapter 53. Fuya, I shall sever ties with you. It must be said that Fuya's words and Ing Shuang Shuang's performance are quite convincing. Had Chi Han stood to explain, the patrons would likely have responded with skepticism, thinking, "I wouldn't trust you, you foul boss." However, with the beautiful Fuya in front of them, embodying the notion that beauty is justice, how could anyone suspect her intentions? Furthermore, with Ing Shuang Shuang, the enthusiastic food vlogger, attesting to the dish's flavor, patrons are inclined to believe her. Consequently, many diners muster the courage to sample the dish. After just one taste, they discover that the peculiar flavor does not remain repulsive. Rather, it melds seamlessly into the bursting fat intestines, contributing to the dish's unique profile. Nonetheless, not every diner can embrace the bursting fat intestines. Darn is one such patron. His martial spirit is a bee spirit known as the Wind Hound, which possesses an acute sense of smell, capable of discerning everything within a kilometer, even amidst a tempest. This extraordinary ability grants Darn an extraordinary olfactory perception. For him, culinary delights are not merely a dance of flavors upon the palate, but a banquet for the nose. He views aroma and taste as equally paramount. As a four-ring soul master, he may not possess the means to dine at Chi Han's establishment daily, yet since discovering this eatery, renowned for its vivid flavors, he has become a regular, visiting at least 2 or 3 times a week, lest he feel deprived of life's essence. The 10-day absence of Chi Han was a great torment for him, forcing him to wander the food street, savoring the now less enticing aromas to quell his cravings. Upon Chi Han's return, he surprised all patrons with the introduction of 3 new dishes. Given the reasonable prices of these new offerings, Darn gritted his teeth and ordered one of each. The prior honey ribs had left him immensely satisfied, the pure and rich meat aroma providing an exquisite experience. However, his countenance darkened upon the arrival of the bursting fat intestines. What is this flavor? I darn cannot accept this. Although Fuya had already explained that this dish had a peculiar aroma, yet a delightful taste, for Darn, who firmly believed that exquisite cuisine should possess a rich flavor. This dish seemed utterly heretical. Had he not feared being blacklisted by Chi Han for wasting food, Darn would have likely stormed out in a huff. Darn, feeling disheartened by the dish of bursting intestines, failed to notice the rotund gentleman across from him, who was curiously eyeing the plate of bursting intestines before Darn. This was a well-dressed, portly man. Yes, the same individual previously mentioned. Pan Kong frequently traveled between Shrek City and various other locales. Ever since he had serendipitously discovered this charming eatery, boasting delectable dishes, the flavor of the fried rice had perpetually nagged at his senses, igniting an insatiable craving. Consequently, each time he visited Shrek City, he could not resist stepping into this little shop to indulge in its culinary delights. To his astonishment, the variety of dishes had only expanded since his last visit. Regrettably, the proprietor had yet to open any branches, otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. At this moment, he sat across from Darn, observing his troubled expression with curiosity. Among the 3 new dishes, he had deliberately chosen not to order the bursting intestines, as he held no interest in sausages. However, seeing Darn's dismay, he reconsidered. After all, this did not appear to be an ordinary sausage. Pan Kong had initially intended to order a serving of bursting intestines, but upon noticing the distressed diner across from him, an intriguing thought emerged. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "My friend, are you still eating that plate of bursting intestines? Eat? That heresy?" Darn instinctively shook his head. Just as he suspected, Pan Kong felt a surge of amusement. "Then, how about I take it off your hands for 4 gold soul coins?" Darn hesitated for a moment. Being straightforward, he lacked Pan Kong's business acumen. He certainly would not partake in the bursting intestines, yet selling it to someone else seemed like a decent option. However, would it be wise to agree so readily? Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration crossed Darn's not-so-bright mind. "How about you treat me to a serving of fried rice, and I'll give you this." With a clap of his hands, Pan Kong readily agreed, sealing the deal. Not merely conducting business, but always on the path of commerce, was the ancestral motto of the Pan family, and it served as Pan Kong's guiding principle. Today he had netted 3 gold soul coins, and his ancestors would surely be proud. Shuang reluctantly savored the last piece of bursting intestine, reveling in its rich flavor. "Such a pity, it's all gone. I could go for another serving. Oh well, I suppose I'll wait for the grilled brain wrapped in foil instead." Just then, Fuya passed by with a dish for another customer, and Shuang seized her best friend's arm, whispering, "Fuya, do you happen to know what ingredients are used to cook this dish?" She was genuinely curious if she could procure such ingredients. Perhaps her household chef could replicate this deliciousness. No, it would be too much to expect our chef to reach the same level as the boss. "I'm not greedy, just half as delicious would suffice." Fuya paused, glancing at the empty plate before Shuang. "Ah, you've already finished it. Now," telling her 1 tea waste food, "will it? Then I shall reveal it." A mischievous glint sparkled in Fuya's eyes as she leaned in, whispering, Shuang, "Do you know what a badger pig is?" "A badger pig?" Shuang tilted her head, pondering for a moment before nodding. "I have some recollection. It was mentioned in class. I believe it's a special soul beast from the southern part of the Tiando Empire, produced in that place called the Forest of Lies." This was indeed a rather lackluster display of knowledge from Shuang. "The dish is made using the large intestines of the badger pig." "Oh, so it's large intestines, not sausages. No wonder it's so peculiar." Suddenly, Shuang's expression froze. Large intestines? Unbidden images flashed through her mind, and her face contorted into one of despair. "I, the esteemed young lady of the Ying family, the illustrious daughter of heaven, have eaten the large intestines of a badger pig today, and I even praised the bursting intestines as delicious? Wait, bursting? If this is large intestines, then are they truly legitimate?" Shuang's tumultuous thoughts coalesced into a singular declaration. "Fuya, I shall sever ties with you." Chapter 54. Old Sparrow, wait for me. Of course, severing ties was merely a whimsical thought. Shuang could not bear to part with Fuya, who was soft, fragrant, and occasionally provided her with a facial cleanser. As more customers arrived, Fuya shot Shuang an exaggerated eye roll before returning to her duties. The 2 ladies failed to notice that at the moment Fuya discreetly revealed the source of the bursting intestines, another diner quietly set down the piece of bursting intestine he had just picked up. "No wonder I couldn't discern its nature," Yuhua muttered under his breath, putting down his chopsticks with a conflicted expression. Beneath the level of a title d'oeuvre, Fuya's subtle communication was imperceptible. Yuhua was the second diner to taste the bursting intestines. The unique texture of the dish piqued his curiosity, and he quickly discerned the secret within the bursting intestines, an infusion of the heated flavor of the sano fruit which, while permeated by the essence of intestines, was not difficult to identify. However, he could not ascertain the nature of the outer layer. Judging by its texture, it appeared to be a meat dish. Yet he had never encountered such an unusual meat dish before. Observing the figure seated opposite him, Zhou Long, who had been thoroughly impressed after his first bite of bursting intestines and was now relishing the dish, Yu Hua cleared his throat loudly, startling Zhou Long, who looked up at him. "Elder Yu, what's the matter? How do you find the bursting intestines?" Yu Hua's voice trailed off slightly, imbued with an air of intrigue. "Delicious." Zhou Long's eyes lit up, giving a resounding thumbs up. "Then eat more." Yu Hua pushed the remaining half of his bursting intestines toward Zhou Long. Zhou Long's face brightened with joy as he eagerly accepted Yu Hua's plate, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Yu. No need to thank me. After all, you're the one treating," Yu Hua replied casually. "Ah, I suppose that's true." Zhou Long momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly felt that the intestines were no longer as appealing. "Well, this way, I won't have to waste food." Watching Zhou Long take his plate, Yu Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning his attention to the pan-seared honey ribs that he had yet to sample, all the while considering. The old monkey hasn't tried any of the new dishes from the little shop yet. I'll have to coax him into eating a few more servings of bursting intestines. He still owes me for that flower pot he broke last time. Achoo! Achoo! Ter suddenly sneezed twice, the sound echoing like thunder, startling the birds in the forest. He rubbed his nose and mumbled to himself about why he had sneezed so unexpectedly. "I have heard that sneezing twice indicates someone is cursing you. Perhaps someone has thought of you, old monkey." Zhao Yinsheng leisurely leaned against the other side of the cart, teasing Ter. "Sneezing twice? That's a new one for me," Ter exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "I see now, someone must have thought of me, old Ter, twice." Zhao Yinsheng rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage with this old fellow. "Who would think of you, looking like a great monkey? If anyone is thinking, it must certainly be of me, old Zhao." He pinched his goat beard, a hint of satisfaction on his face. In his youth, old Zhao was quite the catch at Shrek Academy. Looking at the sky, Ter scratched his head. "Old Sparrow, at this speed, when can we return to Shrek City?" "A few more hours. I estimate we should arrive by nightfall," Zhao Yunsheng replied casually. "Nightfall?" Ter's face showed signs of discontent. "Can we not go any faster?" "Want to hurry?" Zhao Yunsheng rolled his eyes again. "That's simple enough. Get off and run back yourself." With the speed of a tidal doloa, the cart can hardly keep up. Ter scratched his head, feeling a bit conflicted. It's so far, running back would be exhausting. The cart is much more comfortable. But today, that little brat Chi-Han's shop is opening with new dishes, and if we return at night, we might miss it. Ter insisted that after eating pig feed for 10 days, no one could stop him from enjoying a meal. Talman's chef remarked, "Why are you in such a hurry today? Have you found an old flame?" Zhao Yinsheng eyed Ter suspiciously. Given his lazy demeanor, he usually wouldn't rush for such trivial matters. "It doesn't matter when we return for him, does it?" "Huh." Ter waved his hand dismissively. "What old flame? Don't speak of such nonsense in front of your sister-in-law. I just want to taste that little brat, Chi-Han's cooking." Zhao Yinsheng paused slightly, still holding his beard. "Little Chi is back?" "Yes, I heard there are new dishes." Zhao Yinsheng nodded, and suddenly, a pair of wings, about 4 meters wide, appeared behind him. "What's going on?" Ter sensed something ominous. "Old Sparrow, what are you up to?" Zhao Yinsheng wore a warm smile. "Old monkey, remember to take the goods in the cart back safely. This cannot be neglected. As for me, I shall take my leave first." With a hearty laugh, 9 rings of light appear behind Zhao Yinsheng. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 4th ring shone brightly, and in an instant, Zhao Yinsheng soared into the sky, already a kilometer away. Ter's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old Sparrow, wait for me." Watching the indifferent figure grow distant in the sky, despair began to seep into Ter's heart. "How careless. Now I'm left behind. It seems I want to have a meal tonight. Wait, the rest still away." An idea sparked in Ter's mind as he recalled Zhao Yunsheng's suggestion. He glared at the 2 red blood horses in front of the cart. "Why are you running so slowly? What use are you? Get up here." He reached out and hoisted both magnificent steeds onto the cart. The 2 red blood horses neighed in terror, but were firmly tied down by Ter. "I, old Ter, will pull the cart myself. You 2 beasts can rest." As he spoke, Ter jumped down from the cart, seized the reins, and yanked them hard. Without much effort, a deep pit formed in the ground, and his speed far surpassed that of the red blood horses pulling the cart. Yet Tear was still not satisfied. After a short distance, he grunted and, letting go of the reins, lifted the entire cart. With a fierce shout, Tear dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Shrek City. Old Sparrow, tonight, I shall make you treat me. Chapter 55, Die Evil Soul Master. Naturally, Chi-Han was unaware that for the sake of enjoying his cooking, a title Doa was using his martial soul to accelerate their journey, while another was running wildly with the cart and horses. If he had known, he might have thought it absurd. The aftermath of the explosive pig intestines had not completely settled when yet another stir arose in the small shop. This time, the commotion was sparked by the third dish that Fuya had just served, foil-wrapped brain matter. This dish appeared somewhat peculiar, completely encased in silver foil, leaving the patrons uncertain about how to consume it. Fortunately, Fuya had anticipated this and patiently guided each of them on how to unwrap it. As the foil was peeled away, the true nature of the brain matter was revealed, causing quite a stir among the diners. Ing Shuang's eyes widened as she stared at the delicate, white brain matter, evenly sprinkled with scallions, garlic, and small chili peppers, looking incredibly tempting. Yet, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fuya had warned her in advance, but she had thought this dish might not look particularly appealing. It turned out she was mistaken. In terms of presentation, the dish was not lacking. What truly sent chills down her spine was the ingredient itself. Brain matter. That's brain matter, isn't it? Even the typically unflappable Yu Hua's expression changed slightly upon seeing the dish's true appearance. This Chi boss is truly bold to dare use a soul beast brain in his cooking. One must understand that the brains of soul beasts and humans are quite similar in appearance, making it easy to associate this with evil soul masters, as some of them take pleasure in killing and consuming brain matter. All the diners who saw the true nature of the dish displayed varying reactions. One patron could not help but stand up in shock. Yi Haoran was a student at Shrek Academy and also a regular at Chi-Han's small shop. Yi Haoran harbored a secret crush on a senior sister who was a year above him. That senior sister had welcomed him when he first entered Shrek Academy. Although to her, it was merely a part-time job. From that moment on, Yi Haoran could not forget this gentle, beautiful senior sister. She had many admirers, but she remained indifferent to all of them, which made Yi Haoran hesitant to reveal his feelings. He feared becoming just another one of her suitors, facing her coldness. Thus, when he accidentally learned that she worked as a waitress at a small shop outside school, he felt a pang of sympathy. He knew she came from a poor background and was a working student, but he never imagined she had fallen to the point of working as a waitress. With youthful bravado, he sought out the small shop, wanting to stand before her and declare, "Senior sister, I will take care of you," hoping to alleviate her burdens. However, upon entering, he was first shocked by the expensive prices and was soon captivated by Chi-Han's culinary delights. From that day forward, the greatest joy for Yi Haoran after his training was enjoying the food at Chi-Han's small shop and watching his senior sister busily at work. During the 10 days Chi-Han was away from Shrek City, Yi Haoran felt a sense of gloom even in his training, unable to taste Chi-Han's cooking or be close to his senior sister, which left him devoid of motivation even for meditation. Upon learning of Chi-Han's return and the reopening of the little shop, Yi Haoran wasted no time in arriving. Naturally, his visit to the establishment was to indulge in the new dishes, and the first delight he sampled was the pan-seared honey ribs, which left him exceedingly satisfied. The Yi family, while not numerous, held considerable prestige within the Soul Master community, owing to their possession of the revered martial soul, the Sacred Angel. This elite martial soul endowed the members of the Yi family with exceptional talent and formidable strength, including 2 titled Dolyuos residing in Yi Haoran's household. Growing up in such an environment, Yi Haoran had always led a life reminiscent of nobility, mastering the etiquette befitting his status. The refined essence of the pan-seared honey ribs resonated deeply with him, causing him to fall in love with the dish at first bite. As for the second dish, Yi Haoran initially hesitated to sample the explosive pig intestines, as its aroma was quite unappealing to him. However, the enthusiastic endorsement from his beloved, Fuya, swayed his decision. Surely, a dish praised by her must possess some merit. With this mindset, he pinched his nose and took the first bite, which opened the door to a new culinary realm. The flavor was exquisite. He was astounded that such an oddly scented dish could harbor such rich taste. "Senior sister, you did not deceive me." With anticipation in his heart, Yi Haoran eagerly awaited the third dish. Before he could recover from the joy of his senior sister's guidance on how to unwrap the foil, he beheld the contents within, a brain. Soul masters with the sacred angel martial soul share a distinctive trait, an unwavering sense of righteousness and a fierce hatred for evil. Evil soul masters are their greatest foes, and those wielding the sacred angel martial soul often find themselves at the forefront of the battle against them. Upon seeing the pale, tender brain nestled in the foil, Yi Haoran's sense of justice ignited. This chef must be an evil soul master. Otherwise, why would he cook with such sinister ingredients? In an instant, his imagination conjured a terrifying tale of his senior sister being coerced by evil soul masters into working in the restaurant. Filled with youthful fervor, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed towards Chi Han in the kitchen. "Prepare to meet your end, evil soul master." A pair of pristine white wings manifested behind him, and a radiant white sword appeared in his grasp as 3 soul rings slowly materialized, yellow, yellow, and purple. The commotion he created was considerable, prompting Chi Han, who was busy in the kitchen, to glance back. He saw a bird-like figure charging toward him, sword in hand, eyes ablaze with battle intent. What on earth? Chi Han had anticipated some stir from the brain dish, but this was an exaggeration. To brandish a sword over a dish and to shout such lines, wasn't that a bit cringeworthy? A glance at his Green Academy uniform revealed, Shrek Academy, no matter. Unperturbed, Chi Han turned back to his cooking, reassured by the system's prior warning that even a limit Doloa could not breach the sanctuary of his kitchen. Just as Yi Haoran drew closer to the kitchen, soul rings aglow and ready to unleash his soul skill upon Chi Han, a wooden staff silently tapped against his side, locking his soul power within him and halting his advance. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his impulsiveness proving detrimental. The staff returned to Yu Hua's hand, and Yi Haoran felt a chilling hand on his forehead. "Junior, please regain your composure." Lifting his gaze, he was met with his beloved's mildly reproachful expression, leaving his mind blank with embarrassment. Chapter 56. The dominance of foil-roasted brain. Fuya's ice element soul power cooled Yi Haoran's thoughts, bringing clarity. Rising sheepishly from the ground, he reflected on his earlier actions, wishing he could vanish into the earth. How mortifying, he thought. Fuya, was the ingredient truly a brain? Yu Hua, although having intervened to stop the reckless youth, did not support Chi Han either. He too found the notion of a dish made from a brain hard to accept. Fuya nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, I have personally tasted this dish. Although it is made from the brain of a badger pig, it is a rare delicacy." The diners exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to try it. Even Ning Shuang hesitated to lift her chopsticks, the memory of her previous misadventure with Fuya fresh in her mind. Yu Hua scrutinized the dish, then took a small spoonful and brought it to his nose. Anyone who studies medicinal ingredients carries a spirit akin to that of Shen Nong, tasting a myriad of herbs. He, too, was curious about the flavor of this dish crafted from a badger pig's brain. As the spoon approached his mouth, the previously overlooked aroma captivated him. It was rich yet refreshing, imbued with hints of garlic and cilantro, the deep flavor tantalizing his senses. Could this enticing scent emanate from a dish made from brain? Just from the aroma, Yu Hua gained a measure of confidence in the dish's deliciousness. Setting aside the ingredient's origin, he felt assured it would not disappoint. At that moment, his eagerness to taste the dish intensified, and without hesitation, he took a bite. With just a nibble, the brain melted in his mouth, transforming into a rich and delightful flavor. The inherent taste of the brain was subtle, yet harmonized beautifully with the bold garlic and chili, enhancing the dish's overall profile. The flavors were rich, tender on the palate, aromatic yet not greasy, and decadently satisfying. What a remarkable foil-roasted brain dish. Yu Hua's eyes widened in surprise, and without delay, he scooped another spoonful. Chi Han's culinary prowess was indeed impressive. He had turned an ingredient often overlooked into something so delectable. The influence of a title de Loire surpassed even that of the beautiful Ning Shuang. While her food broadcasts had enticed many diners, a segment still hesitated to try. Yet after Yu Hua took his bite, all eyes turned to him. Following his second scoop, the allure of the dish captivated everyone present. If it could delight the wood spirit de Loire, surely it must be exquisite. In that moment, the notion of the dish being evil dissipated. Though the wood spirit de Loire had a somewhat quirky temperament, he was fundamentally kind-hearted. Such benevolence was required to cultivate a healing martial soul. The moment he savored the foil-roasted brain, it was akin to bestowing a non-evil label upon the dish. Among the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect, although the Mu Ling Duo possesses relatively low combat prowess, he is renowned throughout the entire Shrek City. His fame does not stem from formidable strength, but rather from his masterful healing techniques. As an exceedingly rare, healing-type title Duo, it can be asserted that as long as one still draws breath, Mu Ling Duo holds the hope of restoring them to life. Such a presence is not one to be easily offended. After all, who can guarantee their safety from injury in the future, even if one remains unscathed? What are their relatives and friends? Thus, witnessing such a revered title Duo partake in a meal, what reason could others have to hesitate? This dish does not possess the unique flavor of the explosive fatty intestines, if one disregards the ingredients themselves. The tin-foil roasted brain is indeed a delicacy that tantalizes the senses. Consequently, after Yuhua's indulgence, patrons eagerly raise their small spoons, scooping up the brain to savor its exquisite taste. If the first bite was met with hesitation and conflict, the second was taken without a moment's doubt. The tin-foil roasted brain is a recipe bestowed with a perfect score by the system. Its flavor alone suffices to captivate diners. Some achieve a perfect score through sheer effort, while others attain it merely because the maximum score is but 100. The tin-foil roasted brain falls into the latter category. This recipe, which led Chi Han to abandon innovation in favor of a mere 60 points, has emerged from the vast culinary culture of Blue Star to grace the Dolua continent, truly showcasing its unparalleled dominance at this moment. Once tasted, one is wholly captivated. One more serving of tin-foil roasted brain, a patron exclaimed, prompting a chorus of similar calls. Clearly, given the modest portion of the dish, patrons were left wanting more. At that moment, the crowd had cast aside any notion of evil. Do you perceive it as evil? Then I shall gladly accept your roasted brain. Bring it forth. Notably, the upstanding classmate Yi Haoran also requested a second serving. The peculiar gaze from Fuya toward him contained a hint of intrigue. Feeling the weight of her stare, Yi Haoran blushed, yet remained resolute. This roasted brain is simply too delicious. Evil? That must be my imagination, observing the harmonious atmosphere rekindling within the small establishment. Chi Han let out a sigh of relief in the kitchen. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to step outside and explain the dish to everyone, only to be halted by the system. Regardless of whether the diners love or despise it, the roasted brain remains steadfast. Don't start reciting lyrics at me. Chi Han was at a loss for where to begin his grievances. Fortunately, the commotion outside was perfectly resolved by Fuya. Some dishes, upon their debut, inevitably face skepticism. Yet once embraced by the first tasters, word of mouth makes acceptance far easier for subsequent diners. With today's breakthrough, it is believed that the future will be considerably smoother. The time-limited task issued by the system now appeared less daunting than initially anticipated. As a midday rush concluded, Chi Han, watching Fuya depart, opened the task details to review. Time-limited task, new dish promotion. Please sell 1,000 portions each of 3 new dishes within 5 days. Task description. Since the host believes there are no issues, let the performance commence. The system eagerly awaits. Task reward. 2 1-star selected recipe fragments. Task progress. Honey grilled ribs. 1,000 completed. Explosive fatty intestines. For 571,000. Incomplete. Tin foil roasted brain. 721,1000. Incomplete. Chi Han smiled slightly. At this rate, it seemed he might complete the task by tonight. Upon task completion, he would receive 2 1-star recipe fragments. Perhaps it was time to contemplate what new dish to select. The host might do well to first master the fish belly hidden sheep before considering this matter. Indeed, that is a valid point. With a thought, Chi Han entered the training space to continue his intellectual duel with the fish belly hidden sheep. Chapter 57. The Senior Sister Emerges. Shrek Academy, Sea God Lake. When Shrek Academy relocated from the ruins of Heavendo City to this site, it immediately recognized the breathtaking beauty of the lake and established a new academy centered around it, naming the lake after Tang Sect, the sole leader among the original Shrek 7 monsters. The waters of Sea God Lake are crystal clear, resembling a massive sapphire embedded in the earth. The lake's surface, akin to a mirror, ripples gently in the breeze, shimmering under the sunlight. This scene represents the Academy's most exquisite landscape and serves as the location of its mysterious inner courtyard. At the heart of the lake lies an island, known as Sea God Island, adorned with tiered pavilions that serve as residences for inner courtyard disciples and teachers. However, the centerpiece of the island is not the intricately designed pavilions, but rather the towering golden tree that rises majestically at its center. The branches of the golden tree spread in all directions, shading half of Sea God Lake. At the junction of its trunk and roots, a small door stands ajar. Upon entering through this door, one discovers a hidden world within the trunk of the golden tree. This is the Sea God Pavilion, the pinnacle of power within Shrek Academy. Although the entrance to the Sea God Pavilion is merely ajar, anyone daring enough to intrude without permission shall undoubtedly face the wrath of its members. Within the residences of inner courtyard disciples, a sudden surge of soul power emanated from a particular exquisite pavilion closest to the golden tree, radiating outward. This visible wave of soul power touched the golden tree, which absorbed it seamlessly, while the energy continued to surge until it reached the shores of Sea God Lake, creating gentle ripples upon its surface. Such a manifestation of soul power could not escape the notice of the other inner courtyard disciples, who were roused from their meditations and emerged from their pavilions to gaze towards the source of the energy. Is this the pavilion of the senior sister? Soon, as the small door was gently pushed open, a graceful figure stepped forth, having dusted off the cobwebs of time, her lotus-like feet lightly treading as she made her way towards the Sea God Pavilion. The senior sister has emerged from seclusion. A wave of excitement surged through the hearts of the inner courtyard disciples. The legendary figure of the inner courtyard, Yu Lianxin, is a paragon of excellence at Shrek Academy. Possessing the rare and unparalleled innate full soul power, she is also a dual spirit wielder, one of which is a powerful assault-type spirit known as Moon Wheel, while the other is a food-type spirit. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. According to the theories posited by the master from 5,000 years ago concerning the Golden Iron Triangle, dual spirit wielders should possess spirits of equivalent rank. Otherwise, a weaker spirit cannot coexist with a stronger one. The existence of dual spirits signifies that her food-type spirit is equally formidable, potentially rivaling the food god Oscar from the original Shrek 7 Monsters 5,000 years ago. What astounds many is that Yu Lianxin unhesitatingly chose her food-type spirit as her primary spirit, serving as a food-type support soul master within Shrek Academy for an extended period, rather than as a battle spirit master of the assault type. Only after reaching the 7th ring soul sage did she begin to augment her second martial soul, the Moon Wheel, with soul rings, catapulting her to become one of the most formidable figures within the inner court. Following the graduation of the previous inner court senior sister, Yu Lianxin uncontroversially ascended to the position of the new senior sister of Shrek Academy's inner court. Even more enviable was the fact that this exceptionally gifted maiden, whose prowess effortlessly overshadowed all her peers, also possessed a visage of flawless beauty. Yu Lianxin stood quietly before the Sea God Pavilion. Soon, the slightly ajar door swung open, revealing a somewhat stooped figure gazing at the young girl before her. It was an elderly woman, whose eyes still held a glimmer of the extraordinary beauty she possessed in her youth. A touch of tenderness flickered in her gaze. "Child, come in." Upon seeing this aged figure, Yu Lianxin felt a surge of emotion, her lips curving into a smile that could rival the beauty of the Sea God Lake. "Teacher, I have emerged from my seclusion." Following the elder into the golden tree, her bright eyes lingered on the old woman's back, tinged with concern. After months of isolation, her teacher appeared to have aged further. "Do not worry about me. My constitution can still endure for a few more years," the elder replied. Sensing the worry in Yu Lianxin's eyes, she turned to look at her proud disciple. "I wish to see you married one day." "Teacher," Yu Lianxin pouted, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. The icy demeanor she once held had vanished, replaced by a more youthful and innocent charm in her teacher's presence. Having watched Yu Lianxin grow from a young girl, the elder regarded her as a daughter. Her concern for Yu Lianxin's life choices was not new. "You never participate in the Sea God Lake's gatherings. You claim there are no male students in the inner court who appeal to you. Have you considered giving them a chance?" "Absolutely not. They cannot even cook," Yu Lianxin retorted with a pout, a hint of displeasure evident. "Ah, I had forgotten that you, my dear, are a little food enthusiast. I remember you once said you want to marry a chef," the elder reminisced, a teasing glint in her eyes as she gazed at her disciple. "Well, it wouldn't be out of the question," Yu Lianxin replied defiantly, rolling her eyes. "But this chef must be able to surpass me in skill. A chef who can surpass you? The elder muttered, unable to suppress a chuckle. I fear I may never see you find your other half in this lifetime. As they spoke, their footsteps paused momentarily as they approached a room. Upon entering, a rich floral fragrance enveloped them. Yu Lianxin inhaled deeply, marveling, "Teacher, every time I enter this room, the scent of flowers is different. If you enjoy it, come often. It would be delightful to have you keep me company. I have little else to occupy my time, but tending to these flowers," the elder said, picking up a watering can to nourish the vibrant blooms on the balcony. "Please take a seat." "Very well." Yu Lianxin settled comfortably onto the sofa, hugging a nearby pillow, the soft contours imprinting slightly under her form. "Teacher, I have reached level 80. I sensed it long ago," the elder replied, her eyes glimmering with emotion. "At 24, you are a soul Doluo, a talent that rivals the original Shrek 7 monsters. We shall set out tomorrow. My body could use some movement," the elder declared. "Huh?" Yu Lianxin lifted her head, blinking in surprise. "Where are we going?" "You little rascal, what else do you think about besides food?" The elder chided lightly. "We are heading to the Stardow Forest to assist you in hunting your 8th soul ring. Rest well tonight, for we depart at dawn." "Is that really necessary?" Yu Lianxin turned her lips down in disappointment. It seemed her hope of sampling new delicacies at the food street that evening would have to be postponed. She wondered what new delights awaited her after months away. Chapter 58. A Breakthrough in Culinary Skills. Faya. "Have you heard? The senior sister has emerged from her seclusion." Fresh from a visit to a small shop, Faya was excitedly pulled along by Ying Shuang, who eagerly shared the latest gossip. "It is said that she has reached level 80, a 24-year-old soul. Duh, how incredible." "The senior sister?" Faya paused, quickly realizing who Ying Shuang was referring to. Yu Lianxin, the inner court's senior sister, was revered even among the outer court. "What a pity. I have never seen her. They say she is the most beautiful in Shrek." Ying Shuang laughed, embracing the soft Faya. "But I believe our Faya is the true beauty." Rolling her eyes at her opportunistic friend, Faya shook her head. "Forget it. I just tricked her into eating brain and intestines. I'll let her have her way this time. The senior sister is far more beautiful than I. Please do not say such things." Though Ying Shuang had only heard of Yu Lianxin, Faya had once chanced upon the senior sister and knew well that she fell short in comparison. Despite this, Faya began to daydream. "I've heard that the senior sister, due to her food-related martial soul, has a particular fondness for culinary delights. Her greatest joy is sampling various dishes at the food street. What if she visits the owneress shop? Might I have the chance to see her again? She's my idol." Lost in her thoughts, Faya suddenly became aware of an unusual sensation on her body, plunging her into silence. Shuang? Hey, get your hand off me." He, Faya. "It seems you've grown quite a bit recently. Get away from me." "Come on, little Faya, don't be stingy. I promise I won't touch you anymore." Emerging from the training space, Han wore a smile. Hard work pays off. After a long period, he had finally mastered the technique of deboning a whole fish. Although he had merely accomplished this step, the distance to successfully creating the dish fish belly with lamb remained considerable. Nonetheless, completing the deboning process had visibly enhanced his skills. Most notably, his knife skills had progressed from a proficient level to an expert level. With a flick of his wrist, the kitchen knife was now firmly in his grasp. His second soul ring remained white, showing no signs of change, as he had yet to practice his carving skills, which were still at a beginner-esque level. At this moment, Han's first soul ring had transformed into a brilliant purple. With the advancement in his knife skills came an increase in the age of the ring. It had now reached the level of a 1,000-year soul ring. This meant that despite only having 2 rings of cultivation, Han could already unleash 1,000-year soul skills. After absorbing the second soul ring and factoring in the soul power reward from his promotion task, his soul power had reached level 22. To elevate his cultivation further, he could only rely on mainline task 5. Speaking of which, Han opened mainline task 5 and took a glance. Mainline task 5, fame spread. Ensure that 95 of Shrek City's original residents are aware of the existence of the small shop. Task description. It is time to conquer a city with your exquisite culinary skills. Task reward. Randomly drop 3 recipes, 1 3-star random recipe, and level 5 soul power. Task progress. 3595. Wait, did I read that wrong? Han rubbed his eyes in disbelief. System. I haven't opened the shop for 10 days. Why did the task progress jump from 8 to 35? What kind of speed is this? The host had not opened the shop for 10 days, leaving patrons to revert to their previous culinary habits. In the contrast of this experience, they came to cherish the delicacies of the small eatery even more, leading to an escalating nostalgia for it. Consequently, the shop gained significant notoriety, becoming known to a wider audience. Is such a strategy even possible? Kian pondered. What is this called? This is the essence of being elusive yet near. A true playboy indeed, I understand this well. He continued, system. What if I were to close the shop for a few more days? It embodies the principle of being near yet distant. Once one learns, one must apply it. Perhaps by closing for a few more days, I might fulfill my tasks? The system fell silent for a moment before responding. The host has already been closed for 10 days. Now, after merely half a day of operation, you wish to close again? This system is indifferent. But are you certain you won't face the wrath of your patrons? Huh, how could that be? My patrons are all amiable and kind. They would never dream of harming me, Chi-Han replied, retracting his neck and decisively adding, they treat me so well. I cannot let their expectations down. The system once again fell silent, seemingly gaining a fresh perspective on the host's audacity. Outside Shrek City, a figure swiftly landed in an open area. After assessing the surroundings to ensure no one had witnessed his weary appearance, Zhao Yinsheng quickly adjusted his appearance and proceeded with a satisfied stride toward the gates of Shrek City. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was approximately half an hour until Chi-Han's shop would open, perfectly timed for his arrival. He intended to inquire with the old woodworker about any new culinary delights that had emerged, as the woodworker, who spent his days at the branch and had no other tasks, would surely have visited the shop at noon. As he approached, he noticed a familiar voice calling out to him, Old Sparrow, wait for me. Was he imagining things? How could the old monkey have arrived so soon? Yet, the voice grew increasingly clear. Zhao Yinsheng looked toward the bustling gate of Shrek City, then turned to see a figure that seemed oddly out of place. His face twitched in realization. With his formidable powers as a tidal Doa and the keen eyesight of his avian martial spirit, he recognized Tai Lei's current demeanor. I must leave quickly, lest anyone discover my acquaintance with him. Zhao Yinsheng darted away, vanishing into the city. Moments later, a massive figure appeared at the gates of Shrek City. With a thud, Tai Lei set down the cart he had been hauling, untying the ropes, binding the two crimson steeds before leading them down. The horses appeared dazed, their eyes vacant and frothy at the mouth, unsteady on their feet. Can you believe it? The horses got motion sickness. Tai Lei laughed heartily as he reattached the reins, and as he stroked the steeds. Their inherent fear and traumatic memories replayed in their minds, causing them to tremble. After patting the horses, Tai Lei grinned broadly and commanded go. The two steeds neighed and obediently pulled the cart into the city, leaving behind a trail of shattered illusions. Before long, the tale of the ironclad Boa Tai lay racing back to Shrek City with two crimson steeds, and a cartload of goods became the latest gossip within the city. Chapter 59. Tai Lei's Joy Returns. While the commotion unfolded outside Shrek City, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped Chi-Han's small shop. Here comes the portion of egg fried rice and foil-wrapped brain. Chi-Han served Fuya her work meal, his face radiating delight from a breakthrough in his culinary skills. Fuya, noticing Chi-Han's unusually cheerful demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, Boss, is there something that brings you joy today? Joyful events? Chi-Han's smile widened, for indeed, there were numerous reasons for happiness. I am quite curious about the boss's joyful events. Fuya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could you share with me? Of course. Chi-Han waved his hand and settled in front of her. It seems our shop's reputation has notably increased. Have you noticed? Reputation? Fuya pondered for a moment before nodding. Now that you mention it, I have noticed many new faces among the patrons today. Is that what makes you happy? That's merely one of the reasons. With a slight smile, Chi-Han decided to tease Fuya with a grand announcement. In a few days, our shop will feature a new dish. Another new dish. Fuya's eyes widened with excitement, but then she recalled something. Boss, it won't be another bizarre creation, will it? Thanks to Chi-Han, she had developed a slight psychological aversion to the term new dish. Chuckling, Chi-Han shook his head vigorously. This time, it is definitely not. Tentatively trusting him, Fuya pressed. What will this new dish be? With a mysterious smile, Chi-Han replied, That's confidential for now, but it will be quite an expensive dish. More expensive than Dompa pork? Indeed, Fuya was taken aback, as she had thought Dompa pork was already quite pricey. I never imagined there could be an even more expensive delicacy. However, regardless of her persistent inquiries, Chi-Han merely smiled enigmatically, revealing nothing more. Ultimately, Fuya pouted and began to enjoy her work meal. The new dish Chi-Han referred to as fish belly concealing lamb. With a successful breakthrough in deboning the whole fish, the subsequent steps, though high in difficulty, were merely a matter of practice. Even so, completing fish belly concealing lamb would still take at least 3 more days, as each step required far more precision than a 2-star recipe. Perhaps it was due to such stringent culinary processes that 3-star recipes possessed their remarkable effects. According to the system, when 3-star recipes emerged in extraordinary realms like Duluwa continent, they could trigger peculiar phenomena unseen within training spaces, the nature of which remained a mystery to Chi-Han, who eagerly anticipated it. Soon, after Fuya finished her meal and tidied up the dishes, she approached the entrance to open the shop. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback by the sight of 4 figures cloaked in black. The 4 branch leaders of the Tang sect had arrived together. However, the atmosphere outside the shop seemed oddly tense, with Tai Lei glaring furiously at Zhao Yinsheng, who maintained a calm demeanor as he subtly distanced himself from Tai Lei. Not only Zhao Yinsheng, but even Yu Hua stood far from Tai Lei, as if fearing the contagion of his folly. Only Niu Yu remained perplexed, standing beside Tai Lei in confusion. The patrons behind them, though hesitant to confront a titled Duluwa openly, cast peculiar glances toward Tai Lei. As Fuya opened the door to the small shop, Tai Lei strode in with great enthusiasm. "Boss, I hear there are new dishes here. I'd like a portion for myself, and 2 servings of dompa pork knuckle." He glanced back at Zhao Yinsheng, giving a slight grunt, prompting Zhao Yinsheng to pay. Zhao Yinsheng, with a smile, followed suit, ordering a portion of pan-fried honey ribs, a small serving of egg-fried rice, and a portion of baked brain, including Old Monkey's bill. The question of whether it was a treat or not seemed trivial. Having learned from Yu Hua about the extraordinary dish known as bursting fat intestines, Zhao Yinsheng was eager to witness Tai Lei's reaction upon tasting it. Unbeknownst to Tai Lei, he was entirely unaware of the new offerings at the shop. After a lengthy journey utilizing his soul power, his first priority upon returning to Tangmen was to recuperate. Once rested, he hurriedly queued up, having only vaguely heard that Chi-Han's shop had 3 new dishes. With little time to inquire further, the number of patrons at the small shop exceeded that of noon, likely because not all diners were aware of its opening earlier in the day. By evening, the word had spread, and the 3 new dishes had gained considerable fame through word of mouth. Almost every diner ordered a portion of pan-fried honey ribs, for in the world of Doluwa Dalu, vegetarians were virtually non-existent. As a purely meat-based dish, pan-fried honey ribs had become a cherished favorite among diners. In comparison, bursting fat intestines and baked brain were less favored. At this moment, it was rare for diners to blindly order all the new dishes without hesitation. They were aware that while bursting fat intestines were indeed delicious, they had a peculiar taste that might deter sensitive diners. As for the other dish, baked brain, although the flavor was reportedly delightful, the fact that it was made from badger pig brains was enough to make many patrons politely decline. Those who ordered were generally intrigued by these unique dishes and wished to try them. Zhao Yinsheng, after learning about the ingredients of baked brain, instinctively hesitated but ultimately succumbed to Yu Hua's persistent recommendations and decided to give it a try, reasoning that if it proved unbearable, he could always let Yu Hua have it. He had even preemptively devised a way to avoid wasting food. The cooking time for pan-fried honey ribs was the shortest among the 3 new dishes, and soon, under Chi-Han's skillful preparation, Fuya served them to the diners. Tai Lei's eyes lit up. This dish, clearly to his liking, ignited his appetite. The plate was filled entirely with meat. Moreover, the savory aroma intertwined with a subtle fruity scent, alleviating the greasiness and enhancing the sweetness of the honey ribs. The tantalizing aroma wafted into Tai Lei's nostrils, causing him to swallow involuntarily. Tai Lei's approach to eating was far from meticulous. He simply seized his fork, plunged it into the center of the honey ribs, and lifted a hefty piece. Within mere moments, he devoured the aromatic pan-fried honey ribs with abandon, relishing the explosion of flavors, the savory juices bursting in his mouth, the mingling of fruity and meaty essences filling his palate. In that moment, he closed his eyes, reveling in sheer joy of the experience. "Boss, another serving of pan-fried honey ribs." Tai Lei, still savoring the succulent meat and juices, unabashedly requested more. Zhao Yunsheng, slightly perturbed, thought to himself, why is he eating so fast? He too was enjoying the pan-fried honey ribs, but with far more finesse, using his knife and fork elegantly, having consumed barely a tenth. Well, someone else treating, Tai Lei rolled his eyes. Although he was not particularly concerned about the mere 10 gold soul coins, Tai Lei's carefree demeanor irked Zhao Yunsheng. Stay calm. Just wait until he finishes the bursting fat intestines, he silently reassured himself, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Before the second serving of pan-fried honey ribs arrived, the bursting fat intestines were served first. Here it comes. Zhao Yunsheng and Yu Hua both felt a jolt of excitement, their actions momentarily pausing as they observed Tai Lei's reaction. Is this the baked brain or the bursting fat intestines? Tai Lei squinted at the newly served dish, curiosity glittering in his eyes. During the wait, he had memorized the names of the 3 new dishes, but now struggled to match them correctly. This is bursting fat intestines. Fuya, still present, promptly introduced Senior Jingang. This dish has a peculiar aroma but tastes delightful. Oh, such a dish exists? Tai Lei, catching a whiff of the bursting fat intestines, felt intrigued. Let me have a taste. With that, he picked up a piece of the fat intestine and popped it in his mouth. After a brief chew, his eyes widened in delight. Wow, this is surprisingly delicious. Not much inferior to the pan-fried honey ribs. With renewed interest, he continued to savor the dish. Watching Tai Lei enjoy the food so heartily, Zhao Yunsheng couldn't help but feel a tinge of skepticism. Sitting close to Tai Lei, he could faintly detect the unique aroma of the bursting fat intestines, which indeed had an unusual scent, and, considering its ingredients, it was only natural. Yet, how could Tai Lei enjoy it so much? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Yunsheng leaned closer and whispered to Yu Hua, Old wooden head, you're not deceiving me, are you? Why is old monkey enjoying this so much? Yu Hua's expression twitched slightly as he responded discreetly. That little girl was right. This dish truly is delicious. If one overlooks the ingredients and the peculiar flavor post-cooking, it could be deemed a culinary masterpiece. How do you know? Zhao Yunsheng raised an eyebrow, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Hua. Have you tried it? I certainly did not know what it was initially. So what if I tasted it? Many are enjoying it. It doesn't matter if I do too. Tai Lei was devouring quickly, having consumed most of the bursting fat intestines while Zhao Yunsheng and Yu Hua were still engaged in their whispered conversation. Zhao Yunsheng decided to tease Tai Lei further, grinning as he sent a message. Old monkey, do you know what you're eating? Tai Lei scratched his head, I really haven't tried this before. It doesn't taste like sausage at all. It's packed with filling and tastes fantastic. Casting a wary glance at Zhao Yunsheng, Tai Lei snorted, Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Zhao Yunsheng was taken aback, wondering why Tai Lei was not following the expected script. Tai Lei, with a grunt, lowered his head and took another bite of the fat intestine, savoring it thoroughly. I must say, the combination of the filling and the outer part is absolutely divine. Though uncertain about the ingredients, he was sure that such a strange flavor could not possibly come from anything good. But did that matter? Not at all. As long as he remained oblivious to the ingredients, he could enjoy it without reservation. This was the essence of blissful ignorance. The old sparrow chuckled with a cunning glint, revealing an ulterior motive. Did he wish to witness my folly? I, Zhao Yunsheng, have been astute since childhood. Would I fall for such tricks? Murmuring indistinctly, Tai Lei set aside the empty plate and accepted the second serving of pan-seared honey ribs that Fuya brought forth, indulging in them with great delight. Zhao Yunsheng finished his own portion of the delectable honey ribs, but suddenly felt a lack of flavor, as if something vital was missing. How peculiar. How has this old fellow become so clever? Not witnessing the anticipated pained expression of Tai Lei upon learning the ingredients, Zhao Yunsheng felt as if a part of his life had dimmed. Soon, the foil-wrapped brain dish arrived. Unwrapping the foil, he used his chopsticks to push the ingredients aside and, as expected, beheld the convolutions of the brain. Yet, tranquility filled his heart at that moment. What was that saying? Since life has lost its luster, one must embrace the absurdity of existence. What a brain! Zhao Yunsheng relished this delicacy. Scooping up a spoonful of the brain with the accompanying ingredients, he unhesitatingly brought it to his lips. It truly was delicious. A gentle nibble caused the brain to dissolve in his mouth, the rich texture merging with the flavors of various ingredients, grounding the previously ephemeral tastes. enriching them beyond mere layers. It was a flavor Zhao Yunsheng had never encountered, prompting him to narrow his eyes in delight. Although the portion of the foil-wrapped brain was modest, Zhao Yunsheng, with his habit of savoring each bite, could relish it for a considerable time. In contrast, Tai Lei, seated across from him, swiftly finished his second serving of honey ribs and then turned his gaze toward the brain dish before Zhao Yunsheng. Is this the foil-wrapped brain dish? Tai Lei blinked and murmured quietly, casually grabbing a small spoon. Before Zhao Yunsheng could react, he scooped out half of the brain. You! Zhao Yunsheng snapped back to reality, quivering with rage, the surge of soul power nearly beyond his control. Stop it, you old fool! Watching his beloved brain dish being pillaged, Zhao Yunsheng felt as if his heart had been hollowed out. This old scoundrel! Tai Lei, after popping the brain into his mouth, blinked and, somewhat belatedly, exclaimed, Huh? What did you say? Ahaha! My apologies, old sparrow, you know how it is. Tai Lei glanced at the now empty spoon in his hand, scratching his head. Just then, Fuya brought Tai Lei's own foil-wrapped brain dish. Tai Lei hesitated momentarily, then scooped out a quarter-sized piece from his portion, paused again, and extracted half of that, returning an 8-sized portion of brain to Zhao Yunsheng's bowl. Here you go, old sparrow, do not be stingy. Stingy? Zhao Yunsheng looked at the minuscule piece of brain in his bowl, stripped of its ingredients and tainted with Tai Lei's saliva, feeling a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting from the indignation. What a travesty. Chapter 61. Prerequisites for advancing to intermediate level. Enough of this nonsense. We are becoming a spectacle. Niuyu spoke sternly, exchanging his unopened foil-wrapped brain dish for Zhao Yunsheng's. He cast a disapproving glance at Tai Lei. Strangely, after Niuyu, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, Zhao Yunsheng and Tai Lei fell into an unusual quietude, merely locking eyes fiercely before each returning to their meals. The four of them had known each other since youth. Among them, Niuyu was the eldest, and the others regarded him as their elder brother. Even as they grew older, the age gap became negligible. Yet the dynamic remained unchanged. The three still held a degree of respect for Niuyu. Among the four, Tai Lei possessed the greatest strength and talent, boasting a soul power level of 94, now nearing the threshold of 95, which defines a super Delaw. Next was Zhao Yunsheng, with a soul power level of 93. One should not underestimate this single-level difference. At the rank of title Delaw, even a solitary level is monumental, and battling across levels is akin to scaling the heavens. Yu Hua, absorbed in his studies, had not invested much effort in cultivation, achieving only a level of 91. However, this was also linked to the challenges faced by a healing soul master in their advancement. By age, Yu Hua was the youngest among them. Yet due to his prolonged consumption of various medicinal pills, he had accumulated significant pill toxicity, rendering him the most aged in appearance among the four. Niuyu's soul power level stood at 92, appearing inadequate compared to Zhao Yunsheng and Tai Lei, yet the four had never held this against him, continuing to regard him as their elder brother at heart. However, these reminiscences of their youth were now rarely known to others, who saw them merely as the formidable four-branch leaders of the Tang Sect. Having halted Zhao Yunsheng and Tai Lei's embarrassing antics, Niuyu sighed in relief and resumed savoring the new delicacies from Chi Han's little shop. After having missed lunch, Niuyu had longed for this moment. Finally able to indulge, after finishing their meal, Fuya collected the dishes and bid farewell to Chi Han as she changed out of her maid outfit. Once the girl departed, Chi Han heard the system notification chime. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a task. Time task. New dish promotion, completed, task reward. 1-star optional recipe fragment X2, available for collection. Collect. As he watched the 2 white 1-star optional recipe fragments enter the system's storage space, Chi Han couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed excellent items, but regrettably, they were of no use at present. Until he completed the task of hiding the fish's belly, Chi Han could not acquire any recipes through exchange or collection of task rewards. Speaking of which, system, is there no way to lift this restriction? The host must reach the intermediate chef level to unlock the second training space, allowing for simultaneous learning of 2 recipes. Oh, such a delightful prospect? Chi Han immediately became intrigued by the notion of becoming an intermediate chef. Now, system, tell me, what other privileges does an intermediate chef hold? Intermediate chef privileges are as follows. 1. Authority to expand and renovate the shop. 2. Randomly dropped recipes will no longer include 2-star recipes. 3. Training space time flow rate changes to 1201. 4. Unlocking of a second training space. Gasp. Shihan couldn't help but inhale sharply. While the renovation right in the first privilege seemed inconspicuous for now, the expansion right was undeniably valuable. At this point, the business of the little shop had become immensely popular, and the limited dining area was becoming insufficient. Shihan had previously reported this issue to the system, but the response had been a lack of sufficient authority. How enlightening to discover the root of the problem. Moreover, the fact that randomly dropped recipes would no longer include 2-star recipes meant that once he became an intermediate chef, future random drops would only include 3-star recipes or higher. This sparked an idea in Shihan's mind, yet before he could voice it, the system's cold voice interrupted. Before each level-up task is issued, all currently received but unused, as well as completed but unrewarded random dropped recipes must be cleared. The system, merciless as ever, thwarted my words before they could escape my lips. Ah, how true to form you are, dear system. Originally, Shihan had intended to save the randomly dropped recipes to use when his culinary skills reached a higher level, envisioning a future filled with delight. However, the system's interference felt as if it were perched in the stratosphere, rendering matters quite complicated. As for the third privilege, having fully experienced the benefits of a 60-fold acceleration in time, Shihan naturally understood how convenient a 120-fold acceleration would be. For months spent in the training space equated to merely a day passing outside. What bliss! Then there was the fourth privilege, the opening of a second training space. This meant that if he encountered an obstacle, like being stuck on a high-star recipe, he could still learn other recipes within this secondary space and not be hindered from progression. Shihan was eager to undertake the promotion task to become an intermediate chef. Please refrain from indulging in fantasies. The host, having just completed the promotion to a junior chef, is not qualified to pass the intermediate chef assessment. Moreover, the prerequisites for the intermediate chef promotion have not been met, making immediate qualification unattainable. Very well, I shall keep my thoughts to myself, Shihan pouted. A mere 3-star recipe had stymied him for so long. Clearly, he was far from the level of an intermediate chef. But prerequisites? System, what do you mean by prerequisites? Prerequisites are the criteria set by this system to determine if the host possesses the capability to complete the promotion task. Upon fulfilling all prerequisites, the host may obtain promotion eligibility and attempt the promotional tasks issued by this system. So that is how it is. Shihan nodded in understanding. What then are the prerequisites for promoting to a junior chef? The prerequisites for junior chef promotion are as follows. 1. Complete main quest 4. 2. Master at least 3 2-star recipes. 3. Soul power must reach level 10. No wonder the system promptly declared his promotion eligibility after he completed main quest 4. Mastering 3 2-star recipes naturally referred to the pig stomach chicken, dompa elbow, and tomato beef brisket, while his soul power had already reached the required level. What then are the prerequisites for promoting to an intermediate chef? The prerequisites for intermediate chef promotion are as follows. 1. Complete main quest 7. 2. Master at least 5 3-star recipes. 3. Soul power must reach level 40. Gazing at the first requirement for promotion and then reflecting on his unfinished main quest 5, Shihan fell into contemplation. Not to mention the second prerequisite of mastering 5 3-star recipes. Even if he mastered the fish belly lamb, he would only have 1, leaving 4 more still uncertain in origin. In contrast, the third condition seemed the easiest to fulfill. Friendly reminder, once the host's soul power reaches level 30, the maximum soul power reward for a single task will adjust from 5 to 2. Alright, let us pretend I didn't hear that. Chapter 62. 100,000 mistakes. The system spoke at length, yet conveyed little of substance. At least Shihan felt as though the system had painted an enticing prospect before him, a grand vision that, for now, he could not partake in. Why, dear system, do you present me with such tantalizing illusions? Shihan felt it necessary to admonish the system for its deceptive promises, akin to the antics of certain charlatans. This system adheres to the principle of responding to the host's inquiries, refraining from disclosing information voluntarily. Please recall how our conversation commenced. How did it begin? It came to him. It was sparked by his query about whether there was a way to lift the restriction on receiving recipes before completing the fish belly lamb quest, which led to the ensuing dialogue. So, I have conjured this grand vision for myself. Indeed, system, could you not temper your responses? Perhaps conceal part of the truth? Chi-Han felt a surge of indignation, even becoming somewhat unreasonable. Does the host truly wish for this system to conceal parts of the truth? Better not. Chi-Han reconsidered the potential consequences of such a request and promptly retreated. Upon reflection, having a grand vision wasn't entirely negative. It served as motivation. Yes, that is precisely it. Look, I am now brimming with motivation. System, I intend to dedicate tonight to mastering the fish belly lamb. The host's enthusiasm is commendable, yet this system believes that maintaining good rest and mental acuity is more suitable for welcoming tomorrow as patrons. Motivation at an all-time high. Very well, good night then. Chi-Han acquiesced. Good night, host. It took the system a moment to process. So, this fellow had no intentions of truly exerting himself, did he? 3 days passed swiftly yet slowly. For Chi-Han within the training space, it felt like 6 months had elapsed. While for a certain pair of mentors in the Stardow Forest, it seemed merely a fleeting moment. Whoosh! The moon wheel transformed into a gleaming blade, slicing through the formidable beast before it with a sharp whistle. As the colossal creature collapsed, the moon wheel returned to its master's hand. Those hands were as flawless and delicate as jade, each finger resembling a finely sharpened scallion, glistening with a soft sheen. As the surface of the beast's corpse darkened, coalescing into a deep black soul ring, the woman clad in a light blue ensemble could not suppress a smile. A slightly stooped, old woman surveyed the fallen beast with satisfaction. A king of the earth from 50,000 years ago. Well done. Its innate soul skill was indeed well suited to your moon wheel. Master, shall I proceed with the absorption? Yu Lianxin smiled gently, clearly pleased with her decision. I shall guard you here. Once you finish absorbing, we shall return together. With the presence of her master, Yu Lianxin felt entirely at ease. She sat cross-legged, activating her martial soul, drawing the floating 10,000-year soul ring towards herself, then began to meditate for absorption. The old woman observed her disciple, who sat in a meditative position, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. They were now near the core region of the Stardow Forest, and even the old woman, with her impressive level 97, dared not let her guard down. The Shrek Academy, with its millennia of history, harbored countless secrets. Among the original Shrek 7 from 5,000 years ago, the soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu, was transformed from a 100,000-year-soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit. Besides this creature, there were 2 other 100,000-year sovereigns in the Stardow Forest, the sky blue bull python, Daming, and the titan giant ape, Erming. It is said that both sacrificed themselves for Tang Sect, becoming his soul rings and entering the divine realm, where they were subsequently resurrected by him. However, could it be that only these 300,000-year soul beasts resided in the Stardow Forest? Certainly not. The locations of the initial 300,000-year soul beasts could only be considered peripheral core areas, not the true heart of the forest. The real core area of the Stardow Forest harbors dangers and lethal threats that generations of Shrek Academy predecessors uncovered at the cost of their lives. Reaching 100,000 years is not the limit for soul beasts. Should they withstand the heavenly tribulation, they can reclaim another 100,000 years of life, enduring a tribulation every 100,000 years thereafter. Survive, and they live. Falter, and they perish, their souls scattering. Soul beasts exceeding 200,000 years are referred to as ferocious beasts by the powerful of Shrek Academy, comparable to human beings of level 95 and above. In the depths of the starry forest, there dwell 7 formidable beasts, one of which surpasses even a 99th ranked title de law in strength. At this moment, the old woman cannot afford to be careless, as she stands but a step away from the core area. The time required to absorb a spirit ring varies greatly, dependent on the complexity of the absorption process, and, at times, failures may occur. However, a spirit beast slain by Yu Lianxin's own hand would not escape her grasp. Soon, she had successfully absorbed her spirit ring, allowing the tension in the old woman's heart to ease. This marked the second spirit ring Yu Lianxin had absorbed over the course of 3 days. After all, as a twin martial soul, she required double the spirit rings compared to others. Now that the absorption was complete, it was time to depart. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chi-Han emerged from the system space, his face adorned with a broad smile. System, please calculate the duration I spent training the fish-bellied Sanyang. Congratulations, host. You have mastered fish-bellied Sanyang. The total time spent training was 243 days, with a total of 278 errors. 100,000 errors, truly daunting for the fish-bellied Sangyang. Thankfully, he had finally completed this culinary masterpiece. He hurried down the stairs, eager to see the menu displayed on the wall. The left side of the wall was already filled with previous dishes, whereas the upper part of the right wall bore a striking inscription: Fish-bellied Sangyang, 1,000 gold soul coins. Unlike the other menu items, this dish's price was engraved on a deep purple plaque, exuding an air of nobility and solemnity. System, is the prize plaque for a 3-star recipe special? Indeed, the prize plaque for a 3-star recipe is purple. For 4 stars, it is black, and for 5 stars, it is red. How extraordinary that even the prize plaque sets it apart. It truly embodies luxury. Oh, right, he had rushed down for a reason. What was it again? I came back to him. Chi-Han hurried into the kitchen, eager to prepare the fish-bellied Sangyang himself, to savor the most exquisite flavors of the world, and to witness the phenomenon said to accompany a 3-star recipe. Chapter 63. Phenomenon. The carp leaps over the dragon gate. At the moment Chi-Han completed the fish-bellied Sangyang, the system began to provide him with the necessary ingredients. Upon entering the kitchen, his gaze quickly fixed upon the primary ingredient for the fish-bellied Sangyang, the dragon scale fish. A choice ingredient for a 3-star recipe. The dragon scale fish possessed a hint of draconic lineage, its scales resembling those of a dragon. This fish has an impressive lifespan of over 1,000 years, with its vitality peaking during the first 1,000 years, after which it rapidly ages and perishes, returning its essence to the earth. The system selected only the finest ingredients. Each fish was precisely 1,000 years old. Such stringent requirements could only be met by a system capable of manipulating the flow of time. And this was merely a part of the fish-bellied Sangyang. Let us not forget the lamb. The lamb used in the dish came from the Shihuapan lamb, which grazed freely in meadows nourished by natural spiritual springs for a century. This type of soul beast is gentle in nature, and its meat is exceptionally tender and flavorful, enhanced by the lush pastures and the absence of excessive fat or gamey taste. Furthermore, other ingredients were equally exceptional. For instance, shiitake mushrooms were replaced with the rare chongling mushroom from Dolawa continent, and winter bamboo shoots were substituted with the tender shoots of the millennium plant-type soul beast. The Longjia bamboo. The 1,000-year-old dragon scale fish belonged to the category of heavenly treasures rather than soul beasts. Despite its rich essence, it lacked powerful offensive capabilities, making it a suitable challenge for Chi-Han, who possessed a second-ring strength. Skillfully, he extracted a dragon-scale fish from a tank filled with spiritual spring water, gently tapping the fish's head with the back of a soul power-infused knife, rendering it momentarily unconscious. Then, with remarkable speed, he deftly removed the scales, each golden scale falling away without damaging the delicate skin beneath, a feat reminiscent of the knife techniques demonstrated by the lingering spirit of Iya in the training space. Following this, Chi-Han swiftly removed the gills and innards, expertly deboning the fish while maintaining its pristine appearance, with only a smooth incision marking the belly. Who would have imagined that such a seemingly vibrant fish could be completely boned, leaving only the head intact? After marinating the deboned dragon scale fish with cooking wine and other seasonings, Chi-Han turned to prepare the lamb. He diced the Shihuapan lamb, chongling mushrooms, and the tender shoots of Longjia bamboo, stir-frying them until they released an irresistible aroma before stuffing the mixture into the fish's belly. Next, Chi-Han took the specially fed badger lard, deftly scoring it with dozens of knife cuts. Upon unfolding it, the lard transformed into a net the size of a plate, each hole perfectly uniform in size, a remarkable feat of culinary artistry. Carefully, he wrapped the stuffed dragon scale fish in the badger lard, followed by a layer of lotus leaf and a covering of aluminum foil before placing it in the oven. In less than a minute, the advanced oven completed the cooking process. As he opened the foil, a unique fragrance enveloped him, a harmonious blend of the lamb's subtle gaminess, the sweetness of the fish, the distinct aroma of the chongling mushroom, the freshness of the bamboo shoots, the delicate scent of the lotus leaf, and the savory essence of the badger lard. The medley of aromas melded seamlessly, creating a symphony of scents that tantalized the senses. Chi-Han could hardly contain his saliva as he carefully plated the fish-bellied Sangyang, unveiling it from its lotus leaf wrapping and garnishing it with a fresh leaf for presentation. At that moment, the fish-bellied sangyang was finally complete. Just as the dish reached completion, the elemental forces of the surrounding world began to surge, converging frantically towards the fish-bellied sangyang. The confluence of elemental energy from heaven and earth was so dense that it seemed to manifest into a tangible form, transforming into a milky white mist. The elemental energy, inherently formless, could only be perceived by the naked eye when its concentration reached at least 1,000 times that of ordinary elemental energy. At that moment, the Tang Sect, the sole fighting arena of Shrek City, the Shrek City auction house, and half of the outer region of Shrek Academy all sensed a reduction in the surrounding elemental energy. The title-level powerhouses within the affected area immediately directed their mental energy towards the direction of Chi-Han's shop. At the level of title-law, their mastery over the forces of heaven and earth was profound, rendering such vast fluctuations of elemental energy visible to their eyes. However, any attempts to probe deeper with their mental energy would inevitably be in vain. Under the protection of a system, no one could breach the shop's defenses. Inside the shop, Chi-Han was nervously fixated on the top of the fish belly lamb dish. Above this dish, the elemental energy coalesced into a magnificent archway, flanked by stone columns intricately carved with numerous dragon motifs. The words Dragon Gate above the arch were inscribed with a strength and vigor that evoked the majesty of a true dragon. Beneath the archway, a waterfall cascaded, and below it swam a golden-scaled dragon fish, swimming upward against the flow of the waterfall towards the Dragon Gate. With a gentle splash, the dragon fish leapt valiantly, soaring over the archway. As it descended from the other side, its form elongated, dragon horns sprouted from its head, and 5-clawed dragon feet emerged beneath its belly, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon that ascended into the skies, casting a deep gaze at Chi-Han before unleashing a dragon's roar and soaring into the clouds. The leap of the carp over the Dragon Gate. As the spectacle faded, Chi-Han stood in stunned silence. What an extraordinary phenomenon. Was it not as impressive as glowing fried rice? Chapter 64. The Dean of the Outer Academy of Shrek. As the extraordinary sight vanished, Chi-Han regained his senses and eagerly picked up a pair of chopsticks, swiftly grasping a piece of the fish meat from the dish. The fish meat from a belly had been deboned, and with a gentle pinch, it was effortlessly lifted along with the lamb tucked inside. As the fish belly yielded, an even richer aroma wafted into Chi-Han's nostrils, the robust scent making him greedily inhale. Finally, he placed a morsel of fish belly lamb into his mouth. The surface of the fish was slightly golden, a result of absorbing melted pig lard and being heated. Upon tasting the fish belly lamb, the first sensation was the delightful freshness of the fish. The Millennium Dragon Scale fish was incredibly tender, its juiciness seemingly ready to drip, perfectly melding with the absorbed badger lard, creating an exquisite culinary experience. Next came the lamb enveloped within the fish. Its unique flavor was not overpowering, yet unmistakably distinct, combining the inherent deliciousness of lamb with the earthy aroma of the longling mushroom and the refreshing taste of the bamboo shoots, resulting in a pure and layered fragrance that exploded in Chi-Han's senses, prompting him to close his eyes in bliss. The harmony of fish and lamb. This was the quintessential fusion. So much time had elapsed since the remnants of Iya had vanished. Yet this bite of fish belly lamb had rekindled memories of a taste that resonated with the soul. The 3-star recipe was indeed formidable. After a considerable time, Chi-Han finally set down the now empty plate, still savoring the lingering unique flavor of the fish belly lamb. Although the shop had yet to open, he could already foresee the considerable stir this dish would create. Little did he know, the commotion from the fish belly lamb would far exceed his expectations. As usual, Fuya arrived at the entrance of the shop, only to find a long queue had formed outside. Among the patrons were both new faces and familiar diners. Fuya greeted the regulars with a smile, but upon reaching the front of the line, she sensed something amiss. Standing quietly at the forefront of the queue were 7 individuals, their demeanor markedly different from the other diners. Upon closer inspection, Fuya recognized 5 of them, the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect, along with the dean. "What brings you here?" She gasped softly, her surprise palpable. A slightly portly middle-aged man turned at the sound of her voice, his gaze immediately locking onto Fuya's green Shrek Academy uniform. He studied her for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the 4th year Fuya, correct?" "Yes." Fuya replied, standing before the esteemed dean of the Outer Academy with the demeanor of a diligent student. The reputation of the smiling Da Chao Rang was such that even the mention of his name sent shivers down the spine. Fuya had only met him a few times. Do not be anxious. Are you here to dine as well? Chao Rang's smile widened, and his voice possessed an enchanting quality that made it difficult to maintain one's guard. Yes, no. Fuya hesitated before finally responding. I am a server at the shop. A server? A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Chao Rang's eyes. I recall you being a work-study student. Taking on a part-time job as a server might hinder your cultivation. No? The stipend for work-study students at Shrek is quite decent. What benefit does serving at a small eatery provide for your cultivation? Do not forsake the vital for the trivial. While Chao Rang's smile was warm, his authoritative presence as the dean was unmistakable when he reprimanded Fuya. However, emboldened by his dismissive attitude towards the shop, Fuya raised her head and courageously retorted, Dean Chao, that is not the case. I came voluntarily. The owner provides excellent benefits, including meals. The meals here are even better than the advanced nutritional meals at the academy. Oh, Chao Rang's surprise was evident upon hearing this. At Shrek Academy, the cafeteria offered ordinary, nutritional, and advanced nutritional meals available to both teachers and students, though teachers occasionally enjoyed additional benefits. For students, the advanced nutritional meal was the best, often made from rare ingredients, second only to the treasures of heaven and earth, prepared by the continent's finest chefs and priced accordingly, accessible only to a select few students. However, the advanced nutritional meal significantly enhanced the soul master's capabilities, accelerating their soul power growth and even augmenting their mental strength. Hence, despite its high cost, it was deemed worthwhile. But now Fuya claimed that the meals at the shop surpassed the Academy's advanced nutritional offerings? If that were true, then Chao Rang could comprehend Fuya's choice to work there. Yet, he still harbored doubts about the quality of the shop as food. This was not the first time he had heard whispers of the shop's reputation. Although its fame had yet to reach the Inner Academy, many students from the Outer Academy had already visited. As the dean, he had certainly caught wind of some rumors. Nevertheless, he still did not regard the shop with much seriousness, as students from the Outer Academy frequently ventured to the food street to sample various delicacies. And this was merely a change of venue. What truly piqued his interest was the unusual occurrence that morning when a vast area of elemental energy had been suddenly drained. Such phenomena were exceedingly rare. The area affected was more than 1/10 the size of Shrek City. Though it sounded small, given Shrek City's considerable size, 1/10 was indeed extraordinary. Even more bizarre was the fact that with his formidable cultivation level of 96, he could not project his mental energy into the shop to investigate. This was simply unfathomable. Thus, Chao Rang set off early and arrived at the entrance of the small shop, eager to inquire further. Had it not been for the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect blocking his way, he would have knocked on the door and barged in long ago. Noticing that Chao Rang's expression had softened, Fuya quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The director was truly formidable. Shall I go in first? Fuya cautiously ventured, and upon receiving a nod from Chao Rang, she approached and gently rapped on the door. Old Chao, why must you be so stern with the child? I find this little girl quite admirable, remarked Tai Lei, scratching his head with a hint of indifference. What do you know? Chao Rang rolled his eyes, too weary to engage with the fool. With the prestigious Soul Master Academy's Grand Soul Competition approaching, Fuya was a seedling candidate from the Outer Academy and would likely be sent into battle as a reserve team member. It was imperative to keep a close watch on her, ensuring that she did not falter at such a critical moment. As for the other students, he could not be bothered. Ignoring Tai Lei, Chao Rang's gaze shifted to the 2 unfamiliar figures nearby, wearing expressions that bore a semblance of intrigue. If you lack funds, why abandon your business to come here? Has old Bai Mei finally grown restless after decades of seclusion? Standing beside Yu Hua was an elegant middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes, who chuckled softly while adjusting his slightly protruding belly. If a cunning fox like you can come, why can't I? Indeed, the commotion this morning was significant, occurring right in our vicinity. We are here to ascertain if there is anything amiss. The elder with white hair and beard chimed in lazily. Your lack of funds is none of my concern, old Bai Mei, but that proprietor inside has rendered me a favor. Should you wish to dominate this young girl with your prowess, I must protest, Yu Hua remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the pair before returning his gaze to the ground. Upon hearing Yu Hua's words, the two unfamiliar titled Duos exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. The words of a healing-type title Dua carried weight that could not be overlooked. Unlike the four branch leaders of the Tang Sect and Chao Rang, these two enigmatic titled Duos seldom revealed themselves in public, and as such, few recognized them even now. The refined middle-aged man, known as Qianbu, bore the nickname Insufficient Funds due to the homophonic nature of his name. Though he appeared to be an inconspicuous merchant, his title was enough to send shivers down the spines of many soul masters. He served as the chief guest elder at the Shrek City auction house, and his martial soul was a unique divination coin. Before each use of his soul skill, Qianbu must engage his opponent in a coin flip, a step that possesses absolute validity, as the opponent cannot refuse. If he guesses incorrectly, his skill fails. However, should he guess correctly, the power of his skill amplifies tenfold. What does it mean to have all soul skills enhanced tenfold? With this peculiar, yet formidable martial soul, Qianbu embarked on a gambling career that left countless soul masters terrified. While other soul masters fought with fists and fury, Qianbu would alter the dynamics entirely. Want to fight? Let's first flip a coin. Although it was possible to defeat Qianbu, few desired to leave their fate to chance, making him a rare target for conflict. His presence at Qi Han's humble shop was straightforward. As a guest elder of the auction house, he had been exposed to many rare treasures over the years. The extraordinary phenomenon caused by Qi Han earlier that day suggested the potential emergence of an immensely valuable treasure, which piqued his interest. If such a treasure were to be secured by the Shrek City auction house and displayed for bidding, it would undoubtedly be a grand event. The fact that this shop, previously unnoticed by him, could thwart his full investigation at level 96 only intensified his curiosity. On the other hand, the elder with white hair and beard, though lacking a peculiar martial soul like Qianbu, was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. He was known as Bai Changfeng, the honorary elder of the Shrek City Grand Soul Arena, wielding the mutated martial soul known as the White Plum Sword. For reasons unknown, upon awakening his martial soul one fateful night, his hair turned entirely white, earning him the moniker White Brow in his youth. This unique martial soul, classified as a weapon type, but possessing characteristics of a plant type, was unprecedented, due to the distinct nature of his martial soul. Bai Changfeng was also accepted into Shrek Academy as a student. At the age of 37, he broke through to the title Doa level and departed from the academy, leaving his mark on the Doloa continent with his White Plum Sword. Ultimately, he fell to an elder title Doa, returning to Shrek City to accept the invitation of the Grand Soul Arena, becoming its honorary elder. Despite his past defeat, the might of title Doloa may became known far and wide, drawing many powerful soul masters to his side after he assumed his honorary position. However, this was all ancient history. Bai Mei had not been seen for decades, and the current generation of young soul masters hardly recognized him. As for why Bai Mei, who had long been in seclusion, suddenly appeared here, the reason was simple. He had been engrossed in meditation, obsessively striving for advancement. For 2 years, he had struggled to break through the barrier from level 94 to 95, and now, witnessing the extraordinary phenomena suggesting the emergence of rare treasures right before his eyes, he felt an instinctual pull that this might be the opportunity he had awaited. With this motivation, his appearance at the small shop was only natural. "Boss, has something happened in the shop?" Upon stepping inside, Fuya asked nervously. "What has occurred?" Qian responded, "So me hat bewildert. I was just about to inform you that we have new dishes. Did you already guess?" "Huh?" Fuya blinked in confusion. No, not that." She pointed outside. "Boss, look. 7 title Duos are standing outside." Shihan paused, turning to glance outside the shop. He had not noticed earlier, but after Fuya's reminder, he realized that the situation outside was indeed unusual. The system's advanced technology allowed Qi Han to observe the outside world clearly, while those outside could not see in, so he need not worry about the 7 title Duos discovering him. Among them, aside from the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect, he did not recognize the other 3. Could it be that the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect intended to invite other title Duos for a meal at a shop? This system neglected to remind the host that the phenomenon of the fish belly hiding the sheep had a vast influence. The dish the host prepared earlier likely attracted 1/10 of Shrek City's elemental energy, making it highly probable that they came because of that. Shihan fell into contemplation, realizing that perhaps this was not a negative turn of events. What did it matter if they were titled Duos? In his shop, they cannot even break a single table. This is truly a living advertisement. Coincidentally, today the dish fish belly with lamb was introduced, and it is imperative that I recommend it to several esteemed guests. 7 servings of this exquisite dish translate to 7,000 soul coins, which would recoup a significant portion of our evening's revenue. It seems tonight's earnings are destined to set a new historical high. Chapter 66. Is it truly possible? The old owner. Has the price of the new dish been miscalculated? In her shock, Fuya instinctively raised her voice, jolting Chi Han from a reverie. She had noticed the brand-new price tag hanging on the wall. Observing the wide-eyed expression of her colleague, Chi Han smiled gently, assuring her that the price was indeed correct. Yet, would customers actually order this dish at such a price? Fuya hesitated. Even if the dish were delectable, she could hardly justify spending 1,000 soul coins on a single tasting. Rest assured, there will be orders, Chi Han replied with an air of nonchalance. After all, this fish belly with lamb, perfected through countless trials, is worth far more than a mere 1,000 soul coins, not to mention its extraordinary ability to induce deep meditation for 24 hours, accompanied by a truly stunning spectacle. Today, as before, you'll assist me in tasting the dish. All right, Fuya nodded instinctively, only then realizing the significance of Chi Han's words. Is that truly permissible? This is a dish costing 1,000 soul coins. Could she really partake in such an extravagant tasting? Previously, she had not thought twice about sampling the other 3 new dishes, as her daily work meals cost nearly the same. However, this dish amounted to a significant portion of her earnings for half a month. Could it truly be justified? Sensing Fuya's reluctanza, Kithan smiled reassuringly. Regardless of the price, it is merely a dish. What is there to be concerned about? Our small establishment has been bustling with business, and you have worked hard. Consider it a reward for your efforts. You are aware of our daily earnings. To me, 1,000 soul coins for this fish belly with lamb is inconsequential. That is not the issue. Fuya shook her head. The shop's high earnings are due to your exceptional culinary skills, and the quality of the ingredients is also high. You deserve every bit of it. I have not contributed enough to warrant such treatment. I feel undeserving. Fuya's honesty shone through. The shop's daily revenue had recently approached 30,000 soul coins, yet she had never felt envy over Chi Han's monthly compensation of 300 soul coins. Instead, she was genuinely grateful for the work meals provided daily. What a humble girl. Chi Han sighed inwardly, feeling a deeper fondness for Fuya. Nonetheless, Chi Han resolved to prepare a serving of fish belly with lamb for her. As a soul master of her caliber, experiencing deep meditation could yield significant benefits. With that thought, Chi Han feigned seriousness and declared, Fuya, you cannot refuse. Sampling new dishes is part of a server's responsibilities, and I require your feedback on the dish. So just enjoy it. Fuya's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was not foolish and could sense the kindness beneath Chi Han's stern demeanor. With the conversation having reached this point, she could only nod in agreement. In the future, I must find a way to repay the owner's kindness. At that moment, Fuya silently vowed to herself. Before long, Chi Han approached her with an opulent platter topped with a metallic cover, a smile gracing her lips. Open your eyes wide. I'm about to perform a magic trick. A magic trick? The owner can perform magic? Fuya gazed in wonder at the metallic cover. Could the dish worth 1,000 soul coins lie beneath it? Such a peculiar name. How could a fish's belly conceal a lamb? As Chi Han lifted the cover, a rich aroma surged forth, enveloping Fuya in its embrace. Outside the shop, the gazes of 7 titled Bua sharpened simultaneously. In that instant, they felt the surrounding spiritual energy compressing, converging within the small establishment. This is the second time. The 7 exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound and inscrutable expression. As Fuya inhaled the tantalizing aroma of the fish belly with lamb, a flush crept on her cheeks, and she instinctively closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering. Soon, she opened her eyes to witness an unforgettable scene. In the void, a magnificent dragon gate loomed, its majestic pillars adorned with lifelike dragon carvings. Faintly, she could even hear the resonant echoes of dragon roars. The plaque above the gate exuded a true dragon's might, leaving her utterly awestruck. A golden dragonfish surged upward with all its might, leaping through the waters with a resounding splash, transforming into a fierce golden dragon as it soared into the heavens, vanishing in an instant. As the spectacle faded, only the astonished Fuya remained. Despite having witnessed such phenomena before, Chi-Han could not help but feel her heart race. Striving to regain her composure, she gestured toward the platter. Do taste it. Huh. Fuya finally returned to reality, her gaze laden with complexity. Honor, what was that? That was an extraordinary manifestation triggered by the dish's remarkable qualities. In the future, there may be other recipes capable of similar phenomena. It's best to acclimate yourself. Bien rapide, feigning calmness. After a while, Fuya refocused her attention on the dish. A vibrant green lotus leaf lay at the base of the platter, upon which rested a slender fish. The surface of the fish was grilled to a delicate golden hue, the aroma of the wild boar fat mingling enticingly with the fish's own scent. Taking a deep breath, Fuya reached for her chopsticks, targeting the fish's belly. Coming from a coastal city renowned for its seafood, she had always adored fish. She had previously felt disheartened by the absence of fish in Chi-Han's shop. Yet little did she know that the new dish would be fish. Fuya's favorite part was the fish belly, renowned for its tenderness and minimal bones, allowing for easy consumption without the fear of choking. Every bite promised immense satisfaction. As she touched the fish belly with her chopsticks, Fuya was astonished to find it plump and filled. Contemplating the dish's name, she pondered if lamb was indeed concealed within the fish's belly. With a swift motion, she discovered that even the long bones were absent, enabling her to lift a generous piece effortlessly. Had the owner removed the bones? Before she could ponder this question further, as the fish belly broke open, the unique flavor of lamb erupted, filling the dining area with its essence. Inhaling the aroma, Fuya eagerly placed a piece of the lamb-stuffed fish belly into her mouth. Chapter 67, Could She Part With It? As the fish met her palate, Fuya was instantly enveloped by an unparalleled, exquisite flavor, an experience unlike any she had ever encountered. Could food be this delicious? Fuya tightly closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering gently. The sweetness of the fish, the fragrant aroma of the lamb, along with the medley of various ingredients, melded together in a delightful symphony, releasing their essence between her mouth and nose. Her taste buds rejoiced. For the very first time, she truly comprehended the essence of freshness. This is freshness. Fuya's chopsticks moved once more, as she picked up a second piece of fish belly, savoring the exquisite flavor that spread through her mouth, unable to suppress a delightful shiver. The chef's skills were indeed becoming increasingly miraculous. Setting down her empty plate, Fuya wore an expression of lingering desire. The portion of fish belly with lamb was just perfect for her, and having consumed it, she felt satiated. Across from her, Chi-Han observed the satisfied expression on Fuya's face as she finished her dish, a faint smile gracing his lips. What do you think of this dish, Fuya? He inquired. Fuya tilted her head in contemplation before shaking it helplessly. Boss, your cooking is simply too delicious. I can't find a single fault. Why is this dish so incredibly fresh? Because it is the result of the harmonious fusion of fish and lamb flavors. Chi-Han replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Alas, the character for freshness in the Dillua continent was not composed of the characters for fish and lamb. The tale of fish and lamb freshness would remain a mere memory for Chi-Han. Otherwise, he would have been more than willing to share the story of a dish altered by a single character. After tidying up the dining area, Fuya adjusted her maid outfit and slowly pushed open the door of the small establishment. In the half hour she had spent savoring the fish belly with lamb, it was time to officially open the shop. As the door swung open, a slender figure entered the shop, a white-haired elder. Bai Changfeng, the white plum de la. After examining the shop's decor with keen eyes, Bai Changfeng's gaze momentarily lingered on the menu wall before shifting to Fuya. Little girl, where is the owner of this establishment? The owner is in the kitchen. Fuya indicated toward Chi-Han, who was quietly preparing. Oh, a glint of sharpness flickered in Bai Changfeng's eyes beneath his white brows as he stepped towards the kitchen. As he crossed the threshold between the kitchen and dining area, his expression suddenly changed. A translucent barrier emerged silently, halting his advance and leaving his foot suspended in midair. Humph! Bai Changfeng let out a cold snort, his long-suppressed pride ignited by the mere barrier of light. How dare this little shop obstruct me? Bai Changfeng, his soul power surged violently, resonating as if a clear sword cry was unleashed from within. Break! Bai Changfeng commanded, yet the barrier remained unmoved. The other 6 individuals who had entered the shop after him observed this scene, their pupils involuntarily contracting. Bai Changfeng appeared unfazed, not even revealing his soul rings. Yet the others understood that the technique he had just employed was far from ordinary. It was the white plum sword intent he had cultivated over decades, capable of breaking through anything, allowing him to confront foes 2 levels above him in soul power. Such prowess, and yet he could not breach this inexplicable barrier? The owner of this small shop possesses remarkable support. Hearing the commotion, Chi Han turned to see the white-haired elder seemingly venting frustration at the air, scratching his head in confusion. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Bai Changfeng narrowed his eyes, subtly retracting the leg he had extended. "Young man, at your age, I was not as arrogant as you." In his view, the barrier was clearly a manifestation of the shop owner's power, yet the owner feigned ignorance. Was this not arrogance? However, despite having seen Bai Changfeng's formidable presence through the shop window, Chi Han found the elder's inexplicable malice to be quite off-putting. "If you wish to place an order, just inform Faya," he said, turning his back to continue his preparations, dismissing Bai Changfeng altogether. He had expected that all title de law would be as amiable as the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Bai Changfeng's face darkened with anger, ready to lash out, when a hand gently settled on his shoulder. "All right, old Bai, find a seat." Yu Hua cast a disapproving glance at Bai Changfeng, shaking his head in resignation. He had anticipated that this fellow would cause trouble. Yet, he was genuinely surprised that the young owner possessed such capabilities. Among the 7, the 4 hall masters of the Tang Sect were generally good-natured, although they would bicker. It was merely a normal interaction among friends. Chao Rang, as the director of the Outer Academy of Shrek Academy, had a good temperament after years of teaching, while Qianbo was known as a kind-hearted individual. Only Bai Changfeng's character was somewhat haughty, otherwise. He would not have disappeared from the public eye for decades after a single defeat. Nevertheless, being a student of Shrek Academy, even Bai Changfeng could not indulge in any oppressive behavior. "Young owner, might I request a favor?" Yu Hua inquired with a smile, his tone amiable. Chi Han respected the elder, who was a regular patron of the small shop, often dining there. "What do you mean by that, Elder Yu?" Qian Fei net ignorance. Though he suspected he knew what was coming, the elder's cunning was evident. Yu Hua sighed. "The reason we have gathered here is likely known to you. We bear no ill will. We simply wish to inquire about the significant fluctuations of natural energy in the shop. If there are any rare treasures emerging, I trust you are aware of the Tang Sect's capabilities and our willingness to acquire such treasures at a premium. Would you be willing to part with them? I can also represent Shrek Academy for the purchase." Chao Rang added with a friendly smile, nodding slightly. Bai Changfeng grunted in frustration, initially intending to speak. But recalling the earlier encounter, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 68. A portion of fish belly with lamb. Rare treasures? Chi Han was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. It turned out the title Daw were interpreting the phenomenon of the carp leaping over the dragon gate as a sign of rare treasures emerging, which explained their sudden interest. Yet, when considering the value of the fish belly with lamb, it was hardly inferior to any rare treasure. After all, Chi Han had documented all the rare ingredients in his culinary compendium and had not encountered any that could induce profound meditation. "Elder Yu, should there truly be rare treasures, I would gladly offer them to you, but I assure you there are none in this shop," Chi Han said with a hint of exasperation. "If there are none, how do you explain the phenomenon?" Chao Rang furrowed his brow slightly, as his martial soul was connected to the spirit, enabling him to discern that Chi Han spoke the truth. However, the 2 extraordinary phenomena experienced by Chao Rang could not possibly be mere illusions. Such grand fluctuations must surely have a source. Chi Han pointed to the price list on the wall, asserting that the so-called phenomena described by the esteemed elders were likely the result of my new dish. Faya, observing anxiously from the side, feared that the boss might offend the several title de law, leading to an irreparable situation. At that moment, she spoke up. "Director, the boss did not speak falsely. The phenomenon we just witnessed was indeed caused by the boss's new dish, which I witnessed with my own eyes." Upon hearing this, the title daw turned their attention to the price list, and the other diners who had entered the small restaurant were equally intrigued. The instant they glimpsed the price list, a hush fell over the crowd, with some patrons even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. 1,000 gold soul coins for a single dish? What kind of dish could command such a price? Surely, the boss must have mispriced it. How do the new dishes at this restaurant become increasingly expensive? Even the titled Bois could not help but furrow their brows, with Qianzhu directly inquiring, "Little one, is there a mistake in the price of this dish?" As a high-ranking member of the Shrek auction house, he had encountered countless culinary creations, yet he had never seen a dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. "Let me try this fish belly hidden lamb." Compared to the others, Yuhua was more straightforward and promptly ordered portion, eager to discover the nature of this dish worth 1,000 gold soul coins. As a regular patron of the establishment, he dined there almost every meal, and thus understood that the restaurant was more complex than it appeared on the surface. Yuhua could generally identify the raw materials of each dish, estimating their costs, a habit of his profession. After a brief assessment, he realized that each dish in the restaurant had a cost exceeding 80% of its selling price. Thus, although the dishes were expensive, they were indeed a fair deal. Consequently, when faced with a new dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins, Yuhua's thoughts diverged from those of the others. He was more curious about the ingredients the boss had used. In contrast to Yuhua's decisiveness, the others chose to observe from the sidelines. Since this was not a rare treasure, but merely a dish, there was no need to rush, having lost its uniqueness. There was no competition required. With Yuhua having already placed an order, they could simply wait to see his reaction. For the title Doloa, 1,000 gold soul coins was not a significant sum, yet no one wished to be treated like a fool. Observing the other diners, they noticed a strange glint in their eyes as they regarded Yuhua. Shihan nodded and then entered the kitchen to begin cooking. Although only one portion of fish belly hidden lamb had been ordered, Shihan was unfazed. He had confidence that once the other titled Boa witnessed the phenomena produced by this dish, they would no longer be able to contain themselves. Soon, Yuhua's fish belly hidden lamb was served. As Faya carefully placed the dish, covered with a metallic lid, before Yuhua, all the diners in the small restaurant fell into a brief silence, their eyes fixed on the plate before him. Even those unable to afford the new dish were filled with curiosity about such an expensive culinary creation. When the metallic lid was lifted, a fish, resting enticingly atop a vibrant green lotus leaf and shimmering in a captivating golden hue, was revealed to all. A Millennium Dragon scale fish. Yuhua, Chaorang, and Qianzhu exclaimed in astonishment. As the branch leader of the Tang Sect's pharmacy, Yuhua had encountered countless rare treasures in his lifetime. Recognizing the dragon scale fish required only a glance. Within the Sea God Pavilion, there was an elder who enjoyed tending to dragon scale fish, having designated a small area in the Sea God Lake to cultivate his prized fish. As a member of the Sea God Pavilion, Chaorang was certainly familiar with such a rare and precious dragon scale fish. Qianzhu, a senior member of the Shrek auction house, had seen many rare treasures and even handled some of the most valuable items himself. At that moment, he instantly recognized the dish's ingredients. Was this dish expensive? In that instant, the answer was clear to the three of them. It was not expensive at all. A Millennium Dragon scale fish, if placed on the auction block, would fetch far more than 1,000 gold soul coins. While its nurturing effects might not be worth that price, the fish itself was incredibly rare. A single dragon scale fish required a millennium of careful cultivation to reach its finest quality. Not to mention that this type of fish had a lifespan of just over 1,000 years. Like a fleeting moment, it was only possible for the system to alter the flow of time to cultivate the dragon scale fish, significantly reducing its cost and allowing Qihan to present it at a price of 1,000 gold soul coins. Others, less experienced, had yet to identify the dragon scale fish when suddenly a remarkable change occurred. The surrounding ambient energy surged wildly toward the fish belly hidden lamb, the intangible essence even stirring the air, creating gentle breezes. The phenomenon had arrived. The seven titled Boa perceived it most acutely, their expressions turning grave as they gazed at the space above the fish belly hidden lamb. There, the ambient energy had condensed into a misty white vapor, and they understood precisely what that represented. The white mist transitioned from faint to dense, gradually taking form and shape as countless dragons soared through the heavens, manifesting as a dragon gate, their mighty presence palpable to all who beheld this spectacle. Within the restaurant, several lower-ranked soul masters with dragon-type martial spirits instinctively activated their martial spirits in response to the overwhelming dragon aura. Fortunately, it dissipated quickly enough to prevent them from losing composure. The white mist transformed again, becoming a cascading waterfall, within which a glimmer of golden light ascended slowly and resolutely. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a resplendent golden dragon-scale fish. With a splash, the dragon-scale fish leapt forth, its sound resonating deep within the hearts of the spectators. In the next moment, the dragon-scale fish transformed into a magnificent golden dragon, soaring high above, its triumphant roar echoing throughout the dining area of the restaurant. Soon, everything vanished, and the white mist rapidly merged back into the fish belly hidden lamb that had just been presented. "Boss, bring me a portion of the fish belly hidden lamb." After a lengthy silence, the six titled spoke in unison. Chapter 69. The Kindred Spirits of the Tang Sect Chefs is a dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins expensive? Certainly, it is exorbitantly so. However, if this dish could evoke such a grand phenomenon, that would be an entirely different matter. The titled Delaw, possessing keen insights, recognized the extraordinary nature of the fish belly hidden lamb after witnessing the phenomenon firsthand. Have you ever seen a dish capable of conjuring such a spectacle? In contrast to the delayed realization of the others, Yu Hua chuckled, contentedly using his chopsticks to delicately separate the flesh from the belly of the fish, savoring the rich aroma that wafted from within. This moment was indeed peak for Yu Hua. The six gathered closely around him, eyes wide with anticipation as they watched him enjoy the delicacy. The enticing fragrance wafted through the air, a sensory experience unlike any they had encountered before, with its complex, layered meat aroma nearly causing them to salivate. Yet, in the midst of the crowd, the others maintained a semblance of decorum, refraining from crowding around Yu Hua to snatch his food, save for one shameless monkey. With a swift motion, Yu Hua's chopsticks intercepted a pair reaching for the dish, and he raised an eyebrow, snorting, "Old monkey, if you dare to lay hands on my dish, do not blame me for seeking an opportunity to poison you." Tear withdrew his chopsticks with a hint of dissatisfaction, recalling certain unpleasant memories that compelled him to let out a dry chuckle. Not at all. Not at all. Although Yu Hua was unable to match Tear in strength, the skilled poisoners at the apothecary were elusive and cunning. Once in a moment of anger, Yu Hua had inflicted a minor poison upon Tear, which, while not lethal, left him itching all over for 3 days and nights. Even now, the memory lingered vividly in his mind. With Tear's inclination to snatch food thwarted, Yu Hua savored a piece of the exquisite fish belly stuffed with lamb, and as he chewed, an intense and delightful flavor enveloped his senses. His eyes widened with astonishment. The other dishes from the little restaurant had already seemed to him the pinnacle of culinary delight in Dolua continent, and he had thought nothing could surpass their flavor. Yet, Shihan's actions proved that only he could surpass his own records. The fish belly stuffed with lamb surpassed the other dishes in deliciousness by leaps and bounds. The tender and fresh dragon-scaled fish, the unique flavor of lamb with a hint of game, and the marvelous combination of several side ingredients within the fish belly all harmonized beautifully. Remarkably, the fish skin, which shimmered with a golden hue, offered a crisp texture that complemented the delicate fish meat without clashing. Instead, it blended seamlessly, exuding a familiar aroma reminiscent of badger pork. Yu Hua realized that the taste of the fish belly stuffed with lamb was truly a symphony of diverse ingredients, each melding perfectly, resulting in an elevated and exquisite flavor. Observing Yu Hua's initial astonishment followed by a look of pure enjoyment, the other titled Luos were filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the secret of this dish. Fortunately, Shihan did not keep them waiting long, as Fuya soon brought out plate after plate of the fish belly stuffed with lamb, causing the atmosphere to crackle with excitement, as if carp were leaping into the dragon gate, transforming into mighty dragons. Even upon repeated viewing, the diners were still awestruck, and it was evident that such a wondrous dish would stir even greater waves among the patrons. Before the gates of Shrek City, 2 figures cloaked in expansive black robes were shrouded from view. One, slightly hunched, suddenly gasped, "Teacher, what is it?" The other figure inquired, lifting their head with curiosity. A strand of silver hair cascaded from the black robe, and the outline of the lower half of the face that was subtly visible beneath the robe was enough to overshadow everything around them. Something seemed amiss within the city, as the elder felt a significant fluctuation of the elemental energies. The hunched figure pondered for a moment, gazing distantly toward the source of the energy disturbance. "Should we go take a look?" The voice, as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, carried an air of excitement and curiosity, akin to that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The hunchbacked figure helplessly raised their head, the face, marked by the passage of time, yet still radiant. Responded, Lianxin, I am now over 140 years old. Do you know the secret behind my youthful appearance? Yuan Lianxin, filled with excitement, lifted her hood, her enchanting visage radiating joy. Teacher, have you finally decided to share your skincare secrets with me? The elder paused momentarily, speaking softly. It is simply that I do not care to meddle in trivial matters. Yuan Lianxin replied eagerly. Teacher, where shall we dine at noon? Why not visit the food street? It's on me. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her appetite ignited after emerging from seclusion without having eaten. We shall not go anywhere at noon. After absorbing your spirit ring, you must quickly return to stabilize your realm, lest you suffer from hunger again. Oh, Yuan Lianxin pouted, redonning her hood as the two figures hastened toward Shrek Academy. Such exquisite flavors exist in this world. I never imagined that at my age. I would still have the opportunity to broaden my horizons. Patting his slightly protruding belly, Qianbu set down his now empty plate, unable to suppress his admiration. It seemed that in his leisure time, he could frequent this little restaurant. It was only a short walk from the Shrek City auction house. Having heard that the four old fellows from Tang Sect often visited, Qianbu now understood why. He shot a glare at Zhao Yinsheng, the one with whom he shared the closest bond among the four Tang Sect masters. How could this old chap indulge in such delicacies without informing him? How infuriating! Zhao Yinsheng, looking innocent, finished the last morsel of the fish belly stuffed with lamb and quietly set down his chopsticks. Why was Qianbu glaring at him? Did he intend to pick a fight? Handsome men were often fortunate. He had no fear of this old fellow. Chao Yang put down his plate, having been the slowest eater among the seven, as he savored each bite, absorbing the nutrients within. Indeed, the culinary creations of this little restaurant were remarkable, even more nourishing than the advanced nutritional meals at Shrek Academy. Could I perhaps invite the chef of this little restaurant to become the culinary master at Shrek Academy? The previous chef had boasted of being the best on the continent, yet now it seemed he was merely a step above pig food. As for Bai Chafeng, his expression was less than favorable. While the fish belly stuffed with lamb was undeniably nourishing, it primarily benefited lower-tier spirit masters and held little value for him, who was on the verge of breaking through to level 95. Had he misjudged? Was there no opportunity for him to break through within this little restaurant? Bai Chafeng felt a tinge of discontent. In the end, the seven titled Duluos departed with satisfaction. Even Bai Chafeng, who had not found a breakthrough opportunity, could not deny the exquisite flavors he had experienced at this little establishment. Following their visit, several other patrons, intrigued by the extraordinary nature of the fish belly stuffed with lamb, chose to spend 1,000 gold soul coins to try it. From the expressions of those diners, it was evident that their experience had been gratifying. Nevertheless, the number of patrons opting for this dish remained limited, as the price of 1,000 gold soul coins was sufficient to deter many. Only those of rank 5 or affluent merchants and nobles could casually part with such sums. The 2-hour business period quickly concluded, yet the stir caused by the fish belly stuffed with lamb was far from over. Back in his tranquil chamber, Bai Chafeng sat cross-legged on the cushion at the center. He was not one to embrace luxury, as evidenced by the simple and unadorned decor of his room. He was far more interested in cultivation and strengthening than in indulgence. Sigh, Bai Chafeng let out a soft exhale. He had yet to overcome the hurdle of level 95, which was uncharacteristic given his talent. The defeat he suffered decades ago still haunted him, becoming a mental demon that hindered his progress. He had hoped that the little restaurant would present an opportunity for his breakthrough, only to find a false hope. While the food was indeed delicious, it bore little benefit for his cultivation. It seems I must rely on my own efforts to overcome this barrier, he mused, shaking his head and chiding himself for seeking shortcuts. With resolve, Bai Chafeng focused his mind and began his meditation. For title Doloa, meditation is as simple as eating or drinking. In an instant, he enters a meditative state. His breathing stabilizes, and his expression regains its tranquility, shedding the previous coldness. Within his tightly closed eyes, a glimmer of divine light is concealed, and the surrounding elemental energies of heaven and earth are drawn in abundance. His soul power surges like a mighty tide, creating ripples of energy around him. Unnoticed by anyone, a faint golden light blossoms from the center of Bai Changfeng's forehead, elongated and resembling the shape of a dragon scale fish upon closer inspection. The golden light flickers and vanishes, causing a shift in Bai Changfeng's meditative state. The elemental energies drawn from the surroundings are suddenly dispersed, and the tumult of soul power is gradually restrained, eventually converging completely within him. His breathing becomes almost imperceptible, as if he has entered a state of suspended animation. However, from the center of his forehead, the vast mental force within his sea of consciousness is stirred, generating countless waves. His form becomes ethereal, present yet nearly imperceptible, surrounded by the intertwining of Tao and principles, as the laws of heaven and earth envelop him in layers. This is a profound meditation, a rare opportunity that countless soul masters seek, yet cannot easily attain. Bai Changfeng had experienced such profound meditation once before, which had bestowed upon him the comprehension of the white plum sword intent, allowing him to suppress others of the same rank. As he senses this familiar situation once more, Bai Changfeng is startled, yet dares not display his joy, fearing that excessive emotions will disrupt this elusive state. He quickly empties his mind, his expression neutral, and, following the guidance of the laws of heaven and earth, commences his second profound meditation. Bai Mei Doluo is not an isolated case. A similar situation unfolds among the 7 titled Doluos. Achieving the rank of titled Doluo necessitates both talent and effort. After lunch, several of them instinctively plan to meditate. Yet this time, their meditation proves remarkably different. While Chi Han is unaware of the specifics regarding the 7 titled Doluos, he can surmise some aspects. Observing Fuya tidying up the dishes and preparing to leave, Chi Han clears his throat and speaks slowly. Fuya, I have something to discuss with you. Fuya looks up at her boss, intrigued. It is rare for him to stop her as she prepares to return to the academy. Does he have something to say? Suddenly, her expression shifts slightly. Boss, you're not planning to take another leave, are you? It has been long since we opened. It seems a bit excessive for the boss to take leave so frequently, akin to certain unscrupulous authors known for their erratic schedules. Cough, cough. Chi Han awkwardly clears his throat, unsure how Fuya connected those dots. No, I shouldn't be taking leave anytime soon. That is good to hear. Fuya breathes a sigh of relief. So what is on your mind? Well, Chi Han scratches his head, uncertain how to begin. After you return, please practice meditation as soon as possible. Fish belly hiding sheep is a special dish with unique effects. Consuming it will ensure you can enter a deep meditation state for the next 24 hours. When Fuya comprehends the implications of Chi Han's words, her entire demeanor becomes stunned. As an excellent student of Shrek Academy, Fuya understands profound meditation far better than Chi Han, although she has yet to experience such a state herself. Ordinary soul masters engage in meditation to perceive the surrounding elemental energies and absorb them into their meridians, allowing their soul power to assimilate these energies, thereby enhancing their overall soul power and rank. While the term profound meditation differs from meditation by just 2 words, the disparity between the two is unfathomable. Profound meditation transcends mere absorption of elemental energies. It merges the mind with the cosmos, allowing for an intimate understanding of the laws of nature, a rare opportunity that many soul masters may never encounter in their lifetime. Numerous treasures exist to elevate soul power, yet none can directly facilitate entry into profound meditation. Thus, upon hearing Chi Han's words, Fuya's first instinct is to dismiss the notion as a deception. However, she quickly dispels that thought. Her boss has no reason to lie. So this is real? A surge of excitement and anticipation fills Fuya, who has never experienced profound meditation. Wait a moment. If profound meditation lasts 24 hours, wouldn't that mean I can't come to the shop tonight and tomorrow afternoon? In an instant, Fuya is faced with a dilemma. Chi Han scratches his head again. If you meditate now, you probably want to make it tonight or tomorrow afternoon. Is Ing Shuang available? If so, perhaps she could cover for you twice. I can offer her 10 gold soul coins and 2 meals as compensation. Fuya falls into contemplation. After careful consideration, it seems that Shuang has often expressed envy toward her work. Perhaps she should let her give it a try. After all, aside from having a slightly smaller bust, Shuang's figure is comparable to her own, and she should fit into the work uniform. All right. Fuya's eyes light up as she decisively ventures further down the path of selling out her friend. Really? The boss actually said he would treat me to 2 meals? A look of surprise lights up Shuang's face, as she had long envied her friend for enjoying complimentary meals at the shop daily. Now, would it finally be her turn? Yes, you'll be helping me as a waitress at the shop tonight and tomorrow afternoon, and the meals come as a bonus. Fuya pinches Shuang's slightly plump cheek, revealing a hint of exasperation. How did it turn into a free meal, in Shuang's words? Is she really reliable? What if she complicates things for the boss at the shop? Don't worry, it's just being a waitress. It's a piece of cake for me, Shuang. Shuang pats her flat chest, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Fuya, hurry and bring me your work uniform to try on. Shuang had long coveted Fuya's exquisitely designed uniforms, but Fuya had carefully guarded them and refused to let Shuang try them on. Now, she finally finds an opportunity. All right. Fuya rolls her eyes and retrieves her freshly dried maid outfit, helping Shuang put it on. Once dressed in the maid outfit, Shuang glances in the mirror and down at her somewhat flat chest, unable to suppress a pout. Fuya, I need your comfort. The maid outfit had been custom-made by the system for Fuya's figure, making it slightly ill-fitting for Shuang. Thankfully, the outfit's chest and waist areas could be adjusted, and with Fuya's assistance, Shuang quickly tailors it to her size. Seeing her friend's pitiful expression, Fuya chuckles as she ruffles Shuang's hair. There is no need for concern. This is simply how it is. Is this what you call comfort? This is a critical blow. Fuya, you truly possess a talent for comforting. Shuang clutches her chest in mock agony, feeling the weight of her friend's playful malice. No, Fuya. Give me half of your chest. After a round of playful banter, Fuya begins her meditation, while Shuang sits nearby, curiously observing her. Fuya had already communicated to her that she might enter a state of deep meditation during her practice, which filled Shuang with both envy and curiosity, as she had never experienced such profound meditation herself. As Fuya delved into her meditation, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared on her forehead. Before Shuang could discern its nature, the light vanished as quietly as it had come, and in an instant, Fuya's meditative state shifted. Rubbing her eyes in astonishment, Shuang realized that if she closed her eyes, she could no longer sense Fuya's presence. Yet upon opening them, Fuya was unmistakably seated across from her. Is this what deep meditation is like? How wondrous! Deep meditation is incredibly precious. Such a state is rare and difficult to attain. After pondering for a moment, Shuang quietly slipped out of bed, retrieved a dusty wooden plaque from the cabinet, wiped off the dust, and hung it on the outside of the dormitory door. The plaque bore the striking red characters, "In meditation, please do not disturb." This sign was not merely a simple notice. According to the regulations of Shrek Academy, hanging this plaque prohibited others from entering the dormitory and disturbing the practitioner within. Violating this rule could lead to severe consequences, including expulsion. Each dormitory was equipped with such a plaque to ensure that students could cultivate without interruption, though its actual use was rare, as normal meditation could typically withstand minor disturbances. To minimize inconveniences, few would hang this sign unless they were in a particularly sensitive state of practice. At that moment, to allow Fuya to meditate in peace, Shuang decided to retrieve the plaque, which had gone unused since their first year. Returning to her own bed, Shuang glanced at Fuya, who was lost in her thoughts, a smile gracing her lips. "You're working so hard. I should put in some effort too," she murmured softly before entering her own meditation. System, use 4 2-star optional recipe fragments to exchange for the 2-star recipe. Complete Hotpot base. Shihan's voice carried a hint of excitement. Completing the fish belly lamb dish not only meant that his small shop now had a 3-star recipe, but also allowed him to continue progressing in his previously stalled recipe learning. After such a long wait, the fragments he had accumulated could finally be exchanged. Warm reminder. The Hotpot series requires a special dining table for consumption. It cannot be sold without it. What does that mean? It seems like that was never mentioned before. Shihan's heart sank slightly. System, what does special dining table mean? As shown in the image. As he spoke, an image appeared before Shihan, depicting a dining table that matched the style of his small shop. It resembled the tables in his current establishment, but there was a large hole in the center designed to hold a hot pot. Is this what a special dining table is? Shihan scrutinized it for a long time, Other than the hole in the center, it didn't seem very different. That's simple. System, just modify the tables in my shop, Shihan asserted, thinking it was no big deal. The host does not have renovation permissions for the shop. The operation cannot be completed. Please obtain renovation permissions first. This renovation permission sounds familiar. Only intermediate chefs can possess the rights to expand and renovate their shops. Please strive to reach the level of intermediate chef as soon as possible. Damn! Shihan felt several lines of frustration appear on his face. He finally remembered what this renovation permission entailed. When the system had previously set expectations for him, he had overlooked this so-called renovation, right? Only paying attention to the expansion rights, not realizing the system had been waiting for him. So, the system has duped me again? This system never deceives the host. When the host inquired about the availability of Hotpot, this system, adhering to the principle of full disclosure, provided all relevant information about Hotpot without withholding anything. There was no deception involved. Shihan fell into contemplation. So, I brought this upon myself? Huh? Why do I keep saying again? Indeed. Gazing at the 4 available 2-star optional recipe fragments, Shihan finally let out a deep sigh. After eagerly anticipating the Hotpot base, he found he couldn't exchange it in the short term. Forget it, I'll claim the 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. Ultimately, Shihan chose not to use the fragments. Since he couldn't exchange for the Hotpot series for now, having another 2-star dish would not significantly impact his shop. It was better to save the fragments for when he could sell the Hotpot series. In the next moment, Shihan vanished from his location, entering the training space to begin practicing Kung Pao chicken. Chapter 72. Kung Pao chicken. Kung Pao chicken is a renowned traditional dish known both domestically and internationally. Its origins can be traced back to the sautéed diced chicken in Shandong cuisine and the spicy chicken cubes in Guizhou cuisine, later refined and popularized by Ding Baojuan, the governor of Sichuan during the Qing dynasty, to become the Kung Pao chicken we know today. The system provided the most traditional method for making Kung Pao chicken. Shihan took a deep breath, easing the fatigue in his brain from prolonged practice, then focused his attention back on the cooking pot. He added a small amount of oil to the pot and heated it until it crackled, quickly reducing the heat to maintain a low flame. He then gently slid peanuts into the oil along the edges of the pot, frying them slowly over low heat until the pink hue deepened to an alluring brown. The rich aroma of fried peanuts wafted through the air. Only then did Shihan turn off the heat and carefully remove the peanuts, setting them aside. After rinsing the chicken breast of the sparrow and meticulously trimming away the sinews, a task that posed no challenge for Shihan, who had mastered the more advanced skill of deboning whole fish, he swiftly diced the breast meat in just a few breaths. His knife skills had evidently improved to a proficient level, allowing him to pass the slicing portion of the 2-star recipe with minimal errors. He placed the diced chicken into a small bowl, sprinkled it with the system's special starch, and mixed it thoroughly before setting it aside. Shihan reignited the heat, adding the chicken that had rested for a few minutes into the heated oil, stirring carefully. Soon, the semi-transparent chicken transformed into a pale yellow-white, releasing a savory aroma that made Shihan instinctively sniff. Perfect, that's the flavor. Having practiced this step thousands of times, Shihan was already adept at determining the doneness of the chicken merely by scent. Once the chicken was perfectly cooked, he set it aside as well. With his knife flashing quickly, he chopped ginger and garlic, then diced cucumber before adding the ginger and garlic to the pot to saute until fragrant. He added bean paste, turned up the heat, and tossed in the chicken and peanuts. It's worth mentioning that this bean paste was also specially provided by the system, and Shihan had no idea what specific ingredients were included, nor did he dare to inquire, as he stirred until the chicken was evenly coated with a light brown hue. Shihan added the diced cucumber and seasoning before giving it a quick toss and plating it. Only after successfully plating the dish did the system's notification sound finally ring out, allowing Shihan to exhale in relief. The system has completed its task. Congratulations, host, on mastering the exquisite 2-star recipe, Kung Pao chicken. What is the price of this dish? The 2-star recipe for Kung Pao chicken is priced at 18 gold soul coins per serving. This price is quite reasonable, apart from the pig stomach chicken. This dish is likely the most affordable among the 2-star recipes, with a new dish recently priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. Introducing a more economical dish seems to be a wise decision, catering to those who cannot afford the fish belly with hidden sheep. The time spent practicing Kung Pao chicken was relatively short, roughly 5 days within the training space, while only 2 hours passed in the real world. Mastering a 2-star recipe in just 2 hours allows Chi-Han to potentially arrange for another new dish in the remaining time. Currently, apart from the 4 fragments of 2-star optional recipes from the Hotpot series, Chi-Han also possesses 2 fragments of 1-star optional recipes as a reward for completing a limited-time task, which required selling 1,000 servings of 3 new dishes within 5 days. This means Chi-Han can exchange for 2 additional 1-star recipes. But he is not in a rush to introduce new dishes. Having just launched the fish belly with hidden sheep at noon and now preparing to release Kung Pao chicken in the evening, adding 2 more 1-star recipes would be too hasty. Hence, Chi-Han intends to leave the training space vacant for a few days. The small restaurant's menu has reached a certain scale, and it is time to practice other skills. For instance, carving? System. Will the training space open when I practice ghost carving? The ghost carving training will activate a specialized space for knife skills, distinct from the recipe training environment. Yet with the same flow of time, the environment matters little. What is essential is that the time flow remains identical. What we seek is the 60-fold acceleration of time. Will the system not provide materials for carving practice? Forget I mentioned it. Chi-Han felt increasingly constrained by the system lately. With some time still left before leaving the shop, he decided to take out Ghost Carving and peruse it. As he opened the book, the surrounding scenery subtly shifted, transporting him into a tranquil chamber surrounded by lush bamboo groves, seemingly without end. Observing the surroundings, Chi-Han marveled at the advanced environment of this specialized knife skills training space compared to the recipe training space. Both are generated by the system, with no distinction of superiority. What is suitable is what is best. So, will I be carving bamboo? No, considering the host has never engaged in carving before. The system will provide the most basic carving materials for practice. As he spoke, a solid piece of softwood appeared before Chi-Han. He picked it up and examined it closely, puzzled, asking system, is this wood from Blue Star? It doesn't look quite right. The piece of softwood resembled a tree trunk, but lacked growth rings, appearing quite strange. This is a unique plant from the Doa continent, the eternal tree, which does not form growth rings internally, concealing its precise age. While the eternal tree does not confer immortality, its trunk is uniform and soft, making it suitable for beginners. Thus, it was chosen as the host's practice material. Eternal tree? The name sounds quite impressive. Chi-Han weighed the piece of wood in his hand. System. You haven't provided me with a carving knife yet. How can I practice carving without one? Please utilize your martial soul for carving. Chi-Han fell silent. A palm-sized kitchen knife is hardly suitable for carving. If it were merely relief carving, that would be one thing, but flipping through ghost carving revealed various intricate techniques, such as hollow carving, which cannot be accomplished with such a large knife. The system also fell silent, seemingly recognizing the difficulty of the task. After a long pause, it finally spoke. In light of the limitations of the host's kitchen knife martial soul, the following compensatory plan is presented. The host's martial soul will gain a new characteristic, allowing it to morph according to the host's needs, but only into kitchen utensils. Chi-Han was once again left in silence. While an upgraded characteristic of the martial soul is advantageous, why limit it strictly to kitchen tools? Am I destined to be merely a chef for life? System. I refuse to accept this. Grant me a legendary sword instead, a blade that can slay dragons. Chapter 73. Starting carving with a sphere? Although Chi-Han harbored ambitions of becoming a formidable figure, the system clearly had no intention of indulging him. The kitchen knife martial soul appeared in his hand, and a beam of white light flew in from an unknown source, merging into the knife and vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, Chi-Han felt a distinct change in his martial soul. With a mere thought, the knife visibly transformed, rapidly shrinking and elongating into a carving knife. This metamorphosis occurred entirely at Chi-Han's will. It could revert to its original kitchen knife form at any time. With the carving knife in hand, Chi-Han grasped the trunk of the eternal tree, surveying it, yet remained unsure of where to begin. System, what should I carve as a beginner? After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. Why not carve an egg? Channeling his inner Da Vinci. The host is practicing carving, not painting. Please start with carving a sphere. A sphere? It seems quite similar to an egg. There is a significant difference. Each egg's shape is unique. No 2 eggs are identical, while all spheres are exactly the same. Indeed, Chi-Han realized the system's point. Then, I shall begin with a sphere. Initially, Shihan believed carving a sphere would be a simple task, but once he commenced, he discovered he had grossly underestimated the challenge. Creating a smooth-looking sphere was not difficult. It merely required shaving off the corners with a carving knife. However, the system's expectations were far from basic. It mandated a geometrically precise sphere. The spheres Shihan carved exhibited unevenness, with some areas indented and others protruding, failing to meet the standard. Frustratingly, unlike recipe training, the system would not interrupt during the carving process, only pointing out errors after completion and demanding a redo. An hour passed outside, but Shihan spent 2.5 days in the training space, yet still could not carve a standard sphere as required by the system. According to the guidelines in ghost carving and the system's instructions, achieving a standard sphere would signify his formal entry into the art. Otherwise, he would even qualify as a novice. Exiting the training space, Shihan sighed in resignation, glancing at the price list on the wall. Upon noticing the newly added price for Kung Pao chicken, his frustration was somewhat alleviated. Regardless of the circumstances, discovering a new price list is always a delightful experience. This indicates that there is yet another dish that, rather than draining one's wallet, promises to be a lucrative addition. As his gaze swept over the entrance of the quaint establishment, Shihan's eyes momentarily narrowed. Although he was already aware that Shuang would be substituting for Fuya at the shop that evening, witnessing her donning a maid outfit and waiting outside still elicited a flicker of surprise within him. Strangely enough, she appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Shuang had always presented herself in rugged attire, exuding a fiery temperament. Yet, in the maid outfit, she lost some of that tempestuousness, embodying a more refined elegance. This transformation took Shihan aback. Upon reaching the entrance, he opened the door and smiled at the wide-eyed Shuang, inviting her in. She stepped inside, her bright eyes curiously surveying the empty shop. Although she had visited the establishment more than a dozen times, this was her first experience entering as a server, and it felt refreshingly novel. Earlier that day, she had dined there and witnessed the spectacle of the carp leaping over the dragon's gate. But the price of 1,000 gold soul coins had far exceeded her modest budget, leaving her to merely gaze longingly. Even so, Shuang had never contemplated asking Shihan to treat her to the fish belly concealed lamb. Her carefree demeanor did not equate to foolishness. While Shihan had invited Fuya to sample the dish in order to evaluate it, she had worked tirelessly at the shop and deserved such a reward. Shuang was merely filling in temporarily, after all. Thus, she had already resolved to order a small serving of fried rice along with a portion of tomato beef brisket. It had been several days since she had last savored tomato beef brisket, and she found herself yearning for it. However, before she could voice her order, Shihan interjected, announcing that there was a new dish available tonight, and suggesting she try it as part of her meal. "New dish?" she exclaimed. "Is it the fish belly concealed lamb?" She shook her head vigorously. "Boss, the fish belly concealed lamb is far too expensive for me." "Huh?" Shihan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled incredulously. "No, look at the menu." Following his gesture, Shuang glanced at the price list on the wall. The first thing that caught her eye was the distinctively colored fish belly concealed lamb. But soon she noticed another new dish listed beneath it, Kung Pao chicken for 18 gold soul coins. So this was the new dish the boss had mentioned. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had always envied Fuya for being the first to taste new dishes, and now, surprisingly, it was her turn. Did the boss really just introduce a new dish at lunch, and now there's another one already? That's incredibly fast, she thought in astonishment. Then I'll have a Kung Pao chicken and a small serving of fried rice. As for the tomato beef brisket, that can wait until tomorrow. Very well, Shihan replied, turning to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Shuang rested her chin in her hand. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the bustling figure in the kitchen. Soon, Shihan emerged with 2 plates, placing them before her. The aroma of the food quickly drew her attention. Her eyes scanned the small serving of fried rice before fixating on the enticing Kung Pao chicken. Freshly cooked, the Kung Pao chicken was incredibly appealing, its surface glistening with a light amber sauce, while the red-brown peanuts had slightly burst open, revealing their pale yellow cores. The vibrant green of the cucumber contrasted beautifully with the dish's overall palette, infusing it with a bright touch. Leaning closer, Shuang's adorable nose twitched as the rich fragrance of peanuts and the savory aroma of chicken wafted in her nostrils, intertwined with hints of the cucumber sweetness. creating a full-bodied scent that was anything but greasy. It seems utterly delicious. She couldn't help but shed a tear of joy. Chapter 74. Enraptured. Unable to contain herself, she swiftly grabbed her chopsticks and scooped up a piece of Kung Pao chicken, sending it straight to her mouth. Delicious. The moment the chicken hit her palate, the sauce clung to her tongue, sending her taste buds into a jubilant frenzy. The unique flavor of the chicken made her instinctively close her eyes in delight. With a gentle bite, she chewed, discovering the chicken's firm yet tender texture, releasing a burst of juices that heightened the flavor. The peanuts were crispy and delightful, while the cucumber added a refreshing crunch. These three distinct textures harmonized beautifully, creating an unprecedented experience. After savoring a piece of Kung Pao chicken, Ing Shuang instinctively reached for a spoonful of fried rice. Suddenly, she realized, wait, why am I eating fried rice? The rich aroma of the egg-coated rice mingled with the lingering taste of the Kung Pao chicken, and though they were two separate dishes, they blended perfectly in her mouth, elevating the fried rice she had always found delightful to a new level of excellence. Kung Pao chicken, a dish beloved by all ages, had made its debut in the Dolua continent, utterly captivating Ing Shuang. Ing Shuang, declare that Kung Pao chicken and fried rice are the perfect pairing. With a bite of fried rice paired with a piece of Kung Pao chicken, she swiftly finished her work meal. Burp. She couldn't suppress a satisfied belch, covering her mouth with a slight blush. Han, unfazed, smiled and said, "Let me explain the tasks you'll be handling once we open." "All right," Ing Shuang replied, standing up, feeling somewhat anxious. Her martial spirit was a fire dragon, making it impossible for her to tidy up the tables like Fuya could with her ice attributes. However, this was not a concern for Han, as the high-tech cleaning cloth he had used earlier was now quite handy. After briefly introducing her to the dishwasher and other tools of the shop, as well as the tasks she would need to complete, Ing Shuang nodded confidently, signifying her understanding. "All right, it's time to get ready to open," Han said, glancing at the bustling crowd outside that had formed a long queue. It took a moment for Ing Shuang to comprehend that she was expected to open the door herself. She hurried to the entrance, pulling open the glass door. For some unknown reason, the 4 branch leaders of the Tang Sect were absent at that moment, and even Yu Hua, who usually arrived early to queue, was notably missing. At the front of the line were Zhou Long and Tang Zi. Seeing Ing Shuang at the door, Zhou Long's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, why are you here?" Zhou Long was somewhat familiar with her, having previously ordered fried rice from her. Ing Shuang glanced at him and explained, "Fuya has something to attend to, so I'm here to serve in her place." "I see." Zhou Long nodded in understanding, then turned to Tang Zi. "How about we share a portion of fish belly concealed lamb?" Tang Zi had not arrived in Shrek City until the afternoon, but upon hearing the disciples of the Tang Sect rave about the dish, he was intrigued. If he were to purchase a portion alone, Tang Zi would likely hesitate. For 1,000 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. The profit from selling dozens of hidden weapons might not even amount to that. However, sharing a portion with Zhou Long seemed somewhat more acceptable. Upon entering the small establishment and glancing at the prices on the menu, Tang Zi finally made up his mind. Nodding vigorously, "All right, let us share a portion." Zhou Long chuckled, recalling how he had been salivating over the fish belly concealed lamb at noon. The miraculous phenomenon surrounding it appeared quite exaggerated, and he was aware that all 4 hall masters had suddenly entered seclusion that afternoon, likely related to the fish belly concealed lamb. Thus, he could not resist encouraging his companion to try it together. He could not afford a full serving alone, but a half portion was manageable. They quickly decided on 2 large servings of egg fried rice, 1 fish belly concealed lamb, and 2 servings of Kung Pao chicken. As they placed their order, other diners in the restaurant soon noticed the addition of the newly introduced Kung Pao chicken on the menu. It seemed that the overwhelming demand for the fish belly concealed lamb at noon had led to a surge in consumption of Kung Pao chicken that afternoon. "I can't afford the fish belly concealed lamb, but can I have Kung Pao chicken?" they thought. Ing Shuang, serving for the first time, was somewhat inexperienced and became flustered with so many orders coming in at once. However, the diners, displaying a degree of leniency towards the young waitress clad in a maid outfit, slowed their ordering pace, allowing her to regain her composure. At Shrek Academy, within the Sea God Pavilion, a door on the golden tree quietly opened a crack. A shadow stealthily emerged from within the Sea God Pavilion, making several evasive moves to leave Sea God Island. "Where are you headed?" A calm voice suddenly appeared behind her, causing the figure to stiffen momentarily. With a forced chuckle, she slowly turned around, her enchanting visage betraying a hint of unease. "Teacher, I have stabilized my realm. Please allow me to step out for a moment." Sighing, the elderly woman scrutinized the girl closely, confirming that her soul power had indeed solidified. She gently tapped her wooden staff on the girl's head twice. "Very well. Go on. I can't do anything about you." "Thank you, teacher." Finally receiving permission, Yu Lianxin's face blossomed with a radiant smile. "I'll find something delicious and bring it back for you." "It is enough that you have this intention," the elderly woman replied, shaking her head. She had little interest in such earthly desires. "All right." Yu Lianxin, still beaming, turned to leave. She knew her teacher well. Every time she mentioned bringing something back, the response was the same. Yet, her teacher always enjoyed the treat she brought. Upon stepping outside the Sea God Pavilion, Yu Lianxin's demeanor transformed dramatically, resembling a pristine lotus. As she passed by disciples in the inner courtyard, who greeted her as senior sister, she merely nodded with indifference. "Stay composed, Yu Lianxin. You must not lose your poise as senior sister." She forcefully suppressed the smile threatening to rise and headed toward the outer courtyard area. Before long, Ing Shuang returned, carrying a plate of fish belly concealed lamb from the kitchen. With the dish valued at 1,000 gold soul coins, her face displayed a hint of anxiety. More anxious than Ing Shuang, however, were Tang Zi and Zhou Long, who were about to partake of the lamb. Zhou Long was somewhat at ease, having seen the fish belly concealed lamb at noon and thus prepared. In contrast, Tang Zi had never encountered it before and only heard the disciples of the Tang sect speak of its wonders. Now, seeing the dish completely covered by a metallic dome, exuding no scent, he could not help but swallow hard. As Ing Shuang lifted the metallic cover, an irresistible aroma wafted into the nostrils of the two diners, accompanied by a violent disturbance in the surrounding elemental energies. A phenomenon. The carp leaping over the dragon gate reappeared. The overwhelming elemental power surged into the small establishment, transforming above the dish into a golden carp, which leapt and transformed into a dragon before vanishing into the void. Not every diner had been present at noon. Thus, the appearance of this phenomenon elicited gasps of astonishment, even causing a stir among those waiting in line outside the restaurant, many craning their necks to glimpse the spectacle. Zhou Long, having witnessed such phenomena before, quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the awestruck Tang Zi, grinned, and seized his chopsticks, reaching for the most tender part of the fish belly. "Wow!" Tang Zi finally snapped out of his stupor, seeing Zhou Long take the most delectable piece. Feeling a pang of regret, he hurriedly picked up his chopsticks, unwilling to concede, and joined Zhou Long in their feast. As the fish belly concealed lamb entered their mouths, an explosion of exquisite flavors erupted, lingering delightfully. They exchanged no words, their chopsticks dancing faster, skillfully dividing the entire dish, soon finishing the fish belly concealed lamb. Not allowing them to linger, Ing Shuang promptly brought over their kung pao chicken and large servings of egg fried rice, collecting the empty plate of fish belly concealed lamb amidst their reluctant gazes. Still savoring the lingering taste of the fish belly concealed lamb, they turned their attention to the new dish, kung pao chicken. Zhou Long picked up a piece of chicken the size of a fingernail, examining it closely. "Is this chicken?" "Let us find out," Tang Zi replied, rolling his eyes. "The name has chicken in it. It must be chicken." With that, he directly picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. The chicken was tender and juicy, not at all tough or dry. With a slight chew, the succulent juices burst in Tang Zi's mouth. Although the flavor of the kung pao chicken could not rival that of the fish belly concealed lamb, its greatest attribute was that it paired splendidly with rice. What does it mean to be a dish that complements rice? It means that when paired with rice, it brings forth a delightful flavor. Such dishes typically do not clash with most other flavors. Rather, they create a harmonious effect. The freshness in the fish belly concealed lamb stemmed from the fish and lamb, while the freshness in the kung pao chicken came from the chicken. These three distinct flavors, when combined, elevated the experience further. Tang Zi's eyes lit up, and he grasped his chopsticks to pick up another piece of kung pao chicken, shoving a mixture of peanuts, chicken, and cucumber into his mouth to chew. Unlike eating the chicken alone, the three ingredients presented completely different textures in his mouth. Yet they melded perfectly, showcasing a delightful complexity. After finishing a piece of Kung Pao chicken, Tang Zi could not help but smack his lips, feeling something was missing. Glancing at the large serving of egg-fried rice beside him, his eyes brightened. He took a spoonful of egg-fried rice and tasted it, soon revealing a satisfied expression. Now that is more like it. Not long after arriving in the outer courtyard, Yu Lianxin quickly sensed a peculiar change in the surrounding elemental energies, as if they were being rapidly depleted. Though her cultivation had yet to reach the esteemed level of a title de Luo, she possessed the prowess of a soul de Luo and exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to the essence of the world around her. After a brief moment of contemplation, her gaze sharpened, swiftly identifying the direction from which the spiritual energy converged, igniting her curiosity. At noon, she had entered the city gates with her teacher, who had sensed a peculiar fluctuation in the elemental energy, though she had not been able to perceive it due to the distance. Now, however, the proximity was such that her cultivation allowed her to detect it clearly. Estimating both distance and direction, it appeared to be the same location as earlier that day. Intriguing indeed. Shrek Academy boasted 2 entrances, the main gate and a side door located closer to the outer courtyard student dormitories. The side door was nearer to the bustling food street of Shrek City, and thus Yu Lianxin had planned to sneak out through it to indulge in culinary delights. Observing the direction of the energy fluctuations, she noted it aligned perfectly with the side entrance, making it a fortuitous coincidence. Deciding to witness the excitement, she reasoned that the food street was not going anywhere, and with her resolve solidified, her steps quickened. Her soul power coursed through her feet, and with a few deft movements, she vanished from her original spot. Burp! Zhou Long and Tang Zi exchanged a glance, both bursting into hearty belches. Before them lay 4 empty plates, remnants of their meal. Following Tang Zi, Zhou Long soon discovered that the combination of Kung Pao chicken and egg fried rice was particularly delightful, which seemed to enhance their dining speed. In no time, they had polished off a generous serving of fried rice. Pooling their coins, they handed the payment to Ing Shuang and left their table, only for Tang Zi to suddenly halt at the door. Hey, look over there. Who is that? A glimmer of astonishment graced Tang Zi's features as he nudged Zhou Long. I think I'm smitten. Do you think I should approach her? Is there a chance? Huh? Zhou Long, perplexed, turned to follow Tang Zi's gaze. Since when had this guy become interested in romance? Wasn't he supposed to be as oblivious as the leader of the Tai family? Curiosity piqued. He wondered who could possibly stir such feelings in Tang Zi. Oh, it's Yu Lianxin. Well, that changes things. Zhou Long offered Tang Zi a look of resigned sympathy. Go ahead, but for the love of all that is good, don't mention me. Having spent many years in Shrek City, Zhou Long was well acquainted with the gossip circulating within the inner academy. It was said that this esteemed senior sister had no romantic interests but consistently declined to participate in the annual Sea God Fete at Sea God Lake. There had once been a 7th ring inner disciple who, disregarding the rules, professed his affection for Yu Lianxin from the audience, only to be met with her wrath. He had not endured a single move. Tang Zi, Danja. Chapter 76. Little fan Yu Shuang. Is this a restaurant? Soon, Yu Lianxin exited through the side door of Shrek Academy, tracing the remnants of the elemental energy to discover the true nature of the gathering. Upon witnessing the scene, she could not suppress a moment of astonishment. This was entirely different from her expectations. She had envisioned such a fluctuation as indicative of a fierce battle between 2 formidable beings or a sign of the emergence of rare treasures. However, the reality was a restaurant. Curiosity led her to observe from outside, quickly revealing her surprise. Logically, patrons of Shrek City rarely frequented this street during mealtimes, preferring the adjacent food street that boasted culinary delights from across Doluo continent. Thus, opening a restaurant here was not a prudent choice. Yet, the bustling scene before her, with a long line snaking around the establishment, made it evident that this little eatery was not as simple as she had presumed. Such thriving business suggested the food must be exceptional. As the enticing aromas wafted from within, Yu Lianxin's eyes sparkled, and she promptly joined the end of the queue. However, the line appeared rather lengthy. Glancing at the serpentine queue, her brows furrowed slightly. She hoped the restaurant's offerings would justify her wait. Senior sister? An excited yet uncertain voice broke her reverie, prompting Yu Lianxin to turn. A youthful boy, seemingly around 13 or 14, adorned in the green attire of Shrek Academy, stood before her, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Ah, a disciple from the Outer Academy, Yulianshin realized, a smile gracing her lips. Do you know me? Yes, yes. The boy nodded eagerly, lowering his gaze shyly. I saw you at the Sea God Fate last year. Noticing the boy's bashful demeanor, Yulianshin felt warmth swell within her, reminded of her younger brother, who shared a similar age and shyness. Regrettably, her brother's talent had fallen short, preventing him from enrolling in Shrek Academy. There's no need to be nervous. With a gentle smile, she continued, Do you come here often? I wasn't aware of this restaurant before my seclusion. Could you share your thoughts about it? The boy perked up, summoning courage to meet her gaze. I've been here several times. This restaurant, he began enthusiastically, only to be interrupted by a loud voice interjecting their conversation. Hey, beautiful! The boy abruptly fell silent, and Yu Lianshin's brows knitted together, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Turning to confront the intruder, she spoke with a tone that radiated cold indifference. Is there something you need? Tang Zi, eager to strike up a conversation with Yu Lianshin, found himself caught off guard by her question. Lacking experience, he felt momentarily flummoxed. What was he supposed to say now? His mind raced for a response, and soon he settled on a straightforward approach. Beautiful lady, I am Tang Zi. Would you be my girlfriend? Concise and to the point, very much in line with the straightforward nature of the Tang Sect. Tang Zi felt a swell of pride, but failed to notice the eerie silence that enveloped the surrounding crowd. Yu Lianshin's ethereal beauty had long captured the attention of those nearby, and the reason others refrained from approaching was that most recognized her as the esteemed senior sister of Shrek Academy. In that moment, Tang Zi's bold confession, devoid of awareness, left onlookers astonished, yet secretly anticipating the outcome, not in hopes of Tang Zi winning her heart, but rather in anticipation of his impending reprimand. As for Yu Lianshin, upon the conclusion of Tang Zi's declaration, her expression transformed into an icy mask, devoid of warmth. How is this not aligning with my expectations? Tang Zi scratched his head. In his mind, Yu Lianshin should have been moved by his public confession. Why then did she appear displeased? Ah, she must be unaware of my cultivation level. Realizing this, Tang Zi's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. My name is Tang Zi, a disciple of the Tang Sect Strength Hall, at the Soul King level with a strength of 57. Pride seeped into his voice, confident that such an achievement at his age would surely impress her. 57? Yu Lianshin's voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring. Yet it now bore an unmistakable chill. A subtle tremor of soul power reverberated, and a translucent silhouette of a radiant moon appeared behind her. Her silver hair danced gracefully in the absence of wind, and the 8 soul rings slowly manifested behind her, leaving Tang Zi in a state of astonishment. Black, black, black. Black, 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 black. 8 10,000-year soul rings. Yu Lianshin made no move. The rings were quickly retracted. She cast a fleeting glance at the dazed Tang Zi, and a bright smile returned to her face as she addressed the young man. All right, where were we? Ah, yes, we were discussing the egg fried rice from this establishment. Please continue. Zhou Long scratched his head and approached, hastily ushering the still stunned Tang Zi away from the scene. How embarrassing. Welcome, esteemed senior sister. The small restaurant had been operating for about an hour, and Ing Shuang was gradually acclimating to her duties amidst the bustling environment. At that moment, a new patron entered, prompting her to instinctively greet the newcomer. In the next instant, a flash of silver hair caught her eye, startling her. Although Ing Shuang had never seen Yu Lianshin before, the distinctive silver hair of the inner courtyard senior sister, combined with Yu Lianshin's ethereal grace and captivating beauty, stirred something within her, making her quickly recognize the identity of the guest. Hey, are you also a student from the academy? Due to Ing Shuang being dressed in work attire rather than the Shrek Academy uniform, Yu Lianshin initially did not realize this. Upon hearing the title senior sister, she recognized that the waitress was also a Shrek student. Yes, I am Ing Shuang from the 3rd year of the outer courtyard. Greetings, senior sister. Ing Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing with excitement. This was her first encounter with the revered senior sister, and indeed, she was as stunning as the rumor suggested. Oh dear, Fuya, I must stand with the senior sister this time. Yu Lianshin displayed a gentle smile. Since it's my first time here, I would appreciate it if you could recommend some delicious dishes. Of course. Ing Shuang clapped her hands on her modest chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Why hasn't Ing Shuang brought out the dishes yet? Chi Han, having prepared a plate of Kung Pao chicken, noticed that the previous dish of baked brain had yet to be served. Instinctively, he glanced towards the dining area, curious if Shuang had encountered any difficulties. In the next moment, a figure clad in silver hair and a white dress captured Chi-Han's attention, causing him to freeze momentarily. In the past life on Blue Star, Chi-Han had once experienced a fleeting romance. As a well-known food connoisseur, he often traveled to sample local cuisines and gather material for his video projects. During a visit to Yuzhou province, he met a girl who shared his passion for food and travel. She was beautiful, and their personalities harmonized splendidly, leading them to bond quickly and embark on several trips together. Eventually, while staying at a quaint inn near a famous scenic spot, they shared a few drinks that ignited the spark of love, becoming a couple. Their daily life together was filled with sweetness, yet their happiness was short-lived. The girl's family held traditional values and could not accept Chi-Han's profession as a food enthusiast, deeming it unworthy. They forbade her from being with him, ultimately forcing her into a marriage with someone she did not love. Devastated and heartbroken, Chi-Han fell into despair and resolved never to open his heart to another girl, remaining single until an unforeseen event brought him to the Doluo continent. Now, having been given a second chance at life, Chi-Han had not intended to let the memories of his past love prevent him from seeking companionship in this new world. Yet, his time on the Doluo continent had been brief, leaving him like a drifting leaf without roots, unable to contemplate such matters. In this context, upon seeing Yu Lianxin, his heart skipped a beat. The woman before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the hauntingly beautiful figure from his past, and to his astonishment, he discerned that they shared at least 70% of their features, with Yu Lianxin appearing even more enchanting. System, could it be that anyone besides me has traversed to the Doluo continent? At that moment, Chi-Han felt a surge of excitement and hope. Could this woman possibly be the one from his past? According to system detection, you are the only individual who has arrived at the Doluo continent. Any resemblance between this woman and someone from your previous life is merely a coincidence. Akin to two similar flowers in the river of time, they are not the same. Are you suggesting it is merely a coincidence? Indeed. Is it merely a coincidence? Chi-Han chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he turned back to the counter to begin preparing the next dish. After all, how could such a thing as traversing dimensions be possible? Yu Lianxin keenly sensed a gaze directed towards her within the small restaurant. Given her beauty, it was not uncommon for men to steal glances at her. Yet this particular gaze felt distinctly different, compelling her to instinctively turn her head. Following the source of the look, she glimpsed a solitary figure retreating in the kitchen, prompting a furrow of concern to form on her brow. Was it merely an illusion? Yu Lianxin felt a twinge of unease, sensing an indescribable loneliness emanating from that figure, as if they were at odds with the world around them. Senior sister? What's wrong? Shuang inquired curiously, pulling Yu Lianxin from her thoughts. Nothing, Yu Lianxin replied with a smile. You carry on with your tasks. I'll find a place to sit and peruse the menu. As she spoke, she gracefully pointed toward the dishes Chi-Han had prepared and placed on the table. Oh. Shuang retracted her head, awkwardly sticking out her tongue. I'll get back to work. Senior sister, please take your time with the menu. She scurried to the table to serve the already prepared dishes to the respective patrons. Caught up in conversation with the senior sister, Shuang nearly forgot that she was filling in for Fuya, working as a waitress in the small establishment. Observing the somewhat flustered junior, Yu Lianxin couldn't help but chuckle lightly as she found an empty table to sit at. Ignoring the curious gazes directed her way as she focused on the extensive menu displayed on the wall. Although she had previously learned about the restaurant's prices during her conversation with the junior, witnessing the actual costs was still quite shocking. Particularly the dish priced at 1,000 gold soul coins for fish belly stuffed with lamb. Wasn't that exorbitant? She recalled that the most expensive dishes at the food street were priced in silver soul coins, and some local snacks were even priced in copper soul coins. It was rare to find meals priced in gold soul coins. If this restaurant could command such prices, it must rival the high-quality meals served in the Academy as cafeteria. Yet, even the elite nutritional meals at Shrek Academy were only around 10 gold soul coins per serving. In comparison, the prices here seemed astronomical. While the inner courtyard disciples had fewer classes, Yu Lianxin often ventured out to hone her skills and had accumulated a fair amount of wealth. Thus, she was not particularly short on funds. Despite the outrageous prices of the dishes, she could afford them. If the restaurant had few patrons, she might have hesitated, wondering if there were any unscrupulous practices at play. but the throng of diners choosing to eat here indicated that, although the food was expensive, it must be worth the price. Furthermore, since entering the quaint little eatery, the enticing aromas of various delicacies have already wafted into Yu Lianxin's delicate nostrils. Each one is a unique flavor she has never encountered before, far more alluring than any culinary delights she has previously tasted, solidifying her conviction. She waved over Ying Shuang, who was standing nearby, and a rare expression of indecision crossed Yu Lianxin's face. Let us have a small portion of egg fried rice. As for the other dishes, do you have any recommendations? The egg fried rice was the only dish Yu Lianxin could ascertain as a staple. The others were entirely unfamiliar to her, their names foreign and perplexing, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Though Ying Shuang longed to recommend her favorite dishes, the savory braised intestines and the baked brain and foil, she composed herself and promptly abandoned that idea. Well, since the senior sister just arrived, we wouldn't want to frighten her away. The new dishes are a splendid choice. Let us go with that. With this thought, Ying Shuang pointed to the Kung Pao chicken displayed on the wall. Senior sister, this is a new dish that just came out this afternoon, and it's quite delicious. Would you like to give it a try? Kung Pao chicken. Yu Lianxin pronounced the name somewhat awkwardly, deducing that it likely involved chicken, and nodded enthusiastically. Then let us have a Kung Pao chicken. And that dish. Ying Shuang indicated another item on the wall. The dompa pork is also a popular choice among the eatery's patrons. Senior sister, don't be misled by its price. Consuming it can accelerate the flow of soul power for half an hour. Though it was Ying Shuang's first day as a waitress, her extensive experience as a customer in the eatery had made her acutely aware of the popularity of various dishes, especially after the introduction of the fish belly with lamb. The sales of dompa pork had noticeably surged. In the realm of comparisons, the dompa pork had previously been the most expensive dish, deterring customers. However, with the emergence of the fish belly with lamb, patrons began to reconsider the dompa pork's price in a more favorable light. Can it really accelerate the flow of soul power? A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Yu Lianxin's eyes. Even high-grade nutritional meals could not boast such effects. Only rare treasures could achieve such results, she mused. Then let us have one of those as well. Without further hesitation, Yu Lianxin readily accepted the recommendations. Chapter 78. The Unusual Chi-Han Boss. Table 4 would like a small portion of egg fried rice, a Kung Pao chicken, and a dompa pork. Ying Shuang entered the kitchen and reported Yu Lianxin's order to Chi-Han. All right. Chi-Han instinctively lifted his gaze towards table 4 and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the diner seated there. Is something wrong, boss? Ying Shuang blinked. No. Chi-Han shook his head, suddenly recalling how Ying Shuang had seemed to be having an animated conversation with the silver-haired girl earlier. Curiously, he asked, do you know the customer at table 4? That's our senior sister Yu Lianxin from the Inner Academy of Shrek Academy. Haven't you heard of her, boss? Ying Shuang, unaware of Chi-Han's unusual demeanor, spoke with a hint of admiration. Yu Lianxin. Chi-Han nodded, but chose not to elaborate further, turning back to his task at the cutting board while silently committing the name to memory. Soon, after completing the orders for a previous customer, Chi-Han began preparing the dishes for table 4. Naturally, the egg fried rice was the quickest to finish, and, after completing it, Chi-Han did not present it as usual for Ying Shuang to serve. Instead, he set it aside and swiftly commenced cooking the Kung Pao chicken. Before long, the fragrant, visually appealing Kung Pao chicken was ready. Chi-Han carefully retrieved a completed dompa pork from another large pot and, in unison, brought all 3 dishes to the serving table. Upon seeing Chi-Han deliver the food, Ying Shuang hurried over, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 3 dishes. I'll take care of the dompa pork. Chi-Han made an effort to maintain his usual calm demeanor, balancing the dompa pork in his hands as he exited the kitchen. You can handle the remaining 2 dishes. Huh? Ying Shuang nodded, somewhat bewildered, and followed behind Chi-Han with the egg fried rice and Kung Pao chicken. As they approached the figure at the table, Chi-Han felt his heart quicken. Sensing someone nearing, Yu Lianxin turned her head, and their eyes met. Being so close to that exquisitely familiar face stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Chi-Han, almost compelling him to instinctively utter a name from his past life. He fought to maintain his composure as he placed the dompa pork before Yu Lianxin. They were in close proximity now. Chi-Han could easily detect the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Yu Lianxin. This scent was not overpowering, but rather reminiscent of subtle floral notes, elegantly lingering even amidst the myriad aromas of the small eatery. His heart betrayed him, skipping a beat. "Don't be pork, please enjoy." Even Shi-Han recognized a tremor in his voice as he turned sideways to allowing Shuang Shuang to place the egg fried rice and Kung Pao chicken on the table, then hastily retreated back to the kitchen. Standing quietly at the cutting board for a while, Shi-Han finally managed to calm his racing heart, a wry smile gracing his lips. "What has come over me? Shi-Han, wake up. She is not who you think she is." Yu Lianxin blinked, her gaze following Shi-Han's retreating figure into the kitchen for a while before she redirected her attention. "Is it the owner of the little eatery? He seems quite young, perhaps around my age. But why is he in such a hurry? The eatery must be quite busy. Yes, that must be it." Before long, Yu Lianxin's focus shifted from the owner of the establishment to the delectable dishes before her. A mere glance made her eyes sparkle with delight. Just by appearance, the food looked incredibly appetizing. However, what kind of utensils are these? A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she glanced at the chopsticks positioned beside the plates. Having just emerged from confinement, she was unaware of this novel dining implement. Fortunately, Shuang Shuang seemed to anticipate that the senior sister might be unfamiliar with chopsticks. After placing the dishes down, she did not leave immediately, and upon noticing Yu Lianxin's inquisitive gaze, she smiled knowingly. "Senior sister, this is a new utensil invented by the boss, called chopsticks. They are much more convenient than knives and forks. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Shuang Shuang picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to illustrate their use in the air. Observing Shuang Shuang's demonstration and glancing at the actions of other patrons, Yu Lianxin quickly grasped the use of this new utensil, skillfully using the chopsticks to pick up a piece of cucumber from the Kung Pao chicken. A look of surprise graced Yu Lianxin's face. This utensil was truly quite effective. As she brought the cucumber to her lips, the surface was imbued with the savory essence of chicken broth, complemented by the cucumber's own subtle sweetness. The texture was slightly softened on the outside, while remaining crisp at the core, and this delightful sensation made Yu Lianxin's eyes narrow in satisfaction. "This is truly delicious." In the realm of Dolua continent, the predominant culinary methods consist primarily of roasting and boiling. The stir-frying technique, which originated in the Huaxiao region of Blue Star, is scarcely practiced here. Yu Lianxin, with her passion for exquisite cuisine stemming from her martial soul, has traveled extensively, indulging in local delicacies. Despite her culinary adventures, she has never encountered such an extraordinary flavor, nor a cooking method so unfamiliar to her. She deftly picks up a piece of Kung Pao chicken, combining peanuts, chicken cubes, and cucumber into her mouth, her delicate lips moving as she savors the meal. The crispness of the peanuts, the tender juiciness of the chicken, and the refreshing crunch of the cucumber create a delightful medley of textures within her mouth. The unique aroma of the chicken envelopes her senses, intoxicating her with its deliciousness. After swallowing, she finds that the lingering taste remains captivating. This dish of Kung Pao chicken has opened a portal to a new gastronomic realm for Yu Lianxin, her gaze swiftly shifting to the dompa pork knuckle beside her. It is her long-standing habit to sample each dish before finishing them. She quickly recognizes the ingredients of this particular dish, which appears to be the upper portion of a pig's trotter, and her eyes widen with surprise. Having once tasted a local specialty of roasted pig's trotters in a small town, she recalls its delightful flavor. However, such ingredients are seldom utilized in Dolua continent's culinary repertoire. It is indeed a rarity to find a dish prepared with pork knuckles in this quaint establishment. A hint of hesitation crosses her face, for the pork knuckle, rich in gelatin and with a thick skin, typically requires one to gnaw at it directly. In the past, she had indulged in a roasted pig's trotter alone, but now, in front of so many others, the thought of devouring a pork knuckle in such an unrefined manner fills her with embarrassment. Yet, as she pierces the knuckle with her chopsticks, she soon realizes her initial misjudgment. This pork knuckle is entirely different from what she had expected. Its surface has been braised to perfection, yielding effortlessly to her chopsticks, breaking into tender morsels. Can a pork knuckle truly be cooked to such exquisite tenderness? Yu Lianxin gasps in astonishment as the rich aroma escapes with each piece she separates. Unable to resist, she places a small bite into her mouth. The texture is soft, sticky, and springy, exploding with flavor. The robust and primal essence of the meat melds beautifully with the subtly sweet sauce coating the knuckle. and a satisfied smile graces her face as she savors each bite. Though not a strict carnivore, who could possibly reject such a pure representation of meat? With the dompa pork knuckle devoured, her anticipation for the remaining fried rice intensifies. This fried rice, too, is an entirely novel cooking approach for her. While rice is common in Dilawa continent, it is typically boiled, and occasionally, with a bit more water, it transforms into congee. The more refined versions might include a few seasonings to enhance the flavor, but beyond these methods, rice is seldom prepared in any other manner. Before her lies a portion of fried rice, each grain perfectly separated, each coated evenly with a delicate layer of golden egg. As she leans in to inhale, the rich aroma of egg mingles with the fresh scent of the rice, delighting her senses. Her eyes brighten as she quickly scoops a spoonful into her mouth. The rice is incredibly fluffy, neither hard nor dry, and its mild flavor instantly cleanses her palate of the previous richness from the pork knuckle. The fragrance of the egg pervades every bite, gradually revealing its essence as she chews, igniting her taste buds with joy. Every dish here is simply delightful. It seems she may no longer need to frequent the food street. As she continues to savor her meal, her mind begins to calculate how long it would take to sample everything this small establishment has to offer. After a considerable time, she finishes the last bite of fried rice, her expression one of lingering satisfaction. With one hand discreetly massaging her belly, she turns her gaze to the menu. Having promised to bring delicious food for her teacher, and since she is already here, there is no need to venture to the food street for takeout. What shall I order? She muses, her brow furrowing in thought. A portion of fish belly with hidden lamb sounds splendid. I wonder what such an expensive dish will taste like. I shall share it with my teacher. She decides to order another serving of fried rice, lest she have no staple to accompany her meal. That should suffice. Once her choices are made, Yulianshin waves to Ing Shuang Shuang, asking for a small portion of fried rice and a takeout of fish belly with hidden lamb. Ing Shuang Shuang blinks in surprise. It seems our little shop does not provide takeout. She is somewhat uncertain, as Chi-Han has never mentioned this to her. Yet she has never witnessed diners requesting takeout before. No takeout? Yu Lianxin frowns. What should I do? I can't enjoy such delicious food here and then go to the food street to pack something for my teacher. That would feel quite selfish, and I dislike that notion. I'll ask the boss for you. Ing Shuang Shuang interjects, sensing Yu Lianxin's dilemma. Without waiting for a response, she strides into the kitchen area. Boss. Chi-Han pauses his chopping. What is the matter? Do we offer takeout service at our shop? This is something Chi-Han had never considered, as no diner had ever raised the issue during their days of operation, leading him to overlook it entirely. System, do we have a takeout service? Host, are you certain you wish to activate the takeout service? The system does not respond directly, instead asking if he is sure. This raises a red flag for Chi-Han. System, could you clarify what happens if I activate the takeout service? Having learned from previous experiences, Chi-Han approaches the situation with caution. The takeout service is bundled with the packing service. Unlocking one will simultaneously unlock the other. Takeout service? In the Shrek City. Is that feasible? Yes, I confirm the activation of the packing service. Chi-Han had anticipated a more complex challenge, but it turned out to be straightforward. Activating takeout service would be advantageous for the shop's business. Congratulations, host, for activating the packing service. The high-tech packing box will be provided by this system, keeping dishes in their initial state. The cost of his packing box is 1,000 gold soul coins. Please remind diners to return the boxes. Any losses will be the host's responsibility. Task triggered. Time-limited task. Hire a delivery person. Please hire a qualified delivery person within 24 hours for the shop's takeout service. Task reward. Delivery set and 1-star recipe fragment. Still in the midst of running the shop, Chi-Han does not scrutinize the newly issued task. Upon receiving the system notification, he retrieves a sleek black box from the cabinet above his head, the high-tech packing box provided by the system. Indeed, it was quite dark. Turning his gaze towards Ing Shuang Shuang, who stood patiently awaiting his response, Chi-Han offered a subtle smile. We do provide takeout services. Which patron requires a takeaway? The existence of such a service was indeed surprising. Ing Shuang Shuang's eyes widened. Table 4, please. I need to pack a portion of the fish belly stuffed with lamb and a small serving of fried rice. Chi-Han's hand trembled slightly, but quickly regained composure. Please inform her to hold on for a moment. Also, the takeout boxes are complimentary, but they must be returned for recycling. Otherwise, the establishment will blacklist the patron and refuse future service. This should be communicated to the customers. Is this a new rule? Ing Shuang nodded. All right. I will convey that to her. With that, she turned and exited the kitchen, heading towards Yu Lianxin, who was waiting in the dining area. The boss said we can pack our food, but what? Yu Lianxin blinked. Is there an additional charge for the takeout? Many eateries in the food street impose extra fees for takeout, so she wouldn't mind paying a bit more for the box. No, Ing Shuang shook her head. The boss stated that takeout is free, but the boxes must be returned, or else the shop will blacklist you. Upon hearing this, Yu Lianxin couldn't help but furrow her brow, glancing towards the bustling figures in the kitchen. What a peculiar boss. Not only are the dishes unheard of, but even the rules are so strange. However, since Yu Lianxin had already planned to return to the shop for a meal the next day, returning the takeout box would merely be an afterthought. After a moment's contemplation, she readily agreed. Before long, Ing Shuang presented 2 sleek black boxes to Yu Lianxin. Although the high-tech takeout boxes crafted by the system were simple in design, lacking elaborate patterns, their functionality was impressive. The 2 boxes could be easily stacked and secured together, and the top one featured a handle for convenient lifting, perfectly contoured to fit the palm. Observing these intricately designed boxes, so distinct from those in other shops, Yu Lianxin began to comprehend the rationale behind the shop's unusual regulations. Chapter 8. The Delivery Set. After departing from the shop, Yu Lianxin attracted the curiosity of onlookers with the black wooden boxes she carried. In response to inquiries from fellow diners, Ing Shuang elaborated on the shop's takeout service, garnering numerous compliments. Previously, the shop's wall had clearly stated that wasting food would result in being blacklisted, leading patrons to believe they had to consume everything on site. Hence, the topic of takeout had never been broached. Upon learning about the takeout service, the diners experienced a sense of enlightenment. Many patrons were often unaware of portion sizes before ordering, leading to either excessive or insufficient orders. In the past, diners would spontaneously exchange dishes among themselves to minimize waste. Now, with the introduction of takeout service, they could bring home unfinished food, and those pressed for time could also enjoy their meals at home. As for the need to return the takeout boxes, while it posed a slight inconvenience, it was not a significant concern for the diners. Most customers dining at the shop were regulars, so there was little worry about future visits, making the return of the boxes quite manageable. However, having grown accustomed to dining at the shop, the number of patrons willing to try the takeout service remained limited, as most still relished the ambience of the establishment. As the evening hours swiftly passed, Ing Shuang tidied up the dishes and, under Chi Han's watchful gaze, departed from the shop, returning through the side entrance of Shrek Academy. Chi Han felt fairly satisfied with Ing Shuang's performance that night. Initially, she appeared somewhat spoiled and inexperienced, leaving her flustered amidst the shop's operations. Yet, she adapted quickly to the rhythm of the establishment, significantly shifting Chi Han's impression of her. Once the shop's door was securely closed, Chi Han finally accessed the task page to review his new assignment. Time-limited task. Hire a delivery personnel. Please hire a qualified delivery person for the shop within 24 hours. Task description. Since the delivery service has been unlocked, please expedite the hiring process for a competent delivery personnel to facilitate takeout for the shop. Task reward. Delivery set. 1-star selectable recipe fragment 1. Upon reading the task, Chi Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He recalled the last time he had recruited staff. It took him 2 to 3 days to find Fu Ye after placing a notice at the shop's entrance. Now, the system expected him to hire a delivery person within just 24 hours? System, could you possibly extend the deadline? A day is far too rushed. The reputation of Hanshi's shop has significantly grown. Naturally, the difficulty of the tasks must be heightened. Chi Han was left speechless. Indeed, as the system pointed out, when he had recruited Fu Ye, the shop was just beginning to gain traction, unlike now when its fame had surged, with nearly half of Shrek City aware of its existence. All right, let us give it a shot. If I can't find anyone, I wonder if Ing Shuang would be willing to give it a try. Ing Shuang. All these years, my affections have ultimately been misplaced. Having formulated a plan, Chi Han thought that, like Fu Ye, the shop's delivery personnel should ideally be a soul master, ensuring better service for the soul master patrons. Perhaps a speed-oriented soul master would be more suitable for deliveries, considering their swiftness. As he pondered, Chi Han's gaze shifted to the reward section at the bottom of the task. He noted that there were already 2 unused 1-star selectable recipe fragments, and now another one was on the way, which could be saved for future use. The task's difficulty was not particularly high, so the modest reward was within his expectations. But what exactly was the delivery set? After a brief silence, an image of a yellow electric bike, yellow safety helmet, yellow jacket, and yellow delivery box flashed in Chihan's mind. Surely it can't be those 4 items? It couldn't be, could it? Chihan struggled to envision himself delivering food on an electric bike in Shrek City. The delivery set differs slightly from what the host imagines. Differs slightly? What do you mean? Chihan's lips twitched as he quickly inquired. System, what exactly constitutes the delivery set? As illustrated, an image of the 4 items appeared before Chihan's eyes, and upon closer inspection, his expression turned peculiar. The set indeed varied from what he had envisioned. The safety helmet remained, but it bore a sleek, aerodynamic design that exuded a sense of style. The delivery box had transformed into a delivery bag, designed with dual shoulder straps, allowing it to be worn on the back. It stood at half a person's height, spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 delivery boxes without appearing bulky. The outerwear was replaced with a lightweight tracksuit, comprising a sports top, pants, and jacket. In cooler weather, one could wear the jacket, while in warmer conditions, just the top would suffice. The overall design was simple yet elegant, appearing quite appealing. Notably, a note beside the tracksuit indicated that the size would adjust according to the hired delivery personnel, suitable for both genders. As for the last piece of the 4-piece set, it is naturally not an electric vehicle, but rather a pair of running shoes. The surface of the shoes is adorned with striking stripes, and the design of the sole's front resembles that of a cleat, ensuring optimal grip. According to the notes nearby, these shoes possess properties akin to a soul guide, enhancing running speed when infused with soul power. They are indeed an essential item for delivery in a fantastical world. Purchase them. The peculiar expression on Chihan's face does not stem from the 4-piece set itself, but rather the system. Why is this set also yellow? The sight of the yellow delivery outfit inevitably reminds him of a certain food delivery service from his previous life. Is the system serious? This system has selected yellow according to the host's conception. If the host is dissatisfied, other colors can be chosen. Oh, the color can be changed? Then there is no issue. The system promptly presented over 10 different color options, each not only varying in hue, but also featuring distinct designs. Chihan meticulously examined them and ultimately favored the sky blue scheme, which appeared exceptionally light and airy. There was also a pleasing light green option. But considering the potential implications of a light green helmet, Chihan quietly abandoned that choice. Although there is no culture of green hats in Dolawa continent, he surmised that seeing his delivery personnel don a green helmet would be quite disconcerting. Chapter 81. A dish that shakes half of Sea God Pavilion. After selecting the delivery set, Chihan, with the system's assistance, hung a new notice board at the entrance of a small shop. The shop is hiring a delivery person. Working hours, 11 to 1300 hours and 17 to 1900 hours. Priority will be given to agile attack-type soul masters. Salary is negotiable. The working hours are the same as Fuya's, and regarding compensation, Chihan has already formulated some ideas. Naturally, meals will also be provided, as the small shop is thriving, and the future delivery business is likely to be strenuous. Chihan is not overly concerned about this, so he decided to include it all. However, he intends to calculate the base salary differently from Fuya's. Fuya's base salary is 300 gold soul coins per month, while for the delivery personnel, Chihan plans to offer a slightly lower base salary, supplemented by commission based on delivery performance. But all of this will be discussed once the delivery person is hired. Observing the sky, Chihan ascended the stairs, intending to indulge in a refreshing nap. Ever since arriving in Dolawa continent, he felt rejuvenated, having adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. Yes, let us maintain this. With 2 black wooden boxes in hand, Yu Lianxin stealthily entered the Sea God Pavilion. Having already reached the 8th ring, she had met the graduation requirements for the inner court of Shrek Academy, and upon officially attaining the 9th ring, she would smoothly enter the Sea God Pavilion. As a preparatory member, while she did not yet possess the qualification to attend Sea God Pavilion meetings, she could freely enter and exit. Familiar with the surroundings, she approached her teacher's room and knocked on the door. Soon, her teacher's voice resonated from within. Come in. The elderly woman glanced at her disciple as she entered, her gaze fleetingly resting on the black wooden boxes in Yu Lianxin's hands before quickly passing over, her expression remaining calm, although a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Teacher, today I discovered a new restaurant, and their cuisine surpasses even that of the food street. Yu Lianxin feigned ignorance of the joy in her teacher's eyes, smiling sweetly. So I packed the most expensive dish to treat you. You little rascal. The elderly woman shook her head, reaching out to take the black wooden box, exclaiming in surprise. This wooden box is exquisite, and they used it for takeout? The establishment must be quite generous. Teacher, this takeout box must be returned. If not, I won't be able to dine at that small shop again. Yu Lianxin chuckled softly, her mind drifting to the shop's somewhat handsome and peculiar owner. What a strange rule. The elderly woman mused, casually opening the top compartment of the wooden box. Inside, a fish with a faint golden hue lay quietly on a lotus leaf. In the next instant, the elderly woman's eyes narrowed. She distinctly sensed the surrounding natural energy suddenly surge. The wooden box before her resembled an abyssal maw, devouring the surrounding natural energy. The sea god pavilion, situated within the golden tree, draws its natural energy from it, and in this moment, the golden tree appeared to dim slightly. The absorbed natural energy, having been purified by the golden tree, transformed from a pale white to a hue tinged with gold, enveloping the area in a mist that resembled a dragon gate. The fish, no longer a faint golden but a brilliantly condensed golden hue, soared beyond the dragon gate, metamorphosing into a magnificent golden dragon that ascended and vanished from sight. Yu Lianxin was somewhat taken aback, but felt more enlightened. The fluctuation of natural energy she sensed was indeed caused by the fish's hidden prowess. Knock, knock, knock. In the next moment, there was a knock at the door of her teacher's room. Child, go open the door. The elderly woman squinted, carefully observing the mist gradually seeping into the fish's belly while casually instructing. Yu Lianxin rose to open the door, and upon seeing the figures outside, she could not help but gasp. Lord Pavilion Master? Esteemed elders? What brings you here? Standing outside were 7 or 8 elders, the foremost of whom had a withered visage, with wrinkles resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Yet, his eyes retained none of the cloudiness typical of old age. Rather, they emanated a profound spiritual energy akin to the starry sky, imparting an overwhelming sense of depth merely by their presence. The Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. QP11O, one of the few 99th level title Doloa in the world, is indisputably the strongest individual in the Doloa continent. Behind him stood a group of elder members of the Sea God Pavilion, faced with the most powerful assembly of the age. Even Yu Lianxin felt a twinge of trepidation. QP11O chuckled softly, his voice resonating. Lianxin, the commotion just now even startled the golden tree. I had to come to see what transpired. The commotion? Yu Lianxin quickly realized that the Pavilion Master referred to the phenomenon caused by the fish's hidden prowess, her expression evolving into one of peculiar intrigue. A dish managed to stir half of the Sea God Pavilion. She hurriedly stepped aside to usher the guests into the living room, while the elderly woman withdrew her gaze from examining the fish, leisurely glancing at the assembly, showing little deference even to QP11O, saying, "You all arrived quite swiftly." One of the elders behind QP11O, appearing somewhat perplexed, approached and examined the wooden box before the elderly woman, where the fish lay quietly. 1,000-year dragon scale fish? Swallowing hard, the elder donned a newfound smile. Sister Ruo, might I inquire where this fish originated? The elder addressed the elderly woman by her name. Should outsiders learn that she still lived, it would undoubtedly shock them, for she had already made a name for herself across the continent a century ago. The Golden Phoenix Doluo, Ingro. This elder, named Huan Shu, was known for nurturing dragon-scale fish within the Sea God Pavilion, and the sight of the long-sought 1,000-year dragon-scale fish naturally left him astounded. While its effects are average, its rarity is unparalleled. Now, it had been fashioned into a dish. Huan Shu expressed no ill intentions, merely wishing to taste it. The other elders curiously surveyed the living room before their gaze gradually settled upon the fish nestled within the wooden box, awakened by the sudden fluctuations of the world's essence. They had come to investigate. Now, observing the old woman's living room in its usual state, they felt incredulous, yet realized that the source of this disturbance was indeed the fish within the box. The rich aroma of the fish, infused with the fragrance of lamb, had permeated the entire room. The sumptuous scent, a blend of fish and lamb, was something none of the elders had ever experienced. And the presentation of the dish was strikingly unique. its surface shrouded in a golden mist that shimmered enticingly. Had Shihan been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. For this dish of fish belly concealing lamb appeared to be a divergence from that served at the small eatery. Chapter 82. Huanshu's obsession with the golden tree, upon which the sea god pavilion resides, is said to have been planted by the original Shrek 7 monsters 5,000 years ago, under the guidance of the sea god Tang Sect. The veracity of this legend remains uncertain, yet the connection between the golden tree and the divine is undeniable. Each successive master of the sea god pavilion has been able to harness the divine light of the sea god through the golden tree, a feat remarkable enough, despite its numerous limitations, for a mortal to wield the power of a deity. The golden tree's extraordinary nature signifies that the essence of heaven and earth contained within it is unlike that found outside. The vitality here is more intense, nourished by the golden tree, demonstrating signs of evolving towards a divine realm. The faint golden hue that gathers is indicative of divine essence, though the golden tree has yet to fully transform, remaining in a semi-divine state just below that of a deity. Nevertheless, this celestial essence infused into the dish of fish belly concealing lamb has imparted a qualitative transformation to the meal. Its unique effects have subtly altered. Previously, consuming the dish would allow for deep meditation lasting 24 hours, provided that one consumed an entire serving. Otherwise, the duration would be proportionately reduced. However, the circumstances had changed. Now, even a single bite could facilitate deep meditation for 24 hours. Such a transformation, however, was not without its costs. The conversion of the celestial essence contained within the golden tree requires a protracted duration, and this anomaly had drained approximately 1/4 of its essence, necessitating at least a month for full recovery. In response to Huanshu's inquiry, Ingro understood well. This old fellow, of a similar age to herself, yet significantly lacking in soul power, had little time left. He often indulged in nurturing his precious dragon-scaled fish. Upon reaching the rank of title de law, one often clings to certain obsessions as their time draws near, and Huanshu's fixation was to savor the taste of a millennium-old dragon-scaled fish before departing this world. Unfortunately, his cherished fish were still far from maturing into millennium-old specimens, and he likely would not live to see that day. Thus, in the presence of this long-time acquaintance, Ingro softened her gaze and addressed Yu Lianxin, stating, "This dish was purchased by my disciple. If you don't mind, shall we share it?" Ahem. Chi Xiao cleared his throat. "What about me?" In Ingruo's presence, he shed the airs of the sea god pavilion's master. Their ages were close, and they had once been a pair in their youth, only to part due to unforeseen circumstances. "May I have a taste as well?" he added. "Indeed, count me in," echoed the elders behind him. Despite their esteemed status as elders of the sea god pavilion, they expressed a keen interest in this dish that had stirred the golden tree. Although they typically enjoyed the finest of fare, this particular dish was one they had never tasted. However, Ingro was not inclined to be overly gracious. With a slight frown, she replied, "The restaurant selling this dish is within the city. You can find it yourselves. I shall not escort you." With a wave of her hand, a formidable surge of soul power propelled the elders out the door, closing it behind them. Left in the room were only Yu Lianxin, Ingruo, Huanshu, and Chi Xiao. Ingruo turned to Yu Lianxin. "Child, have you never tasted this dish?" The astonishment that had graced Yu Lianxin's face when the anomaly occurred was unmistakable. Embarrassed, she nodded. "Teacher, may I also have taste?" This extraordinary dish piqued her curiosity, yet she felt a tad awkward since it was meant for her teacher. Ingruo smiled kindly. "No need for concern. Go fetch 4 plates. We shall share this fish." Having observed the anomaly with the utmost attention, she was well aware that at her level, few things eluded her comprehension. In her view, while the phenomenon was indeed rare and wondrous, it was not entirely without trace. If her assumptions were correct, this dish had triggered a certain natural law of Delua continent, recreating a bygone scene and drawing the essence of heaven and earth into the food. Although she was uncertain of the origins of the imagery of the carp leaping over the dragon's gate, it was undoubtedly true that the infusion of such rich essence from the golden tree would offer substantial benefits to one's cultivation. Thus, it was only natural for her disciple to partake. Even if Yu Lianxin had not mentioned it, Ingruo would have willingly shared a portion with her. The task of portioning the food was left to the only junior present, Yu Lianxin. with a pair of chopsticks prepared from the food container. Yu Lianxin skillfully picked them up, eliciting faint reactions from the other three. Huanshu and Ying Ro exchanged looks of confusion and surprise, clearly unfamiliar with this utensil. While Qi Xiao raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Dear Lianxin, is this utensil called chopsticks? Indeed, Yu Lianxin nodded. Have you been to the small eatery, Pavilion Master? Qi Xiao shook his head. I recently wandered around the outer courtyard and overheard disciples discussing a small eatery outside the academy, claiming the food was exquisite and mentioning a special utensil called chopsticks, but I did not pay it much heed at the time. His eyes gleaming with deeper understanding. Qi Xiao slowly remarked, to craft a dish that invokes the essence of heaven and earth, the chef at that small eatery must be quite exceptional. In that instant, Qi Xiao found himself harboring a newfound curiosity about that small establishment. With ease, the chopsticks pierced the fish belly, unleashing an even richer aroma of lamb that filled the air, enticing the noses of the four. The distinctive flavor, tinged with a hint of lamb's musk, was far from unpleasant. Rather, it heightened their appetite. While Yu Lianxin had already dined at the small eatery, the three elders exchanged glances, their initial curiosity giving way to a primal desire for the culinary delight. As they beheld the lamb enveloped within the fish belly, a look of realization crossed Yu Lianxin's face. No wonder this dish is called fish belly concealing lamb. It truly embodies that meaning. A smile graced her lips as she softly spoke. Teacher, Pavilion Master, and Elder Huanshu, this dish is called fish belly concealing lamb. It is the most expensive dish at that small eatery. Fish belly concealing lamb? The three nodded in unison, glancing at the tender lamb within the fish belly, finding the name to be exceedingly fitting. Soon, Yu Lianxin divided the entire dish of fish abdominal lamb into 4 portions. After taking the smallest share for herself, she handed the remaining 3 portions to the 3 elders. Huan Shu received his portion and, upon observing the pale golden fish meat resembling dragon scales, inquired curiously, "How much does this cost?" 1,000 soul coins. 1,000 soul coins? Huan Shu fell silent. Is this dish expensive? Considering the nutritional value of a Millennium Dragon Scale fish, this price was indeed justified. However, reflecting on the hundreds of thousands of soul coins he had spent on nurturing his own several hundred-year-old dragon scale fish, Huan Shu sighed deeply. It was too cheap. Within the lunchbox lay only a pair of chopsticks, yet the 3 individuals were formidable figures of the contemporary world, each possessing a soul power level exceeding 95, and thus had their own methods. Qi Xiao merely glanced at the chopsticks in Yu Lianxin's hand and with a swift motion vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he held a piece of wood the size of a palm. With a surge of soul power, the wood transformed into 3 pairs of chopsticks, while the remaining pieces disintegrated into sawdust that fell into the garbage bin. Such was the terrifying mastery of strength exhibited by a limit de law. After observing Yu Lianxin's movements, the 3 quickly learned to use this new utensil. Qi Xiao carefully picked up a piece of fish meat with the chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. In his youth, Qi Xiao had a keen interest in gourmet food. Half of the credit for the delicious meals at Shrek Academy's cafeteria was due to his support. During his travels across the continent, he had sampled delicacies from various locales. Yet, this fish abdominal lamb was unlike any culinary delight he had ever experienced. The pure, exquisite flavor melted in his mouth, with the freshness of the fish harmoniously blending with the gamey essence of the lamb, complemented by the flavors of mushrooms and bamboo shoots, creating a delightful complexity. As he savored the dish, Qi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He soon sensed a warm current flowing from his stomach to his limbs. This was the essence of the earth and heaven, rich and profound, absorbed by his body. More astonishingly, he felt a peculiar energy gradually coalesce at his brow. This energy was exceedingly faint. Had it not been for his elevated mental prowess, he might have overlooked it entirely. Qi Xiao made no attempt to resist this energy. On one hand, his instincts indicated that it bore no malice. On the other, its feebleness meant that any potential threat could be easily extinguished by his strength. To his surprise, this energy merely lingered at his brow, dormant and silent. Interesting, he mused, delighting in another bite, while simultaneously attuning himself to the energy fluctuations within. Ying Ruo, whose cultivation was inferior to Qi Xiao's, remained oblivious to the minuscule force entering her brow. However, the exquisite flavor of the fish abdominal lamb alone was enough to leave her in awe. This dish was a novel delight for her, its fresh taste lingering in her mouth. Soon, the plate containing the fish abdominal lamb was utterly cleared, and she recalled that Yulianshin had brought back 2 wooden boxes. With a hint of caution, she opened the second box, revealing a serving of pale golden egg fried rice. Teacher, that is egg fried rice. I have tasted it, and it is quite delightful, she remarked upon seeing Yulianshin unveil the second box. Yulianshin, reluctantly placing down her own plate, added, "This dish likely wasn't made with any precious ingredients, hence the absence of any extraordinary phenomena." Huan Shu sniffed the air with a grin. "Ah, dear Lianshin, you are mistaken. This egg fried rice is quite extraordinary, though it may not be as precious as the Millennium Dragon scale fish, if my senses do not deceive me. It is made with the eggs of the colorful golden rooster, which are indeed a rare treasure." Setting aside his empty plate, Huan Shu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the egg fried rice in Ing Ruo's hands, his intentions unmistakable. Meanwhile, Chi Pashao had finished his portion of fish abdominal lamb and slowly set down his chopsticks, turning his attention to the egg fried rice. "Umph," Ing Ruo scoffed, observing the 2 elder gentlemen. "What? Are you 2 old codgers trying to steal the food of a weak woman?" "Weak woman?" Huan Shu and Chi Pashao exchanged exasperated looks, recalling fond memories of being chased by Ing Ruo in their past. Chi Pashao was stronger than Ing Ruo, yet he never raised a hand against a woman, often finding himself on the receiving end. Realizing they had perhaps overstepped, the 2 sighed in resignation. "Let's finish up and leave. Do you expect me to invite you both out?" Ing Ruo retorted, finding a spoon beside the lunchbox and taking a generous scoop of egg fried rice. The 2 elderly men, whose ages combined exceeded 300, exchanged a glance and wordlessly departed from Ing Ruo's abode. Yu Lianshin's expression twitched slightly. Although it was not her first time witnessing her teacher's icy demeanor towards the Lord and other elders, each instance reaffirmed how formidable her teacher truly was. "My teacher can even send the Sea God Pavilion's leader packing. That sounds quite impressive." With the 2 elders gone, Ing Ruo took another spoonful of egg fried rice. The rich aroma of the egg was delightful, yet the flavor was subtly light, perfectly complementing the lingering taste of the fish abdominal lamb. The rice was fluffy, and when mixed with the egg, its fragrance was released, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Truly delicious, she nodded in satisfaction. Such exquisite taste was something she had never encountered before. "Teacher, this little shop serves remarkably good food, doesn't it?" Yu Lianshin observed her teacher smile, feeling a sense of pride swell within her. "Indeed, it is excellent. Where is this establishment located?" As she finished her plate of egg fried rice, Ing Ruo grew increasingly interested in the little shop capable of crafting such delightful dishes. "Right across from Tang Sect, situated between the Great Soul Arena and the auction house," Yu Lianshin replied after a brief contemplation. Ing Ruo furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before a glimmer of understanding appeared in her eyes. How intriguing. To dare open a shop amidst such powerful factions and offer such unique delicacies is quite extraordinary. It seems I shall have to frequent this Sea God Island more often in the future. After spending a while in Ing Ruo's company, Yu Lianshin tidied up the takeout boxes and departed from the Sea God Pavilion, returning to her own residence. After a refreshing bath, she donned a loose-fitting long dress and settled into a meditative posture in her tranquil chamber, her graceful collarbone subtly revealed by the straps of her dress, while her delicate legs peeked out from beneath the hem, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Regrettably, this enchanting sight was unseen by any, as Yu Lianshin focused her mind and quickly entered a state of meditation. Upon returning from the Soul Beast Forest, she had only stabilized her realm in preparation for a delightful meal at the food street. Yet there remained some imperfections that required further meditation for complete consolidation. At that moment, a golden radiance blossomed at her brow, and she felt her soul become clear. The once vague laws of heaven and earth appeared vividly before her. Within reach, deep meditation ensued. Yu Lianshin possessed an extraordinarily high intellect, instantly grasping her current state. Following the guidance of an unseen force, she swiftly navigated through the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 84. The method of advancing to skilled level in sculpture. The night passed without incident. During this night, nearly all the diners who had consumed the dish known as fish belly concealing sheep entered into deep meditation, among whom were over a dozen formidable beings ranked as titled law or above. One could only imagine the tremendous uproar that would ensue when they awakened from their profound contemplation, realizing its connection to the dish. However, Chi-Han remained largely unconcerned. With the system at his disposal, as long as others remained within the confines of his small shop, even a most powerful title de law could not pose a threat to him. No matter how tumultuous the storm, it remained inconsequential. Thus, he enjoyed a night of peaceful slumber. At dawn, Chi-Han re-entered the sculpting training space to refine his skills. A morning's duration in this training environment equated to a full 10 days. Coupled with the time spent there the previous afternoon, he had devoted a substantial half-month to the sculpting training space. In this time, he accomplished a great deal. Upon exiting the training space, he had successfully sculpted a sphere that satisfied the system and proceeded to practice a new course, simple still life sculptures. The term still life primarily refers to the sculpting of inanimate objects, such as a stone or a table. Even plants are excluded from this category. Such sculptures are considered the simplest, as they require only accurate form without the need for spirit. According to the system, completing all still life sculpture training would elevate Chi-Han to a skilled level in sculpting, allowing his soul ring to upgrade from a 10-year to a 100-year level. Nevertheless, even the most basic still life proved to be a significant challenge for Chi-Han to complete in a short time. If sculpting a sphere was intended to stabilize his hands and hone his sculpting touch, then creating a still life that met all requirements was a considerable test of his abilities. As for the subsequent mastery and perfection levels, they seemed an unattainable distance away. According to the system's introduction, achieving mastery in sculpting would require Chi-Han to carve plants with both form and spirit from over 1,000 types of materials, while perfection would necessitate carving animals with the same attributes from tens of thousands of materials. Merely hearing about this made Chi-Han feel as though it belonged to a series of endeavors for a lifetime. Shuang arrived early before the small shop. Realizing this would be her last opportunity to enjoy a meal at the establishment, she could not help but sigh and lament. If only she could remain at the shop indefinitely. Just as she was pondering this, a bulletin board caught her eye, causing her heart to leap. The last time the bulletin board had appeared, it was to recruit waitstaff. Now, it seemed to be making another appearance. With eager anticipation, she rushed forward to take a closer look, only to feel her spirits plummet. The shop was not seeking waitstaff, but rather delivery personnel. In the Dolua continent, the concept of delivery did not exist, and Shuang was unclear about the role of a delivery person. However, this was not the source of her disappointment. As long as she could secure 2 meals, who cared about the nature of the job? Yet, the bulletin clearly stated that priority would be given to agile attack-type soul masters, which struck a painful chord in her youthful heart. Was it to imply that the powerful attack types were unworthy? Shuang's martial spirit was that of a fire dragon, notably without wings, thus bearing no relation to the agile attack types. Naturally, she fell outside of Chi-Han's criteria, which was the root of her disheartenment. The last time the shop had recruited waitstaff, she had qualified, but she had graciously given that opportunity to Fuya. Of course, if given another chance, she would still choose to pass it to the financially strapped Fuya. When Chi-Han opened the door to the shop, he immediately noticed Shuang's fluctuating expression as she gazed at the bulletin board, prompting him to chuckle lightly. Come in. Okay. Shuang snapped back to attention and followed Chi-Han into the shop. Boss, I would like a small portion of egg fried rice and a tomato beef brisket. This was the meal she had longed for the previous night, postponed due to Kung Pao chicken. Chi-Han nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the kitchen. Given that Shuang had performed admirably the night before, stepping in for Fuya and significantly aiding the shop, he decided to surprise her on this final shift. It would not be fair to reward her with a fish belly concealing sheep, as that would undermine Fuya, who had diligently worked at the shop for so long. However, a dompa pork hock would be quite acceptable. Soon, Chi-Han brought a small portion of egg fried rice, tomato beef brisket, and the dompa pork hock to the table. Shuang looked curiously at the additional dompa pork hock, puzzled. You worked hard these past 2 days. This is a reward. Shuang's eyes brightened. Thank you, boss. Skillfully using her chopsticks to separate the tender hock, she savored it, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Woo-woo. The hock is truly delicious. The boss is such a good person. I've decided I'll never call him a stinky boss again. In that moment, the frustration of being ineligible for the delivery position evaporated from Shuang's heart. Her joy returned. Chi-Han glanced at the queue outside, a hint of conflict crossing his face. Time was running short for the time-limited task. This task had been issued around 6 o'clock the previous evening, and the countdown had begun from that moment. Now, with less than 8 hours remaining, finding a suitable delivery person seemed rather challenging. Just then, Chi-Han noticed a short-haired girl in a white Tang Sect uniform approach the bulletin board, studying it carefully before decisively knocking on the shop's door. The sudden knock startled Chi-Han, and even Ing Shuang, who had been engrossed in her meal, looked up with curiosity. After a moment's hesitation, Chi-Han opted to open the door. Given her actions, it seemed she had come to apply for the delivery position. However, could a Tang Sect disciple even apply? Chi-Han was not entirely familiar with the Tang Sect's regulations. Upon opening the door, Chi-Han clearly observed the girl's features. She was a delicate-looking girl with ear-length black hair, appearing somewhat demure. Her petite frame was enveloped in the Tang Sect's oversized uniform, rendering her exceedingly cute. The white uniform bore distinct purple patterns, marking her as a disciple of the Agile Hall. Agile Hall disciples were all Agile attack-type soul masters, and it was evident that the girl met this criterion. Nevertheless, to avoid any misunderstanding, Chi-Han inquired, "Hello, are you here to apply?" "Yes." The short-haired girl blushed slightly. Appearing shy, "May I get a try?" Indeed, she had come to apply. Chi-Han was somewhat taken aback, but smiled. "Then please come in." Upon witnessing the shy demeanor of the young girl, Chi-Han could not help but furrow his brow. In his scheme, the role of a food delivery person necessitated interaction with customers and delivering meals to their doorsteps, thus requiring a degree of social aptitude. The girl appeared to possess some social anxiety. Would she be able to manage? After a moment of hesitation, Chi-Han could not resist inquiring, "The position of delivery person at our establishment involves frequent communication with patrons. Are you capable of handling that?" Ji Yunru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Chi-Han's concern. She straightened her posture, a newfound confidence illuminating her face. "Rest assured, boss, I can do it." Observing Ji Yunru's resurgence of confidence, Chi-Han nodded, now feeling more optimistic about her potential. With her charmingly cherubic face, she seemed a delightful choice for the role of a delivery person. However, Chi-Han harbored another layer of apprehension. "You must be a disciple of Tang Min, correct? Will your sect permit you to work at a small establishment?" Ji Yunru blinked, explaining, "Disciples of Tang Min typically have a relatively relaxed schedule. My current cultivation level is not yet sufficient to complete the tasks of the sensitivity hall, so working here poses no issue. As for sect rules, there is no regulation forbidding disciples from taking up jobs. That alleviates most concerns." Chi-Han replied with a faint smile. "What is your age and cultivation level?" "I am 16 years old and currently at the 41st rank of the Soul Master," Ji Yunru stated, as 4 soul rings slowly emerged around her. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. As the soul rings manifested, subtle changes occurred within Ji Yunru. Her eyes slightly elongated, a pair of fluffy black cat ears sprouted atop her head, their tips glistening with a faint white hue. A long black tail emerged gracefully from beneath her ample Tangmin uniform, swaying gently. Kiamblingshid, instinctively reaching out to ruffle her cat ears. The sensation was delightful. "Oh, what are you doing?" Ji Yunru's face flushed crimson, an unusual tingling coursing through her body, akin to an electric current. "What is this boss doing?" On the side, Ing Shuang, momentarily forgetting her meal, gazed at Chi-Han in astonishment. Realizing his actions might have been a tad inappropriate, Chi-Han chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies, I used to own a cat, so I instinctively thought your martial spirit was also feline. Caring for cats belonged to a previous life, but the joy of petting them was a lifelong affair." Chi-Han mused, acknowledging his common mistake. Ji Yunru's voice quivered slightly as she struggled to recover from the unexpected sensation. "My martial spirit is the Mist Cloud Cat." "The Mist Cloud Cat?" Chi-Han's expression turned puzzled. He possessed little knowledge of various martial spirits, and the Mist Cloud Cat was entirely unfamiliar to him. This isn't even listed in the ingredient compendium. Ing Shuang, however, widened her eyes in curiosity. "Isn't the Mist Cloud Cat the second best agility type cat martial spirit after the Nether Cat?" "Indeed," Ji Yunru affirmed, finally regaining her composure and nodding toward Ing Shuang. Noticing Ing Shuang's surprised reaction, Chi-Han became intrigued. "Shuang, do you have knowledge of this martial spirit?" "Of course." Ing Shuang grinned, eager to share her knowledge. "Now my time to shine." At Shrek Academy, she excelled in 2 subjects, practical combat and martial spirit genealogy. Unfortunately, she struggled in all other courses. The two subjects were, in fact, interconnected. Advanced practical lessons took place within the Grand Spirit Arena, where participants encountered a myriad of martial spirits, necessitating a thorough familiarity with them. Both the Miss Cloud Cat and the Nether Cat were top-tier agility-type martial spirits, albeit following different paths. The Nether Cat triumphed through exceptional speed and sharp claws, while the Miss Cloud Cat moved with a grace akin to drifting clouds, making it difficult to predict its actions. It was hard to determine which spirit was superior, but due to the Nether Cat's lineage being tied to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, it was often regarded as the more prestigious of the two. As Ing Shuang elaborated, her gaze toward Ji Yunru took on an odd quality. She suddenly recalled a week prior when her duo with Fu Ye was defeated in a 2-on-2 match at the Silver Spirit Arena by a team that included a 4-ring Miss Cloud Cat Soul Master. Although all participants wore masks during the battle, that particular Soul Master was also petite with black short hair. Could it be Ji Yunru? Were you the one who participated in the battle last week? Ing Shuang inquired, unable to resist confirming her suspicion. Ji Yunru looked at Ing Shuang with curiosity. How do you know? Ing Shuang exclaimed, oh no, it really is the same person. She chuckled awkwardly. I happened to be in the audience that day and saw a 4-ring Miss Cloud Cat Soul Master. Don't let her find out. Ing Shuang thought to herself, determined to maintain her last shred of dignity. Ji Yunru smiled knowingly. I thought you were one of the Soul Masters from the opposing team. I remember her too. How could that be? Ing Shuang waved her hand dismissively and turned to Chi Han. Boss, you haven't mentioned the outcome of the interview yet. Suddenly reminded. Chi Han fell into contemplation. Was Ing Shuang attempting to change the subject? Yet, seeing the poor girl on the verge of social embarrassment, Chi Han decided to extend a hand of kindness and save her from the brink of social disaster. Ji Yunru, are you familiar with the various buildings in Shrek City? Boss, I'm well acquainted with them. Disciples of the Sensitivity Hall are required to memorize the entire layout of Shrek City. As she spoke of work, Ji Yunru's expression became serious, attempting to appear earnest, though the cat ears made it quite difficult to maintain such a facade. Well then, Chi Han nodded. You can start your shift this afternoon. Ji Yunru appeared momentarily dazed, timidly saying, but boss, you haven't mentioned the compensation, and you haven't explained what the delivery role entails. Is this boss reliable? Chi Han facepalmed, realizing he had forgotten to mention the compensation during the last recruitment as well. The role of a delivery person involves taking orders from customers in advance, obtaining their address, and having our shop send someone to deliver the meals. As for compensation, I would offer you 100 gold soul coins per month, along with 2 complimentary work meals each day, provided nothing goes to waste. Additionally, you would receive an extra silver soul coin for each order delivered. How's that sound? Ji Yunru's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a deal.